Chapter 1 The Live Broadcast Off the Mortal Cultivation Realm. In the Realm of Wonders, on the White Egredile. Under the blazing sun, a horse-drawn carriage each traverses a secluded path amidst the woods. A Thefren toft he carriage anklet in white, donning gastraha ton holding ga ID sign in his mouth, leisure ligating the vehicle. One hand grips the reins, while it heather resengaged in repeatedly drawn gonsi athing is word affiketo the carriage, as if he's practicing some peculiar sword technique. Incideth the carriage, there are no companions, mere lie provisions sand a bedroll. These unministnonieth the chinfong. A thizmament, Hegazes intent lieth the air before him, raising a shanto greet nuncian audience. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Shaochin's Immortal Cultivation Live broadcast. Today marks the 7th day of my journey to Qingyun Mountain tolerant the art of cultivation. I am still in Rudia Twilike Lataki another 2-day story at Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun Mountain is Sham Tatwa prominent sects Qingyun sect, renowned for its Chundra sword techniques, and the Tigrit sect, famous for its dual talents and song and dance. Through me inquiry say long thue, Ivalerned thought both sects are a current lie recruiting disciples. I intend to participate in Qingyun sect selection after all, point here right mind would pursue a career in song and dance. Moreover, Qingyun sectus no suck peakses daju peaker xiaoju peakit smearl yako incident say nomenclature. Otherwise, I will be quite troubled. Before Emily's live broadcast interface of Isabianla to him. In the upper right corner of the screen is a section resembling Gagami map, shimmering with numerous white dots, each representing a check-in location. Near enough Hisadot sis a golden marker indicating each zone position. Below the map is a section resembling Gastor, offering various goods unique to earth. Thwitey sign in his mouth thighs actually a lollipop. At the very bottom, there exists Satria Surekist like he con displaying the number 923410000, representing the count of fans in his live broadcast room. In the center of the interface sees Chun Feng's likeness, with a flurry of comments from viewers as scrolling a subrogio of messages. Why's Brother Fink starting the stream so late today? Is the Tigrit sex leader realithic renowned for song and dance? I feel like what Brother Fing just said was a tofa flagit might trigger the loft true fragrance. Those who's quelth must not forget here Frencheries raquette for you, but remember to share the cultivation methods them. Brother Fong, even aviris getting for a favor, boot ku da you help me acquire regional cultivation manual? I'll offer 10 carnivals in return. Little Brother Fong, you look so handsome today. Chin Feng chuckled. Rest assured, one siganid Mishianto Qingyun sect, ill feast, and dual shall enjoy the broth. Long live Brother Fong. Brother Fingus magnificent. And that Miss Xiao AI, please speak more iado listening to you. Little Brother Fong moi. Just as Chen Feng Wei's engaged in live-like conversation with his viewers, the old horse-pooling Thikarji Zudma halted, refusing Todvance. Chen Feng Pikadu pay bamboo stick to prod it. Yet he old horse remained unmoved, snorting defiantly. How strange didn't it just have a heart to meal before a seat-off. Chin Feng dismounteth the carriage, offering twokarits to the horse's mouth. Sigh, if I will could be bit morganeros with the hour gifs, I could purchase a motorcycle from the system store, and perhaps would have arrived at Qing Mountain by now. Brother Feng, surely you know if you'll read a spent my allowance for the month. Little Brother Feng. Same Hirans Mamother gives Mimi pocket money next week, il Cindius home. Goodness, doyo Uriel believeth this? Laughing me head off a horse-drawn carriage, a full satoff gear, leisurely wandering through the mountains 4 days, and Thena range in gay fupaserbi extras, claiming to have traversed Driom. It's evident Thera newcomers Brother Feng satoff on. His first day fromatency and tone can herially build a citito vuz. The person above must be Trollwick knows if what they claim about he first day is event true. They still expect a stodge of them. If it weren't for the fact that this live broadcast Aunt Bear recordador filmed, it'd capture vidency and throw it back in your faces. Indeed, little Brother Fingus a Genua traveler. Just as Chin Fing was about to speak, Hinata said the old horse behaving godly. With Asnort, it shook its shed and push Chin Fing shand away from the carts. Usually, I would consume whatever was offered. Chin Finge immediate Libby Camillert. Brothers, some thinks amiss. Could it be fate were about to encounter a beast? Didn't team app vendors at high official road wasquitessif? I sit possible thought for themist part, it is indeed safe? Phew, Thu and Sarah picking up. Quick, tactical retreat, In the next moment, the sky erupted with the fierce winds. One shadow cloak hidden black and purple, the other radianting crimson and gold. Two beams soft sword light entwined in the heavens, unleashing terrifying sword kitha travajed the ground below. Damn it, it didn't check Thielmanak before Yaden Gutan now, if stumbled in Toslishtal battle. Chen Feng hastily pulled the old horse, attempting to retreat, but a purple-black sword light descended, severing Thyrescaper into a chasm. Damn! Thoth had his trump card dan feared not death, the courage contendless possessions, and shooed the old horse perish, fueled before said to Waktoching mountain. The viewers had been skeptical moment say gower and ourendered speech astonishment. This special effect is materialistic. Arethiauto Thiermans? Where would Leve broadcasts get special effects? Is the cultivation realm reali, tis perilis? Omi goodness, am me truly going to and do pliky pawn it heligen off souls from my 18th high year? Brother phone, thibakisku ta front forward. Good point. Shin finga pedanta the courage, seizing thwapan striking the old horse shin quarters. Old horse, run. If we can cross this mountain, weshold be safe. The old horse, Osif invigorated, dashed forward with thun, precedent head speed after all. A slower pace means certain in death. However, when I treat shed theflat submit, it collapsed said to ground, utter lix house to dan junable to continue. As fate will devave that wabim soft sword light transformed in tow, figures lending at their side off the mountain speak. Thepurple black figure a sass stunning beauty clad in upper plerobianda black veil, Harrius captivating. Thecrim's on gold figuruous a regal woman in a gold trimedregion. Her face dignified diet stunningly beautiful. Both wielded swords, emanating ghost la pour plenergy, Theothera blaze with golden flames. Wow, how beautiful. Drooling. Brother phone, the zistes creta going vril. Zoamanant the camera. A crowd of viewers, seemingly indifferento brother Fing splight, were a captivated be the spectacle. You can tell Theranuko mercif brother Fin gad no trump card, Huud havi already been captured be bondits and Therode. Thergal woman spoke, hurtany as frosty os the winds of winter. Zio, you cannot escape or return with me obediently. Elder sister, your main is domineering a sever. How can he ukla note escape without a proper contest? Thetwo figures were clearly preparing for a serious confrontation. Chen Fin grazed a shand weekly, my tirequist thought he will almato descend the mountain first before he engage in gimbatal? I possess and light his meager wealth I hope I both can't house so me mercy and refrain from dragging my toy or conflict, we couldn't lie exacerbate my already modst existence. After all, these would benefit me their office. Thetwo sister spade no heed to Chen Fong. In theorize, Huazakantoan insect that flitted past. Their focus was solely one iachatharas, they simultaneously raised fierce words, clearly preparing town leash their ultimate moves. Veins bulged in Chun Fink's forehead how to reth they disregard 'em. Heva wet that next time, Huden shareth they should terso forgret. Thismer immortal, Chin Fong, would make these sellish Jamaden sneelancing as praises. Chapter 2 The Voice of Filial Piety. A beam of purple blackened a beam of crimson gold swordlight showed to Pinatheski. Thatwatax, Hunto perfection, did not release Yaniri sigil energy, but for their collision otherwise, Chin Feng sold horse and carriage would have been obliterated. As Thyrenergius reach a days they wung fierce words stored Sony another, akin to a black holy and as they ront the Virgio fe cataclysmic clash. The Kalasanov their power spromasi daspectically of cataclysmic proportions. Just as their fierce synergy clashed, causing theater sonnet with hundrous roars. The swords in their hands suddenly veered, uncontrollably propelling them toward an foam. Moreover, the sword Keith they had jathered dispersed entirely. The expression soft tet war remix soft shock and confusion. It wasn't until their sword swore a pinched between Chin Feng's middle and index fingers that theorized their body had become immobile, and their internal spiritual energy was completely undetectable, as if their cultivation had been sealed, rendering them as mortals. How cold this? War you? Chun Fengler dathatwo. Weren't he outwo just surrogant? No you kakustog nareem? I see to Miktosk formido leave quietly? Must you force me hand? Aria bothini adoff soma discipline? Yet within, Chin Feng Sayadin relief thankfully, the 100 fond treasurek is thadranted him. Theskal absolutely unarmed against blades. Indeed, It was absolutely unarmed against blades, not absolutely being unarmed against blades. Hidi sired theskil thought would make Kivrion nil with away vaveus word, how majestic the tooled. But the system mad bestowed upon him these. A single word medial the difference in effect the had become hianatorsivathus words. Absolutely unarmed against bladesolve 1 your fingers possess a strong gravitational pull, allowing jouto pinchen a bladed weapon between io your fingers. If the opponent wield soppen, they shall berinderedimabili if they bear naipen, the connection between hemand, thupen shall be severed entirely. One may continuous lid draw on see the test word, tupgrid to level 2 currently, the count stands at 9,527,110,000. In Thiel of Estream, the seasoned audience secuckled. Upon seeing them brandishing swords, inu that fong jes victory washered. Heh, let him read it disregard fong. Speaking of which, what if the opponent is unarmed? He, that wold beven worse fonja possesses Alethel move so devastating that Tevendog swood beleften astatofs hawk. Is this gemetra lysa twisted? Is the streamer rate ascendant toft grey temperoff sorrow? If fear phone geisen tin ton making them experienza theagoniof motherhood. Pregnancy? The pain of motherhood? Good heavens, could it possibly be that technique? Thwumanine the black veil flickered with ignoinglance, she was well aware a thought, they hayden counteredinanciat minsterof de gaming realm. Thought he opponed into piered to beamer immortal, the abilitan to instant lie subdue a two golden cultivators with they single move indicateth that they at least a formidable spirit severing stitch expert. Shunderstood the tight ways imperativito humbliad mitherfall tath is moment otherwise, she might find herself facing gasweef demise without your course. Senior, I acknowledge me wrong sand promisito amin me way scu diukind lyra lee smeforna? Had it not been for te treched what acking me in sight, wishing to drag me back to Marius scoundrel, e would na favor tedos chixtreme measures. The noble woman in curtatir fumed, her beautifuli as fixed menacingly on Fuma ninth black veil. Hadio not stalin his nethersor danfold, my unger zister would not need to take our places to betrothed crown prince off north. And now that she has full daswell, hudo you expect a substitute for you? Senior, e de ply apologies for thurlier incident please help me subdue her, and nishal word you handsomely later. In Thiel of Estream, viewers swear left speechless. Thesa three sister truly left Tony a talash for words. Thesister in the black velis quitey, scrupulousho could should betrayer sister like these? E doubt she anticipateth that their family would ask her sister take the fall. Fortunately, the unger sister was cleaver not to escape. What will phone get aside? Chun fin guasa talas for words. Decide. Hoth hell want stomid line thirpet affairs? E havenada zarito involve mijal finur sibling matters. However, given thoughty nearly harmed me in me possessions, I fear that without some form of punishment, y'all will continue to disregard innocent bystanders. A foreboding sense to crutent the heart soft te black veiled woman and the noble woman. Before a they could formula ti appli formercy, Chun Fin earnestly inquired oftem. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you comprehend the greatness Sophomothers love? Up in finishing his question, Chun Fin glaunched into an impromptu rap. With the Mother sword in hand, Thechel discleft in twain. 12 a strike has in a second. Econia critical hit. Yo, check it out. Sisters, now bewildered, were left in shock. Surely this formidable being must have a Samalus sescrews. However, they quickly realized that the situation was far from straightforward. Ugh, we is a my stomach sudden lie in pain? Me too. Ah, it thirts it feels sly chemistamisha saboutoburst. Oh me, my belly is swelling. How cold the shapen? Wath of Adonitis? Their expressions twisty in agony. Chen Fong, however, mischievously remarked. Immerly induced a bite-off pregnancy. That's all. With that, Harrowly said fierce words. That wo women immediate like collapsed to the ground, their belly is swelling painfully, their faces spaling in distress. Pregnant? How cold eautothistis? Chun Feng retorted, wishold and tidothis? It's already quitted generau soft monato killiu. In truth, they were not genuinely pregnant truther. They had fallen victim to inquired from Atrius Erecist. The voice off filial piety expert identification version. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness Sophomothers love? Though Zuho Hearth Songoff Maternalov will experience the tormentoften months off pregnant science the pain of childbirth within Yalfenhor. iPhone withstands thetrial, it signifies the an unparalleled expert failing to undo rindicits I still have a ways to go before becoming gastronger. Ha ha ha, ich knew it would unfold this way. The last victim Sweria group of petty thieves attempting to ambush Fonga. Songba, is that you? Stop pretending jovial redigivini yourself away. Fongus imprompterop was quite impressive has she considered joining Bailu sect for rageable carrying singing gone dancing? Joining Bailu sect, one could graduate time 2.5 years, with buff stacked high it would be difficult not to become sensation. 23,333. A thismament, the black veiled woman and the noble woman were clutching their swollen bellies, tears is streaming down her face as they writhed on the ground. Theme tiredy o fin month soft pregnant psychum precedent to Hoffenhor, the pain wastrely beyond description. Chen Feng patted the old horse, offered it some water. Anthen slowly drove the car down mountain. Half an hour later, after enduring the agony of childbirth, that woe women stared vacant liatheski, their expressions numban thyriastophocus. Finally, Theros insolence wiped away her tears, and each chose a different path to depart. One he headed towards the imperial capital, while it Heather ventured away from both the capital and tone. At that moment, having just crossed a mountain, Chun Finkel no felt but curse. The road behind had been damaged, forcing him to take a path that might lead him to encounter mountain bandits. Chapter 3. The limited edition bandits of Broken Arm Mountain leading a cart along the rugged, tree-lined path. Chun Feng had already expressed his grievances towards the ancestral lineage of the two sisters responsible for damaging the official road. Damn it, if you're going to fight, why ruin the road? It's delaying my journey. This time, upon capturing them, he intended to let them experience a 10-month version of maternal love. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from both sides of the forest, and a dozen ragged bandits armed with knives, guns, and clubs sprang forth. They moved swiftly, vaulting into the air before landing around the cart, encircling both Chun Feng and the vehicle. Leave everything behind, and we might spare your life. Don't even think of resisting. Our leader is a cultivator. Hey, this kid's quite handsome. Why not capture him and sell him to the city for the brothels? The bandits burst into laughter, and Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle along. Ha ha ha! Little did these bandits know that Chun Feng was currently in a foul mood. Unsatisfied, one of them brandished a knife at him and demanded, "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Chun Feng composed himself, and with a serious tone, inquired, "What is filial piety? What is love? Do you comprehend the greatness of maternal love? Listen to your mother. Do not let her suffer injuries. Is this kid out of his mind?" The bandits exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, a wise bald man exclaimed in anger, "I see it now. This scholar is insulting our mothers. What? Has this kid gone mad?" The other bandits exploded in fury. "Damn it. Cut him down." Suddenly, one of the bandits who had taken a step forward doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. Another bandit, about to help him, froze in shock. "Hey, why has your belly grown so large?" The bandit, writhing in pain, pointed a knife at another, shamefully shouting, "Damn it, Ergo, it's all your fault. Didn't you say it was fine?" Ergo, the accused, stood there dumbfounded, blushing and turning away under the strange gazes of the others. Good heavens, what in the world? Chun Feng's lips twitched, nearly breaking his composure. The leader of the bandits was furious, cursing, "You two bastards. I told you not to bathe together in the back mountain. How embarrassing. My stomach. Oh no, why is mine getting big too? Leader, how come even you?" The other bandits gazed at their leader with horrified expressions. Ugh, I never expected the leader, who seems so fierce, would also be. Wait, could it be that the three of them regularly? Everyone shivered in unison, their expressions turning grotesque. Damn it, we can't stay in this bandit lair any longer. Facing the complex gazes of the other bandits, Ergo, looking aggrieved, protested, "It's not my fault. I've never touched the leader. It must be someone else." He groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground. "What is happening? Why is mine getting big too?" In the live stream, the viewers were utterly stunned. Good heavens, this group of bandits has showcased their plight 3 or 4 times in just a minute. Who would have thought Ergo was so skilled? The limited edition bandits of Broken Arm Mountain. Before the others could speculate further, they too began to clutch their stomachs, pallid and kneeling in agony. My stomach is hurting too. It's growing. My stomach is growing too. How can this be? It must be him. He has certainly cast some dark sorcery upon us. The bandits finally realized what was happening, but alas, it was too late. They were already in excruciating pain, unable to muster any strength. Every attempt to channel their internal energy only intensified the agony in their bellies. My friend recommended this live stream to me, saying it was about cultivating immortality. Why did I walk into a scene with a bunch of big-bellied men? I was recommended too. This plot is funnier than a web drama. The extras are quite skilled. They must earn 300 a day. Seeing all the bandits writhing in pain on the ground, Chun Feng turned and retrieved a silver-colored, large-caliber handgun from the cart. This firearm bore the resounding name of the Desert Eagle. The earnings from the previous 6 days of streaming, aside from purchasing essentials, had been spent on this gun for self-defense. Whoa, a Desert Eagle? This plot is absurd. How does one acquire a Desert Eagle in ancient times? Don't question it. Brother Feng can use our donations to buy modern items from the system stored. Don't be surprised if he even gets a Dongfeng Express. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bandit leader lay sprawled on the ground, his brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Leader? The bandits looked on in horror at their leader's lifeless body. When they turned their gaze to Chen Feng, they found him already aiming the gun at the others. I in the realm of immortality. How dare you bandits act so brazenly? Bang! Bang, bang. The bandits, terrified, attempted to shuffle away, their bloated bellies hindering their escape. No, please, spare me. Please, don't kill me. Chen Feng, expressionless, continued to shoot the bandits. This isn't a chaotic world. You choose to become bandits. What good can come from that? You have harmed countless people. Bang, bang, bang. Reloading, Chun Feng continued to eliminate the bandits. In the live stream, those who had previously doubted him fell silent. The scene was too real for them to deny. Wow, I never knew Brother Feng was so ruthless. These bandits were just plain unlucky, encountering him in a foul mood. Over a dozen of them, and just like that, he killed them all. What was Brother Feng doing before he crossed over? The visuals are so bloody and terrifying. Why aren't those who doubted him speaking up now? They must be scared out of their wits. Chen Feng shook his hand, numbed by the recoil of the Desert Eagle, and replied, before I crossed over. I was a medical student. Life and death were trivial to me. If you're not satisfied, then fight. Let me see if they have anything valuable. As Chen Feng rummaged through the bandits' belongings, he found some money, along with a nearly worn-out manual on the bandit leader, titled Qi Induction Technique. Detected low-level technique, Qi Induction Technique. Would you like to learn it? Chen Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the system to have such a feature. Yes.as he silently thought this. He noticed the manual glowing, its words transforming into countless luminous symbols that flew into his mind. Qi Induction Technique Entry. Absorb 1 point of spiritual energy for every 10 cycles, approximately 5 hours, of cultivation. Detected interest from some fans in purchasing. Would you like to upload it for sale on Xiaowank? Chen Feng was astonished. The system even had a sales feature? No wonder they say the end of live streaming is selling goods. System, 1T uploading this thing for sale lead to piracy. Or no, once a purchaser acquires the knowledge of Qi Induction Technique, a prohibition against sharing it will be enforced. Alright then, upload it for sale. By the way, what is the pricing? The price is set at 100 yuan, with the system taking a 50% cut. Chen Feng nodded. The price was reasonable, accessible to many, and selling one would net him 50 yuan. An incredible deal. With a smile, he promoted to the viewers in the live stream, brothers, I've discovered a foundational cultivation technique. I'm uploading it to Xiaowank. Those who believe can go by and learn. The opportunity to get ahead is right before you. In the live stream, the barrage of comments multiplied instantly. Brother Feng is generous. I love you, Brother Feng. Goodness, this thing directly enters the brain. This 100 yuan is worth it. I can't believe it. I thought I wouldn't understand. But it's directly imparted. So easy to learn. I'm off to cultivate. See you. 100 yuan for a cultivation manual? Brother Feng, you're truly spoiling your fans. With limited resources, here's a rocket as a token of my appreciation. A carnival gift was sent as a gesture of goodwill. As gifts flew across the live stream, the sales of the Qi induction technique soared, and the gold coins displayed in the right side store icon rapidly increased, soon surpassing 50,000 yuan. Chun Feng beamed with joy, having finally struck it rich. Time to get the ride. Chapter 4. Treasure chest for 10,000 fans. 98% divine power. Chun Feng packed all his belongings onto a stylish motorcycle. He then severed the rope tethering the old horse and fed it 2 carrots. Patting the old horse's back, he said, "Old horse, we're going our separate ways now. You are free." The old horse stared at Chun Feng in shock, the half-eaten carrot pulp dropping from its mouth. "What freedom? I'm losing my job here." After following 4 or 5 masters, it was only with Chun Feng that I was most comfortable, with meals of cabbage and carrots. Chun Feng patted the old horse again, encouraging, "All right, don't be too emotional. Go on. Chase after your longed for freedom." The old horse tossed its head, scoffing at the notion of freedom. It thought about the mountain spirits and wild creatures, not to mention wolves and tigers. Seeing the old horse hesitate to leave, Chun Feng assumed it didn't understand and mounted the motorcycle, driving off first. He believed that once he left, the old horse would grasp its newfound freedom. Vroom, vroom. As Chun Feng watched Chun Feng ride away on his peculiar contraption, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Just like that, the bond forged over 7 days was abandoned. What a cad! On the main thoroughfare leading to Qingyun Mountain, travelers from all corners of the 9 continents gradually converged. When Chun Feng appeared clad in white, astride his motorcycle, he became the most striking figure along the entire road. Fortunately, this was a world of cultivation, filled with all manner of bizarre artifacts, so his presence on a motorcycle did not cause much of a stir, merely eliciting a few curious glances from passers-by. "Brothers, ahead lies Qingyun City. A journey of 2 days has been accomplished in merely 7 hours. Once I gain admission to Qingyun Gate, should I focus primarily on the sword path with a secondary emphasis on thunder techniques, or vice versa? What if I fail? Should I truly consider the dual talents of the Bailu sect? As if, do I strike you as someone who can sing and dance?" Having paid the toll to enter the city, Chun Feng pushed his motorcycle while carrying his belongings. Realizing that he would no longer need the motorcycle, he resolved to find suitable accommodation and first sought out a pawn shop to sell it. After all, if a cultivator were to pilfer it using a storage talisman while he slept, he would be at a considerable loss. In a bustling area, he set up a sign written on vibrant red paper beside his motorcycle. High-end mechanized artifact, covering 200 li in just over half an hour, more comfortable than riding a horse or sword. Selling motorcycles in the realm of cultivation posed no challenge for him. More comfortable than flying on a sword? Bold claim. He chuckled, "If it breaks, who will repair it? Brother Feng, do you not feel a pang of conscience?" After a considerable time, this beautifully designed and striking mountain motorcycle finally attracted the attention of a young cultivator. "Interesting. Can you demonstrate it for me? Seeing is believing. Let me take you for a ride." Chun Feng set aside the sign, mounted his motorcycle, and gestured for the young man to join him. With a bewildered expression, the young cultivator climbed onto the back. Chun Feng promptly revved the engine and took him on a whirlwind tour through the city, even speeding in less crowded areas. Upon returning to the lively streets, he dismounted and inquired, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" The young cultivator nodded, intrigued. "I'll take it for 100 spirit stones. 200. Chun Feng quickly countered, sensing the opportunity to negotiate. Huang Qingyu looked at him in disbelief. "You must be mad. At most 150 spirit stones. After all, this iron steed is not a spiritual artifact." "Very well, I shall sell this iron steed to you, considering it a gesture of friendship." Though Chun Feng feigned sorrow, he was elated inwardly, realizing that 1 spirit stone equated to 1 tael of gold. He had made quite the profit. However, he understood that today's sale was due to chance, encountering a curious young master with ample funds. After all, how much could 1 horse cost? Huang Qingyu scrutinized Chun Feng's motorcycle and asked, "What powers this contraption?" "Refined blazing oil," Chun Feng replied, unwilling to capitalize further on the fuel, knowing the young man was no fool. Without access to the fuel, he would surely not make a purchase. Ah, refined blazing oil. That explains the familiar scent of the exhaust. Realizing this young man had some knowledge of mechanisms and artifact refining, Chun Feng felt reassured about his buyer's interest. Huang Qingyu produced a storage pouch, withdrawing 150 spirit stones, which he presented to Qin Feng. Chun Feng's eyes brightened. The system had not provided him with storage space. Possessing a storage pouch would alleviate the burden of carrying numerous items conspicuously. Huang brother, do you have any spare storage pouches? Would you be willing to sell one to me? Huang Qingyu paused, only then realizing that Qin Feng lacked even a storage pouch. I have a smaller one, originally purchased for 1,000 spirit stones. But alas, I lack the funds. Farewell. Qin Feng pocketed the 150 spirit stones and turned to leave. The viewers in the live stream could not contain their laughter. Brother Feng, poverty is indeed a sin. It's laughable. He can't even afford it. Don't cry, Brother Feng. We too shall become prosperous. 1,000 spirit stones equals 1,000 taels of gold. That's 12 million in modern currency. TSK. The problem is, young Master Huang has two, and the other is even larger. Goodness, this young Master Huang is like someone carrying a Rolls-Royce and a Ferrari. Brother Feng, ask him if he has opened a male companionship. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Did he seem like a man who would sell himself for mere wealth? Huang Qingyu, bemused, regarded Qin Feng's retreating figure and could not help but shake his head. Another ordinary soul pursuing the ethereal path of immortality, cultivation is indeed a costly endeavor. With that, he returned to his artifact refining workshop. What drew Huang Qingyu to the motorcycle was its ability to run without spiritual power and fit within a storage pouch. While horses were affordable, they could not be easily carried. If he could produce a batch to sell across the continents, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. After wandering the city, Chun Feng noticed a significant increase in the viewer count of his live stream. Approaching 10,000. Everyone, please invite your relatives and friends. Once we surpass 10,000 fans, I can open a treasure chest. They say I've been deceived. Indeed, they think cultivating while riding a motorcycle is absurd. Brother Feng, I've done my best. The visuals were too beautiful for anyone to believe. Qin Feng sighed. So it's my fault then. After checking into an inn, he strolled through the bustling streets, occasionally spotting higher-level cultivators riding spiritual beasts or soaring through the skies on swords. His live stream benefited from the unique architecture and cultural atmosphere of Qingyun City, attracting a new wave of followers. If passers-by entered but did not subscribe, it would be futile. Only those who genuinely clicked follow could contribute to his growing fanbase. Congratulations, host! Your fan count has reached 10,000, granting you one treasure chest. Full house, Brother Feng. Quickly open the treasure chest. Open it. Tell us what you get. Why are you all more anxious than I am? Upon opening the chest, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the live stream. To his astonishment, he had unlocked a divine ability from the 36 techniques of Tianjiao. Paper doll transformation. Li Gosho version create paper dolls from the bark of spirit trees, which can serve as assistants and avatars. Includes 4 members of the Li Gosho paper doll band. Non-combatants, indestructible. Chun Feng was taken aback. This was an astonishingly high-level divine ability. Chapter 5. I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. To the rear of Qingyun City lay the sprawling Qingyun mountain range. Stretching over 300 li, several main peaks towered into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in formations that cloaked them in mist, rendering distant views of vague palaces and jade towers. On the southern slope of Qingyun City, there stood a villa serving as the office for Qingyun Gate, alongside a similar establishment for the Bailu sect. The two sects shared deep familial ties, resulting in generations of mutual alliance. Though there was some competition, it remained healthy. Their recruitment of disciples held vastly different weight, thus rarely resulting in conflict, often attracting more individuals to both sections early in the morning. As Qin Feng ascended the stone steps, he encountered many young men and women journeying in pairs, the majority around the ages of 14 or 15, all possessing some degree of cultivation. Compared to them, he, at 19 and just beginning his training, felt utterly outclassed. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the path, marked by stone tablets on either side. The left led to Qingyun Villa, while the right directed to Bailu Villa. Most individuals carrying weapons gravitated toward the Qingyun Villa, while those with musical instruments or adorned in finery flowed toward the Bailu sect. Observing the throng of young women heading to Bailu Villa, Qian Feng momentarily wavered in his resolve to join Qingyun Gate. Goodness, so many beautiful women. Why should I bother with Qingyun Gate, Brother Feng? It's not too late to reconsider. Little Brother Feng, don't listen to them. Stay true to your path. Beauty is as fierce as wolves and tigers. If you cannot resist, refrain from going. I'll take your place. Do you think you can handle it, you little rascal? Chen Feng chuckled. Indeed, this was a legitimate sect. Not the He Huan sect it would be tormenting to be allowed to gaze but not partake. My heart is steadfast in pursuing the Tao. As he sheathed his sword, he strode confidently toward Qingyun Villa. The fellow travelers along the path were reluctant to engage with him, for his behavior appeared decidedly odd. One hand persistently drawing and sheathing his sword while occasionally conversing with the air. Upon reaching the entrance to the villa, he found 2 long tables set beneath an archway. Behind one table sat a middle-aged scholar, while behind the other was a stunning woman. Chen Feng approached to observe those registering. Reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine consultation, as each individual extended their hand for a pulse reading. The beautiful woman, eyes closed, finished her assessment and smiled. Your 12 meridians are sound, and your 8 vessels are open. A solid foundation indeed. You may enter. Thank you, Senior. The girl, elated, entered the villa. Meanwhile, the middle-aged scholar completed a pulse reading for a young man and shook his head. Your 12 meridians are cold and weak. 6 vessels are blocked. Your foundation is too poor. You must descend the mountain. The young man, not willing to accept defeat, implored, Is there truly no hope? I can work hard. Please, allow me to enter, Senior, the middle-aged scholar advised. Do not squander your years. Life is but a few decades long. Engage in endeavors that hold significance. Very well, thank you, esteemed elder, the youth replied, his eyes glistening as he rose to depart. The beautiful woman called for another individual. Your 12 meridians are feeble, and the 7 vessels are obstructed. Your foundation is too weak. You may descend the mountain. Woo-woo, my apologies, esteemed elder, the woman said, covering her mouth as she left in tears. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Yet those who departed in sorrow were the majority. Chen Feng observed the situation briefly before moving to the back of the line. Brothers, this must be the assessment of aptitude. My qualifications are surely adequate. Entering the Qingyun sect should pose no issue. Ahead of him stood a tall and robust man. Chen Feng chatted with the audience in the live stream. The man mistakenly thought Chen Feng was addressing him and turned to say, "This is a test of foundation. It is merely one aspect of assessing aptitude. Following this, there will be evaluations of comprehension and character. Those who pass all 3 assessments may become outer disciples. And upon paying the tuition fee, they can study foundational techniques at Qingyun Mountain for 3 years. After 3 years, a newcomer competition will take place, and only those with exceptional abilities may be accepted as inner disciples. Learning formidable techniques and enjoying the sect's generous benefits. Goodness, how troublesome," Chen Feng mused, clicking his tongue. By the way, I am Chen Feng. What about you? It seems we are among the oldest here. I am Wu Chongyan. And I am merely 16.16, you say? I was not this old at 36, Wu Chongyun, aware of how his appearance could be misleading, remained unfazed by Chen Feng's astonishment. He merely pointed curiously at Chen Feng's restless hand. By the way, why does your hand keep reaching for your sword? Chen Feng replied with an awkward smile. It's a form of training, a sort of cultivation. If you had any cultivation yourself, you would understand that if you were to encounter some panicked cultivators being pursued, drawing your sword in front of them would likely result in your demise, Wu Chongyun cautioned. Thank you for the reminder. I suppose I should refrain from practicing my skills indiscriminately on the road. Chen Feng thought to himself. However, his hand continued its restless movements. After all, while Wu Chongyun's warnings were valid, they pertained more to the city or other locations, not here. He aimed to level up his empty-handed skill to level 2. Transforming it from a single target technique into an area effect skill. Wu Chongyun turned away, choosing not to speak further, and Chen Feng did not press him for more information, as he sensed that the other man was not particularly loquacious and might become irritable. There would be ample time to inquire once they were admitted to the Qingyun sect. Soon, it was their turn. Wu Chongyun sat on a stool, placing his hand on the long table for the middle-aged scholar to check his pulse. The scholar closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Your 12 meridians are robust, and the 8 vessels are wide open. You possess an excellent foundation along with some cultivation. Rank 6 Martial Cultivator. Third layer of Qi Refining, Wu Chongyan stated. Not bad, not bad. You may enter. Thank you, esteemed elder. Wu Chongyan rose, cupped his hands in salute, and stepped aside, seemingly waiting for Chen Feng to join him. Chen Feng sat down with a grin. Placing his hand on the table, esteemed elder, I appreciate your efforts. The middle-aged scholar smiled and placed his hand on Chen Feng's pulse to assess him. Immediately, his brow furrowed. Chen Feng's heart sank. Could it be that his foundation was lacking? The scholar opened his eyes and said, Your 12 meridians are frail, and 5 vessels are blocked. Your foundation is quite poor. You may descend the mountain. Chen Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Am I destined for a script of futility? Esteemed elder, could you perhaps make an exception? I have no lofty aspirations in this life. I simply wish to ascend the mountain and cultivate. The middle-aged scholar replied, You must hail from a common family? Having never undergone any foundational training since childhood, correct? Chen Feng replied confidently, Yes, yes. I believe that if given a chance to cultivate, I will surely soar to great heights. The middle-aged scholar had already seen through it all. Outer disciples are required to pay an annual tuition fee of 1,000 spirit stones. Good heavens, why not just rob a bank? 1,000 spirit stones equate to 1,000 taels of gold, which is around 1 million soft currencies. 1 million in tuition per year. Chen Feng immediately rose and bowed. My apologies, I shall take my leave. This is too amusing. The world of cultivation is even more tangible than modern society. Poverty truly is an original sin. Headmaster, you failed the assessment. Fengge, are you planning to undertake something grand? Chen Feng walked to the fork in the road, his expression lighting up. Brothers, I believe that the Bai Lu sect, known for its dual talents in song and dance, suits me perfectly. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Fengge, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Truly delightful. Chapter 6. Bai Lu sect assessment. As Chen Feng made his way to Bai Lu Mountain Villa, he noticed that everyone around him carried musical instruments, prompting him to purchase a guitar from the system shop, slinging it over his shoulder. Yet, his demeanor and aura remained incongruous with those around him. To his relief, there were no long tables set up at the entrance of Bai Lu Mountain Villa to assess aptitude. However, uncertain about the specific procedures, he felt it prudent to seek out someone for clarification to avoid being dissuaded by exorbitant tuition fees. Surveying his surroundings, he quickly spotted a somewhat handsome and solitary scholarly youth. Excuse me, could you enlighten me on the assessment process for the Bai Lu sect? The youth, Mo Cho, looked astonished. You came to participate in the assessment without knowing the procedure? He regarded Chen Feng as if he were a peculiar individual who had forgotten whether he was in the arts or sciences. Chen Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Ahem. I would appreciate your guidance. Mo Cho found the situation somewhat amusing but nonetheless explained. The Bai Lu sect recruits 2 types of disciples. Those with good aptitude who are skilled in song and dance, and those with lesser aptitude who can create songs and dances. Both categories must first showcase their musical talents before their aptitude is assessed to determine their placement. Is there a tuition fee? Chen Feng inquired. Mo Cho hesitated, scrutinizing Chen Feng once more before replying. The first 3 years require a fee of 500 spirit stones annually. If one lacks sufficient spirit stones, the Bai Lu sect allows for compensation through contributions to the arts. Producing noteworthy songs and dances can offset the spirit stones, and performing at the Bai Lu sect's affiliated venues can also contribute. How wonderful! Chen Feng's eyes lit up instantly. The Bai Lu sect seemed perfectly suited for someone like him. A student of modest means. What a brilliant system of half-work, half-study. Cultivation novels truly mislead. Entering a sect requires tuition fees. This is rather normal, considering the elders and inner disciples need to be compensated. Spirit stones are consumables. If they do not extract some from the newcomers, relying solely on mining would lead to the sect's bankruptcy. This is a direct means of filtering out those who lack resources. Without wealth, how can one cultivate? Is everything to be seized by force? It resembles a form of class monopoly. Thus, the true world of cultivation is even more brutally realistic than society itself. Chen Feng chuckled to himself, contemplating whether he should sing "The Only One in the World is Mother" to the sect elders. He imagined the elders doubling over with laughter, unable to contain themselves. Ha ha ha! Chen Feng found himself speechless. Was he the type to court disaster? If it weren't for the crowd, he might have retorted at that moment. Chen Feng followed the others into a courtyard. Upon entering, each participant was handed a wooden token by a Bai Lu disciple clad in white. Chen Feng's token read 69, while Imo Chao's bore 60-8. In the courtyard, 4 Bai Lu sect cultivators resembling judges sat atop a loft, sipping wine and savoring the performances of the candidates below. Once a performance concluded, a disciple would gauge the judge's reactions and announce whether the candidate passed. Chen Feng followed Imo Cho to one side of the courtyard and sat down on an empty bench in the corridor. Honestly, he found it difficult to appreciate the singing of those present. It felt akin to attending an opera where he struggled to understand anything. However, the dancing was a different matter altogether. The ladies of the cultivation realm possessed stunning looks and figures that left nothing to be desired. Hee, this is truly delightful. The Bai Lu sect and I are indeed fated. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was thoroughly entertained. I told you the Bai Lu sect is exceptional. Just look at this, that's sufficient. Feng Gu must pass the assessment, or I will unfollow immediately. Feng Gu, promise me you won't get entangled with these ladies. From hundreds of miles away, I can sense the fragrance of your romance. Brother Feng, woo-woo, I suddenly feel so ugly. Goodness, this has made my sister insecure. I'm almost experiencing aesthetic fatigue. The number of followers for Feng Gu is skyrocketing. Is he about to break 100,000? Goodness, you don't believe in cultivation, but once there are beautiful ladies dancing, you come flocking. Feng Gu, look, this is the secret to gaining traction. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Had he not been surrounded by so many people, he would have lashed out at the vulgar audience drawn in by the dancers, but he decided against it. This surge in viewership and attention was undeniably enticing. After a voluptuous lady in red finished her dance, the Bai Lu sect disciples declared, "Fail. Eliminated." Why? The red-clad lady protested vehemently. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, sharing her discontent. The audience in the live stream echoed the sentiment even more strongly. Indeed. Why? Her performance was undeniably impressive. The judges clearly lack an appreciation for the arts. How could they not see such grand artistry? Unacceptable. Let me take the stage. After much contemplation, it became evident that she danced the most exquisitely. Yet upon conclusion, one is left pondering the very meaning of life. I find myself hesitating, while some have already reached their end. Typing with both hands to assert my innocence, I cannot help but acknowledge your presence. Chen Feng silently muttered to himself. Seated in the third position of the loft was a beauty, her visage akin to a lotus, brows like willows, skin as white as snow, and her raven hair elegantly styled into a beautiful bun. It was she who spoke. The Bai Lu sect seeks the refinement of elegant song and dance, not the vulgarity reminiscent of courtesans. This individual was none other than Hua Yurong, one of the 5 peak masters of the Bai Lu sect. Si Hongxiu, feeling indignant, thought to herself that her dance was far from being lewd. She longed to retort, but upon sensing Hua Yurong's subtle pressure, she swallowed her words, her eyes reddened with grievance as she descended from the stage. Next, Chen Feng felt a profound sense of injustice for Si Hongxiu. Her performance was not truly audacious. Perhaps it was her stunning figure, with an enviable hourglass shape reminiscent of European proportions, that rendered every dance she performed as overly flamboyant and crass. He believed that even without dancing, her voice possessed a certain charm, reminiscent of Su Xingjia's carefree spirit. Noticing that Si Hongxiu had left the courtyard and realizing that it would be another 20 performers before his turn, he decided to follow her outside. "Miss, please wait." Wiping away her tears, Si Hongxiu slowly turned to inquire, "What is it?" Chen Feng smiled. "I thought your dance was quite good." Si Hongxiu was momentarily taken aback. Her heart feeling a little lighter, she replied, "Thank you." Chen Feng then asked, "Do you sing or play any instruments?" Si Hongxiu nodded. "I can do both." Chen Feng smiled broadly. "Then this should be easy if you trust me. Please wait for me at the Yulai Inn in the city. I will prepare a song for you to try again tomorrow." Si Hongxiu gazed at Chen Feng with a mixture of emotions. "Why do you want to help me?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng replied, "Perhaps because I find you agreeable." After all, during her dance, Chen Feng had gained over 50,000 followers, nearing 100,000. Si Hongxiu narrowed her enchanting eyes. "Are you perhaps lusting after my body?" Chen Feng was left speechless. "Miss, you are misinterpreting my intentions." Unable to contain her laughter, Si Hongxiu found Chen Feng quite amusing. "Thank you. I will wait for you at the inn." Chapter 7. 5-cent special effects. Singing with subtitles. Chen Feng chuckled as Si Hongxiu left with a lighter step. Is this really happening? Brother Feng. You amazing, miss. Don't believe him. Hurry and leave. Woo woo, Brother Feng. Please don't fall in love. Seeing Brother Feng with a beauty is more painful than death. Little Brother Feng. You're not actually falling for this ostentatious woman, are you? Brother Feng replied, "Miss, you surely don't wish to be eliminated, do you? Hee, as long as you support me, I shall compose a song to help you pass." Good heavens, you lot are truly something else. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. "I merely wish to assist her because I found her likable. Nothing is sordid as you imagine." Saying this, he returned to the courtyard to continue watching the performances of other contestants. Mo Cho glanced at him before turning her attention back to the stage. After about half an hour, Chen Feng noticed that his follower count had unexpectedly surpassed the 100,000 mark. Congratulations, host's followers have reached 100,000, earning a treasure chest worth 100,000 followers. Excited, Chen Feng looked around and then raised his hand to tap on the treasure chest. The live stream room erupted in a brilliant display of colors, though the outside audience remained oblivious. Chen Feng was taken aback. The skill he received was rather peculiar. No, it seemed that every skill he acquired was somewhat bizarre. 5-cent special effects. LV1. You can generate simple effects around you, such as subtitle effects, dazzling light effects, spotlight effects, benevolent descent effects, kill effects, etc. The effects have no substantial purpose but can be upgraded through showmanship from 0 to 100. Chen Feng was flabbergasted. For a treasure chest of 100,000 followers, this is what I get. And the upgrade method is to show off. Do they not realize that showing off could attract lightning? Observing Brother Feng's expression, it appeared he had received an utterly baffling skill. Haha, Brother Feng, do share. Let us revel in your misfortune. You heartless lot, given Brother Feng's foul mood, do not tease him, lest he falter and we miss the chance to see the ladies dance in the future. That would be utterly unacceptable. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at these people, who seemed more concerned about entering the Bai Lu sect than he was. Next, contestant number 68, I am here. Mo Cho responded as she stepped onto the stage. She opened her bundle to reveal a long box containing a black eru adorned with green lotus patterns. Leaning back, she gracefully positioned herself as if reclining in midair. The elder seated in the second position of the loft stroked his beard and nodded approvingly. Mo Cho began to play the eru, and a wave of sorrowful melodies filled the air, resonating deeply with the audience. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. Mo Cho's performance struck a chord within him, invoking bittersweet memories. Had he not been so carefree with little sorrow in his past, he might have found himself in tears. My word, this young man possesses real talent, he thought, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. I am reminded of my grandfather, who truly cared for me during my childhood. The notes of sorrowful longing played. Several contestants around him were moved to tears. Yet Chen Feng, observing the comments, nearly burst into laughter, covering his mouth in disbelief. The elder seated at the second position nodded in satisfaction. To have grasped the essence of the piece, quite commendable. You may directly become an inner disciple of my Ji Peak. It turned out he was none other than the master of Bai Lu Ji Peak, Feng Jiweiqi. Mo Cho beamed with gratitude and bowed. Thank you, master. Feng Guha smiled. Come, join us in the loft. As Mo Cho ascended to the loft, effectively skipping 3 years of assessments and tuition. The surrounding crowd gazed upon her with envy. Next, contestant number 69. Present. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and approached the stage. Setting down his guitar case, he retrieved the wooden guitar within. The onlookers were taken aback, for they had never encountered such an instrument. The 4 judges in the loft exchanged puzzled glances. What manner of instrument is this? I have never seen it before. Old Wind, do you recognize it? I do not. Lacking Mo Cho's ability to recline in midair, Chen Feng simply opened the system shop to purchase a stool, placing it on the stage. as most cultivators possessed storage bags or rings. His actions went largely unnoticed. Seating himself, Chun Feng embraced the guitar and began to play as the melodious notes, unlike anything from this era, filled the courtyard. All present were left in awe. This was a melody they had never encountered before. Fine porcelain outlines the delicate, the strokes transition from bold to subtle. The vase adorned with peonies resembles your first makeup. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. At this point, I pause my pen upon the rice paper. Goodness, Qinghua porcelain, is this an instant classic? Qinghua porcelain is a safe choice, rich in antiquity, ensuring it will be appreciated. This will surely succeed, Brother Feng sings beautifully. He will undoubtedly be accepted as an inner disciple. I advise you not to jinx Brother Feng. As Qin Feng began to sing, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted in the ears of the surrounding ancient audience. This was an entirely new musical style. Though the melody seemed simple, it was remarkably pleasant to the ears. Wait, why are there subtitles around him? The crowd finally noticed that this man sang with subtitles. Initially, they hadn't even realized it, assuming it was a normal occurrence. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. The subtitles complemented the performance beautifully, making the lyrics easily understandable, allowing listeners to follow along effortlessly. Another novel world unfolded before them. Laughing to death, how did Brother Feng manage to sing with subtitles? I didn't even realize it at first. I thought the mushrooms served at lunch weren't cooked properly. Did anyone upstairs eat subtitle mushrooms? Where can I get some? The elegant woman seated in the first position frowned. This feels somewhat unconventional, don't you think? I find it rather delightful, possessing a charm that appeals to both the refined and the common, remarked Feng Guha with a smile. Hua Yurong paused for a moment before stating, I too find it acceptable. Whether in song or dance, we are in pursuit of innovation. This new phenomenon before us warrants our acceptance. Lest we appear foolish, the young man seated in the fourth position chuckled. I also find it appealing. It seems to embody the very essence of the widely relatable song I have been seeking. Perhaps this will be our opportunity to surpass the Tianjin Pavilion, Kill Palace, and Hawan sect in the realm of song. As Chen Feng finished singing, he cast a somewhat apprehensive glance towards the loft above. When a voice resonated from the loft, his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. However, if he could directly enter the inner sanctum like Emocho, wouldn't that save him 3 years of detours? Thus, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 8. Successfully courting disaster, immediately securing a layer of insurance for himself. Esteemed elders, I possess another song of considerable power, one that subtly touches upon the legendary forces of the law. As Qin Feng began to speak, the longtime viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Desha Chun, what are you trying to do? Don't court death, Brother Feng. You might really get yourself killed. Just obediently participate in the upcoming assessments. Methodically entering the outer sect for cultivation is quite fine. Moving too hastily could lead to dire consequences. Please, I still want to see the young lady dance. I implore you not to do anything reckless. This fool just passed and is already floating. He is preparing to enjoy a feast. I'll go along with the two from BEI and the loft. The two peak masters and the deacon were all taken aback. The force of the law? The youth from the fourth seat chuckled. This lad is becoming increasingly interesting. The beautiful woman from the first seat scoffed. What a display for attention. You lack even the basic cultivation. How could you possibly comprehend the forces of the law? Even the sect leader would not dare to claim such an understanding. It is utterly ridiculous. Show us. Perhaps it is merely the essence of the song. After all, it is only a matter of one song's duration, said Hua Yurong lightly. Chun Feng preemptively laid down a cautionary statement. The foremost virtue is filial piety. This song is a tribute to my mother, a reflection on the greatness of maternal love, designed to allow listeners to experience the hardships endured by mothers. Once I commence singing, the lines between friend and foe will blur. Few can escape the influence of the laud. If I inadvertently offend anyone, I kindly ask for your understanding. Feng Guhi couldn't help but chuckle. Ha. Rest assured, if you can truly influence us, then you would indeed be formidable. Indeed, if that were the case, I would have my master take you as a closed-door disciple, remarked the youth from the fourth seat. Chun Feng pursed his lips. This closed-door disciple isn't literally responsible for closing doors, is it? The beautiful woman from the first seat rolled her eyes. Just sing. Don't boast too much. Very well. A subtle smile curved Chen Feng's lips. It was time to test whether they were indeed peerless masters. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? After his prelude, he began strumming his guitar once more. Any song related to maternal love could trigger subsequent effects, and when facing adversaries, singing their "No One Like Mother" was the most straightforward approach. But now, on stage, he would surely perform something with more technical depth. With hands that could not be adorned, he evoked warmth that would always linger in the background. Even amidst the tediousness, his unwavering attention remained, filled with regret for not cherishing enough. Although he sang in Cantonese, the presence of subtitles allowed the audience to grasp Chen Feng's lyrics. The beautiful woman from the first seat frowned. What on earth is this song? No sooner had she spoken than she noticed Feng Guhi staring at her peculiarly. While Hua Yurong shot her a disapproving glare, the beautiful woman, perplexed, inquired, "What is wrong?" Hua Yurong retorted, "That is our dialect from Yunyu continent. Not some nonsensical gibberish. A hymn. My apologies," the beautiful woman stammered. Feeling quite embarrassed, all the while growing more resentful of Qin Feng, who bore a striking resemblance to the man who had once toyed with her affections, and now had caused her to make a fool of herself. Were Qian Feng aware of her inner turmoil, he would surely unleash a torrent of rage. "What does it matter to me if you were deceived by a scoundrel?" In the live stream, many viewers' expressions had begun to spiral out of control. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see their expressions as their bellies swell. Here it comes, it's happening. Feel the dominion of the strong assessment technique. The candidates on stage were the first to be affected. The young men and women suddenly changed their expressions, clutching their stomachs and slowly squatting down, some even leaning against the wall as they sank to the ground. Ugh, what is happening? My stomach hurts, me too. It feels like my stomach is about to burst. Heavens, my belly seems to be swelling. Is he implying the experience of a mother's labor? Damn it, I'm still a virgin. How could he make me pregnant? I'm a man. This is outrageous. Not only the candidates, but even the disciples of the Bailu sect began to wail in unison. The four judges in the loft finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as the beautiful woman was about to rise and intervene, she clutched her stomach and sat back down, her face a mask of astonishment. How is this possible? How could I be affected too? What? The expressions of Feng Guhi and the others shifted dramatically. They too clutched their stomachs, their faces paling as cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Mo Cho, wishing to seek help from Feng Guhi, turned to find him also cradling his stomach, his complexion drained of color, leaving her utterly despairing. That wretched Chen Feng had somehow made his belly swell. Hua Yurong gritted her teeth and rose, exclaiming, "Stop singing, cease this at once." Ugh! Chen Feng immediately fell silent. After all, everyone was affected, and continuing would serve no purpose. He declared loudly, "Everyone need not worry. This is not genuine pregnancy. It merely allows you to experience the hardships of a mother from 10 months of gestation to the moment of childbirth for a brief period of time." Of course, he couldn't guarantee that half an hour later, he wouldn't be beaten to death, so he needed to secure himself a layer of insurance. Just as everyone was in agony, contemplating how to deal with Chen Feng once the experience concluded, the clouds in the sky suddenly parted, revealing a radiant rainbow that a beam of golden light descended like a pillar, illuminating Chen Feng. In that moment, Feng Guhi and the others were astonished, seemingly forgetting their bellyaches. Divine merit from the heavens? With merit bestowed upon me, I doubt you would dare to strike me down. Chen Feng thought with glee that, of course, this was not genuine divine merit, merely a cheap effect designed to deceive. Once the golden light effect of divine merit dissipated, Chen Feng feigned a joyful expression. "Ah, it truly is merit. Thank you, heavens." Meanwhile, the individuals in the loft had gone numb. This lad had been blessed with merit, making him seemingly invulnerable. At that moment, countless figures began to soar down from the sky, some riding flying swords, others gliding through the air, and some directly riding clouds. In no time, the entire courtyard was surrounded. What the heck? Gliding through the air? Riding clouds? Chen Feng was taken aback. He had inadvertently attracted the attention of formidable individuals from the Qingyun sect and Bai Lu sect. It's merely a cheap effect. And you all are easier to bait than a fish in the sky. A youthful figure with white hair and blue eyes, riding on a small cloud, held a whisk and gazed curiously at the sight of the courtyard filled with expectant mothers. Eventually, his gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, who awkwardly cradled his guitar. "Young friend, have you summoned divine merit from the heavens?" Yes, Chen Feng could only respond with a stiff smile. Indeed, there were risks in showing off in the realm of cultivation. These powerful figures arrived faster than a flash at the slightest anomaly. "I see you possess a sword spirit," he began, but was interrupted. "Stop! You Xian Zhenren, you wouldn't dare to try and poach someone in front of me. Would you?" A white-haired woman with blue eyes, riding a three-tailed celestial egret, regarded the Tianjiao Daoist warily. The Tianjiao Daoist was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, realized this was the Bai Lu manner, not the Qingyun manner. Leading to a moment of embarrassment as he nearly breached protocol, he swiftly redirected his words, "Please, Bai sect leader, do not take offense. Allow me to finish." Chapter 9. I am quite the philanthropist. Under the vigilant gaze of Bai Qinxue and the disciples of the Bai Lu sect, the Qingqiao Daoist, Yu Xian Zhenren, cleared his throat and restructured his statement to Chen Feng. "I perceive you possess a sword spirit. The Bai Lu sect has made little advancement in swordsmanship. Yet the Qingyun sect and the Bai Lu sect share a bond. Since you have joined the Bai Lu sect, you are, in a sense, a half-nephew of the Qingyun sect. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Here is a manual on sword cultivation, which I present to you for your supplementary study. If you wish to delve deeper into the profound sword arts, you may also come to the Qingyun sect for further instruction." Upon hearing this, Bai Qinxue and the others of the Bai Lu sect breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the other party might shamelessly attempt to poach someone. After all, a disciple capable of summoning divine merit, even if of mediocre talent, could serve as a good luck charm to stabilize the sect's fortune. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. He had been pondering how to check in at the Qingyun sect to obtain their rewards. And now it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. This elder was truly benevolent. "Thank you, Yu Xian Zhenren." Yu Xian Zhenren nodded, and as the manual flew into his hand, Chen Feng eagerly reached out to receive it. Unable to suppress his excitement as he flipped through its pages, detected intermediate superior secret technique. Sword cultivation technique. "Dio, you wish to learn?" "Yes." The illustrations and annotations on the manual illuminated, transforming into a stream of light that entered Chen Feng's mind. Of course, this was also a system effect. Apart from the audience in the live stream, outsiders could not perceive it. Sword cultivation technique. There are 3 forms of nurturing a weapon: nurturing with intent, nurturing with qi, and nurturing with love, which can enhance the weapon's power and align it more closely with oneself, and may even give birth to sentience. Chen Feng tilted his head. The system description of this sword cultivation technique seemed to encompass more than just nurturing swords. It couldn't possibly be akin to the all-encompassing nurturing techniques of squirrel navigation, could it? Could it nurture even people in air? He stroked his chin, having directly entered the 3rd level of the sword nurturing technique. The essence of harmony and spirit was somewhat ethereal for him, making it unwise to employ as for love. He felt it was rather abundant, having amassed over 3,000 female followers during his peak on Weibo. He attempted to nourish the sword he carried with love, and soon a hazy pink glow illuminated the blade, producing a melodious and refreshing sound. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. "Pink light?" This skill seemed rather unorthodox. The members of the Qingyun sect in the sky were momentarily stunned. The sword nurturing technique was a fundamental practice for every disciple, so its effects were familiar to all. Yu Xian Zhenren, who had been stroking his beard and contemplating a return on his cloud, suddenly turned around, nearly toppling from the sky. Sword nurturing technique? And at the 3rd, most difficult level of nurturing a sword with emotion. Bai Qinxue was equally astonished. As an old acquaintance, she was well versed in the sword nurturing technique. If it weren't for Chen Feng having practiced it before, it would be utterly astonishing that he could learn it at a mere glance. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Have you practiced the sword nurturing technique before?" "Huh? No. Wasn't the manual just given to me by you?" Chen Feng replied. while attempting to activate the love nurturing on the guitar he held. Generally, cultivators nurtured a single weapon, but with his abundance of love, he could experiment with nurturing several. As the guitar in his arms also began to emanate a soft pink glow, a delightful melody filled the air, leaving the sky awash with question marks. Yu Xianzhenren's neck stretched down like a turtle's. What did you just do? I was just trying to see if I could nurture my instrument. Seems like it works. Haven't you all tried nurturing other things? I'd rather not. I can barely manage nurturing my sword. Who has the leisure to nurture other items? Yu Xianzhenren and the disciples of Qingyun sect collectively inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling their blood pressure rise. Was this something one could casually experiment with? And he succeeded. He actually succeeded. Yu Xianzhenren looked at Chen Feng with a conflicted expression. Should he throw caution to the wind just this once? Aren't rules meant to be broken? It's just a matter of poaching a disciple. Surely the Bai Lu sect wouldn't turn hostile over that? Probably not, right? Wait, where's Bai Qianxue? Yu Xianzhenren noticed that the three-tailed immortal heron was now empty. Upon looking down, he realized Chen Feng had also vanished. A quick scan revealed that Bai Qianxue was already leading the dazed Chen Feng towards the Bai Lu sect, activating the protective formation of the sect as they flew. One might think that the demonic path had revived. Indeed, being too familiar with one another is not always a good thing. She anticipated my move. How disheartening. Why Yu Xianzhenren sighed, accepting that fortune favors the bold, and decided to return to the sect. Yes. The disciples of Qingyun sect turned away regretfully. Of course, two individuals remained shivering in the wind, a middle-aged scholar and a beautiful woman, stationed at the entrance of Qingyun Mountain to verify the disciples' qualifications. Chen Feng had initially approached them to register but was subsequently dismissed. In the courtyard, a group of individuals doubled over in pain, their bellies aching, wept bitterly as they witnessed Chen Feng being taken away by Qianxue. They longed to beat him up. This fellow was truly an animal. Brother Feng's antics left me in disbelief. I thought he was destined for a difficult, wasteful beginning, but in an instant, he dazzled me. Oh no, Brother Feng has been taken by a female demon. What female demon? That's the sect master of Bai Lu. Brother Feng truly hit the jackpot. He soared into the sky. Is he about to be pampered by a domineering beauty? This beauty must be at least 300 years old. Age is no issue. As long as she is beautiful, that's enough. Bai Qianxue, relieved that Yu Xianzhenren did not pursue them, couldn't help but smile with delight. She had stumbled upon a treasure. The revival of Bai Lu sect was within reach. However, as she reached out to grasp Qian Feng's hand to assess his qualifications, she was taken aback. Why is your foundation so poor? Chen Feng looked at her in bewilderment. Is this my fault? Moreover, what does it matter if my foundation is weak, as long as I am not deficient in vitality? Speaking of which, this woman wouldn't suddenly turn hostile? Would she? Alas, the heavens are fair. They bestowed upon you exceptional perception but curtailed your physical foundation. Bai Qianxue shook her head regretfully. She had initially hoped to personally take Chen Feng as her disciple, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Please wait here. I will find you a master. Okay. Bai Qianxue left him in the garden and turned to depart. With nothing else to do, Chen Feng took the opportunity to check his skill progress. 100 empty-handed reception LV1. Passive. Your fingers possess a strong gravitational pull, causing all sharp weapons directed at you to be caught between your fingers. If the opponent is holding a weapon, they will be rendered immobile. If they are not, the weapon will be completely severed from them. Can be upgraded to LV2 by repeatedly drawing and inserting the sword. Currently at 999,521,000,000. Just 48 more draws. And I can upgrade to LV2. How delightful. 5-dime special effect LV1. You can generate simple special effects around you, such as subtitle effects, upgrade sparkles, spotlight effects, merit descent effects, kill effects, etc. Special effects have no substantial impact and can be upgraded through successful showboating. 3100. Chen Feng was astonished. When did I successfully showboat 3 times? Just as he uttered this, can be upgraded through successful showboating. 4100. This counts? System, you're surprisingly generous. Chapter 10. The Underworld Skill. Just as Chen Feng was secretly typing and chatting with the live stream audience, a notification suddenly popped up from the system. Detected that the host has arrived at Bailu sect and has been in the same frame with the sect master for 3 minutes. Default check-in successful. Chen Feng was stunned. Isn't the check-in reward supposed to be at Qingmin? He completely opened the minimap, and it expanded, transforming the previously singular point on Qingyun Mountain into 2 points floating above the 2 sections. Goodness, it turns out being too close caused the 2 points to overlap. Received 7 types of rewards related to the check-in location. Please draw 1 card. Once the system finished announcing, 7 cards appeared in the live stream. Goodness, Brother Feng hit the jackpot this time. An invincible skill would make him the lord of all. Hilarious. I hope it's not another bizarre skill. Silly skills for a silly person. Isn't that perfect? 23,333 today is truly a fortuitous day. All my wishes are coming true. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then chose the card in the center. All the others vanished except for the one he selected. The card flipped over, illuminating with a golden glow. She, Underworld version music formation skill. When the band plays She, it summons the dual red and white calamities of a major realm. Warm reminder. Once played, it will inevitably bring misfortune. Either send away the enemy or send away oneself. Chen Feng gasped. This time, he didn't draw a silly skill but instead an underworld skill. If I lead a band of peak cultivators through tribulation, even gods would kneel. This time, the audience in the live stream also saw the skill description on the card. What the heck? It's actually She. Quickly tag the original singer. Let us get Brother Feng some copyright fees. Underworld version dual calamities. The imagery just hit differently. This system has no serious skills, does it? Hilarious. I bet Brother Feng won't be able to draw anything good. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, knowing full well that it was the system's fault. Not his luck that I'm ignoring you guys. I'm off to grind my skill proficiency. Chen Feng gripped the sword and resumed his repetitive drawing. It's almost done, just a bit more unbeknownst to him. His actions and posture appeared rather inappropriate. Coincidentally, a young man and woman happened to pass by the garden. A cute girl with a large green bow tied in her hair tugged on the sleeve of the young man beside her in confusion. Hey, what's that person doing over there? He looks so creepy. Could he be the one the sect master asked us to call? The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to look. He quickly covered the girl's eyes and said, Sister, don't look. I'm going to teach this pervert a lesson. Huh? Pervert? The girl tilted her head in innocent confusion. Wang Hao sent out a sword pellet that soared toward Chen Feng's shoulder, transforming in midair into a slender silver light. Sword pellet transforms tempered steel into a supple form, coiling like thread, and can be unfurled using intent and internal power into an extraordinarily flexible blade. Yet, this blade was Chen Feng's bane. Suddenly, Chen Feng turned around, and with lightning speed, he extended 2 fingers to catch the silver light. Chen Feng was stunned. What on earth is this? Are the snakes in this garden this fierce? The world of cultivation is indeed different. Wait a minute, why did a snake trigger his 100 empty-handed reception passive? As the silvery light was ensnared by Chen Feng, Wang Hao suddenly realized that the sword pellet he had painstakingly refined for 7 years had inexplicably severed its connection with him. The divine consciousness entwined around the sword pellet was forcibly disconnected, causing Wang Hao's complexion to pale, his vision to darken, and his steps to falter as he stumbled back 2 paces before regaining his balance. What further compounded his distress was the sight of Chen Feng, one hand still withdrawing the sword. Though his actions appeared somewhat uncouth, they were not entirely inappropriate. It was merely a misunderstanding on Wang Hao's part, and he bore the full responsibility for it. Qing Dai blinked her large, captivating eyes, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the current situation. She did not understand why her senior brother had suddenly attacked Chen Feng, nor could she fathom the reason behind his abrupt change in demeanor, which had rendered his expression so grim. The atmosphere descended into an oddly silent tension. Chen Feng regarded the two with curiosity, while Qing Dai looked on with confusion at both Chen Feng and Wang Hao. Wang Hao cast a complicated glance towards Chen Feng, feeling too embarrassed to meet the gaze of his junior sister. Qing Dai, has the situation become stagnant? It's laughable. The ambience is palpably awkward. Brother Feng, perhaps you should break the silence, as this is rather tedious. Chen Feng found this reasoning sound and decided to speak first. Is this limp object yours? He inquired. Yes, Wang Hao replied, his embarrassment evident. Chen Feng squinted and asked, "Why did you ambush me?" Wang Hao's face flushed crimson. With his junior sister present, he could hardly admit that he thought Chen Feng was merely amusing himself. "Would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding?" Chen Feng, observing Wang Hao's awkwardness as if he were on the verge of collapsing under pressure, surmised that it was likely due to jealousy sparked by his own striking appearance. Adhering to the fundamental principle of goodwill, Chen Feng remarked, 100 spirit stones. Otherwise, I shall inform the sect leader. Only you could propose such a thing, Wang Hao exclaimed, finding the notion amusing. I am indeed a man of my word. Ha ha ha, this is too funny, he added, his exasperation fading. Deal, he concluded. Ha ha ha. This senior brother is truly a straightforward person. Here, take this limp object, Chen Feng said, pinching the sword pellet, which resembled a noodle, and presenting it to Wang Hao, while his other hand lay open before him as if to say, quickly, pay up. By the way, I have some hardening glue. Would you like to borrow it to straighten it out a bit? No, thank you. Wang Hao replied, stowing the now limp sword pellet into his storage bag before transferring 100 spirit stones to Chen Feng. With the 100 spirit stones tucked away, Chen Feng felt his waist grow considerably thicker, the sound of clinking akin to a bag full of marbles as he walked. Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words regarding this soon-to-be junior brother. Qing Dai, witnessing the entire exchange, found Chen Feng immensely interesting, sensing a unique aura that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Hao asked, "How did you achieve that?" Chen Feng paused, feeling slightly bashful as he replied, "Well, it's all about having thick skin." At that moment, the live stream chat fell silent as viewers were too amused to type. Wang Hao, perplexed, thought, "Is that really what I was asking? I meant the technique you used to ensnare my sword pellet and sever our connection in an instant." "Oh, for that, you just need to be quick with your hands," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Hao fell silent again. He knew that for others, being quick might result in losing their fingers. Qing Dai finally burst into laughter. Wang Hao took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. "The sect has sent us to guide you to your master. Please follow us. Moreover, if all goes as anticipated, I shall be your second senior brother in the future. My name is Wang Hao, with Hao signifying righteousness. He, I am your 8th senior sister, Qing Dai. Oh, greetings, senior brother and sister. By the way, would you care for a cigarette or some betel nut?" Chapter 11. Your schemes echo even on Earth. The Bailu sect comprises 6 peaks, with the main peak being Bailu Peak, while the other 5 peaks correspond to the 5 musical notes, gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu. Bai Qianxue had arranged for Chen Feng to be placed in Yu Peak. The representative instruments of Yu are the guzheng, guqin, and pipa. Considering its shape, the guitar is also categorized under this peak, hence Bai Qianxue's arrangement for him. The eru, symbolizing Imocho, represents Ji Peak, while Gong Peak is characterized by drums and dance. Shang Peak is represented by metallic instruments such as gongs, bells, or cymbals, while Jiao Peak is known for bamboo flutes and swanas. As they journeyed from the main peak to Yu Peak, Wang Hao and Qing Dai shared some knowledge and customs of the Bailu sect. However, there was an unfortunate piece of news. The senior brother of Yu Peak was none other than the handsome individual who ranked 4th in the examination. He was likely already quite renowned by now. The 4 judges included Feng Guha, the master of Ji Peak, Hua Yurong, the master of Gong Peak, Lin Shengdao, the senior brother of Yu Peak, and Xia Jiyu, the senior sister of Jiao Peak. Naturally, there were numerous senior brothers and sisters on duty, as well as candidates who would soon become junior brothers and sisters. Chen Feng could easily envision how tumultuous his future in the sect might be. Perhaps it would be wise to flee once he had learned enough. Chen Feng thought shamelessly. "Junior brother, what troubles you? You seem quite melancholic," Qing Dai remarked, enjoying her lollipop. Chen Feng awkwardly inquired, what is the temperament of the senior brother like?" "Oh, he is wonderful, very easygoing and gentle," Qing Dai responded with a smile. Chen Feng, with a forced grin, then asked, if someone were to make him pregnant, causing him to experience motherhood, wouldn't he seek vengeance against that person? Would he? Qing Dai paused, momentarily bewildered. "What nonsense are you talking about? The senior brother is male." Chen Feng, with an eager expression, continued, "I know he is male, but if that person were to become his junior brother later, Would he forgive him? Wang Hao and Qing Dai halted in their tracks, casting suspicious glances at Qin Feng. You are not implying that person is you, are you? Well, Qin Feng nodded slightly. The two stared at him in shock, as though confronting a demonic apparition. Qing Dai covered her mouth, her entire worldview nearly collapsing. Heavens! When did this happen? Wang Hao, who had been walking in the middle, cautiously maneuvered to Qing Dai's side, his expression serious as he warned. Keep your distance from me. I already have a partner. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and recounted the entire incident in detail. Only then did they comprehend, gazing at him with complex expressions. We cannot ascertain whether he will harm you. But Elder Hua and Elder Xia would undoubtedly wish to eliminate you. It is best to stay within your peak and not wander about, as you might easily find yourself in a sack. The audience in the live stream was already in stitches, laughing until their bellies hurt. Now you're scared? Where were you earlier? It's all fun and games until it turns into a cremation ground. Although you've passed the exam and are exempt from tuition, you've offended a host of people. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, stay safe. Watch out for sacks and bricks. If things go awry, let us take the secret manual and flee. Changing our identities as seen in other novels. Qing Dai's shocked expression was utterly adorable. Atop the small building on Peak, Master, we have brought the person. Where is Master? Just as Wang Hao and Qing Dai were unable to locate anyone, a languid female voice drifted down from above. I in the pear orchard. Let us head to the pear orchard. To one side of Peak lay a vast expanse of pear trees. Although it was not the season, the trees were still adorned with blossoms. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the white pear flowers to flutter gracefully to the ground, resembling ethereal maidens clad in white silk dancing in the air. The air was imbued with a subtle sweetness of pear blossoms, refreshing and intoxicating, leaving one with a light-headed, tipsy sensation. Within the grove stood a pavilion, where a stunning woman dressed in pale yellow ethereal garments sat barefoot upon a white blanket, tuning a jade-colored guzheng. Wow! Master is so beautiful, Brother Feng. Consider introducing yourself to this enchanting master. Indeed, she is lovely, but I still prefer the white-haired sect leader. I find Qing Dai quite delightful. She is adorable. I tend to be more devoted. I have a fondness for that eliminated sister in red. Master, we have brought junior brother Qin Feng. Wang Yuru put down the guzheng, propping her elbow on the side table, resting her chin on her hand and scrutinizing Qin Feng before her. I've heard tales of your remarkable comprehension. You grasped the sword nurturing technique after just a glance, and you can even apply it to instruments? I'm not certain if my comprehension is particularly strong. After all, that was merely my second encounter with a cultivation manual. Master, why not provide me with some more profound text for me to test my limits? The more arcane, the better. Qin Feng gazed at Wang Yuru with anticipation. Goodness, I can hear the sound of your scheming all the way from Earth. Please, spare me. My face hurts from being bombarded by the streamer's calculations. Brother Feng, consider purchasing a soundproof calculator from the shop. Heavenly Brother, perhaps inquire if there are any dual cultivation manuals. Brother, you are quite persistent, having asked since the first episode. While a dual cultivation manual is unlikely, I do have the contact of an old doctor specializing in treating goat tails. You might find it useful. Ha ha, why do you even have the contact of an old doctor? Wang Hao and Qing Dai stared at him in disbelief. To learn the sword nurturing technique at a glance and apply it to instruments. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Your abacus is about to strike Master's face. Wang Yuru's lips curled slightly, finding this newly accepted disciple exceedingly amusing, utterly unlike those tedious individuals within the sect. She lifted her delicate, fair hand, and with a flourish, 3 ancient tomes appeared in her grasp. Come, give it a try. If you fail to learn, I might just lose my temper and resort to violence. I shall do my utmost. Qin Feng thought, feeling his lips pull tighter than a K.I.S. master, perhaps a prince from a previous life. Known for indiscriminately relieving himself? What the hell? Are you a demon? Suddenly, his perception of Master's beauty diminished. Damn it, I wanted a prince, Brother Feng. Hold him down for me, goodness gracious. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Wang Yuru languidly remarked. What are you waiting for? Come and take them. Yes. Qin Feng stepped into the pavilion, reaching out for the 3 tomes. only to have his wrist grasped by Wang Yuru as he attempted to retract his hand. Your foundation is indeed quite weak. Your spiritual sense flickers like a candle flame, and the spiritual energy within you is woefully scant. You must have been born into a destitute household on the outskirts of the 9 continents. Am I right? You have completely missed the optimal time for refinement. Your future prospects are exceedingly limited. Do you comprehend? Qin Feng chuckled as he withdrew from the pavilion. Master, being born into poverty is not my fault. But if I deceive myself, that would indeed be my folly. He brushed his hand against the ground, and as the mountain breeze stirred, he let the dust scatter away, gazing dreamily at the azure sky. If a speck of dust can soar to the heavens when the wind rises, how much more can a human being? Yet, they too will eventually fall. Humans are destined to perish, are they not? To die in pursuit of one's dreams is not a life wasted. Chapter 12. Doubts arise. Wang Hao and Qing Dai gazed at Qin Feng with expressions of admiration, feeling an indescribable aura emanating from him. Brother Feng, you are simply magnificent, little brother Feng. Moi, damn. P.S. at it again, brother Feng. Check if your skill in showboating has increased. Qin Feng's lips twitched. Had he really been showboating? Wang Yuru fell silent for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. Let me see just how high you can soar before you come crashing down. Examine the tomes. Oh. Qin Feng moved to a nearby area where a set of stone tables and chairs rested beneath the largest pear tree. He placed the 3 tomes upon the stone table and picked up one titled White Egret Profound Technique to peruse. Detected Intermediate Upper Grade Technique. White Egret Profound Technique. Would you like to learn? Yes. White Egret Profound Technique. The fundamental technique of the White Egret sect, balanced and serene, with low requirements for aptitude. It takes half an hour to complete a full cycle, approximately accumulating 50 to 100 points of spiritual power. Depending on the environment, can be practiced in conjunction with the White Egret visualization method to generate a protective spirit, the 6-tailed White Egret. Qin Feng glanced at the other 2 tomes. Finding no mention of the White Egret visualization method, he set the White Egret Profound Technique aside and picked up the 2nd volume, Illusory Sound Technique. Detected Intermediate Lower Grade Technique, Illusory Sound Technique. Would you like to learn? Yes, Illusory Sound Technique. A sound wave that carries a hallucinatory soul attack, requiring music to shape the scene and ensnare the listener. The effectiveness depends on the strength of the practitioner and the audience's emotional resonance with the music. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. If this were combined with voice of filial piety or joy, wouldn't the effect be utterly explosive? Should I test it out? He furtively glanced at Wang Hao and Qing Dai, then at Wang Yuru. Wang Hao and Qing Dai shivered in unison, sensing an unsettling presence. Wang Yuru squinted, feeling a strange, unnameable malice pervade the air. Qin Feng decided it was best not to provoke misfortune, lest he find himself without a place in Yufeng in the future, or worse, face expulsion. Setting down the illusory sound technique, he took up the 3rd tome, Demonic Sound Resounding. What the hell? Is Demonic Sound Resounding even a suitable title for a legitimate sect's manual? And after mastering it, wouldn't he unleash a frenzied tempo, would it? Detected Advanced Lower Grade Technique, Demonic Sound Resounding. Would you like to learn? Hiss, this must be the highest grade of manual I've encountered. Whatever the distinction between righteous and demonic paths, if it proves useful, it is a skill worth acquiring. Yes, Demonic Sound Resounding. Singing or playing an instrument produces a powerful, wide-ranging sonic attack, inflicting both magical and mental damage. The more discordant the sound, the greater the damage. The stronger the heavy metal rhythm, the higher the damage. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the influx of information from the system. After a moment, he settled down to begin practicing the White Egret Profound Technique. The White Egret Profound Technique imposes no particular requirements on posture, provided one isn't simultaneously relieving themselves, of course. If one could multitask, that would be permissible. As Qin Feng commenced his practice, a faint white luminescence began to emanate from him. Wang Hao and Qing Dai stood agape, their eyes wide. Wang Yuru wore a ghostly expression. For the phenomenon was a sign of the White Egret Profound Technique operating at high speed. Currently, within the entire sect, fewer than 100 individuals could wield the White Egret Profound Technique with such proficiency. Then, they noticed Chen Feng starting to bleed from his nose. At that moment, Chen Feng realized he was in dire straits, unintentionally attempting to play Red Dead Redemption at maximum graphics settings on an integrated graphics system. With his body involuntarily running the technique, he was unable to stop. Without someone to physically intervene, his meager foundation would surely be destroyed. Wang Yuru, perceiving the crisis, quickly struck out with her hand, dispersing the spiritual energy that was congesting within Chen Feng. Chen Feng was knocked back, hitting the ground and coughing up blood, then clambered upright in a rather disheveled manner. The audience in the live stream gasped in shock. What happened? Why did that madwoman suddenly attack Brother Feng? It's over. She must be jealous of Brother Feng's talent. Brother Feng is doomed. Brother Feng, sing, make her pregnant. Wang Hao and Qing Dai rushed over. Junior brother, are you all right? Wang Yuru was even faster, appearing beside Chen Feng in an instant, shoving a pill into his mouth, then placing her hand on his back to help him quickly refine the pill and mend his injuries. Thank you, Master. Chen Feng turned his head awkwardly, managing a smile. This time, it was indeed a failed attempt at showboating. However, this master was quite reliable. He felt fortunate to have chosen her. Wang Yuru, relieved to see he was not gravely harmed, admonished him, your foundation is weak. Do you wish to perish by operating the white egret profound technique at such high speed? I practiced a technique I acquired from bandits just yesterday, and having never cultivated such a fine method, I didn't know what to expect, Chen Feng explained sheepishly. Wang Yuru narrowed her beautiful eyes. Is that so? I suppose it's my fault for not teaching you? Chen Feng quickly laughed. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare. It's my error. Had it not been for Master intervening, I would have been utterly ruined. Humph, now you understand. Wang Yuru gave him a light shove before returning to the pavilion. I in the live stream. The viewers quickly grasped the situation. Oh, so that's it. The foundation is too weak to handle ITS, just like my graphics card sputtering smoke back in the day. Ha 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 ha. My apologies, beautiful master. Moi. I knew Master was too lovely to be a villain. Damn, wasn't he it you lot who doubted her earlier? I'm dying of laughter. Wang Yuru inquired, have you also mastered the other two techniques? Chen Feng replied, yes, but I currently lack the strength to activate them. Though she had anticipated this, Wang Yuru still felt a profound shock. Yet, she maintained her composed demeanor. Hiss. Wang Hao and Qing Dai gasped in unison. He truly learned them simply by flipping through. His comprehension is extraordinary. Indeed, extraordinarily so. Chen Feng found it somewhat amusing. Was he truly the anomaly? It was the system's doing. Suddenly, Wang Hao furrowed his brow, questioning, wait, how did you manage to intercept my sword pellet? Qing Dai blinked in confusion and asked, yeah, how? Wang Yuru furrowed her brow as well. What is going on? Wang Hao explained, well, when we went to find junior brother Chen Feng, I thought to test him with my sword pellet. Just as it was about to strike him, he suddenly turned and pinched it between his fingers, severing my connection to it in an instant. As he spoke, he retrieved the limp sword pellet. Wang Yuru's expression turned grave, harboring serious doubts about Chen Feng, suspecting he might be possessed by something. Who exactly are you, and why do you seek to infiltrate our white egret sect? Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words, wondering how to explain this predicament. Chapter 13. Senior brother Lin Shangdao Chen Feng's left hand suddenly moved, pinching a jade hairpin. With a stiff expression, he turned his head to see the sharp hairpin just a few centimeters from him, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Following that, his right hand moved, grasping a taut string aimed at his heart. Bang! A pair exploded above Chen Feng's head. Master! Chen Feng stared blankly at Wang Yuru, and before he could finish his words, he fainted, a large bump swelling on his head. Wang Yuru blinked, muttering to herself in a curious tone. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy or soul, indicating that he was neither concealing his cultivation nor had been possessed. However, it was indeed an odd ability to be able to catch weapons with bare hands, while being incapable of anything else. Wang Hao and Qing Dai were speechless. Thankfully, it was only a pear. Had it been a stone, they could have set a banquet. Wang Yuru stood up, waved her hand, and said, you all go about your business, and remember, not a word about what happened here. Understood. Wang Hao and Qing Dai nodded and left, As soon as Wang Yuru lifted Qinfeng with her divine sense, a clattering of spirit stones fell to the ground. She shook a bit, causing even more to spill out. The scene was quite bizarre. After gathering all the spirit stones, Wang Yuru took Qinfeng back to her small building, intending to study him thoroughly, as it was her first encounter with such an eccentric individual. In the live stream, the audience was stunned to see Wang Yuru lay Qinfeng on a bed and then begin to undress. "Oh my master, what are you doing? Little Feng, wake up quickly, your master is undressing you." How infuriating. If there's a problem, come at me. Feng is still just a child. Feng, get out of here, master, continue. Ha ha ha, what is this holy light? Is the system treating us like outsiders? It might be a VIP scene. We need to tip to see it. Indeed, I tipped, and there's no holy light here. Goodness, the system knows how to make money. Right, it's true. Tianjiao is a boss now? In the earthly realm, Qian Feng's little fan, Yingtao, immediately tipped $100, only to be met with a screen full of holy light. She was momentarily stunned. Suspecting she had been deceived, that moment, many fans felt the same. After tipping, they still couldn't access the VIP version, only able to watch in frustration at the screen filled with holy light. They wished to expose the schemes of those old six, but ultimately chose to remain silent, as they couldn't be the only ones deceived. Some even joined the ranks of the old six. Damn, really, if I pay less, I still can't see it. I need to pay for the carnival. Master has such a great figure. If I find out you deceived me, you're doomed. Soon, more people reluctantly paid for a carnival. Yet the screen remained filled with holy light. Wow! Shameless old six, how can you do this? Woo-woo, I'll be eating dirt this month. How infuriating. I can't be the only one deceived. Indeed, it was impressive. The productions from Wa Kingdom are still too conservative. The system is incredible. This cinematography would make even the capital's top figures exclaim in admiration, "Master, Feng, TSK, TSK." Thus, more people fell for the trap. The next day, when Qian Feng awoke, the bump on his head had vanished, and he found himself submerged in a large wooden tub filled with the scent of herbs. He sensed a pair of unfriendly eyes fixed upon him, and turning his head, he felt instant embarrassment. Senior brother? Yes, beside him was Lin Shangdao, his senior brother, who had been affected by him. After giving birth, he seemed to radiate maternal warmth. Lin Shangdao smiled gently. "Junior brother, we truly are fated." Chen Feng awkwardly chuckled. Yes, senior brother. You wouldn't know, but when I first saw you on stage, I felt a great sense of familiarity, as if I were seeing a family member. I thought to myself, how fortunate it would be to become your junior brother, as long as my flattery is sweet enough. He shouldn't hit me, right? A series of delicate giggles followed, and note that it was a chorus. Not just one. Chen Feng turned to see at least 10 lovely girls standing behind him, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Lin Shangdao stood up and said, "Today's body refinement class ends here. Quickly express your thanks to the little master uncle." "Thank you, little master uncle." Lin Shangdao nodded and waved. "Good, you may disperse." The girls stifled their laughter, stealing glances at Chen Feng as they passed the bathing tub, their smiles growing wider. Chen Feng realized he had unwittingly become a teaching material, probably exposing even the moles on his backside. He stared vacantly at the AT that moment, although he was alive. He felt as though he had already perished. He had died in the White Egret sect. In the live stream. Ha 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 ha. If it weren't for the inability to screenshot, this expression could be crowned the annual best of social death. Poor child, Feng, you must bravely face life. There's no obstacle you cannot overcome. If you feel like crying, just let it out, dear. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother must be dark inside. Go for it, senior brother. Lin Shangdao placed a set of White Egret sect disciple robes on a nearby chair. All right, now we are clear. You need not fear me any longer. Rise and dress. With that, he departed. Chen Feng got up, dried himself off with the medicinal liquid, and donned his clothes. He had yet to realize that his previously weak foundation had significantly improved. His 12 meridians now rivaled those of ordinary disciples from well-off families, and of the 5 blocked channels in the 8 extraordinary meridians, 2 had been opened, leaving only 3 obstructed. Once dressed, He stepped outside and was momentarily stunned by the blazing sun above. "Oh no, I've missed my appointment." "What appointment?" Lin Shangdao, who was outside attempting to nurture his zither, inquired. Ever since Qin Feng discovered that the sword nurturing technique could be applied to other things, the upper echelons of the White Egret sect had begun secretly practicing it. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly pleaded, "Senior brother, I made an appointment with someone in the city yesterday, but I ended up fainting for an entire day. Could you please take me down the mountain?" "Of course, but it wasn't just one day. You've been unconscious for 3 days." Qin Feng was stunned. Chapter 14. A reunion with Si Hongxiu as Qin Feng and Lin Shangdao soared above the city in the White Egret. Lin Shangdao effortlessly leaped down with Qin Feng in tow. Upon entering the inn, Qin Feng looked around but did not see a figure clad in red. "Alas, she didn't wait for me. I wonder how heartbroken she must be." He approached the counter. "Innkeeper, was there a beautiful woman in red here waiting for someone 2 days ago?" Seeing Qin Feng in his White Egret sect uniform, the innkeeper smiled and replied, "Yes, she waited for 2 days." "Did she leave?" Qin Feng asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just as the innkeeper was about to confirm her departure, Si Hongxiu walked into the inn. "She is right behind you." Qin Feng turned around. And to his surprise, it truly was her. "Oh my, the elder sister is still here." Indeed, she looked magnificent. If judged solely by appearance, he might have almost failed to recognize her after days of gazing at beauties. Truly, one person's fullness can leave others unfed. Tio thinks she had waited for 3 days. "Wu Feng, if you abandon her, I will switch my allegiance." Lin Shangdao also recognized Si Hongxiu, as she had been unjustly eliminated. It wasn't that she danced poorly. Rather, her aura and figure were excessively enchanting, which affected the sect's image. Si Hongxiu bore no anger, for Qin Feng had arrived, and it was clear he had been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Qin Feng apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I was injured and fainted. I didn't expect so much time to have passed. It's all right." "Congratulations to you," Si Hongxiu replied, shaking her head with a smile. Qin Feng said to Si Hongxiu and Lin Shangdao, "Let us go to my room. I'll provide you with the items to help you pass the first assessment. It should be manageable." All right. The two followed Qin Feng to a spacious room on the 2nd floor. Having made a small profit from defeating the bandits, Qin Feng booked a large room for 7 days. "Please take a seat. I'll write out the score." Qin Feng rummaged through his luggage, producing a notebook and a steel pen, then began to write. Music had been his interest prior to studying medicine, otherwise, he wouldn't have been deemed worthy by the White Egret sect. Lin Shangdao sat beside him, glancing at the notes, only to find that he couldn't recognize a single character. "Junior brother, where are you from? Is this the script of your hometown? This is... Oh no, I forgot you can't understand. This is a simplified musical score from the far west." Laughing, he realized after writing for a while that ancient people could not comprehend modern musical notation. Ugh, what a hassle. If I start from scratch teaching modern vocal knowledge, I doubt there'll be enough time. Qin Feng felt both amused and exasperated, pondering Si Hongxiu's comprehension ability. "Wait, she might not be able, but I can." He quickly thought of a solution. "Senior brother, do you have any scores or relevant manuals?" "Of course. Could you show them to me? I want to see the format of the scores here." Lin Shangdao nodded, retrieving over 10 scores and several notes related to the 5 tones. "These notes are my years of study. You may take a look." Qin Feng perused 7 or 8 musical scores, yet none triggered the system's prompt, causing him to feel a tinge of anxiety. Detected beginner-level knowledge of the Xianyin canon. Would you like to learn it? The furrow in Qin Feng's brow finally relaxed. Yes, Xianyin canon. Annotations on the 5 tones, 7 notes, and 12 pitches. He cast aside the original simplified score and began transcribing the score for 10 Directions Ambush using this new format. Though this might be overkill for the assessment, it was a precautionary measure. Once the score was completed, Lin Shangdao had already mentally rehearsed it. What an impressive piece! Even just envisioning it in his mind conjured an atmosphere rife with danger, evoking the sensation of being amidst a brutal battlefield, filled with flashing blades and the clang of weapons. He spoke excitedly, then inquired, "By the way, what is the name of this piece?" Qin Feng replied, 10 Directions Ambush." Lin Shangdao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Marvelous. Seeing Lin Shangdao hold Chen Feng's composition in such high regard reignited the previously subdued enthusiasm within Si Hongxiu. Goodness, employing such grandiosity for a mere assessment. Pulling out 10 directions ambush no less. If the judges commend it, how could it not be a sure win? Brother Feng, prepare the champagne. The peace was secured, but the skill of this elder sister on the pipa remained uncertain. Chen Feng flexed his wrist and wiggled his fingers, asking, "May I have the pipa? I shall demonstrate it for you." Certainly, Si Hongxiu touched her wrist beads, and a pipa materialized in her hands. Chen Feng grimaced slightly, wondering how everyone seemed wealthier than him. This wrist bead storage artifact was undoubtedly expensive. Upon taking the pipa, he tuned it before beginning to play. Just as Lin Shangdao had said, an overwhelming aura of danger surged forth. Akin to the clash of blades, Si Hongxiu's alluring red lips parted slightly. This piece was not merely good. It was destined to be a timeless masterpiece. Such high-caliber music was rarely heard even within the palace. "Wow, Brother Feng can even play the pipa," Si Hongxiu remarked. "But wait, aren't you studying Western medicine? How come you are more professional than those mediocre singers? I suspect you are defaming a certain acquaintance of mine." Hey, that's a bit much, isn't it? As the performance concluded, Chen Feng returned the pipa to Si Hongxiu. Although he had dabbled with the instrument before, his skills were rather lacking. However, with the system shop offering everything from beginner to advanced pipa instruction, acquiring a book would suffice for instant mastery. After all, fans acquired skills directly through the yellow bike without needing to learn them painstakingly. Moreover, self-study of skill books would still trigger the system's one-click learning feature. Additionally, he noted that during his 3 days of unconsciousness, something significant must have occurred. The reward coins beneath the mall interface had soared to over 1 million. He intended to inquire further upon his return. Lest he appear mad by talking to himself at this moment, Si Hongxiu gazed at Chen Feng, struck by an unanticipated flutter of her heart. One hand pressed against her chest, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Thank you, but this is a renowned masterpiece. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to entrust it to me? Take it as a gift. If you feel embarrassed, find a way to repay me." Chen Feng's gaze flickered to the storage wrist beads resting on Si Hongxiu's chest. Realizing Chen Feng's attention was directed there, Si Hongxiu's face turned crimson. Noticing her discomfort, Chen Feng gently patted Lin Shangdao, who was engrossed in the score, and said, "Brother, let us take our leave, huh?" Lin Shangdao set down the score, looking at Si Hongxiu with envy. "This piece shall undoubtedly echo through the ages. Do not let my junior's intentions go to waste." Si Hongxiu nodded, her expression a blend of complexity. After Chen Feng gathered his belongings, he and Lin Shangdao prepared to depart. At the inn's entrance, Si Hongxiu wished him, "Wishing you success in the assessment. I shall await you at the White Egret sect." She hesitated. "That thing you desire, can it be exchanged for something else? My background is complicated. I fear it may bring harm to you." Chen Feng stroked his chin. Sensing that the wrist bead was extraordinary, "Perhaps it's best I forego it to avoid trouble." He smiled. "All right then, a storage bag will suffice." Si Hongxiu paused, then nodded. "All right, give me a few days. Very well, I am in no rush. Until we meet again." Chapter 15. Cultivating Immortality? I have a way. Lin Shangdao summoned his spirit beast, the azure-feathered white egret, and led Chen Feng to leap onto its back, soaring towards the White Egret sect. "Junior brother, your foundation is fragile. Do not be misled by beauty." Chen Feng was taken aback. He had not considered pursuing a relationship with Si Hongxiu, as she was not his type. He simply felt a connection and wished to assist her. Moreover, the audience adored watching her dance. If they could be classmates, it would be delightful for her to perform and help boost his popularity. After reaching 100,000 fans, he would be on the brink of 1 million. Relying solely on his broadcast would make it difficult to retain incoming viewers, as most would suspect him of being a fraud. However, if a beautiful woman were present, it would be a different story. Visitors would flock in, and 9 out of 10 would immediately follow upon seeing her. Did he not understand the nature of the cultivation world, or was he unfamiliar with humanity? After all, he had been just like that before. "Huh? Brother, are you misunderstanding? I simply admire her appearance, figure, and temperament. I have no intention of pursuing her. After all, he was here to cultivate immortality, and he had heard that being a virgin would provide benefits. Women would only impede his progress. Lin Shangdao chuckled, finding Chun Feng increasingly amusing with each encounter. There was a peculiar charm about him that made interactions delightful. I see, it is an appreciation of beauty. Much like my fondness for flowers and music, you appreciate people. Chun Feng clapped his hands, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, indeed. No one knows a younger brother better than an elder brother, Lin Shangdao smiled, feeling that their days at Yufeng would become even more entertaining. Brother, I too enjoy appreciating people. Ha ha ha, me too. Just look at my following list. With Lin Shangdao's comment, Chun Feng felt quite refined. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Bah, a bunch of old lecherous fools, Brother Feng. When will you upload the other cultivation manuals? The Qi introduction technique is progressing so slowly. I've only managed to cultivate a bit of Qi in 4 or 5 days. Wait, you managed to cultivate Qi? Goodness. Are you a rare genius in cultivation? Hee hee. I am the head of the urology department at Cow Pin Mountain, and I relish severing the golden dan of those prodigious talents. My sister is a witch in obstetrics and gynecology, specializing in depriving others of their nascent souls. Ha ha ha. I am the director of the Qingshan Mental Hospital, imprisoning over 10 powerful beings with divided spirits and several half-immortals who have gone astray. Who dares challenge me? This fellow seemed genuine, with a verified Big V status. Director, are you also starting to cultivate immortality? You are quite the eccentric, but that's all right. I am too. When you hold meetings, do promote Brother Feng's live stream to your subordinates. You must be trying to drag the director into this. Everyone, shall we cultivate immortality? I have a way. The doctors responded, oh no, the director has lost his mind. Quickly restrain him. Just the other day, I reported to my superiors and received quite the reprimand. Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud at the barrage of bizarre comments flooding the screen. Lin Shangdao inquired, why do you find it amusing, junior brother? I recalled a joke. Chun Feng replied, "Do share. Let me enjoy it too," Lin Shangdao urged. Chun Feng recounted, initially, I went to the Qingyan sect for the assessment, but I was eliminated during the foundational check at the first hurdle. If Master Yuxian knew, he would likely revise the assessment order overnight. Lin Shangdao chuckled, shaking his head. I doubt that. After all, individuals like you are exceedingly rare. Having exchanged a few words, they soon arrived at the White Egret sect's Yufeng. Lin Shangdao led Chun Feng to a modest courtyard. Junior brother, this will be your residence. I will be over there, and second senior brother Wang Hao is next to you. Lin Shangdao gestured to the scattered courtyard, adding, additionally, there are your 4th senior sisters, 5th senior brothers, 6th senior sisters, and 8th senior sisters' residences. Chun Feng, puzzled, asked, wait, what about the 3rd senior sister and 7th senior sister? With a sigh, Lin Shangdao responded, you will be occupying the former quarters of the 3rd senior sister. She encountered danger during her training journey and has since perished. Her nameplate remains shattered here at the sect. Alas, we do not know where the incident occurred. And the 7th senior sister? Chun Feng pressed on, sensing the situation might differ. Lin Shangdao's irritation was palpable. That traitor has fled to the Haohuan sect. Should I encounter her, I shall not spare her. Chun Feng was speechless. Why abandon the White Egret sect for such an inappropriate place? Brother Feng, does this mean you have someone in the Haohuan sect? We should visit one day, lest outsiders take advantage. ULOIT is imperative we go. Remember to gather the dual cultivation manuals and various potent medicines. That is a must, and I shall support it wholeheartedly. Please ensure you go now. Brothers, have you not yet consulted traditional medicine? I am dying of laughter. A single phrase has summoned a swarm of kidney-deficient old geezers. Lin Shangdao added, by the way, that song about porcelain you performed during the assessment. Remember to write out the score. I will take you to exchange for some cultivation resources. Oh, certainly. Chun Feng never anticipated that composing songs could exchange for cultivation resources. Truly, the Bailu sect is perfectly suited for him. After bidding farewell to Lin Shangdao, Chun Feng made his way to his small courtyard. The entire courtyard was adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, encircled by a wall. He pushed open the wooden door, which creaked in protest. The door was inadequate. He resolved to replace it with a security door and an intelligent lock. He also intended to install a surveillance camera and a light bulb at the entrance. The courtyard spanned approximately 50 square meters, with numerous scars etched into the stone slabs, likely remnants of the previous owner's magical practices. Upon opening the door to the tiled room, he found a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room. It seemed he would need to allocate some space in the courtyard for a kitchen. Additionally, a water pump for the well was necessary, along with a toilet. How strange. Did the previous owner not have to relieve himself? Or did they resolve such matters in the nearby grove? Is it possible that inner disciples, after 3 years of cultivation in the outer sect, had transcended the need for such mundane affairs? He might just be the first inner disciple in history to require such a necessity. Brother Feng, perhaps you should get a dog. It would save on toilet paper. Goodness, what kind of fiend is upstairs? Certain images lingered in his mind, leaving Qin Feng both amused and bewildered. He had genuinely forgotten about the practice of fasting. By the way, what transpired during those 3 days I was unconscious? Why did you all shower me with over 1 million in rewards? In the live stream, the audience fell into a collective silence. This was their lifelong sorrow. Those damned old sixes, reimburse me for my carnival. Qin Feng wore a peculiar expression. Why had these fellows suddenly gone mute? Was the earth experiencing a blackout? Chapter 16. Surveillance. After tidying up his courtyard, Qin Feng did not rush into renovations. After all, he had the ability to create paper figures, and once his cultivation improved, he could command them like ordinary people. He could arrange for them to do the renovations later. The spiritual stones, clothing, sword, and guitar that he had originally possessed were already placed in his bedroom. After completing the lyrics for Tsinghua CI, he wrote a simplified music score introduction, hoping it might persuade the sect to abandon the antiquated format of ancient scores, which were predominantly text and exceedingly time-consuming. Furthermore, the system shop offered solar power generators, computers, and printers. However, after completing these tasks, the sun had already begun to set. Qin Feng purchased a bento box from the system to appease his dinner hunger and began his cultivation with the spiritual stones. He noticed a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed, as if his foundation had strengthened. Recalling his awakening in a medicinal bath, Qin Feng understood why. Atop Yufeng Mountain, the sect leader by Qinxue and peak master Wang Yuru sat barefoot on a white velvet blanket. Their garments partially unfastened as they sipped wine, creating a scene of exquisite allure. Before them was a luminous screen displaying Qin Feng. It turned out they had been monitoring him all along. He was indeed not from Jiuzhou, and it was uncertain whether he hailed from overseas, but he certainly possessed a plethora of peculiar items from the upper realm. Moreover, it appeared he had been communicating with many individuals from afar. However, one thing was certain. He held no malice towards the sect and genuinely sought to learn. Keep a close watch. We cannot rule out the possibility that he is merely putting on a show for us. Bai Qinxue remarked as she rose, I must return to my cultivation. Wang Yuru grasped Bai Qinxue's hand, her enchanting eyes filled with longing, and asked, Will you not stay with me tonight? Bai Qinxue felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately resisted. Hadn't they agreed that the last time would be the final occasion? Steeling herself, she resolved to cultivate diligently. Though stay, Wang Yuru playfully licked her fingers like a cat, causing Bai Qinxue to shiver. Very well, a silent formation and a privacy barrier activated within the small building. The next day, Lin Shangdao was watering flowers in his small courtyard when he looked up to see sect leader Bai Qinxue departing from the mountaintop building. Soaring towards the main peak, sighing, he shook his head and resumed tending to the flowers in the grove. Qin Feng shook himself awake and donned his pants. It was, after all, a good deed to offer fertilizer to nature first thing in the morning. Thankfully, the live stream had not yet commenced. Otherwise, the audience would have berated him extensively. Meanwhile, in the mountaintop building, Wang Yuru, her complexion still flushed, was now certain that this fellow had no inkling of being watched. To be honest, it was her first experience witnessing someone using the restroom. Wang Yuru waved her hand, dispelling the water mirror technique, and began her cultivation. Good morning, senior brother. I've completed the song sheet for Tsinghua CI. And I've also organized the simplified scores from the Extreme West. Oh, let me see. Lin Shangdao replied with delight, as he accepted the simplified score introduction. He had noticed yesterday that the simplified score seemed more convenient and straightforward than their current notation method, making it exceptionally suitable for promotion. As a golden core cultivator, his memory and comprehension were naturally strong, and soon he had perused the entire simplified score introduction. Marvelous. Even if the sect elders and other peak masters disagree, I will ensure my disciples learn this simplified notation. Lin Shangdao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let's go to Ji Peak and find Master Feng. With him on our side, the obstacles to promotion within the sect will be considerably reduced. With that, he lifted Qin Feng and soared into the sky, heading towards the misty Ji Peak. Chen Dong was speechless, feeling as though he had become akin to a cat these past few days, often being whisked away by the nape of his neck. When will I be able to fly on my own? As the saying goes, looking at the mountain makes the horse run faster. Although the two peaks appeared close, they were still separated by over 20 miles. Shouldn't we inform our master? She has already deemed such trivial matters beneath her concern. Chen Feng nodded, then curiously gazed at the scenery below and asked, Senior brother, who are the outer disciples in the valley plains, and who are those on the small mountains? They are the sect elders. For instance, if master were to pass on the position of peak master to me, she would become an elder, leaving Yufeng to establish a cave dwelling amidst these lofty mountains. Chen Feng inquired, Are there many elders in our sect? 300 years ago, during the battle between righteous and demonic forces, many perished. Those who survived chose to enter seclusion, striving for higher realms. How many elders remain, I cannot say. The battle between righteous and demonic forces. Qin Feng's interest peaked. This was a narrative he found captivating. Lin Shangdao seemed reluctant to delve into the subject, thus he suggested, later, have second senior brother take you to the main peak's library. It contains detailed records. Oh, understood. Chen Feng nodded. If Yufeng's hallmark was its pear blossoms and clear springs, then Ji Peak's charm lay in its maple leaves and waterfalls. The mountains were adorned with towering maple trees and ochre-hued leaves, exuding a sense of grandeur tinged with melancholy. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Feng Guhua erupted into laughter, as if he wished to strike someone. Shangdao, you truly understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. You brought this boy here for me to vent my frustrations? Lest my thoughts become muddled. Chen Feng recoiled, retreating behind Lin Shangdao, feeling regretful. Had he known, he would have allowed Lin Shangdao to come alone. Ahem, Master Feng, I apologize on behalf of my junior. Lin Shangdao awkwardly bowed in apology, and Qin Feng followed suit. Lin Shangdao then presented the simplified score introduction to Feng Guhua. Today, we have an important matter to discuss with you. Please have a look at this first. Fine, I am not a petty person. Feng Guhua accepted the simplified score introduction and began to read, his eyes gradually brightening to "Oh, it can be recorded in this manner. Excellent." Just as Lin Shangdao had said, with Feng Guhua advocating, the simplified notation swiftly passed the sect's council. Intending to promote it throughout the entire sect. As a reward, Chen Feng received a bottle of qi nurturing pills and a foundation establishment pill. The former would assist in cultivation, and the latter would bolster his foundation during the establishment process. You still have 3 meridians unbroken within you. With the help of the foundation establishment pill, you should be able to open one during your foundation establishment. The last 2 will depend on your future opportunities. Thank you, senior brother. After returning to Yufeng, Qin Feng excitedly retreated to his small courtyard to consume the pills and continue his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped by once more. On this day, a knock echoed at the door of his courtyard. Upon opening it, Qin Feng discovered Lin Shangdao standing at the entrance with Si Hongxiu. Hey, I knew you could do it. This is all thanks to your score. Little Uncle, Chapter 17. Young man, your path has narrowed. It turned out that Lin Shangdao, in consideration of Qin Feng, had transferred Si Hongxiu from the outer sect to the inner sect of Yufeng. Since Wang Yuru had effectively retired from accepting disciples, Si Hongxiu naturally became Lin Shangdao's apprentice. Consequently, Qin Feng became her little uncle in a doubling of familial ties. In the livestream, upon seeing Si Hongxiu's return, numerous lurking viewers emerged. Senior brother, splendid work. Little aunt, you must not lay hands on your nephew. That would be a moral decline, Brother Feng. That's precisely the moral decline we seek. Exhilarating. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, don't cry. You still have us. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Si Hongxiu was truly not to his taste. As long as his storage bag remained intact, he was content. He beckoned the 2 of them, saying, Come in and sit. I'll treat you to something delicious. Lin Shangdao shook his head. I still have to teach my disciples. I must take my leave. Oh, master brother. Please take care. Cai Hongxiu followed Chen Feng into the small courtyard and soon witnessed him retrieving a chilled iron canister from a peculiar cabinet, which he proceeded to open and inserted a small tube before her. This is cola. Give it a T or YUM. Cai Hongxiu took a sip and was momentarily stunned. The effervescence bursting in her mouth made her nearly believe she had consumed poison. Yet, her taste buds insisted that it was delightful, urging her to take another swig. The taste is quite unique. After a couple of sips, she produced a finely crafted red storage pouch, embroidered with an ancient character for wind. This is the storage pouch you requested. Thank you. The character looks rather beautiful. I like it. I'm glad you appreciate it. Cai Hongxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Previously, she had deemed the art of needlework trivial while in the palace. Now she regretted not mastering it, as she could only embroider simple designs. By the way, do you have any spirit stones? I have some left. If you need them, I can share. Just as Cai Hongxiu was about to offer Chen Feng a portion of the 100,000 spirit stones she had secretly brought out of the palace, he turned and entered the house, emerging moments later with more than a dozen sheets of music scores laid out on the table. Come, take a look at these scores. They are clearly priced at 200 spirit stones each. Cai Hongxiu's expression twitched. The words she had intended to utter suddenly lodged in her throat. She suspected she might have misunderstood something. Goodness, you are truly something, Brother Feng. Young man, you've narrowed the path. It should be 1,000 spirit stones. Brother Feng, such a fool. Hasn't he seen the older sister's expression stiffen? Discussing emotions while spending money, he feels as though Brother Feng has missed an opportunity for easy gain. No worries, there are plenty of older sisters and young married women on the mountain. There will always be chances. Directly approaching the sect master would be the real treat. Is it fragrant at the banquet? Brother Feng, keep at it, stay true to yourself, and never fall for the charms of beautiful women. They will only slow your cultivation and deplete your spirit stones. In that moment, it was hard to discern whether the upstairs sentiments were sincere or feigned. Chen Feng looked at Cai Hongxiu with eager anticipation. If you report back to your sect regarding these scores, you could also receive some energy-regenerating pills as a reward. Buying them would be a worthy investment. Cai Hongxiu took a deep breath. Her brows lifted slightly. All right, I'll take them all. How many spirit stones will it cost me? Chen Feng was taken aback. He knew Cai Hongxiu might be somewhat wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated her to be this affluent. 1,500, and I will throw in a box of musical lollipops. As he spoke, he placed a colorful heart-shaped box of lollipops on the table. Beautifully packaged alongside the music scores, Cai Hongxiu gazed at the colorful heart-shaped lollipops. The inscriptions on them appeared more concise than those of Jojo, yet some words were still recognizable: love, romance, sweetness, and lover. Her cheeks flushed once more. Realizing that while Chen Feng pretended to sell music scores, it was these gifts that held true significance for her. However, it was evident that Chen Feng genuinely needed spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to selling music scores. An act so lacking in grace. Moreover, he could have simply asked her directly for what he needed yet chose to offer music scores instead. This realization shifted her perspective. Perhaps it was a matter of a man's pride. He did not wish to gain without effort. She retrieved 15 egg-sized azure spirit crystals and placed them on the table. These are 15 medium-grade spirit crystals, equivalent to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Chun Feng's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of spirit crystals. He had heard from Qingdai that their price had surged, now fetching 160 spirit stones for a single crystal, and yet they were still hard to come by. The efficacy of spirit crystals in cultivation far surpassed that of spirit stones and pills, which could lead to pill toxicity if consumed excessively, whereas spirit crystals were pure and easily absorbed. Impressive. It is evident you are someone of great ambition. Allow me to gift you a box of 99 everlasting rose-scented soaps, he added. I also accept custom orders. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Trust me, my talents exceed your imagination. Cai Hongxiu's face reddened further. She recognized the roses, as they adorned the imperial garden, and her mother adored them. It was said that they were brought by a merchant sect from overseas. Symbolizing love, and 99 roses represented the utmost passion. The fact that Qin Feng gifted her everlasting ones was unmistakably significant. In the live stream room, viewers couldn't help but admire Chun Feng's business acumen. If only I had his eloquence and audacity, I wouldn't have lost over 100,000 running a restaurant. To sell something worth barely 100 for such a price in the cultivation realm? Brother Feng, if you throw in a diamond ring, you won't just be doing business. You'll be proposing. I wondered why it felt odd. This livestream is truly hard to share with friends. Seeing this scene, they'd call me foolish for being deceived. You need to help them buy a book on breath control. Believe it or not, I've already started cultivating, feeling quite pleased. Upon hearing that custom songs could be composed, Si Hongxiu's curiosity piqued. She blinked her alluring peach blossom eyes and said, "Then write me a song. If it's good, this lady will generously reward you." "All right, wait a moment." Qin Feng dashed back to his study to retrieve his musical instruments while quietly asking the audience in the live stream, "Brothers, what should I sing? Whether I can profit hinges on your suggestions. Can someone analyze this wealthy lady's personality? What kind of music would please her? Try Qian Shi. My girlfriend has a similar personality and enjoys hearing me sing it." "Yes, that's a good choice. The wealthy lady will surely like it. Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we can switch. With 2 centuries worth of song repertoire, there's bound to be one she'll appreciate. Ancient style songs are great. Qian Shi is powerful enough. Let's give it a try." Chun Feng nodded, believing Qian Shi to be a good option. Chapter 18. A song of Qian Shi disturbed Si Hongxiu's heart with his guitar slung over his back. A speaker in one hand and a laptop in the other, Chun Feng emerged from the study. "Hold on. I'll prepare a complete version for you." He then retrieved a portable hard drive, connected it to the laptop, and set up a makeshift karaoke system with the speaker and microphone. Si Hongxiu watched with curiosity while sipping her soda, noticing the multitude of novel items in Chun Feng's space. "All right, we're starting now. A fully arranged version that will surely satisfy you." Si Hongxiu nodded with a smile, oblivious to Qin Feng's intentions to capitalize on her spirit crystals. Qin Feng began the accompaniment. The sound of a flowing piano melody resonated from the speaker. Si Hongxiu blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected the seemingly lifeless black box to produce such beautiful music. Chun Feng strummed the guitar along with the accompaniment and began to sing with a melodious and soothing voice. "Who mocks beauty and boasts, how can a heart be matched when lost?" The sound of the zither was crisp, the lights dimmed. "You and I, the perfect pair." Such lyrics and melodies were quite common in modern times. So Chun Feng thought little of it. Yet, for Si Hongxiu, it was a straightforward declaration of love. She felt as if a spirit rabbit were leaping wildly within her chest, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. In that moment, she admitted to herself that she was on the verge of falling. However, she feared that being with Chun Feng would only lead to his detriment. "Without you, that is the true original sin. Without a heart, how can one be matched? You in rags, I in colors, together we traverse mountains and rivers. You may be weary, but I will brighten your days. It is your kiss that opens the ink, staining my eyes with tears, performing the joys and sorrows of parting for whom? They misunderstand each other. Yet I am at your mercy. I in this world. Where can one find perfection?" She gazed at Qin Feng with rapt attention, her mind swirling with vivid fantasies inspired by the lyrics. To earn a generous reward from the wealthy sister, Chun Feng poured his heart into the performance. With orchid fingers, I weave through the ephemeral world. On a 3-foot platform, everything enters the song. Singing of parting, grief becomes joy. In the midst of vibrant red, it turns to ash. May someone remember someone. The best of years, in the live stream room, viewers began to sense something amiss. Something's off. The wealthy lady seems to be moved. Oh no. The wealthy lady appears to be completely captivated by the foolish host. Give me a break. I'm enchanted too. Brother Feng sings exceptionally well. Oh no. How could I forget that those people over there are quite subtle? How can they withstand such a direct and passionate lyrical bombardment? This is not merely showcasing talent. This is clearly a love proposal. What have we done? If Brother Feng ends up living off her, every one of us bears responsibility. Darn it. What a blunder. Had I known, I would have had him sing Chrysanthemum Terrace instead. Those who suggested Qian Shi, you better strum your little guitar 100 times. Wealthy lady, hold firm. We must not let Brother Feng prevail. At this moment, Chun Feng had already commenced singing the second verse. With your pull, I dance as if in flight. With your guidance, I discern the nuances of advance and retreat. Both joy and sorrow accompany me, my every gesture in alignment with humility and gentleness. Rendered absolute, Chun Feng sang. He discreetly cast a glance at Si Hongxiu, uncertain of her satisfaction in that fleeting instant. Si Hongxiu met Chen Feng's gaze, and her heart felt as though it had melted under the intensity of his eyes. Noticing her apparent contentment, Chun Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. You are obstinate while I remain oblivious. My heart's fire cannot bear to simmer down. You wither, yet I have not faded. You grow weary, and I dare not tire. What shall I use to warm you for 1,000 years? Just as they were about to transition into the climactic chorus, Si Hongxiu could no longer contain herself. She had already been betrothed to the heir of the Northern Town King, a formidable figure among the peak powers of the 9 continents, who transcended the tribulations of integration. The heir himself was a fully realized golden core cultivator, and any entanglement with Chen Feng would undoubtedly lead to his demise, unless he remained sequestered within the White Egret sect for eternity. It was merely a matter of time before she was discovered here. I'm sorry, I cannot bring harm upon you. With that, she covered her mouth and burst into tears, fleeing the scene. Chun Feng stood there, dumbfounded, watching her retreating silhouette, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Yet, judging by her back, one could tell she was well nurtured. The fare of affluent households certainly nourished well. This conclusion had far exceeded my expectations. Well done, wealthy sister. Do not be misled by a fleeting moment of foolish sentiment. Brother Feng, do not be disheartened. You still have us, came the laughter. Who has an electronic wooden fish? Please bring it out for a knock. Lest our merits fall short. Only I sense that Si Hongxiu harbors a hidden distress. Could it be that she has a fiancé, particularly one from such a powerful family? Ah, this plot thickens intriguingly. Brother Feng, hasten your growth. Do not fall short in strength later on. Chen Feng scratched his head, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. It seemed Si Hongxiu had misunderstood significantly. Alas, I suppose I shall explain when I see her again. Just then, Wang Hao entered. How did you manage to play so many instruments just now? And what happened with that girl? She seemed quite distressed. If you are facing any difficulties, do share. We can seek our senior brother's assistance. Chen Feng felt a bit awkward and could only shake his head. It was merely a slight misunderstanding. We can clear it up when we meet again. Simultaneously playing various instruments involved recording each one in advance and then playing them together. Wang Hao's face lit up with understanding. I see. It's akin to the echo technique and echo stones. By the way, that song you performed earlier was splendid, though the lyrics were rather explicit. Singing it carelessly to a girl could easily lead to misunderstandings. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Do you have any other matters? Chen Feng sensed that Wang Hao had more to say but was hesitant. Indeed, Wang Hao replied, his face slightly flushed, could you possibly share the sheet music with me? I would like to sing it to the girl I cherished. Of course. Chen Feng chuckled, having anticipated a request for money and was pleasantly surprised instead. After receiving the sheet music, Wang Hao reciprocated by leaving behind a secret manual. Junior brother, this flowing water flying sword technique is a gift for you. It includes the method for refining sword pills, which I discovered during my adventures in an abandoned cave. Should you decide to venture out in the future, it will provide you with an additional means of defense. Chen Feng was elated. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Thank you, senior brother. Once Wang Hao departed, Chen Feng opened the flowing water flying sword technique. Detected intermediate high-grade sword Dao manual flowing water flying sword technique. Would you like to learn it? The quality seemed quite decent. I shall learn it. Having mastered the flowing water flying sword technique, Chen Feng took his spiritual crystals back to his room for cultivation. After half a month, he had absorbed all the spiritual stones and crystals, reaching the 3rd layer of qi refining, his speed of progress leaving everyone astounded, once again labeling him a prodigy. Brothers, I have emerged from seclusion. Today I plan to visit the Qingyun sect to claim the rewards from there. Also, dear friends, please help me promote. I only need another 100,000 to unlock a 1,000,000 follower treasure chest. Chapter 19. More generous than the elder in the novice village junior brother. What brings you to the Qingyun sect? I hope to inquire about a body tempering technique. We also have body tempering techniques in the white egret sect, such as the 5-tone wave body refining technique, which is rare for honing one's internal organs. What I seek is a technique that enhances resilience. Wang Hao was puzzled. As long as one's techniques and abilities were strong enough to subdue foes, what was the need to prepare for taking hits? Surely there were defensive techniques available. However, considering Chun Feng's ability to indiscriminately cause trouble and attract unwanted attention, it seemed wise to learn a technique to withstand blows. After all, had it not been for him, Chen Feng would have been ambushed by disciples from the palace and corner peaks during their last visit. Given that he had inadvertently caused the peak master and the senior sister to be with child, it was merely a matter of time before he faced retribution. With this in mind, it became apparent that this young junior brother truly needed a body tempering technique that bolstered resilience. Was this the self-awareness of a prodigious talent? The two descended gracefully upon the gates of the Qingyun sect. The disciples clad in blue uniforms at the entrance inquired, "Who goes there? What brings you here?" Wang Hao clasped his hands together and replied, "I am Wang Hao, a disciple of the White Egret sect's Peak, accompanied by my junior brother Chen Feng, here to pay our respects to your esteemed master." Jade Xian Jinren, we kindly request an announcement. The Qingyun sect disciples quickly recognized their White Egret sect attire. "Ah, it is the senior brothers from the White Egret sect. Please wait a moment while I make an inquiry." "Thank you, esteemed disciple of Qingyun sect." Before long, the gatekeeper returned, accompanied by a middle-aged Taoist. Wang Hao whispered, "That is senior brother Yang Zhan, the third disciple of Jade Xian Zhanren. As the middle-aged Taoist descended, Wang Hao and Chen Feng both respectfully greeted him. "Yang Zhan, senior brother." Yang Zhan Taoist smiled and returned the greeting. "Junior brother Wang, it has been a long time." "Junior brother Chen Feng, I was flying beside our master over 20 days ago. I wonder if you remember." "Indeed, I do. Your noble and heroic demeanor is etched in my memory," Chen Feng replied, maintaining a calm facade. Wang Hao was speechless. This junior brother had an uncanny talent for embellishment. The affable Taoist's demeanor hardly exuded nobility and heroism. If he possessed even half of Chen Feng's audacity and eloquence, he wouldn't still be unable to win over the senior sister of the palace peak. "Ha ha ha, junior brother Chen Feng, you are truly delightful. My master is awaiting you. Please follow me." Yang Zhan Taoist raised his hand, conjuring 3 chi swords before him, upon which he stepped onto the central one. Wang Hao followed onto the left, while Chen Feng joyously stepped onto the right. Yang Zhan Taoist guided the chi swords into the air, carrying the 3 towards the main peak of the Qingyun sect. The highest mountain of Qingyun Mountain. I have yet to comprehend the 3rd layer of nurturing swords with emotion. I hope to seek your guidance upon our return, junior brother Chen Feng. You are too kind? Senior brother Yang Dai, in truth, the 3rd layer lacks any special tricks. It relies entirely on love. Love? Yang Zhan Taoist pondered. In the live stream, viewers could not help but laugh. Oh no, someone is about to be bamboozled. Can nonsense really work? The issue is, others are unaware of Brother Feng's true nature as a fool. Speaking of which, Brother Feng's sword-flying appearance was quite handsome. I wonder what skill rewards await from this checkpoint. It seems that the rewards from location checkpoints are related to the respective sects. The White Egret sect, known for its dual talents in singing and dancing, had opened with a hauntingly eerie rendition of Shi. I would guess it has something to do with the sword Dao. In the jade bamboo forest atop the Qingyun sect's main peak, Jade Xian Jinren was engaged in a game of chess with a one-armed old Taoist. "Senior brother, have you not been struggling to grasp that sword classic? Perhaps you could have that child take a look. He might discern something." The one-armed old Taoist shook his head. "I have pondered for a century without unraveling its mysteries. How could a mere junior without any foundation possibly perceive what I could not? I would willingly gift him my frosty moon if he could," Jade Xian Jinren replied. "He has merits to his name. Perhaps it is possible." The one-armed old Taoist fell silent. Perhaps there was a chance after all. His time was drawing near, and if he still could not penetrate the sword classic to glimpse the secrets of the sword Dao, it would indeed be a great regret. They have arrived. Jade Xian Jinren lifted his gaze toward the sky, where 3 figures descended upon chi swords. "Master, second uncle," they greeted. "We pay our respects to Jade Xian Jinren and Jade Ming Jinren." Chen Feng immediately mimicked Wang Hao. "We pay our respects to Jade Xian Jinren and Jade Ming Jinren." Jade Xian Jinren smiled. "Junior nephew Chen Feng, What brings you to visit the old Dao today? To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. I merely wish to broaden my horizons at the Qingyun sect, as it is renowned as a sacred place of the Xinmin, which I have long admired, Chun Feng replied with a smile. Nearby, Wang Hao was speechless. The sacred place of the Xinmin was mentioned, and Chun Feng had the audacity to say it out loud. If the Shinkong Palace caught wind of this, they would surely give him a sound reprimand. Nevertheless, the flattery was received pleasantly by Jade Xianjunren and the others. Ha ha, then let your senior brother Yangzhen show you around. Thank you, Jade Xianjunren. Indeed, how delightful it is that you have come today. My senior brother possesses a treasured tome of swordsmanship, a compendium that has eluded complete comprehension for centuries. Anyone who catches even the faintest glimpse of its mysteries is sure to make significant strides in the path of the sword. Your exceptional insight and accumulated virtues make you a worthy candidate to attempt this. Chun Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. Such fortune seemed incredible. This little old man must have been the village chief of a beginner's village in his past life to be so generous. My heartfelt gratitude to Master Yu Xian. Thank you, Master Yu Ming. Wang Hao, filled with unabashed envy, could not help but feel the weight of his own situation, for he too was among the few in the Bai Lu sect who dabbled in the sword arts. Moreover, this was not his first visit to the Qingyun sect. Why had he never encountered such opportunities before? In stark contrast, Chun Feng was gifted sword cultivation techniques by Master Yu Xian on the day of assessment, and now he was presented with this profound tome. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he might have shed tears, pondering the stark disparities in fortune among individuals. Just as he thought this was the culmination of his fortune, Master Yu Ming's words shattered his expectations even further. If you can comprehend this tome, I shall bestow upon you my life-bound treasure, Frost Sky Cold Moon, nurtured for 500 years. Wang Hao and Yang Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. For the implications of this statement were profound. On one hand, a life-bound treasure nurtured over 5 centuries must possess extraordinary power. On the other hand, to gift such a treasure indicated that its original owner was nearing the end of their days. Seeking a worthy successor, Chun Feng was equally astonished. The Qingyun sect was exceedingly generous. Excellent, let this continue. Once I become invincible, I shall protect you all. Thank you, Master Yu Ming, for your graciousness. I end the live stream. The audience was left speechless. It was confirmed. The Qingyun sect truly was the legendary beginner's village. Exceptionally generous indeed. One could almost imagine the elder of Qingyun donning a red uniform each December. Donning a little red hat, accompanied by spirit beasts and sleds, traversing the western lands to deliver gifts. Let us see if you can comprehend the sword tome, Master Yu Ming declared, placing a heavy stone book upon the table. Inscribed with the 4 gilded characters, Sword Path Heaven Made. Chun Feng reached out and opened the stone book. Its pages had a unique texture, devoid of any words or images, save for some enigmatic patterns. These patterns resembled clouds in the sky, mountains on the ground, and the reflections of all worldly matters. Detected Forbidden Grade Supreme Swordsmanship Manual, Forest of Swords. Would you like to learn? Accompanying warning. Those without great fortune who attempt to learn this tome will face 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the one-handed Master Yu Ming, uncertain whether to consider him fortunate or unfortunate. To label him fortunate was to say that he had not truly comprehended this tome. Otherwise, he would have certainly lost more than just a hand. To deem him unfortunate was to acknowledge that he had acquired this perilous tome at the cost of one hand. As for his words, with the system at his disposal, he was undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Learn. Upon regaining his senses, Chun Feng discovered that the bamboo grove had been bathed in a crimson glow. Unbeknownst to him, evening had arrived. This was his first experience using the one-button learning feature of the system, yet it had consumed so much time. Moreover, while he felt he had learned, it was as if he had not learned anything at all. His mind was a blank, void of recollection of the learning process, leaving only a singular instinctual result, akin to the bizarre skills bestowed by the system. Forest of Sword Heart LV1. Sword Path Divine Ability. Where the heart directs, all can become a sword. Slash, explode, sacrifice. Can be enhanced through sword practice, 0-10,000. Wow, the streamer has finally awakened. Brother Tion, Please don't do this. I am frightened. We agreed to be silly together. Yet you suddenly seem to be showing off your prowess. If you dare become the dragon overlord, I will unfollow you. Quickly, tell us what peculiar or dark skills you have acquired this time. Chen Feng was somewhat exasperated. He was merely a quiet, handsome man. How had he become the butt of their jokes? As Chen Feng opened his eyes, his expression gradually returned to clarity, prompting Master Yu Ming to eagerly inquire. How fare you, disciple? He had been bubbling with excitement all day. As though he had been invigorated, in contrast, Master Yu Xian appeared slightly more composed, though his face still bore a look of joy. Wang Hao and Yang Zhan, however, seemed utterly dazed, a prodigy, truly too prodigious. How can one even compete? Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his temple. I have indeed comprehended it, but this tome is more akin to an existence of law and divine ability. Once learned, it manifests as instinct, much like how we are innately capable of walking. I cannot even articulate my insights, for I have no idea how I learned it. Ha ha ha, as long as you have comprehended it. That is what matters. Such an ineffable existence is surely elusive. Otherwise, I would not have struggled to comprehend it throughout my life. Indeed, do not be anxious. We have faith in you. By the way, this tome is envied by the heavens. Those without great fortune who study it shall face 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Should anyone attempt to comprehend it in the future, they must be prepared. Wang Hao and Yang Zhen immediately averted their gazes from the stone book. Realizing the gravity of the situation, 3 calamities and 9 tribulations were trials faced by those in the tribulation phase. Endure them, and one might ascend to immortality. Fail, and one would be reduced to ashes. Master Yu Xian's expression darkened as he seemed to recall numerous thoughts. Master Yu Ming's pallor turned ghostly white, and he staggered towards the depths of the bamboo grove, murmuring, So it is, so it is. I have brought ruin upon everyone. I have nearly extinguished the talents of 2 generations of disciples from the Qingyun sect. Woe is me! I should not have brought this tome back with that. He abruptly knelt, bowing his head 3 times before transforming into starlight and soaring into the heavens, ultimately dissolving into spirit rain that enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. Master Uncle? Yang Zhen's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Master Yu Xian, too, pained, closed his eyes as tears streamed down his cheeks. Brother Feng. With but a single phrase, I have driven a powerful being to self-destruction. Flee, for it seems you are about to incur wrath once more. Wait, why do I say once more? Enough of this. Brother Tian may be infuriating, and many may wish to strike him, but he has yet to endure any punishment. Thus, he must not be spared this time. Surely this is the fault of the second Santa Claus elder himself? What a farce! Chen Feng awkwardly covered his mouth, unaware that his words would lead to such dire consequences. Can we not have a civil conversation? Why resort to self-destruction? As some of the spirit rain selectively fell upon Chen Feng, he was momentarily stunned. Level 4 Qi cultivation? Level 5? Level 6? Level 9? Good heavens! This Master Yu Ming is truly generous. Shouldn't he express his gratitude? Absolutely. Chen Feng immediately knelt and bowed 3 times at the spot where Master Yu Ming had dissipated. Wang Hao's cultivation also experienced a slight boost from the spirit rain, nearly breaking into a smile. Thankfully, Chen Feng knelt first, prompting him to return to his senses and follow suit. Master Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, The matter of the tome being envied by the heavens must remain confidential. I do not wish for my senior brother to depart bearing infamy. Moreover, the tome and frost sky cold moon shall be bestowed upon my disciple, Chen Feng. Will you not reserve it for future disciples of great fortune? Both Chen Feng and Yang Zhan were taken aback, looking quizzically at their master. Master Yu Xian sighed. If this item remains in my possession, I can restrain it today, but should I leave, it may lead future disciples to repeat past mistakes. It is best to part with it. Recalling the past talents who had perished after glimpsing the tome and making progress in swordsmanship, Master Yu Xian grew even more wary of the tome. This is akin to a bun laced with poison. If someone succumbs to temptation and takes a bite, calamity will surely follow. Fear not, I shall announce that in a fit of rage, I destroyed the tome in honor of my senior brother. No one will trouble you. Then I am grateful for Master Yu Xin's generosity. Chun Feng carefully stored the tome and the beautifully crafted Frost Sky Cold Moon sword into his storage bag. As the evening wore on, you should stay on the mountain tonight. Thank you, Master Yu Xin. Indeed, I must attend to my senior brother's funeral, so I shall take my leave. Master Yu Xin departed, and Yang Zhan wiped his eyes, saying, Come, my two junior brothers. Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. Chun Feng and Wang Hao followed Yang Zhan to a separate courtyard within the Dao Palace, settling into a spacious abode. After Yang Zhan left, Chun Feng could not help but exclaim, The Qingyun sect seems far wealthier than us. That is certainly true. The Qingyun sect primarily practices swordsmanship and thunder techniques, possessing formidable combat strength, boasting 9 superior spirit mines, 16 ordinary spirit mines, and numerous restaurants and businesses. Unlike us, we have merely 4 superior spirit mines, 8 ordinary spirit mines, and a handful of tea houses and dance troupes. As Wang Hao spoke, he plopped down into a chair and began guzzling a bottle of soda. Chun Feng could not resist quipping. No wonder the sect leader's hair turned white with worry. Pft, cough, cough. Wang Hao sputtered out his soda, then looked at Chun Feng incredulously. The sect leader's hair turned white due to a great opportunity. He acquired the Ice Phoenix's essence, not because of worry. Mind your words, or you might find yourself in trouble. With that, he shook his head and retreated to his room to consolidate his newfound cultivation. Brother Feng, shall we not engage in some business for the Bai Lu sect? With the intent of strengthening the sect, one must recognize that the consumption capacity of the common folk in a feudal society is quite limited. To truly prosper, one ought to engage in high-end business ventures to accrue spiritual stones. By introducing high-yield crops, wouldn't the consumption levels rise in a few years? If one were to approach the Zhuzhou royal court, wouldn't that directly lead to titles and positions of nobility? Indeed, Feng Ge, let us proceed along this main storyline. Chun Feng nodded thoughtfully, seemingly finding merit in this notion. By the way, isn't it time to unveil the check-in rewards? The broadcast is nearing its end. Yes, do hurry. I'm eager to see what it is. Understood. Stop urging me. Chun Feng made his way to the courtyard, settling onto a stone bench to examine the rewards he had received from today's check-in. Chapter 21. The new skill. The nemesis of Cad and Deadbeat. It was the same process as before, but this time there were a full 20 cards to choose from, indicating that the Qingyun sect was indeed far superior to the Bailu sect. Yet, despite the abundance of 20 cards, Chun Feng could still only draw one. He casually selected the one in the center. Before long, the other cards vanished, revealing the chosen card that glimmered with a golden light. Oath Restriction, Heavenly Tribulation version. From this day forth, no one shall dare to make oaths or break promises in your presence. The more severe the breach of promise, the more formidable the descending heavenly tribulation. A note of caution. The tribulation lightning is AoE damage. If you wish to avoid being affected, it's best to flee swiftly. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, then joy spread across his face. This skill possesses high operability. When facing a formidable adversary, one could offer them benefits to gain temporary respite, and if they breach their promise, oh, how delightful! Ha ha ha, we are indeed on the same wavelength, my dear Feng Ge. The nemesis of cads and deadbeats, indeed. No one shall dare to deceive me again. Feng Ge, care to test it out? Don't jest. That could lead to fatalities. Alas, had I possessed this skill in the past, I wouldn't have been driven to bankruptcy by those clients. Sigh, I wouldn't have been deceived by cads either. Well, let us put the matter of oath restriction aside for now. How is your training in the Bailu Xiangong coming along? Chun Feng inquired. Let us not even discuss it. The results seem inferior to the Qi induction technique. Indeed, in this mundane realm, only certain famed mountains and rivers harbor spiritual energy, while urban areas are utterly devoid of it. It takes nearly half a month to extract even a single drop of spiritual power, rendering it akin to mere health exercises. Were it not for the necessity of working to support my family, I would retreat to the mountains for seclusion and cultivation. I've already taken a few well-fed childhood friends to seclude ourselves on Mount Song. Everyone, await our return. Is there even a signal in the deep mountains? We are using Huazhao 60, which is far ahead of the times. Oh dear, I confess I'm envious. Those wretched second-generation rich. If I express my desire to retreat to the mountains for cultivation, My father would nearly break my legs, and my company is utterly reliant on personnel. Feng Gu, why not sell a few spiritual stones, say, 100,000 each? Feng Gu barely has enough for his own cultivation. Do you expect him to sell air to you? By the heavens, that is true. Feng Gu could compress air infused with spiritual energy or spring water to sell to us. I see now why it's said that 3 cobblers can match Zhuge. You all are quite clever. The owner of a certain spring water company is hastily selling off shares. Chen Feng was astonished. Such a maneuver exists? Indeed, the production line for spring water is available in the system store. With larger setups costing hundreds of thousands, medium ones around 2 to 300,000, and smaller ones about 100,000. There's even a production line for compressed gas tanks. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating, a comment caught his attention. Feng Gu, it would be wise not to pursue this. While small-scale production may be manageable, large-scale manufacturing could greatly disrupt social order. If the wealthy were to become extraordinary beings, their recklessness would only escalate. Indeed, initially, we could at least contend with them under dire circumstances, but if they all transform into superhumans, wouldn't ordinary people become mere prey? Historically, heroes have transgressed laws. Should the balance of order be overturned, the consequences would be dire. Given the nature of capitalists, ordinary folk would truly be doomed. Feng Gu will reward you handsomely. Please refrain from selling cultivation resources. Chen Feng nodded, assuring them that he too did not wish for the world to descend into chaos, and that prior to his transmigration, he had been an ordinary person. Before the live broadcast, many influential individuals were seething with rage. They had been contemplating arranging for a large workforce to purchase cultivation resources should Chen Feng decide to sell, allowing them to seize these assets for their own benefit and longevity. Yet, in an instant, their bubble was burst. Moreover, the inability to record or screenshot within Chen Feng's livestream, coupled with the platform's refusal to intervene, meant that those who had opposed him could not be dealt with. Furthermore, the slow growth of Chen Feng's fanbase stemmed from the fact that these capitalists and elites controlled all mainstream media, instilling fear in them to report on this extraordinary live stream, while also deploying trolls to spread rumors of its falseness. Thus, they could buy time to exploit the information gap, becoming the earliest cultivators and preemptively monopolizing the existing cultivation resources. For instance, they sought to divide the management rights of famed mountains and rivers, occupy Taoist temples, and secure predatory contracts for precious herbs and medicinal gardens. Before long, the broadcast time concluded, and he ended the stream. As Chen Feng prepared to retire to his room for rest, his left hand inadvertently lifted, grasping a sword blade that was crossed before his neck. Note, it was crossed before his neck, not aimed at it. This is not an assassination. Startled, Chen Feng turned to find a figure cloaked in dark robes, their face obscured. The assailant had triggered the passive control effect of unarmed combat, rendering them immobile unless Chen Feng released their sword. Who are you? Why do you threaten me with a sword? The figure rasped, demanding to know. What sorcery have you cast upon me? Chen Feng smirked. Precisely the opportunity to test today's newly acquired skills. He raised his hand and struck the cloaked figure's chest, using the Senluo sword heart. The blow landed as if upon a soft mass, causing him to bounce back. Chen Feng was taken aback. A woman? Rip? The figure's garments were instantly torn to shreds, scattering to the ground. Chen Feng inhaled sharply, vowing he merely intended to shatter the black robe to discern the identity of the individual, not to obliterate all of their clothing. After all, judging by the tall stature and raspy voice, he had assumed it to be a man. The blue-haired beauty's expression shifted from anger to shock. Chen Feng quickly warned, "You must not scream. Otherwise, you will attract everyone nearby. Release me at once." The blue-haired beauty glared at Chen Feng, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You must swear to me that you will not attack again upon my release, or else I shall invoke the wrath of heaven." "Very well. I swear that if I attack you again, I shall face the wrath of heaven." The blue-haired beauty scoffed within, thinking that while she may fear swearing to the heavens, swearing to him? Ha! Just as she contemplated this, a rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, accompanied by a sensation within her heart. The oath had been witnessed by the heavenly principle. The blue-haired beauty was utterly astounded. Swearing to this man had actually garnered the attention of celestial law. Who exactly is he? Glancing at the sky, Chun Feng understood, releasing his grip on her sword, as the blade was freed. Yu Shuang felt her entire magical power return, and her body was able to move once more. She swiftly retreated several steps, retrieving a blue and white robe from her storage ring to don. Standing poised with her sword, she regarded Qin Feng with a complex expression. Who are you, truly? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. You don't know who I am, yet you threaten me with a sword at my throat? Chapter 22. Why the disparity in treatment among people? Is it not my turn to inquire? Who are you, and why have you infiltrated the Qingyun sect with a sword at my side? Yu Shuang replied coldly, Return to me the frosty moon of the cold sky. It rightfully belongs to me. Huh? Chun Feng was taken aback, quickly piecing together the narrative. You are a disciple of the Yuming Zhenren? Indeed. Yu Shuang nodded. Chun Feng could not possibly relinquish the frosty moon of the cold sky. Even if Yuming himself were to come, it would be out of the question. After all, it had been a gift from Yuming, and only he could demand it back. You are truly ungrateful. Your master bestowed this upon me, and now you seek to reclaim it. What of his honor and reputation? He has just passed, and instead of mourning, you wish to seize his possessions. How heartless! Yu Shuang's complexion shifted from pale to flush. As Chen Feng's words left her without a retort, and her lack of eloquence became apparent, I will go to my master's memorial to bow and apologize, but I truly desire this sword. My name is Yu Shuang. The frosty moon of the cold sky was originally meant for me, and I have nurtured it for 30 years. I cannot bear this injustice. As she spoke, tears of grievance began to well in her eyes. Chen Feng could empathize with her feelings. It's akin to your father's corporation suddenly gifting a valuable asset to an outsider, while you have diligently labored within the company for decades, only to witness it slip into another's hands. Such indignation is unbearable. Rubbing his chin, Chun Feng inquired, How long have you been a disciple? 150 years. Goodness, you appear quite youthful, yet you are older than my great-grandmother. Ahem. Chun Feng cleared his throat, stating, The frosty moon of the cold sky has existed for over 500 years, while you have only been a disciple for 150. The sword predates you, not the other way around. You cannot part with it. Come and be my sword attendant. Yu Shuang wiped her tears, shot a resentful glare at Qin Feng, and turned to leave. She had never encountered such a brazen individual. As if taking her sword was not enough, he even desired to claim her as well. Chun Feng chuckled, realizing that when one makes increasingly outrageous demands, those who initially resisted may just attempt to acquiesce. Upon returning to his chamber, Chun Feng took out the frost sky cold moon and began to examine it intently. Though it was called a sword, it bore resemblance to a blade, akin to a double-edged tang knife. The blade was entirely deep blue, adorned with white snowflake patterns at the guard. As he drew it forth, the temperature in the room plummeted by several degrees, and frost began to swiftly encase the surroundings. Feeling thoroughly chilled, Chun Feng promptly returned the sword to its sheath, allowing the temperature to gradually normalize. He initiated communication with the frost sky cold moon using the third level of his sword nurturing technique, nurturing it with love. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself upon an icy lake, surrounded by falling snow, beneath a luminous full moon, where a woman resembling Yu Shuang descended from the heavens. Chen Feng, having perused countless texts, instantly recognized her as the legendary sword spirit. Floating in the air, the frost sky cold moon regarded Qin Feng with icy disdain. Return me to Yu Shuang, or I shall freeze you to death. Amused by her audacity, Qin Feng thought, This little broken sword seems to have taken on a grandiose air. Very well, you wish to play this game. Let us see who the true master is. If the frost sky cold moon were a hammer, Chun Feng might have felt intimidated. Alas, it was merely a sword. As a sword, it fell utterly under his dominion. The frost sky cold moon sneered, This is my realm. I can freeze your very soul here at any moment. With a mere gesture, the entire icy lake transformed into a scene of desolation. Sun Luo Sword Heart. Chun Feng's eyes glowed with white light as chaos enveloped him, instantly shrouding the entire world in darkness. The frost sky cold moon, sensing her world being overtaken, cried out in terror, "No, this is my world. Now it belongs to me. A mere broken sword dares to defy me? Taste the indescribable depths of hell." Countless indescribable entities coalesced within the frostbitten realm, painted in chaotic hues. "No, please. I acknowledge you as my master. You cannot treat me this way, ah." 3 days later, Chun Feng gradually withdrew from the sword spirit's world governed by the San Luo sword heart. As his spirit returned to its place, he opened his eyes, finding himself back in his chamber. At this moment, the originally blue and white frost sky cold moon had taken on a faint layer of black, transforming into a grayish-blue hue. Chun Feng stored it in his spatial pouch and commenced his cultivation. Without spirit stones, relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy from the air, his progress was somewhat slower than usual. This only strengthened his resolve to acquire wealth. However, collaborating with the sect would likely yield him only a minor share. Partnering with outsiders posed the risk of deceit, yet he was bound by his oath. Cackling at the irony, the following day, Yang Zhan came seeking Chun Feng and Wang Hao, having promised to show them around the Qingyun sect. "Brother Yang Zhan, to speak frankly, I have another purpose for visiting the Qingyun sect. I seek a body tempering technique to refine my physique." Wang Hao felt this was a long shot. It was rare to seek someone for a secret manual. Perhaps approaching Yuxian Jinren might be feasible. Given his fondness for Chun Feng, Yang Zhan pondered for a moment before producing a manual that I possess a technique known as the Sword Chi Body Tempering Method, which should suit you. Study it on your own and do not share it with anyone outside the Qingyun sect. "Thank you, brother." Chun Feng accepted the manual with delight. As he leafed through the Sword Chi Body Tempering Method, a notification appeared. Detected an advanced lower-grade body tempering technique. Sword Chi Body Tempering Method. Would you like to learn it? Chun Feng was taken aback. Its name seemed quite ordinary, yet it was an advanced upper-grade technique. "See, this is the difference in perspective. From now on, I will support you as a leader. Learn. Sword Chi Body Tempering Method. Utilize various sword chi and sword intent to temper the body, making it significantly stronger while enhancing immunity to sword chi and sword intent damage." Wang Hao felt utterly overwhelmed. If he were to request a manual from Yang Zhan, the latter would likely tell him to scram. Chun Feng returned the manual to Yang Zhan, saying, "Brother Yang Zhan, this sword chi body tempering method is quite formidable. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me." This was a necessary statement. Otherwise, how could he expect to request manuals in the future? Such is the nature of human relationships. Yang Zhan smiled. "Very well, brother Chun Feng. I shall take you to the training grounds." After touring the Qingyun sect and exchanging insights on swordsmanship with Yang Zhan, they offered incense to the old Taoist Yu Ming. Chun Feng and Wang Hao returned to the Bailu sect before sunset. This trip to the Qingyun sect brought benefits not only to Chun Feng but also to Wang Hao. Just as they landed, they encountered the hurried Lin Shengdao and Qing Dai. "Junior brothers, you have returned. Wait, have you reached the peak of Qi training? Heavens, what have you been up to?" Chapter 23. Nothing could challenge him. Wang Hao recounted their experiences at the Qingyun sect, omitting any mention of the sword manual. After all, were it to be discovered, the sect elders would likely come demanding to see it, and the Bailu sect would have to prepare for a series of feasts. Yu Ming Zhenren, a formidable figure during the tribulation period, had inexplicably lost 2 major cultivation stages and even suffered the loss of a hand. Moreover, this had led to the decline of 2 generations of talent within the Qingyun sect. How terrifying was that? Should any sect harbor ill will, they could easily send the sword manual over. Lin Shengdao and Qing Dai listened with rapt attention, as if engrossed in a tale. Why would Yu Ming Zhenren, who had disciples of his own, bestow a treasure upon Chun Feng? The frost sky cold moon, renowned among the treasures of Yunjiao, was expected to have its next generation inherited by Yu Ming Zhenren's little disciple, Yu Shuang. Yet now, it had been given to Chun Feng, utterly absurd. Moreover, not only had he received a treasure, but he also benefited from a spontaneous wave of luck. According to the sect elders, Yu Ming Zhenren still had at least a decade before his time was up. Lin Shengdao rubbed his temples in confusion, his mind a whirlwind. "Let us set this aside for now. We must gather with our master. The 4th junior sister is in trouble." "What?" Wang Hao's expression changed dramatically. Chen Feng's previously cheerful demeanor instantly sobered in the live stream. The once bored audience perked up. I sense a brewing storm. Will we finally descend the mountain? Honestly, the days of lurking and developing have been dreadfully dull. Even the sister of the destined one dares to act. Let me see which villain is about to meet their doom. It's been ages since I last saw my master. Heh, where's my tissue? Big fool, what do you plan to do? Chen Feng's lips twitched at the antics of the viewers. He mused that when dealing with serious matters, one should never glance at the comments, lest it disrupt his focus. The four arrived beneath the small building atop Yufeng Mountain, where the typically languid Wang Yuru appeared particularly solemn today. However, when her gaze swept over Chen Feng, she was momentarily taken aback. It was rather astonishing. Within less than a month, he was on the verge of foundation establishment. Tio put it into perspective. It typically took an average person over a decade to complete the Qi training phase and reach foundation establishment. Even the talented few with resources required 3 to 5 years. This young disciple was truly an unreasonable prodigy. Drawing her gaze back, she produced a jade tablet and cast a spell, projecting a map of the 9 provinces into the air. A certain location glowed faintly and rapidly enlarged. Moments ago, the life tablet of Yu Yin had shattered, her life force perilously low, with the spirit crane pointing towards the cold mountain in Kanglin Prefecture. Lin Shangdao's expression tightened at once. Although Cold Mountain was relatively close between the two provinces, it still lay over 10,000 miles away. Even at full speed, a flying vessel would take a day to reach it. Would their junior sister be able to endure? Wang Hao and Qing Dai's expressions mirrored his discomfort. With her life force dwindling, it was uncertain whether she could last a single day. While a rapid flight could cover the distance in half a day, it would consume a significant amount of energy. If they encountered enemies along the way, Cold Mountain would be in peril, and they would be unable to confront them at their peak condition. Wang Yuru remained rational. Saving the individual did not warrant endangering herself and the other disciples. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Over 10,000 miles? That was indeed quite far, comparable to traveling from China to America on Earth. Wait a moment. Even a commercial flight to America only takes a little over 10 hours. He raised his hand to check the marketplace. A high-speed, low-spec passenger jet costs over 5 million. A supersonic jet over 10 million, and a supersonic fighter jet without weapons or radar features costs just over 50 million. Conveniently, he possessed over 50 million gold coins, as his live stream had garnered over 900,000 followers. With each viewer purchasing an air-absorbing technique, he earned 50 coins per purchase, totaling over 45 million. He promptly raised his hand. Master, I happen to have a mechanical creation that can arrive within half a day. Though it requires a flat road for takeoff in the live stream, the audience fell into a brief silence before erupting with humorous comments. I can't believe it. Nothing can challenge him. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng is preparing to fly a plane. It's time to let the ignorant world of cultivation know the power of technology. Indeed, both technology and cultivation possess their merits. This aircraft is a contribution from my carnival. Ha ha ha, mine too. Yufeng and the others were filled with unexpected joy. For Chen Feng always possessed peculiar yet convenient items, leading them to have long since grown accustomed to it without a hint of skepticism. Splendid, junior brother, you truly excel. If they could reach their destination within a day, the chances of rescuing their junior sister would significantly increase. Indeed, splendid. As Wang Yuru observed Chen Feng gesturing in the air, she realized he was devising a plan, and to her astonishment, he actually had one. She felt a flicker of delight, though she found the conditions somewhat peculiar. Why do we need a flat road for takeoff? Chen Feng explained, it's akin to flying a kite. A running start is necessary to catch the wind. Wang Yuru raised an elegant brow, then why not simply lift off while holding it in the air? Chen Feng paused for a moment, realizing that indeed, that was a feasible approach. He chuckled wryly, feeling a bit daft. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. I too failed to consider that. If we can take off in mid-air, what need have we for a runway? The wisdom of our master is truly remarkable. Imagining master lifting an aircraft into the sky is rather absurd. Ha ha ha. The airborne ferry Wang Yuru .23333 soon. They arrived at a flat area at the foot of the mountain. Chen Feng accessed the system store, first purchasing a combat piloting skill book, then selecting configurations for the fighter jet. The others watched his gestures in the air, their expressions becoming somewhat complicated, for they could not see or perceive anything. Wang Hao curiously inquired, "Master, can you see what junior brother is doing?" Wang Yuru shook her head. "No, I can't sense any fluctuations of spiritual or soul energy. It must be a power beyond our sensory perception. Perhaps something at the level of laws." Wang Hao couldn't help but scoff. Could junior brother possibly be the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao? His level of comprehension and fortune seems utterly absurd. "Ha ha ha, how could that be?" Qing Dai giggled. "After all, the heavenly Tao is not human. How could it have an illegitimate child?" Lin Shengdao chuckled. "It's quite normal for someone endowed with great virtue and fortune to possess unique qualities." Before long, a massive white mechanical construct appeared before them. "Master, can you lift it?" It weighed approximately 40,000 pounds. Wang Yuru shot him an incredulous glance, as a high-level nascent soul cultivator on the brink of spirit separation. "Do you think I cannot lift such a trivial weight?" Lin Shengdao reassured. "Fear not, Master could lift even 100,000 pounds with mere thought." "Splendid. I'll lead you into the cockpit and discuss the precautions." "Senior brother, take me up for a moment." Lin Shengdao carried Qinfeng to the cockpit door, which Qinfeng opened, allowing the others to follow inside. Upon seeing the interior, Qing Dai couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful. It resembles a little house indeed." It was quite stunning. Qinfeng then explained the aircraft structure and principles, cautioning them that the aircraft was rather fragile and there were areas they should avoid touching to prevent accidental damage. Lin Shengdao urged, "Junior brother, we understand. If possible, let us depart." "How high do we need to fly?" Wang Yuru asked from her seat beside the cockpit. Qinfeng replied, Just over 20 meters high will suffice. I will control its ascent from there." Before long, the aircraft was lifted by an ethereal force, and Chen Feng activated it, guiding it upwards into the heavens, ultimately reaching supersonic speed and vanishing into the horizon. On the main peak, Bai Qianxue gazed at the departing aircraft, squinting her eyes, lost in thought. Chapter 24. The Cold Mountains Otherworld. The aircraft soared through the sky at a speed of 1.5 Mach. Were it not for Wang Yuru's frequent reminders to avoid airborne creatures, it likely would have crashed several times, for the skies in the cultivation realm were indeed filled with birds. After over 4 hours, the aircraft decelerated near the cold mountain and was stowed away by Wang Yuru into her storage treasure, as she was the only one present capable of containing such a large craft. The 5 of them descended outside the cold mountain. Wang Yuru and Lin Shengdao frowned as they gazed at the cold mountain shrouded in mist. The mountain was enveloped by some sort of cosmic formation, indicating that those within were likely not in the cold mountain, but rather in some other realm. "I'm fearful that there may be great peril inside," Lin Shengdao remarked gravely. Wang Yuru turned to Qing Dai. "Your cultivation is too low. You should remain outside. If there is great danger within, I will use a paper crane to convey instructions to you." Qing Dai found herself momentarily confused. Wasn't Qinfeng the one with the lowest cultivation? At least she had reached the foundation establishment stage. Qinfeng shot her a look. "Do not judge me by my cultivation. It does not signify my lack of strength if it comes to a fight. Just my singing would make anyone experience the feeling of motherhood." Lin Shengdao couldn't help but facepalm. "If you put it that way, I believe I shall stay outside as well." He truly did not wish to endure that heart-wrenching pain again. Mothers were indeed magnificent. The scene shifted to Lin Shengdao, and the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. The senior brother has the most authority to speak. He seems to be experiencing phantom pain already. "Ha ha ha, I want to see Master get a big belly from Brother Feng." "Heh, which kind?" "Brother Feng. Please refrain from such ethical jokes. Point 23333. We should hold hands as we enter, lest we lose each other," Wang Yuru said, grasping the wrists of Lin Shengdao and Wang Hao, while Chen Feng took hold of Lin Shengdao's wrist. The 4 of them flew together, enveloped by Wang Yuru's ethereal force, and soon disappeared into the mist. Upon entering the mist, Chen Feng found himself back at the Bai Lu sect, cradling Si Hongxiu in his left arm and embracing Bai Qiansui with his right. Wang Yuru and Yu Shuang were giving him a foot massage, a most delightful experience. Of course, it would have been perfect had it not been for the barrage of comments that suddenly appeared in the live stream. "Brother Feng, why did you let go?" "Oh no, Brother Feng, you've fallen behind. Do you realize that? This is bad." Brother Feng seems to be possessed. Brother Feng, your laughter is so lewd. Could it be that he fell under an illusion? Damn that wicked Uchiha. It's so dark. Where on earth is this? Brother Feng, wake up. Seeing these comments, Chun Feng was taken aback and soon felt an eerie force entwining his soul. He immediately activated his San Luo sword heart, transforming his spirit into a sword to sever that force. Slash! As he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a desolate mountain. Feeling a bit dizzy, he rose to find no one around. Only graves surrounded him. At his feet lay a broken gravestone. I'm back to normal, Brother Feng. Are you all right? What on earth? How did I suddenly end up in a potter's field? This place seems small. Where did Master and the senior brother go? Brother Feng, what happened to you just now? Chin Feng covered his face, feeling quite embarrassed, but he honestly recounted what had just transpired. Truly unfortunate. I just fell under an illusion. I wonder where Master and the others have gone. In the live stream, the audience began to tease him mercilessly. Woo-hoo, ready for a feast. If this were a horror film, Brother Feng would be the first victim. Wouldn't it be better for the senior brother to hold on to you? You insisted on holding him, only to let go yourself. Enough with the nonsense. We should find the others. Based on my years of writing eerie rule-based novels, these surrounding graves may hold hidden clues. That's a valid point. Let's check the gravestones and perhaps dig a few up. Wait, what if there are zombies? Brother Feng sings, and the zombies must kneel. Chin Feng looked around. Seeing no signs of life, the place was barren. With no leads in sight, he began to wander among the graves. Grave of Qin Wei, grave of Yuan Hua. Nothing here either. Wait, some of these graves seem rather new. Some have dry grass around them, while others do not. Let us dig and see. Chin Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a closer look, realizing some were indeed quite recent. Wow, you have great eyesight. Just as Chin Feng was about to take out a shovel to investigate, a user named Lawless Madman Zhang San in the comments sent a gift and remarked, Brother Feng, go back and check the place where you just woke up. There's a broken gravestone. Flip it over and take a look. Right. After looking around, I remember that there was a broken gravestone where I woke up. Chun Feng paused, then quickly jogged back to flip over the upper portion of the broken gravestone. There was nothing inscribed on it. He then flipped over the lower half and found it bore a name. All the graves I have seen have names, yet this one has none. The user named Lawless Madman Zhang San spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, the grave doesn't lack a name. Rather, the owner of the grave just came back to life. What? How do you figure? Riddler, get out of Gotham. No, isn't what Zhang San said clear enough? Is this my grave? Chin Feng exclaimed, wide-eyed. Though he was foolish, he was not an idiot. I understand now. Just a moment ago, Brother Feng was in a pitch-black room, which was actually the grave, if that is the case. Those new graves, damn it. Quickly find Master and the senior brother. You fools, we must first find the fourth senior sister. She's nearly perished. Right? We need to find the fourth senior sister first. What was her name again? Yu Yin? He suddenly realized how crucial it was to have subtitles while speaking, as the Chinese homophones were too numerous. Chun Feng hurriedly scoured the graveyard and soon spotted the graves of Wang Yuru and Lin Shengdao. However, he made a mental note of their locations, prioritizing those with names that sounded like Yu Yin. Finally, behind a tree, he discovered the name that matched the pronunciation. Grave of Qin Yu Yin. This must be it. Chan Feng vigorously wielded his shovel, digging fervently, for he was oblivious to the perils that lay ahead and dared not squander his spiritual energy recklessly. Before long, he unearthed a pitch-black stone coffin. Upon prying it open, he discovered a woman clad in a white form-fitting attire, her complexion a ghastly shade of blue and purple, seemingly in a deep slumber. He felt for her pulse, barely perceiving any sign of life. However, upon checking the position of her heart, he noted a faint heartbeat every 2 or 3 seconds. An ordinary person would have likely succumbed by now. Chin Feng, exasperated, slapped her face and called out, Chun Yu Yin, Chun Yu Yin? He then attempted to splash water on her, yet she remained unresponsive. What if I destroy the monument? Yes, perhaps if it breaks, she might awaken. But what if breaking it leads to her demise? That's a possibility we cannot ignore. He pondered trying the monument of his master, whose higher cultivation should withstand it. Master? Well, this is quite the spectacle of filial piety. Chapter 25. The tomb of Wang Ergo Chun Feng hesitated at the barrage of comments, then placed a nourishing energy pill into Chen Yuyan's mouth before hastily proceeding to excavate Wang Yuru's grave in no time. Wang Yuru was unearthed, appearing to be in excellent condition, as if she had merely drifted into slumber. Her body still warm and supple, unlike Chen Yuyan, who had grown cold and stiff. Chen Feng pinched her cheek gently, calling out, "Master, wake up, Master!" In the live stream, viewers commented, "Brother Feng, are you afraid of waking her with your loud voice?" Everyone, I suddenly have a bold idea. Hee hee, so do I. Stop pinching her face and be a bit bolder, Brother Feng. Half an hour's delay shouldn't lead to death. Why aren't you all elaborating? Chen Feng rolled his eyes at the comments. Enough of this nonsense. Danger could strike at any moment, and I have no desire to court death. After setting Wang Yuru aside, he drew out Frosty Sky Cold Moon and decisively severed the tombstone. Wang Yuru jolted awake, her hands releasing countless strings of energy that enveloped her, warily surveying her surroundings. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she froze, embarrassment flickering across her face. Chen Feng was elated. It seemed that severing the tombstone was indeed the key to awakening her. "Master, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" "I'm fine, but what on earth has transpired?" Wang Yuru queried, furrowing her brow. Chen Feng immediately grasped her hand and rushed towards Chen Yuyan's side. "We'll discuss that later. You must see if this is senior sister. You found Yuyan?" Wang Yuru followed Chen Feng to the recently excavated grave, where indeed lay her disciple, Chen Yuyan. Before long, she pieced together the situation from Chen Yuyan's grave and her own awakening. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already severed the tombstone of Chen Yuyan, the cut aligning precisely between the name and the grave. "Master, please examine senior sister's condition. I will go retrieve senior brother." "All right." After inspecting, Wang Yuru's expression grew grave. For Chen Yuyan was not only on the brink of death, but her soul was also exceedingly frail. She produced 2 pills, intending to place them in Chen Yuyan's mouth, only to find a half-melted nourishing energy pill inside. Casting a glance at Chen Feng, who was diligently digging, she couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. She placed the 2 pills in Chen Yuyan's mouth and raised her hand to assist in refining the medicinal power. After a while, Lin Shangdao was also unearthed and awakened. "Senior brother, are you all right?" "Thank you, junior brother. I never anticipated this foreign realm would be so treacherous. The illusions are nearly impossible to defend against. Master and senior sister have already been rescued. Let us quickly search for senior brother's grave. I sense something ominous is about to occur." Lin Shangdao glanced at the surroundings, piecing together Chen Feng's words, and understood the gravity of the situation. Agreed. The two separated to search but found no trace of Wang Hao's grave. "Senior brother, have you found it?" "I haven't either. How strange. Isn't senior brother's name Wang Hao? He is master's nephew. Let us ask master. I had no idea." Upon learning this, Wang Yuru chuckled. "Let us see if there's a grave for Wang Ergu." Lin Shangdao covered his mouth and turned away. Chen Feng was equally amused, never expecting Wang Hao's real name to be Wang Ergu. "I know where it is. Right next to master's grave. I was just thinking. It's surprising that a cultivator would have such a name." Lin Shangdao suppressed a laugh and said, "Ahem, let us quickly dig him up." With Lin Shangdao, a golden core cultivator, assisting, excavating a grave was a trivial task. Before long, Wang Hao also awakened. "What's going on? Why am I lying in a coffin?" Chen Feng replied with a grin, "It's nothing. We've all been in one." Lin Shangdao chuckled awkwardly. "Senior sister has been found. Your life is spared, though the situation is dire." Wang Hao sighed in relief. "As long as my life is safe, we can figure out the rest." The 3 approached Wang Yuru. "Master, how is junior sister?" At this moment, Chen Yuyan's complexion had improved from a deathly pallor to a wan, fragile hue, yet she remained unconscious. Her vitality and soul power were nearly depleted, and they needed to expel the malevolence promptly. Wang Yuru gently reminded the 3 individuals who were in the process of recovery. Wenren Shi, quite self-aware, stepped forward and declared, "I shall arrange a few formations. Today is a matter of life and death." Everyone should lay bare their trump cards without hesitation. Sun Ming produced a tome and stated, "My secret weapon is this forbidden technique, which allows one to sacrifice their life force to enhance their strength. Feel free to examine it. It may prove useful if we find ourselves in a desperate situation." The others fell silent, aware that there was little time to learn anything new. They suggested he save his theatrics for later. Zhou Meixian bluntly remarked, "Last-minute preparations are likely to be futile." However, there was one exception in the gathering. Chen Feng eagerly took the forbidden technique. "Let me see," he said, flipping through the pages. "Detected forbidden technique, burning life technique. Would you like to learn it?" This was Chen Feng's first encounter with an unranked manual. Yes. Burning life technique. First layer burns life. Second layer burns will. Third layer burns merit. Fourth layer burns soul. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, son, this forbidden technique is quite impressive." Sun Ming appeared somewhat speechless. "You're just a lowly foundation cultivator. Even if you burn your life force, you'll only raise your cultivation to a higher foundation level. What good is that?" Nevertheless, Wang Yuru and the others exchanged glances. If Chen Feng deemed the technique remarkable, it must indeed hold some merit. Zhou Meixian chuckled dismissively. "Everyone needn't be overly anxious. I possess a sword talisman containing the full force of a combined stage powerhouse's attack. Had I not been caught off guard by a sneak attack, that evil entity would not have escaped unscathed." The group was taken aback, surprised that Zhou Meixian had such a trump card, a full-force attack from a combined stage powerhouse. Such a revelation greatly increased their odds of success. Given that even Wang Yuru, who was at the half-step spirit transformation stage, had been swiftly incapacitated, it was reasonable to assume that the malevolent entity must possess at least spirit transformation level strength, but surely not exceeding combined stage. After all, the tribulation stage, as its name suggests, involves enduring 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Typically, those in the tribulation stage hide away to survive until they have built up enough strength to ascend. Rarely would one in tribulation stage venture out unless they had lost their wits amidst calamity, as participating in any event might trigger their demise. Once Chen Feng had finished studying the manual, he returned it to Sun Ming. Despite Zhou Meixian's formidable trump card, Chen Feng felt an inkling of uncertainty regarding it. After all, aside from the protagonist, it was rare for supporting characters to overturn a formidable foe with their trump cards, especially when her card lacked a margin for error. If she misused her skill, what would happen if the enemy turned the tables? Chen Feng handed the score he had prepared earlier to Wang Yuru. "Lin Shangdao and Wang Hao, Master, please take a look at this score. If the enemy proves too strong and Zhou Auntie has exhausted her ultimate technique, you all should immediately come to my side with your instruments, and I shall handle the reversal." The group paused, astonished by his boldness. Exhausted her ultimate technique? Handle the reversal? Such grandiose claims. Zhou Meixian, ever the woman of assertiveness, noted that the audience's attention was fixated on Chen Feng's address to her. "Kid, who are you calling Andy? And you, without even a foundation in cultivation, think you can support us?" Yet, the strongest among them, Wang Yuru, surprised the trio by earnestly accepting the score and nodding, "Very well, if it comes to that. We shall rely on you." Lin Shangdao also accepted the score with a smile. "A musical formation score? It seems our junior has quite the formidable trump card as well." Wang Hao, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He sincerely remarked, "Junior, with you backing us, I feel much more at ease." Indeed, it seemed that the chance of a reversal in dire straits rested upon a person of great fortune. "Feng Ge, rest assured, I shall take action." The irony was not lost on them. They had likely come to realize that Feng Ge was the protagonist. Meanwhile, the 3 unfortunate souls who had been extracted from the game were left in a daze. When a group of max-level experts surrounded a low-level character in a dungeon, there was no doubt the low-level character was cheating. Zhou Meixian and her companions were beginning to feel overwhelmed. They were tempted to ask whether the group had lost their minds, placing their last hope in the hands of someone with the weakest cultivation. Yet, they also found themselves questioning whether Chen Feng truly had any special trump cards. However, what kind of trump card could a mere chi-refining novice possess to turn the tide? Moreover, it appeared that the strategy he intended to employ was a musical formation, rather than something like a sword talisman that sealed a powerful attack. To avoid causing damage to the gravestones that might lead to the premature demise of any unfortunate souls still lingering. They had deliberately chosen a plain area to await the arrival of the malevolent entity. The entire foreign land was not particularly vast, being 3 to 4 times smaller than the Bailu sect. Wang Yuru had already sent a paper crane to scout the area. Aside from the cemetery they occupied, the surroundings were desolate mountains and plains. Soon, the sky darkened completely. A chilling wind swept through the foreign land, prompting Qin Feng to don a black mink coat. Lin Shangdao and the others had long grown accustomed to such antics. However, Zhou Meixian and her companions couldn't help but roll their eyes, wondering how he could expect to support anyone when he couldn't even withstand the cold eye in the live stream. Viewers couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. This is hilarious. Feng Gu seems a bit shaky. Such behavior raises doubts about his strength. Feng Gu is akin to a child holding the switch to a nuclear bomb. We eagerly await the emergence of his ghostly skills. In truth, they could have sworn that in a dire moment, he might push someone out to violate an oath, summoning heavenly tribulation to cleanse the earth. What a character! Having seen many living bodhisattvas, today they were witnessing a living king of hell. Although somewhat unethical, it was indeed a clever strategy. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he turned to Sun Ming, Zhou Meixian, and Wen Shi. The three sensed something amiss and looked at Qin Feng with caution. Qin Feng knew that attempting to trick them would be a challenge. Missteps could lead to outright rebellion. However, he could leverage oaths to secure some benefit and ensure a backup plan. With a benevolent smile, he inquired, "We saved your lives. Shouldn't you repay us?" Chapter 27. The malevolent entity strikes. Faced with Qin Feng's expectation of reciprocation, Zhou Meixian and her companions exchanged glances. After years of navigating the outside world, it was their first encounter with someone so overtly pragmatic. This was indeed expected, but first, they had to deal with the malevolent entity and ensure their survival before discussing such matters. Indeed, Wang Yuru replied. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Qin Feng, while Lin Shangdao and Wang Hao buried their faces in their hands. Typically, one would save lives to accumulate merit, foster good relations, or cultivate personal favors. Rarely would anyone demand payment so directly. Qin Feng squinted and smiled. "All right, then let us make a pact. After we exit, each of you shall provide me with 100,000 spirit stones as a token of gratitude for saving your lives. And you must refrain from any actions that could be detrimental to us." After all, they were mere strangers. He had no insight into their characters. What if they turned on him after the fact? The trio fell silent, contemplating his audacity. "Do you even realize the cultivation level of your master compared to ours? How could we possibly pose a threat to you?" They were astonished at his boldness, especially considering he was merely a foundation-level novice. "I vow that upon our exit, I will provide you with 100,000 spirit stones as gratitude for saving my life, and I shall not engage in any actions that could harm you." "Is that satisfactory?" Wenren-shi declared, feeling a strange sensation in his heart as if the oath had truly taken effect. In a way, this must be an illusion, right? Qin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. "Good, next." Sun Ming, somewhat speechless, echoed Wenren-shi's vow, though he privately scoffed at the situation. After all, once they escaped, he intended to retreat to Wushuang City and forget about the 100,000 spirit stones. Unbeknownst to him, dark clouds had begun to gather ominously in the sky above Han Mountain, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, as if warning someone. Unfortunately, he was entirely oblivious to these ominous signs. Zhou Meixian also made her vow. But as she finished, her expression shifted. She cast a bewildered glance at Qin Feng, her sword heart sensing the gravity of the situation. The oath had indeed taken effect, and breaking it would invoke heavenly retribution. Good heavens, to swear an oath to a person, and to face heavenly retribution for breaking it. Realizing how the others regarded Qin Feng, a chill ran down her spine. "Brother, your abilities are far greater than I imagined. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have been more humble and spoken softly." Qin Feng looked at Zhou Meixian with curiosity. "There's something wrong. Zhou auntie?" Zhou Meixian smiled sweetly. "From now on, you may simply call me Xiao Zhou or Xiao Xian." Qin Feng tilted his head in confusion. his mind filled with questions. In the live stream, viewers were equally astonished. What on earth has this beautiful Annie been struck by? Has she suddenly realized that Fenggu holds a special place in her heart? Fenggu, observing her attire and cards, one might surmise she is indeed an extraordinary wealthy lady. Shall we not make an acquaintance? Perhaps after that vow, she sensed something, for this woman is in the Yuan Ying stage. At this moment, the others were also taken aback. Aunt Zhou, have you been possessed by some foul entity? When Rinchi gazed at Zhou Meixian, alarmed, had the evil spirit arrived? Get lost. Zhou Meixian shot him a glare, her face darkening. Wang Yuru's expression turned peculiar. She suspected something was amiss with the earlier vow. Soon, she sensed something and cast a grave glance towards the pitch-black end of the foreign realm. It's coming. The group immediately grew vigilant, readying themselves for battle. In the distance, they did not see the evil spirit, only the silhouette of a mountain. I recall there being no mountains around, which means this evil spirit must be that mountain appearing from afar. I believe it is a peak, and only when connected to the ground beneath Tianjiao's feet can it be regarded as a complete mountain. In a way, Qian Feng muttered, looking down at his feet. If that were true, it would be horrifying. They were standing upon the very being of the evil spirit. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground beneath them suddenly trembled, and when Rinchi's surrounding formations shattered. How could this happen? When Rinchi exclaimed in shock. Immediately, a group of figures enveloped in black mist appeared at the graveyard, then dispersed and surged towards them. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Shindao plucked the strings of his ancient zither, unleashing waves of invisible attacks that repelled or scattered the approaching shadows. Wang Yuru formed hand seals to summon a white egret spirit, hovering above to shield the group. With her other hand, she released countless colorful zither strings, instantly shredding the dark figures. Wang Hao, carrying Qin Yuyan, similarly used soundwave skills with his ancient zither, though his attacks were notably weaker, merely pushing back some shadows. The three of them strategically positioned Qian Feng in the center, rendering him unable to assist with his frosty sky cold moon in hand. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, Zhou Meixian, and Wen Rinchi huddled together, resisting the oncoming shadows. After fending off the first wave of shadows, Wang Yuru's expression turned grave. This is a serious problem. There, at the graveyard, coffins began to burst forth from the earth. The coffins stood upright, and their lids toppled down. Corpses with ashen and purplish complexions emerged from within. Among them was a familiar face, the monk whose tombstone had been shattered. Lin Shindao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wow! The corpses opened their eyes and mouths, continuously devouring the dissipating black mist, fully unsealing their original realms. 11 were at the Golden Core stage, 7 at the Yuaning stage, and 2 at the Separation stage. Upon sensing the strength of those 13 corpses, Zhou Meixian and the others turned pale. In the live stream, the audience was equally dumbfounded. Good heavens, is this a bit outrageous? The issue was that the evil spirit still lurked in the shadows. Watching keenly, woohoo, this is the pinnacle match. Fenggu remarked, I specifically engage in pinnacle matches. Other matters are irrelevant. Zhou Meixian gritted her teeth and inquired, should we use the sword talisman? It could likely eliminate one of the separation stage and half of the Yuaning, alleviating some pressure. Qian Feng rolled his eyes. Killing half would still leave them with enough strength to handle us, and the big boss hasn't even emerged yet. Let's save it. I'll handle this wave. The voice of filial duty could not be used, as these undead puppets possessed no sense of pain. The technique of empty-handedly receiving a blade wouldn't work either, for many adversaries were unarmed. Skills like Sun Luo Sword Heart and Devil's Sound required cultivation, and he was merely a novice at the Qi refinement stage. The only remaining option was the underworld skill Shi. Qian Feng produced 4 paper figures from Li Guoshou. Addressing the 3 beside him, Master, Senior Brother, Second Senior Brother, prepare for the ensemble. Chapter 28. The musical array of Shi. Everyone, step aside. Fenggu is about to show off. The moment had finally arrived. The paper figures of Guoshou were arranged. Where are the spotlight beams? In the live stream, the audience eagerly anticipated Qian Feng unleashing the underworld skill Shi. Qian Feng waved his hand, scattering the 4 paper figures, which transformed into streaks of light and settled beside him. Manifesting as 4 Taoists donning masks labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Swiftly, Chun Feng pulled out 4 musical instruments for them: a jazz drum, a piano, a suona, a gong, and a wooden clapper. It was fortunate that the 13 corpses had not yet launched their attack. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have had no time to prepare. Wang Yuru retrieved a pipa, Lin Shindao took out an eru, and Wang Hao presented a guzheng. Although their primary training focused on the ancient zither, they were familiar with various traditional instruments. Wang Yuru, feeling anxious, urged, "Are you ready? They are about to complete the soul gathering." Chen Feng stood atop a speaker, microphone in hand. "Senior brother, commence." The special effects activated, and beams of light cascaded down, illuminating their surroundings. Good heavens, the atmosphere is electrifying. Old Gu, come quickly. Your song is about to wreak havoc in the realm of cultivation. Old Gu, stop contacting me. I'm afraid of misunderstandings. At Chun Feng's command, Lin Shindao immediately began playing the eru, while the first paper figure followed suit on the piano. A haunting melody resonated. Soon after, Wang Yuru's pipa and Wang Hao's guzheng joined in gently. An ominous aura swirled with the melody, and a white mist imbued with the essence of the yellow springs rose from the ground. The powerful corpses under the influence of the evil spirit seemed stimulated and surged towards Chen Feng and the others. Waves of terrifying attacks erupted from them: sword energy, massive handprints, blade energy, spells, raging flames, and freezing frost. Although Wang Yuru felt anxious, she could only place her hopes on Chun Feng's musical array being strong enough. Chen Feng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pretended not to see the incoming attacks, beginning to sing. On the 18th of the first month, a propitious day, we raised the sorghum, dressed in red. A foot of sorrow, swiftly cut. Cutting away the beloved, alas, they do not return, feigning a smile. The clappers of red sandalwood echoed lightly, truly hard to decipher. Just as everyone watched the attacks descend upon them, the surrounding mist swirled, causing all the attacks to vanish, allowing the group to collectively exhale in relief. The rushing powerful corpses, upon witnessing the terrifying mist surrounding Chen Feng and the others, quickly retreated in haste. The monk, inadvertently killed early by Lin Shindao, was one of the separation stage beings. It seized a nearby golden core corpse and hurled it towards Chen Feng. As the golden core corpse entered the mist, it too vanished instantly. Wow, this musical array's defense is impressive. Fenggu, you truly are a medical student, not a professional singer, far superior to that disgraceful deity singer from Hong Kong. Have you forgotten that Fenggu can purchase skill books from Earth and become a professional singer in no time? Where are the red and white dual evils? Waiting for the suona? At this moment, Zhou Meixian and the others trembled in fear, surrounded by the terrifying mist swirling around them. Listen, at the 3rd mile beyond the hour of the hare, the sound of hooves begins to rise, cleaving away the word sorrow. Just as the moment seemed fleeting, the mist parted as the door opened. Wild cats trailing down the streets, their necks crooked up the trees. As the tempo quickened and became urgent, the surrounding yellow spring mist rolled and expanded outward. The corpses slowly retreated a few steps. 2 Separation stage corpses attempted to strike again. This time, they unleashed their full force, scattering some mist, yet new mist quickly emerged from the ground. Soon, Chen Feng and the others vanished within the mist, leaving only the haunting melody and song resonating in the air. She laughed while crying. Can you guess how she laughed while crying? While crying, you see how she cried while laughing. Suddenly, heads surged within the white mist, and 2 teams, one red and one white, emerged. With a resounding salute to heaven and earth, the clarion call of the suona echoed forth. At this moment, whether it be the members of the egret sect, the trio of Zhou Meixian, the sinister corpse puppets, or the audience within the live stream, all felt a chill run down their spines as the suona sounded. It heralded either great joy or profound sorrow. 2 teams, one clad in red and the other in white, emerged from the mist, the leading band playing the suona as they advanced. The sound resonated through the heavens, causing every soul present to tremble and their scalps to prickle. What was even more terrifying was that each member of these 2 teams was at the pinnacle of the spirit separation stage. The corpse puppets, in anguish, knelt on the ground, silently howling. Ultimately, They were completely submerged and vanished beneath the white mist, trampled by the dual specters of red and white. Having dispatched the corpse puppets, the dual specters moved towards the dark silhouette of the distant mountains. The mountain shadow trembled, and the ground beneath Chen Feng and his companions quaked. Yet they remained undeterred in their performance. In the next instant, a force of gravity descended, pressing down on everyone. Zhou Meixian and her companions were instantly thrown to the ground, immobilized, while Chen Feng and his group felt a slight alleviation within the musical formation. This force primarily aimed to suppress the dual specters of red and white, causing their speed to diminish significantly. The ability to influence the dual specters from another realm, while also fearing them, indicated that this malevolent entity was also at the peak of the spirit separation stage. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Feng's brow as the song neared its conclusion. And the red and white specters were still a considerable distance from their target. However, recalling that Zhou Meixian possessed a combined attack talisman, Chen Feng felt optimistic. As the music reached its climax, the red and white specters and the mist gradually faded, ultimately vanishing entirely. Why has it stopped? Damn, we were so close. Continue playing. This skill can't possibly have a cooldown, can it? After finishing the performance, Wang Yuru and the others immediately turned to Chen Feng. Can we do it again? Anything else is fine, but this one is truly impossible. Chen Feng, half amused and half exasperated, wiped his brow. This technique consumes no spiritual power, yet it demands immense concentration. Attempting it again would surely cost him his life. Wang Yuru shot him a glare, as if to say she understood his innuendo. Lin Shangdao, regaining his composure, inquired, "So what do we do now? Isn't that little Zhou still holding a combined attack talisman?" Just as Chen Feng began to respond, he was crushed to the ground by the force of gravity. Following suit, Wang Yuru, along with the paper puppet, was also pinned down. However, this gravitational force dissipated quickly, and the entire otherworldly realm began to unravel. The group felt the scenery shift around them, finding themselves lying in a valley. Chen Feng sprang to his feet, elated. The malevolent entity has also weakened. Even so, it remained at the pinnacle of the spirit separation stage. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the mountain beside them collapsed. A colossal stone giant emerged from the debris, exuding an aura of high-level spirit separation. Chen Feng immediately seized Zhou Meixian and positioned her at the forefront. "Little Zhou, it's your time to shine." "Huh? Oh, okay." Zhou Meixian, looking disheveled, nodded determinedly. "Everyone, watch me with that." She formed a hand seal and hurled the attack talisman at the stone giant. Release! The talisman illuminated the air, transforming into a streak of light that struck the giant. Crack! Several fragments of stone fell to the ground. The stone giant appeared momentarily dazed. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Chapter 29. A perfectly bare-handed reception of the blade.is. This what a full-force strike from a combined stage powerhouse looks like? Are you kidding us? Chen Feng could not help but grasp Zhou Meixian by the collar. Face to face, as he vented his frustration, Zhou Meixian, feeling both urgent and wronged, was on the verge of tears. "I don't know either. My master told me it was like this." At that moment, the stone giant raised a hand, conjuring an immensely large stone blade, capable of cleaving the entire valley in twain. In the next instant, the stone blade tore through the clouds and descended. "Junior brother, we must flee," Lin Shangdao exclaimed, grabbing Chen Feng to take flight, only to realize they were bound by a spatial restriction. Wang Yuru, dragging Wang Hao and the unconscious Chen Yuyan, also changed her expression dramatically. "This valley is ensnared by a spatial restriction. My apologies. Everyone, I must take my leave." Sun Ming turned and bolted like a cannonball towards the valley's exit. At this moment, aside from Sun Ming, who had embraced martial cultivation, the others had little hope of escaping before the stone blade struck. Attack together! Wang Yuru summoned all her strength to block the stone blade, but her efforts were effortlessly shattered. No good. The disparity is far too great. Once we get past this hurdle, I shall pay a visit to your master's female relatives," Chen Feng declared, pushing Zhou Meixian aside and sprinting towards the valley's heights to confront the descending stone blade. A perfectly bare-handed reception of the blade. He raised both hands to meet the oncoming stone blade, the force of its descent generating a gale that whipped his clothes violently. In that moment, the audience watching the live stream couldn't help but sit up straight, captivated. Fortunately, the system's skill truly delivered. Just as the fierce wind threatened to sweep him away, he managed to grasp the descending stone blade's edge. In the next heartbeat, the wind subsided, and the overwhelming force of the stone blade came to an abrupt halt. The scene froze for an instant. Everyone stared in astonishment at the immense stone blade hovering above them, their minds reeling. He caught it. Wang Yuru recalled Chen Feng's earlier words upon entering the sect, and looking at the stone giant's blade, she suddenly understood. The stone blade is still a blade. It is a weapon with a sharp edge, and thus, Chen Feng's bare-handed technique counters it perfectly. A skill based on principles proves to be terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, in the eyes of all, Chen Feng's figure loomed larger than that of the stone giant. Zhou Meixian felt her heart race as if it had transformed into a frightened deer. Especially as she recalled Chen Feng's earlier scolding, she thought him incredibly handsome, exuding an aura of masculinity that no one had ever displayed towards her before. How is this possible? The stone giant, unable to comprehend, gazed incredulously at its full-force strike, which could cleave mountains and rivers, having been caught by an insignificant cultivator at the peak of qi refinement. Chen Feng, meanwhile, exhaled in relief. The system's skills were indeed remarkable. He quickly turned to the others below and shouted, "Why are you all still dazed? I have it under control. Quickly attack." Countless question marks floated above Wenrinqi's head. The fact that he could catch it was already absurd, but to claim control over it was even more ludicrous. At this moment, it was akin to an ant claiming to have seized control of an elephant's tusk. Can one believe such a statement? Wenrinqi hesitated on whether to flee, when suddenly, Wang Yuru took the lead and charged forth. Onward! Yes, Wang Yuru and Lin Shangdao dashed towards the stone giant, their ancient zither in hand, plucking the strings to unleash powerful sound wave attacks. Zhou Meixian also followed suit with her long sword, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that shimmered in the night sky. Wenrinqi glanced back at Wang Hao, who was carrying the injured Chen Yuyan, and decided not to hesitate any longer. He hurled talismans, which adhered to the stone giant, glowing and exploding in succession. Unfortunately, their attacks were akin to mere scratches upon the stone giant's tough exterior. Only Wang Yuru's strikes were somewhat effective, managing to shatter a few stones, though it came at a considerable cost. Before long, she was drenched in sweat. This guy is just too resilient. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ants think they can harm this mountain deity. The stone giant, though immobilized, found amusement in mocking Wang Yuru and the others. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, with his thick brows and large eyes, lingered at the valley's edge, assessing the situation when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking him. Boom! Ah! Sun Ming was sent sprawling to the ground, convulsing. The thunderous clap and his anguished scream arrived just in time. Chen Feng realized something and quickly looked up, noticing more lightning brewing in the sky. He immediately shouted to Wang Yuru, "Master, bind Sun Ming to the stone monster." Though unsure of Chen Feng's reasoning, Wang Yuru complied. With a wave of her hand, 2 zither strings flew from her sleeves, spanning across the valley to ensnare the unconscious Sun Ming. The strings wrapped around him, binding him tightly to the stone giant. At that moment, the sky's thunder could no longer be contained. Boom! A bolt of lightning, even thicker than the last, descended, striking Sun Ming, who had defied the vow, and simultaneously piercing the stone giant. Heavenly tribulation? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Zhou Meixian immediately thought of something and couldn't help but swallow hard as she glanced at Chen Feng. Wang Yuru, witnessing the melting zither strings, felt a pang of regret, but given the opportunity to slay the stone giant at the peak of spirit separation, such losses were insignificant. How could this be? The stone giant, lacking a face, nonetheless radiated fury and confusion through its voice. Boom, boom. 2 more bolts of lightning struck, vaporizing the last remnants of Sun Ming. The stone giant was also pierced through again, a gaping hole forming in its chest, with molten rock dripping like blood into the forest below. Aw! The stone giant let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, its massive form crumbled to the ground. The colossal body shattered into countless boulders that rolled away. The stone blade began to falter and collapse as well. Chun Feng sensed that he might not be able to catch the white blade with empty hands any longer. So he immediately cried out for help. "Master, save me!" Wang Yuru, seeing the stone blade cracking and collapsing, threatening to bury Chun Feng alive beneath it, swiftly threw out 4 strings of her zither to bind his waist and then pulled him toward herself. Chun Feng felt an immense force tugging at his waist, propelling him rapidly towards Wang Yuru. He glanced back at the spot where he had stood, only to find it completely submerged by the fallen stone blade. Saved! Upon turning around, Chun Feng found himself crashing into Wang Yuru's embrace, a fragrance reminiscent of pear blossoms filling his senses. Before Wang Yuru could stabilize herself, she suddenly clutched her head, feeling a sharp pain. Unable to maintain her balance, she was knocked to the ground by Chun Feng. Chun Feng quickly scrambled to his feet, noticing her complexion had turned slightly ashen, and dark mist was seeping from the ground into her body. What? Is it not over yet? How is this boss so difficult to defeat? Chapter 30. Possession, New Skill. Critical Strike. Lin Shangdao and the others rushed over, their expressions changing drastically. "Oh no, the malevolent spirit is attempting to possess our master." Chun Feng exclaimed urgently, "What should we do now?" Without a moment's thought, it was clear that Wang Yuru had let her guard down while saving him, allowing the enemy to exploit the opportunity. Lin Shangdao spoke with great distress. "In a battle of souls, we outsiders are utterly helpless." Chun Feng looked to Zhou Meixian and Wanren Shi, both of whom shook their heads in unison. After a moment of silence, Lin Shangdao said, "The malevolent spirit claims to be the mountain god, and here in the cold mountain, it is stronger than our master. We must first evacuate her from this place." "Yes, let's get out of this cursed location first." Wang Haolong agreed, carrying Chen Yuyan on his back. Just as Lin Shangdao crouched down to lift Wang Yuru, she suddenly opened her eyes, her sclera entirely black while her pupils glowed green in an instant. Her gaze locked onto Lin Shangdao. "Oh no!" Lin Shangdao raised his hand, intending to cast a defensive spell, but Wang Yuru struck him away with a swift motion. Bang! The force of her strike was tremendous. Lin Shangdao was sent flying 7 or 8 meters before stabilizing himself on the ground, spitting out blood. "Big brother." Wang Haolong immediately retreated with Chen Yuyan on his back, without needing to say a word. Wanren Shi had already fled far away. Fortunately, Zhou Meixian still had some conscience. Seeing Chun Feng momentarily dazed, she grabbed him and ran. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted like a shockwave, sweeping in all directions. Zhou Meixian positioned herself in front of Chun Feng, wielding her sword to dispel the approaching gale. Wang Yuru floated 2 meters above the ground, her expression fluctuating between pale anguish and dark fury. Chen Feng's mind was in turmoil. The only skill that could act on Wang Yuru without harm was the voice of filial piety. However, with her physical body in such distress, Wang Yuru would undoubtedly suffer even more than the malevolent spirit, potentially aiding it instead. Chun Feng immediately glanced at the live stream, hoping to see if his over 90,000 fans had any solutions. To his surprise, he realized he had surpassed 1 million followers. "Congratulations, host! Your follower count has reached 1 million, granting you a 1,000,000 follower treasure chest." Without hesitation, Chun Feng opened the treasure chest, a cascade of colorful light illuminating the screen. Critical Strike, National Essence version. Profanity directed at the target will transform into arrows inflicting actual damage, while particularly cutting remarks will directly cause soul damage. Reminder: the taunting effect is maximized. If your power is insufficient, do not use it recklessly, or you may be killed. Chun Feng's lips twitched. "Afraid I'll be killed? Why can't you bestow me a more proper and powerful skill?" He took a deep breath and placed his hand on Zhou Meixian's shoulder. Zhou Meixian blushed slightly as she looked at him. "What is it?" With a serious expression, Chun Feng instructed. "I am about to provoke that malevolent spirit, so please protect me." Okay. Zhou Meixian nodded earnestly. Lin Shangdao, noticing that Chun Feng seemed to have a plan, hurried over. "Brother, protect me when the time comes." "All right." Lin Shangdao took out an ancient zither, positioning himself on one side while Zhou Meixian stood on the other, creating a protective barrier around Chun Feng. Instantly, Chun Feng felt a surge of security. You claim to be the mountain god of Cold Mountain. You are nothing but a pitiful creature abandoned by worshippers. As soon as Chun Feng's words left his mouth, the malevolent spirit within Wang Yuru felt as if it had suffered a grievous blow to its soul. Simultaneously, Chun Feng's words pierced like a dagger directly into its heart. Noticing Wang Yuru's suddenly calm, Chun Feng seized the opportunity to continue his tirade. Oh, look, there's a dilapidated village on the mountainside. Where have all the people gone? Surely they haven't all perished, if you can't even protect your own. What kind of mountain god are you? No wonder you lack offerings. Unbeknownst to Chun Feng, he had unwittingly struck the malevolent spirit's Achilles heel. This was a true heart-wrenching triple attack. Silence. The malevolent spirit burst forth from Wang Yuru's body, coalescing into a massive face in midair, roaring at Chun Feng. Thud. Wang Yuru crashed to the ground, her complexion finally returning to normal. The others stared in disbelief, astonished that a few choice words had resolved the situation. Just how fragile must the spirit's psyche be? In the next moment, the face in the air roared and charged at Chun Feng. You will die. Zhou Meixian and Lin Shangdao immediately launched an attack to intercept it. The malevolent spirit's residual soul abruptly veered underground. Rocks flew up from the ground, hurtling toward Zhou Meixian and Lin Shangdao, who swiftly unleashed sword energy and sound waves to shatter the stones. Before long, they realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no! A feint. Turning back, they saw that Chun Feng, who was supposed to be protected, had already been enveloped by a swirling mass of black mist emerging from the ground. I knew it! Chun Feng muttered as his vision blurred, and he fainted. Junior brother. Chun Feng's soul entered his sea of consciousness, where the malevolent spirit's residual soul lunged at him. Sen Luo. Chun Feng was no novice. Just as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the spirit using his San Luo sword heart, he heard a familiar voice. Detection of host encountering account theft risk. System activating extermination protocol. Zap bang. A surge of electricity flashed, obliterating the malevolent spirit's residual soul into countless fragments. Chun Feng stared in awe as the divine sword he had been conjuring dissipated. Wow, the system is impressive. Soon after, those fragments began to disintegrate and merge into his sea of consciousness like fertilizer. He found himself flooded with dreamlike images in his mind. Image 1. A powerful being attempting a tribulation failed and was incinerated by the tribulation fire in Cold Mountain. Her body was absorbed as nourishment by the entire mountain. Image 2. A group of commoners, fleeing from war, arrived at Cold Mountain to establish a village. Seeking peace, the village chief led the people in worshipping the mountain, praying for the mountain goddess protection. Image 3. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning struck Cold Mountain, breaching a sealed cave in the mountainside. This cave was where the powerful being had perished, and within it, a black stone gained sentience after being cleansed by the thunder. Image 4. After an indeterminate time, the black stone birthed a mountain spirit who bore a resemblance to the fallen being. She quietly observed the village below from the cave, slowly learning many things and developing human emotions. Image 5. In a snowy forest, a girl lost in the mountains was on the verge of freezing to death when the mountain spirit brought her into the cave. The girl, suffering from a fever, clung to the mountain spirit, calling her mother. The mountain spirit held her tenderly, using her spiritual energy to aid her recovery. In that moment, the mountain spirit finally understood the beauty of human emotions and recognized what had made her feel so hollow: loneliness. Image 6. After the girl awakened, the mountain spirit escorted her down the mountain. When the girl's parents saw her return, they joyfully embraced her. Nuan, Mommy, a beautiful sister brought me back. The girl turned to find the mountain spirit had already vanished. Image 7. The girl, now considerably older, arrived at the cave with Candied Hawthorn. Sister Mountain God, I brought you Candied Hawthorn. Today, I went to the city with my father. Thanks to the ginseng you gave me, my father made a lot of money and bought me new clothes and Candied Hawthorn. You wouldn't believe it, the city is completely different from here. There are so many people and so many fun things. When I grow up a little more, I'll take you to the city, and we can enjoy delicious food together and see wonderful sights. though the spirit of the mountain could not part from the cold mountain. She still nodded with a smile. She did not wish to dishearten the girl. She too yearned to accompany her and witness the world beyond. Chapter 31. I truly deserve this. Scene 8. The spirit of the mountain prepared to ascend to the integration stage and began her seclusion. Meanwhile, the ginseng sold by the girl, imbued with a spiritual essence, was discovered by 3 disciples from Wushuang City who were scouring for spiritual herbs. Through various inquiries, they ultimately arrived at the cold mountain. Soon, they uncovered a plethora of spiritual herbs upon its slopes. To keep their discovery hidden, they succumbed to malevolence and, under the cover of night, annihilated the village. Scene 9. Upon emerging from her seclusion, the spirit of the mountain beheld the corpses strewn across the desolate fields of the cold mountain village and the ruins of the hamlet. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger, panic, and sorrow. How could this happen? How could this happen? She would be fine. She would be fine. When she found the girl lifeless in her parents' embrace, her world shattered completely. Scene 10. Adhering to the customs of the village, she buried the bodies of all the villagers and erected tombstones for each. She knew the names of all, for she had watched them grow. From the creatures of the mountain, she learned that the 3 cultivators had harvested many spiritual herbs and departed, yet they would surely return. Thus, the darkened spirit of the mountain sealed off the entire cold mountain, entombing anyone who entered the village within her graveyard. Those interred became the sustenance of the cold mountain, much like the great power that had once fallen during a tribulation. Interment and absorption became her 2 awakened innate abilities after her descent into darkness. Presently, Chun Feng had acquired these 2 powers. Having witnessed these fragmented memories, Chun Feng was reduced to tears. How could I be so wretched? Why did I utter such words to her? He never anticipated that his casual jibes would strike at the very heart of the spirit of the cold mountain's past. At this moment, he truly wished to slap himself twice. Upon awakening, Chun Feng sat up, unable to contain his tears. Lin Shangdao exclaimed in delight, "Junior brother has awakened." Chun Feng bit his lip, weeping like a child. "Woo-woo, brother, I truly deserve this." He extended his arms, longing for an embrace. Lin Shangdao paused. "Junior brother, why are you crying?" Zhou Meixian immediately approached, enveloping Chun Feng in her arms and soothing him. There, don't cry, sister will hold you." "Oh, be good at I in the live stream." Viewers who had just been worried about Chun Feng suddenly began chastising the shameless old rogue. "Release Aunt Zhou's embrace, let me have a turn." "Woo-woo, brother Feng, quickly tell me, what does she smell like?" "Shameless old rogue, why are you crying? Step aside, let me have a moment, I need a comforting embrace like that. Otherwise, shall I let you all hold me for a moment?" "Thank you, but no need, Sir Tihua." Nearby, Wang Yuro sighed in relief that it seemed he had not been possessed. Wang Hao nodded solemnly. Such a demeanor was not something the average person could mimic. It was indeed the original, when Rinchi was left speechless. Pondering what sort of bizarre anomaly this perfectly cultivated individual was at times. He seemed immensely powerful, yet at others, he hid behind others, seeking their protection. The sole possession of a spirit master nearly overwhelmed even his peak nascent soul mentor. Yet he lay there, seemingly unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Wang Yuro gazed at Chun Feng, bewildered. "All right, what exactly are you crying about?" Chun Feng sniffed, rising from Zhou Meixian's embrace. "The situation is as follows." He concealed the backstory of the fallen tribulation stage power and recounted the events of the cold mountain village. Upon hearing the conclusion, the expressions of all present grew complex. They had not anticipated that the malevolent spirit was indeed the deity of the cold mountain. The words Chun Feng had spoken hit the spirit deeply. In the live stream, the chat fell silent for a moment before erupting anew. "Brother Feng, stop crying, just slap yourself a few times. Woo-woo, how could you say such things to her? Oh, the spirit of the cold mountain." In that moment, how heartbroken she must have been. Originally a stone, yet endowed with human emotions, and to endure such trials. What a cruel twist of fate. Lin Shengdao patted Chen Feng's shoulder in consolation. "Junior brother, do not feel guilt. No one could have foreseen this. It is all the fault of those scoundrels from Wushuang City." Zhou Meixian couldn't help but curse. When Renshi, seeing that the matter had concluded, raised his hand. I extend my gratitude to you all for your rescue. I must return to the Merchant Guild to report. The 100,000 spiritual stones will be personally delivered to Bailu sect within a month. Lin Shengdao clasped his hands. Very well, brother one. Travel safely. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly called out. When Renshi, with humility, inquired, does Brother Chen have further instructions? Initially, he had most feared Wang Yuro, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Now, he realized that Chen Feng posed an even greater threat. Once the formation was activated, 200 peak spirit division ghost cultivators would emerge, causing even integration stage cultivators to feel apprehensive. Chen Feng warned, "You must keep my matters confidential, for should you speak of them, it would be detrimental to me, and you may find yourself struck by lightning." When Renshi paused, recalling the image of Sun Ming being obliterated by heavenly lightning, he shuddered and nodded vigorously. Understood. I will not divulge a single detail regarding you. Very well, travel safely. I shall not see you off, he concluded. When Renshi summoned a compass and soared away, Zhou Meixian also raised her hand. I too must return to the sect to report. I will deliver the 100,000 spiritual stones personally within a month. Farewell. Chen Feng waved goodbye. Yes, little Zhou, take care on your journey, and remember to inform your master not to boast and deceive the disciples in the future. Yes, Zhou Meixian replied awkwardly before taking flight on her sword. After their departure, Chen Feng turned to Wang Yuro and Lin Shengdao. Master, you should search the area where the stone figure emerged. There was originally a cave dwelling atop its head, containing a relic left by a tribulation stage power, the exquisite tower. Brother, please investigate the site where the stone figure collapsed. See if there remains a black stone of such size, as it is the essence of the spirit of the cold mountain. The master and disciple exchanged glances before soaring into the air, heading to the locations Chen Feng had indicated in the live stream. Viewers speculated, could the essence of the spirit of the cold mountain potentially give rise to a new mountain spirit? Brother Feng, if the mountain spirit revives, be sure to take her out for a stroll. To the city for Candied Hawthorn to see a performance. This time, do not let yourself perish before her. Damn it, are you all done? I'm running low on tissues. Just then, outside the cold mountain, 3 airships raced towards them at full speed. Each airship bore a plaque inscribed with the ancient characters for Wushuang City. At the helm of the foremost vessel stood a cultivator at the integration stage, exuding an air of arrogance. Whoever dares to slay a member of Wushuang City shall pay a grievous price. Chapter 32. The voice of filial piety clears the field. Wang Yuro presented a gray, misty stone tower to Chen Feng. I found it, a small tower, once sealed and now enshrouded in dust. With proper nurturing and refinement, it should be possible to awaken its spirit once more. Chen Feng nodded, stowing the stone tower. After all, Wang Yuro could not tend to it alone. She already had 2 treasures to nurture. Meanwhile, from a pile of rubble, Lin Shengdao called out, Junior brother, I found something too, but this stone is peculiar. I cannot lift it. Cannot lift it? Wang Yuro flew over with Chen Feng and, upon seeing it, her eyes gleamed. This is the boundary stone. The core of our mountain-protecting formation is a stone the size of a fist. Then this piece, Lin Shengdao's expression turned astonished. Wang Yuro replied earnestly, if used for formation, it could potentially protect an entire continent. Hiss, Chen Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. If word got out, surely everyone in Kanglin continent would come hunting for them. Suddenly, Wang Yuro's gaze flickered, and she quickly stowed the boundary stone before turning to the night sky on the left. Someone is coming. The leader is an integration stage cultivator. It is too late to flee. The expressions of Chen Feng and the others fell instantly. When would this end? In the live stream, the audience was equally stunned. Good heavens. Are they not letting us sleep tonight? An integration stage cultivator, who knows whether they are friend or foe? Today has been incredibly riveting, making up for the dullness of the past 20 days. The 3 airships soon appeared above the cold mountain, and a swarm of golden core and nascent soul cultivators dispersed, surrounding the entire cold mountain. 2 Spirit Division elders accompanied the integration stage deputy city lord, Shang Wanlong, as they soared to face Chen Feng and his companions. The 3 hovered high above, looking down upon Chen Feng and his 4 companions. One of the Spirit Division elders was a tall, bald old man, bearing a resemblance to Sun Ming. This man was none other than Sun Ming's father. Sun Yin. What transpired here? You had best speak the truth, or I shall not hesitate to seize one or two of you for a soul search. As he spoke, he unleashed a faint aura of intimidation. Seemingly having already deemed Wang Yuru, the highest skilled individual present, as the perpetrator. Lin Shangdao and Wang Hao exchanged uncomfortable glances. Chen Feng had initially thought that Wushuang City was merely a place where a few individuals acted tyrannically without regard for human life. He had not anticipated that the corruption ran deep, from the top down. Were it not for the remnants of the spirit of Hans Han that he had absorbed, along with the protective aura of the Senluo sword heart mitigating such attacks, he would likely have already knelt in submission. In the live stream, the audience was equally incensed by Wushuang City's arrogance. How brazen! Indeed, this was the world of cultivation, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Devoid of reason, their indifference toward Wushuang City was growing by the moment, urging Feng Gu to eradicate them. Yet, the situation appeared dire. Feng Gu had revealed all his trump cards, while the opposition harbored ill intentions. Making it unbearable, though not underestimate Feng Gu. He undoubtedly has more tricks up his sleeve, Wang Yuru declared with a grim expression. We hail from the Bailu sect of Bailu Island. My disciple has become ensnared, and the life token has shattered. We have come to rescue him. This place was previously shrouded by the influence of a foreign realm, trapping many within. Those seeking to return to their sects were likely among them. We fought valiantly against the demonic mountain spirit for a prolonged period before vanquishing it, with Zhou Meixian from the Kanglan sword sect being one of our comrades. Vice City Lord Shangwan Long gazed at Wang Yuru with avarice, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, so you are from Bailu Island. Your tale is indeed captivating, yet I find it hard to believe. Sun Yin pointed at Chen Feng. Wang Hao and Lin Shangdao. Choose one disciple to present for us to extract their soul. Wang Yuru was acutely aware that Wushuang City had already set their sights on her and her disciples. Even if they were innocent, there was a chance they would be silenced here. After all, their demise in this location would make it exceedingly difficult for Bailu's sect to investigate. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Qin Feng's voice resonated in the night wind. Woohoo, the technique of identifying strength. Is it effective against those in the fusion stage? Surely, those in the fusion stage are considered formidable, right? That depends on whether the system recognizes him as a strong individual system. You insignificant being, beneath the heavens, all are but ants. The expression of the eldest disciple shifted. Ha ha ha, the illusions begin. Lin Shengdao's countenance changed, slowly raising his hands to cover his ears, despite the futility of the action. The members of Wushuang City exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Chen Feng's words. Soon after, he began to sing Die in this world. Only mothers are good. Children with mothers are treasures. Wang Yuru and Wang Hao exchanged strange glances at Chen Feng, uncertain of his antics. Biffed. Someone from Wushuang City finally succumbed to laughter. Sun Yin couldn't help but scoff. So, he is a fool. Let's capture him for soul extraction. Even if he becomes even more foolish afterward, it won't matter. Shangwan Long crossed his arms. And no sooner had he spoken than disciples from the air landed on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Ugh, my stomach hurts terribly. Me too. Oh no, I've been hit too. Help, my stomach is swelling. Disciples of Wushuang City sat on the ground, gazing at their distended abdomens in horror. What is happening? Shangwan Long was taken aback, astonished that someone could covertly sabotage so many under his nose. Sun Yin directed his ire at the singing Chen Feng. You little rascal, it was you, wasn't it? How is this possible? Just as he was about to act, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, which intensified the moment he attempted to muster his energy. He found himself too weak to even fly, collapsing to the ground as he felt his belly swell further. Nearly bursting, he dared not use even a shred of his power. Indeed, without using any, it was merely ordinary discomfort. Shangwan Long realized that Chen Feng's song was the source of the issue. He raised his hand to strike Chen Feng and his companions. Shangwan Long now yearned for swift liberation, wishing to distance himself from the peculiar Chen Feng. Chen Feng had already meticulously crafted the content of his oath. swear to me that from this day forth, you shall not engage in any actions detrimental to me or our Bailu sect. The implications of detrimental were vast. He intended to ensure that even if he wished to inform others or incite their involvement, it would be impossible. Shang Guanlong nearly burst into laughter, thinking, swear to you. Who do you think you are? This is hilarious. You'll see what happens. Very well, I swear to you that from this day forth, we shall absolutely refrain from any actions that may harm you or your Bailu sect. And no sooner had Shang Guanlong uttered these words than a jolt of surprise coursed through him, as if he had made a solemn vow that the heavens would record. Impossible. This cannot be happening. It's your turn now. I swear to you that from this day forth, we shall absolutely refrain from any actions that may harm you or your Bailu sect. At first, Sun Ming found the oath amusing. Swearing to an individual seemed devoid of binding power. Yet, upon completing his oath, he felt as if he had garnered celestial recognition at a grand ceremony. This sensation had previously enveloped him when he pledged his allegiance at the oath-taking assembly upon entering the Wushuang city. The third elder, oblivious to the intriguing expressions of Shang Guanlong and Sun Yan, disdainfully followed suit. Yet, he was struck dumb, for his sensation was even more profound than theirs. He could not help but exclaim, "Who on earth are you?" "I am your esteemed uncle," Chen Feng replied as he walked toward the others. To his surprise, the elder, after much internal conflict, replied, "Very well, esteemed uncle." Chen Feng nearly slipped, almost falling over. With a bewildered expression, he turned to ask, "What happened to your integrity?" The elder, with utmost seriousness, responded, "I lost it when I joined Wushuang City." This old fellow is truly a character. Chen Feng chose to ignore them and approached the others in Wushuang City. "Swear." "Yes, I swear to you that from this day forth." As the circle of individuals completed their oaths, only 5 minutes remained until the experience of filial piety concluded. In those final moments, they felt as though they were about to burst. "Stop. We have already sworn. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm going to explode. Who will save me?" Chen Feng smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, the experience will conclude after the birthing simulation." Birthing? The expressions of the people from Wushuang City became even more dramatic. 7 parts disbelief, 1 part pain, 1 part indignation, and 1 part confusion. You made us pregnant. How could you do this? Ah. You beast. How can a grown man bear a child? Oh my goodness. It hurts. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Woe is me. With so many people involved, there was no way this fellow would take responsibility. Sister, your focus is quite peculiar, by the way. I've thought of 3 names for the child. Please help me consider them when the time comes. Hiss, I'm about to give birth. Those nearby were rendered speechless. He had already thought of names. At this moment, Wang Yuru and her 2 disciples remained relatively composed, for they understood the intricacies of this skill. All right, the experience is over, Chen Feng announced as he timed it perfectly, grabbing a megaphone. Congratulations, you now understand what filial piety and love are. Do you all now comprehend the greatness of maternal love? Whether it was the multitude from Wushuang City or the trio from Bailu sect, they lay on the ground with expressions of 3 parts numbness, 3 parts relief, and 4 parts liberation, gazing at the night sky with tears cascading down their cheeks. Maternal love is truly magnificent. Soon, Chun Feng's voice, like that of a devil, pulled them from their contemplations of filial piety. Now, pay up. Are you just going to lie there waiting for your confinement? If you don't pay, I'll sing again, no. The people from Wushuang City and the 3 from Bailu sect immediately sprang up, raising their hands in protest. Damn it, if you sing again. Are you a devil? You're not the one giving birth. Wait till you get tired. Shang Guanlong tossed a storage ring to Chen Feng and then turned to fly back to the airship. Remember not to speak carelessly to others. Leaking my information would be detrimental to me. Be careful, or you might get struck by lightning. Some were skeptical. Then, boom, a thunderclap echoed, warning them from above. The people from Wushuang City fell silent. Shang Guanlong flew back to the airship even faster. Today, he was utterly dejected and wished to find a secluded corner to weep for a while. Others felt similarly, with some already in tears. The female cultivators looked at Qin Feng as if he were a scoundrel who had left them to bear an unacknowledged pregnancy. Of course, the male cultivators' expressions were even more complex. That night, they truly felt like weeping. Since their debut, they had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, they could not even seek revenge. They could not speak of it, for the heavenly thunder had warned them, "Beast, why are you so formidable? Why didn't you say so earlier?" We're truly weeping. Chapter 34. Soul wounds that are hard to heal, with both hands filled with storage rings and more than 10 storage bags hanging at his waist. Qin Feng had abruptly become the wealthiest member of Bai Lu's sect. Naturally, it would have been even better if the bump on his head, courtesy of Wang Yuru's slap, were absent in the realm of cultivation. It was not uncommon for individuals to have their masters bear children, but being beaten up afterward? Qin Feng was undoubtedly the first to experience such a fate. Meanwhile, the elder brother Lin Shang still appeared somewhat bewildered. Having been the first in the entire cultivation world to endure 2 instances of the filial piety experience, Wang Hao, on the other hand, was considerably clearer-minded, albeit plagued by a lingering confusion he had held onto for quite some time. Why was there a shoe belonging to Wang Ergu left at the doorstep in that eerie song from Qin Feng? He had changed his name long ago, and there was no reason for Qin Feng to know. Moreover, his master was not one to gossip. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Additionally, Qing Dai had already received a paper crane transmission outside of Han Mountain and was preparing to join them. Listening to the events that transpired within Han Mountain, Qing Dai found them utterly absurd. Suddenly, Wang Yuru, seated at the co-pilot seat, spoke up, "When you return, don't rush to break through to Foundation establishment." Huh? Why? Qin Feng queried. Perplexed. Did they also believe that cultivating more layers of qi would yield greater prowess? Wang Yuru remained with her eyes closed, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the armrest of her seat. With a somewhat languid tone, she replied, "In half a month, a cave world will open on Bai Lu Island's San Yuan Mountain, which only those below Foundation establishment can enter. There have been reports of valuable items that can enhance one's foundation found within." Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. What he needed most at present were items to elevate his foundation. "All right, I'll hold off for a while then." In the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement once more. Awesome, a preview of the chaos. I thought once the resources were secured, Brother Feng would hibernate for a decade before emerging. Woohoo, a newbie dungeon for fishing. I'm out. I'm exhausted. Fellow cultivators, I'm leaving too. Time to cultivate. Hee hee. See you in half a month. Lin Shang, Wang Hao, and Qing Dai were rendered speechless. A combined might of Spirit Division experts and a host of Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators were reduced to tears by him. And now he was off to the cave world to bully novice Qi cultivators? Yet, the thought of those arrogant geniuses from various sects being humiliated by Qin Feng brought a smile to their faces. At around 2 in the morning, Qin Feng and the others finally returned to Bai Lu's sect. This time, the aircraft did not require Wang Yuru to stow it away, as Qin Feng possessed a top-tier storage ring. One that Shangguan Long had surrendered. The space within was vast, containing 3,000 spirit crystals and 200,000 spirit stones, cumulatively valued at approximately 1 million spirit stones. Sun Yen had provided 1,000 spirit crystals and 300,000 spirit stones, along with some medicinal pills. Although the total value was slightly less than 1 million spirit stones, it was not far off. The Spirit Division elder who had acknowledged Qin Feng as esteemed uncle fared far worse, having nearly emptied his entire fortune, resulting in a jumbled assortment of items within his storage ring. Other nascent soul and golden core cultivators did not demand large quantities of spirit stones, but they still suffered significant losses, mostly settling debts with spirit stones and various materials. As for Lin Shang and Wang Hao, Qin Feng had no intention of sharing with them, as it would be awkward to do so. Moreover, they had rifled through quite a few corpses during their grave-robbing activities, and their pockets were already filled to the brim. After escorting Chen Yuyin to a small building, Wang Yuru went to find an elder from Yufeng. This elder, a middle-aged woman in the Spirit Division stage named Madame Lianxiang, was the wife of Wang Yuru's master and hailed from the second-tier sect Bai Chao Garden. She was one of the few talented individuals in Bai Lu's sect proficient in both medicine and alchemy. Under Lin Shang's guidance, everyone greeted Madame Lianxiang. She nodded and began to examine Chen Yuyin's condition in the live stream. The previously sparse comments suddenly surged, as lurking v Madame Lianxiang remarked. Wang Yuru nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, then I shall trouble the elder to write down the necessary materials. A trivial matter." Before long, Madame Lianxiang had inscribed the ingredients for the third transformation soul-nourishing pill, including the origins of several primary herbs. Upon receiving the prescription, Wang Yuru's expression shifted dramatically. The primary herbs are soul-nourishing grass or the other shore flower, sourced from the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone. Madame Lianxiang sighed as she looked at Chen Yuyin, saying, "Thus, rescuing her proves to be quite challenging, and no matter how difficult, we must try," Wang Yuru declared, unwilling to watch her disciple perish without a fight. Madame Lianxiang advised, "I do not recommend that you venture into the Forbidden Zone yourselves. You might monitor various auction houses or enlist ordinary mortals from the mundane world to search for it. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the risk of encountering mishaps. Is that truly possible?" Lin Shangdao inquired, somewhat surprised. However, Madame Lianxiang shook her head with a wry smile. "Those who enter must adhere to certain requirements. It is best if a couple in love is involved. One must enter while the other remains outside, calling out to prevent losing their way. Should either party lack sincerity, they will become utterly lost inside, destined to become the prey of wandering souls. The one entering should ideally be a martial artist or a low-tier cultivator. For the spirits within are no ordinary foes. Furthermore, as more souls perish within, the Forbidden Zone becomes increasingly perilous, and the chances of success diminish." After her words, silence enveloped the group. Wang Yuru sighed and said, "Wang Hao, you shall descend the mountain tomorrow to circulate among the major commercial houses and auction sites, informing them that we are willing to pay handsomely for the soul-nourishing grass or the other shore flower." "Understood, Master," Wang Hao replied with a nod. Once Madame Lianxiang departed, Chen Feng retreated to his small courtyard. The others had already entered a fasting state, requiring no sustenance, while he was left feeling weary, hungry, and drowsy. With 1 million followers, the streaming time was now unrestricted. Chen Feng could control when to start and end his broadcasts. "That will be all for today. See you all tomorrow," Chen Feng announced before shutting off the stream. He then purchased a meal from the system shop and began to eat. The following day, just after he arose and finished using the restroom, a paper crane from Wang Yuru arrived, summoning him to the small building atop the mountain. "The boundary stone is returned to you. Unlike you, I do not possess the fortune to bear such heavy treasures, which could easily attract misfortune. Indeed, Master, waking up to your languid beauty first thing in the morning is truly delightful. Fengge, have you considered making a bold move?" Chen Feng was elated. Just the night before, he had pondered how to reclaim the boundary stone from Wang Yuru, and to his surprise, she returned it voluntarily today. "Thank you, Master. Let us meet the sect master. The white egret meditation method requires one more secret technique to be complete." Chen Feng's eyes sparkled, as he recognized it was the complementary white egret visualization technique. What a splendid day this is, with good fortune following in rapid succession. Chapter 35. The pain of frosty days and cold moons. Wang Yuru guided Chen Feng to find Bai Qinxue. "Sect Master, I wish for Chen Feng to cultivate the white egret visualization method." Bai Qinxue glanced at Chen Feng before nodding in acquiescence. "Very well, follow me." She was already aware of the events from the previous night when she sought out Wang Yuru in the latter half of the night. She could hardly fathom that Chen Feng's song could influence even those at the integration stage, accompanied by a remarkably powerful musical formation. She felt fortunate to have Chen Feng present. Otherwise, the Yufeng lineage would have faced near extinction. As Chen Feng followed by Qinxue, he noticed that she too had no nails. It seemed that within the entire sect, only Bai Qinxue and Wang Yuru refrained from keeping nails, while Lin Shangdao and Wang Hao had grown theirs slightly for the purpose of playing the zither and controlling strings. Of course, this was merely a matter of personal preference, and he did not intend to delve deeply into it. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the hall, a mural exuded an enigmatic aura. At a glance, the system immediately activated the one-click learning function. Detected mid-tier high-level visualization diagram. Would you like to learn? Yes. White egret visualization method. Enhances spiritual power through meditation on the visualization diagram. Can be cultivated alongside the white egret mystical arts, allowing for the generation of a six-tailed white egret guardian spirit using spiritual power and spiritual energy. Stay here and visualize until you have it memorized. No need, I have already learned it, Chen Feng replied, raising his hand to condense a miniature version of the white egret guardian spirit in his palm. This guardian spirit bore no tail. That was the extent of his ability. After all, Wang Yuru's white egret guardian spirit was only 3 meters in size and had just 2 tails, while Bai Qianxue possessed 3 tails and could even serve as a mount. How extraordinary! Bai Qianxue could not help but comment, knowing that other inner disciples typically needed to spend 2 or 3 days in this hall to learn it. Moreover, after mastering it, generating a white egret guardian spirit would require gradual acclimatization. Upon returning to Yufeng after leaving the main peak, Wang Yuru promptly sent Chen Feng back to his small courtyard. What could Master be doing all night, being so languid all day? Chen Feng could not help but vent in the streaming room. Perhaps she is diligently cultivating. Her lackadaisical demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance to that of my somewhat nephritic roommate. Haha, that analogy is quite poor. Refrain from such comparisons in the future. A pairing of master and sect master would surely be a sight to behold. I hope you mean singing and dancing rather than fighting. All right, since there is nothing pressing today, I plan to renovate my small courtyard. Any suggestions? Let us set up an outdoor swimming pool. I can invite those disciples over for a swim. And I'll gift you a swimsuit for the carnival. That sounds splendid. Just imagine Sai Hongxiu in a bikini. What a sight that would be. Count me in for a carnival and let us get Qingdai a swimsuit as well. Chen Feng face-bombed, feeling exasperated. Engaging with you lot for suggestions was undoubtedly a moment of madness. After purchasing a few books on renovation skills, he retrieved the paper figures he had kept on him, gathering dust. Having only participated in one high-end match, these paper figures were of little use. He released 20 infused paper figures, which illuminated and transformed into masked cultivators clad in white robes. If their masks were removed, one would see that each bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Feng himself. This was Li Gouxiu's signature skill, paper figure clones. Among these 20 paper clones, half were at the first level of qi refinement, while the other half were comparable to 5th-grade martial artists. With the 20 paper clones in position, Chen Feng immediately commenced a vigorous renovation. He installed solar panels on the rooftop, set up a generator, laid water and electricity lines, equipped the well with a pump, expanded the courtyard to include a bathroom and toilet, replaced the doors with smart locks, added rock panels indoors, laid flooring, installed ceilings and lighting, changed the windows to glass, added curtains, furnished the living room with a sofa, and set up a home entertainment system, along with a large bed and a mattress in the bedroom. Within a single day, Chen Feng transformed the entire courtyard into a modern residence. When Qingdai arrived in the evening, her envy was palpable. Such a dwelling was truly comfortable. Reflecting on her own courtyard felt akin to residing in a doghouse. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Chen Feng's hand and pleaded, "Junior brother, could you help me renovate my place as well? I beg you." "Very well. I shall have the paper figures assist with your renovations tomorrow. Be sure to clear your belongings in the morning to avoid any mess." Chen Feng was quite generous. After all, the two courtyards were similar, and he could simply instruct the paper clones to replicate the renovations without needing to supervise. "Thank you so much, junior brother," Qingdai exclaimed with delight. Chen Feng then turned to Lin Shangdao and asked, "Senior brother, would you like to renovate as well?" Though Lin Shangdao found the idea appealing, he did not feel the need to transform his own house in such a manner. "I think I shall pass that a house for me is merely a shelter from the elements. I have no extravagant demands." He had matured into a seasoned cultivator and no longer placed significant importance on his dwelling. Even without a house, he could make do with a cave in the mountains. However, you might consider whether Master could use some renovations. That was precisely his intention, and he planned to inquire about it the next day. Chen Feng nodded. After all, she was his master, and it was only fitting to show appreciation. Furthermore, Wang Yuru did not seem like the type who would settle for less at tea that moment. Atop the mountain's small building, a certain spying master could not help but chuckle. "Well, at least you all possess a modicum of conscience." Without further ado, Wang Yuro found herself yearning for the soft sofa and bed, as she had always been fond of plush comforts. Had it not been for Chen Feng's impressive display of celestial merit upon entering, she might have been unable to resist the temptation to delve into his mind, eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. Due to the necessity of suppressing his cultivation, Chen Feng was unable to cultivate spiritual energy during this period. Hence, Wang Yuro took him to learn the white egret visualization technique that morning. As night fell, Chen Feng reclined on the bed, beginning his solitary practice of the white egret visualization method. The following morning, after washing up and having breakfast, he simultaneously progressed his frosty sky cold blood skill while practicing the sword chi body refinement technique. While others cultivated their swords, Chen Feng was nurtured by his sword. The frosty moon sword spirit had fully become his loyal companion, diligently releasing sword energy to aid in his body refinement daily. Reflecting on the past at Qingyun sect, where Taoist Yuming nurtured her with spiritual energy and sword intent, and his disciple, Yue Shuang, devoted over 30 years of genuine affection to her, treating her like a revered ancestor. She now found herself in a different predicament. Was spiritual energy still required for nourishment? Chen Feng simply placed her amidst a pile of spirit stones, allowing her to cultivate independently. Did she still need sword intent? The terrifying shadows of the sword heart of Sin Luo, an unspeakable realm of sword intent, had already left an indelible mark in her psyche. As for genuine affection, Chen Feng was indeed providing that in abundance. While others would dedicate their lives to nurturing a single magical artifact, Chen Feng was all about nurturing everything. The frosty moon sword spirit felt akin to a victim in a toxic relationship. Watching him simultaneously tend to 7 or 8 magical artifacts, observing the joyful resonance of the other artifacts thriving under his care, she couldn't help but feel disgruntled, yet she dared not voice her discontent for fear of reprisal. Not only was her situation less than ideal, but she also had to utilize her own frosty sword chi to assist Chen Feng in his cultivation. Rather sorrowful plight. Chapter 36. Departure to Sanyuan Mountain. 10 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Si Hongxiu had yet to seek out Chen Feng again. Naturally, Chen Feng, immersed in his cultivation, had nearly forgotten her. Fourth senior sister Chen Yuyan remained in a state of unconsciousness, reliant on pills to sustain her life. Wang Hao was busy traversing various merchant associations and sects, spreading the word about acquiring soul-nourishing grass and other shore flowers. Master Wang Yuro had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for 50 years. And after Chen Feng renovated her small building, she entered seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the spirit division stage. With only 3 days remaining until the opening of the Sanyuan Mountain Cave, Lin Shangdao brought Chen Feng to the main peak for assembly. With their master in seclusion, the Yufeng could not be left unattended. Thus Chen Feng could not accompany him on this venture to Sanyuan Mountain's cave for training. It's all right, senior brother. I'm not a child, Chen Feng chuckled. The main leaders of the team were Hua Fengzhu and Sister Xia from the Gongfeng, the very same individuals who had been involved during the assessment. Chen Feng felt rather overwhelmed. In the live stream, viewers were in stitches. Brother Feng's smile just froze. I'm new here. Could you tell me who Hua Fengzhu and Sister Xia are? One of them had been inadvertently affected by Brother Feng's powerful identification technique during the assessment. Woo-hoo, Brother Feng, you're in trouble. Ironically, the most perilous aspect of this journey turned out to be his fellow teammates. Can you believe it? Chen Feng pursed his lips defiantly, stating, no problem, I'll just sing. Lin Shangdao, having spent considerable time with Chen Feng, had picked up some modern colloquialisms, such as the classic what the heck and sixth. Fortuitously, Lin Shangdao had other matters to attend to. Otherwise, if those two ladies provoked Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly find himself in hot water. The entrance of the main hall, disciples from the 3 peaks had already arrived. Tio Chanfeng's surprise. The chosen disciple from the Zhengfeng was none other than the familiar Mo Cho. Just as he was about to greet her with a smile, he was met with her resentful glare, causing him to retract his hand awkwardly. How embarrassing. I forgot she had been a victim too. Brother Feng, feeling awkward? Mo Cho shot back. Do you even have the face to greet me? This fellow was yet another victim of the powerful identification technique. Well, Brother Feng can't wander freely in the sect. Simultaneously, a series of grinding teeth sounds could be heard from the side. None other than Sister Xia Jiyu, who had always disapproved of Chen Feng. During the assessment, she had been critical of his music, deeming it outlandish and unconventional. Not only did he manage to prove her wrong, but he also left her feeling utterly defeated. Lin Shangdao raised his hand in greeting. Hua Fengzhu, Sister Xia. Chen Feng followed suit. Offering his greetings, Hua Yuerong merely nodded slightly, her cold demeanor revealing no emotion. Humph, I wouldn't dare take credit. Xia Zhiyu tossed her head, offering Qin Feng a disdainful look. This old fairy was quite insufferable. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to her. The disciples behind them also greeted Lin Shengdao. As for Qin Feng, their restraint in not attacking him was already quite courteous, and they certainly had no intention of greeting him. Given their affection for their senior sister and esteemed master had been tarnished by Qian Feng's actions. While the fault did not lie with him, the repercussions on their reputations had indeed taken a toll. The eliminated candidates had long since spread the news, and it had morphed into a sensational tale. After a while, the eldest disciple from the Shangfeng arrived, entrusted his disciples to Hua Yuerong and Xia Zhiyu, and departed. Once the 5 disciples participating in the Sanyuan Mountain Cave training had gathered, Hua Yuerong produced an empty vessel. Board the vessel. Let us depart. The 7 of them stepped aboard, and the vessel soared into the sky, leaving the Bailu sect behind as they headed towards Sanyuan Mountain. The cave was a naturally occurring subspace, often appearing amidst spiritually rich mountains, rivers, and lakes, with its opening and closing resembling the ebb and flow of tides. Governed by natural laws, and within it existed unique constraints as well. The Sanyuan Mountain Cave opened every 20 years and had existed for over 600 years. When it first emerged, the Sanyuan sect had attempted to claim it for themselves, only to be discovered by various major sections realizing they could not defend it. The sect leader chose to transform the Sanyuan Mountain Cave into a shared resource for the entire Bailu continent's major sections. Should any major sect attempt to forcibly seize the cave, they would inevitably find themselves at odds with the other sects of the Bailu continent. Because of the Sanyuan sect's timely recognition of this reality, they received protection from all major sects and were appointed as the administrators of the Sanyuan Mountain Cave. Following discussions among 30 major sects, each would send 5 disciples to enter the cave for a month of training whenever it opened. Due to the Sanyuan sect's clever maneuvering, subsequent mid and small sects also learned to call for shared ownership whenever they discovered a cave in their vicinity, thus preserving themselves from annihilation while also reaping some benefits. Naturally, there were those who sought to claim caves for themselves, but within days, their disciples would be targeted by powerful figures from major sects, leading to their destruction or transformation into puppet sections. Qingyun Mountain also held 3 caves, one belonging to the Bailu sect, one to the Qingyun sect, and one shared jointly. However, none had yet reached their designated opening time. After a day of flight, Qin Feng cultivated diligently within the vessel, and the journey proved remarkably smooth. Neither Hua Yuerong nor Xia Zhiyu troubled him, leading him to appreciate that while they might possess narrow minds, they did exhibit some level of tolerance. Even more pleasing to Qin Feng was the fact that Sanyuan Mountain was also a point of interest. The group followed the steward of Sanyuan Mountain to a large villa nestled in a valley, specifically designed for receiving guests, featuring numerous courtyards. I will go pay a visit to the sect leader of the Sanyuan sect. Feel free to explore once you settle in, but be cautious not to provoke individuals from other sections. Understood. Mo Cho and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wished to accompany Hua Yuerong to the main peak for a visit. Hua Fengzhu, may I join you? Hua Yuerong frowned slightly. What do you wish to accompany me for? I sense there may be an opportunity for me up there. I'd like to take a look, Qin Feng replied with a smile. This was a compelling reason, though it might sound a bit far-fetched to most. After contemplating for a moment, Hua Yuerong nodded. Very well, but do keep your conduct in check. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. Qin Feng followed Hua Yuerong to the main peak of the Sanyuan sect, while the others returned to their rooms to cultivate under Xia Zhiyu's guidance. The best way to avoid unnecessary complications was to remain indoors. The spiritual energy at Sanyuan sect was naturally inferior to that of Bailu sect. However, their architectural style was impressively grand. The overall aesthetic of the sect's buildings exuded an ostentatious quality, leading one to mistakenly think they had entered a palace. The Sanyuan sect was led by Zhu Jinbao, a name that resonated with him. When Hua Yuerong and Qin Feng arrived to pay their respects, he was engaged in welcoming guests from 2 other sects, both of which happened to be fierce rivals of Bailu sect in both commerce and ideology, Tianjiao Pavilion and Haoan sect. Chapter 37. Provocation. As soon as they entered the garden, before Hua Yuerong could greet Zhu Jinbao, the representatives from Tianjiao Pavilion and Haoan sect immediately launched their verbal assault. Isn't this Hua Fengzhu? I've heard you've been put in a delicate condition. Why aren't you taking care of yourself and are instead out gallivanting? The speaker was a sultry woman clad in revealing attire, her alluring, misty eyes captivating all who beheld her, clearly a member of Hahuan's sect. Oh, haven't you already given birth? If I recall correctly, the timing is just right for you to finish your confinement. Congratulations. Following the voice was a gracefully attired young woman in formal palace garments, her tone bearing the semblance of sophistication, yet inexplicably steeped in a flavor reminiscent of tea. Hua Yurong's expression instantly turned frosty. Chun Feng felt an acute sense of embarrassment, as this predicament was indeed his doing. In the live broadcast room, the audience was already in fits of laughter. Brother Feng, step forward and take responsibility, someone teased. Goodness, isn't that tantamount to clearing the stage right then and there? Enough. Brother Feng is on the verge of dying from awkwardness. Two uniquely charming beauties made their presence felt, exuding an air of flirtation and an overwhelming tea-like essence. It must be said, honest folk are often drawn to such types. That tea art lady is mine. The rest are yours to choose, he declared, typing with both hands to assert his innocence. Hua Yurong chose to disregard the two, greeting Zhu Jinbao, who occupied the main seat, with a polite nod. Greetings. Master Zhu? Zhu Jinbao cleared his throat. Ahem. It has been a while, Master Hua. You remain as striking as ever. Please hold on. I shall arrange your seating immediately. Zhu Jinbao felt quite overwhelmed. The entire Bai Lu Zhou was aware of the animosity between these three families. Yet they all coincidentally gathered today, which was quite vexing. Soon, a nearby maid set up a new long table in the garden, adorned with spiritual fruits and tea, alongside two clean cushions. After Hua Yurong and Chen Feng took their seats, the He Huan sect across the table began to stir mischief once more. The head of the flower hall, Shi Lian, proposed, today, as our three families fortuitously gather, and with our disciples present, why not engage in a friendly exchange of poetry and song? Recently, the Confucian scholars have risen in prominence, and the literary arts have flourished akin to the musical realm. If the management of the Chuyuan restaurant lacked a foundation in the literary arts, it would be quite embarrassing to open for business. The proprietor of Tian Exine Pavilion, Madame Xiang Nong, brightened at this suggestion. Her disciple, who had recently transitioned from the literary arts, was just perfect for this, an opportunity for a splendid display. Shi Lian's proposal is indeed reasonable. In this picturesque peach blossom garden, it is only fitting we indulge in some literary elegance. Ha ha ha, how could our Wenchang Academy be absent from such a gathering of poetic indulgence? A middle-aged man clad in scholarly attire, accompanied by two young scholars, approached the garden. Master Zhu, what a pleasure! It turned out to be a fellow from Wenchang Academy. Please, take a seat. Zhu Jinbao wore a cheerful smile. Though internally he felt quite perturbed. The Sanyuan sect, known for its martial path, was here to host a literary gathering. How appropriate could that be? Hua Yurong's expression darkened further. The course of this banquet was already predetermined. Regardless of her willingness, she would have to follow the lead of these three families, as for Bai Lu's sect, which specializes in music and dance, who among them would delve into the literary arts of poetry? Admittedly, the Chuyuan's business relied heavily on patrons from the literary arts. If they were to lose or falter today, the repercussions on Bai Lu's sect's restaurant business would be significant. Chun Feng wore a peculiar expression. Realizing that there indeed existed a literary path within the cultivation realm, this felt like he was being pressured to show off his prowess in poetry. Oh dear, the classic narrative of poetic pretension is upon us. He rubbed his hands together, preparing to deliver a face-slapping performance. Was Chuyuan a tavern? It should be an opera house. Bai Lu's sect could not possibly be associated with taverns. Brother Feng, when will you take us for a stroll around the He Huan sect's tavern? Hua Yurong's face turned as dark as thunder, indicating her lack of enthusiasm for such activities. She turned to Qin Feng, earnestly inquiring, "Are you proficient in the literary arts of poetry?" Qin Feng replied with a confident smile. To speak frankly, in a world brimming with talent, I, Chun, claim a lion's share. 10 portions, while others collectively fall short by 2. Hua Yurong regarded Qin Feng as if he were a fool boasting aimlessly. Soon, she realized that everyone present was astute. Undoubtedly, others had overheard his audacious claim. This is disastrous. I should never have asked I in the live broadcast room, the flower master remarked. Isn't that just nonsense? Ha ha ha, what a face of disbelief. The audience, steeped in the rich cultural heritage of ancient Huaxia, erupted in laughter. Hee hee. The members of Huan's sect and Tianjin Pavilion were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Shi Lian, with a flourish, remarked, Master Hua, your Bai Lu's sect disciple is truly a character, claiming 10 portions while others lack 2. How audacious! Madame Xiang Nong shook her head with a cold smirk. The Confucian scholar was far less polite, stating bluntly, what a ridiculous attempt to garner attention. Hua Yurong felt a surge of fury towards Chen Feng. This remark would undoubtedly circulate, and soon the literary cultivators would drown Bai Lu's sect. The worst part was that the Chu Yuan's business would also suffer collateral damage. She cast a cold glance at Chen Feng. You better win. Rest assured, Chen Feng replied, still grinning, which only intensified Hua Yurong's discontent. She swore that upon returning to their sect, she would ensure the leader dealt with Chen Feng appropriately, tempering his demeanor and tongue. It was fortunate she only vowed this in her mind. Had she spoken it aloud, it would have been disastrous. Zhu Jinbao, seated at the head, shook his head in resignation. The disciples of Bai Lu's sect were truly unreliable, causing quite a stir. Shi Lian jested. Since Bai Lu's sect's disciple boasts such remarkable talent, let him go first. It won't be too taxing for you. Just make sure it aligns with the current theme. Madame Xiang Nong chimed in. Hee hee, don't let us down. The Confucian scholar Zhou Zuan remained expressionless, silently savoring his tea. His silence spoke volumes. Chen Feng glanced at the barrage of comments. Countless netizens were already sharing poems and verses related to gatherings, peach blossoms, and gardens. Chen Feng's eyes nearly glazed over. The depth of ancient Huaxia's cultural heritage was truly formidable. Very well, I shall present my humble talents. Chen Feng felt it was time to let the cultivators experience the grandeur of the Tang dynasty's poetic spirit. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, then recited with a voice that combined 2 parts arrogance, 3 parts composure, and 5 parts grandeur. The heavens and the earth serve as the inn for all creation. Time is but a fleeting guest across the ages. With that line, he captured the attention of all the cultured individuals in the garden. Shi Lian's anticipation of amusement was abruptly frozen. Madame Xiang Nong furrowed her brow. The disciples behind them stood in stunned silence. Zhou Zuan's hand trembled, his disbelief evident as he looked up at Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng gazed upward at a 45-degree angle. Seemingly absorbed in the vastness of the world, he then slightly lowered his gaze to the cup in his hand. And life is but a dream. How much joy can one truly derive? The ancients wandered by candlelight at night for good reason. Furthermore, spring beckons me with its picturesque scenery, while the great expanse grants me eloquence. In this garden of peach blossoms, I shall recount the joys of familial bonds. Chapter 38. The madman Chen Feng. We sing and celebrate, yet feel a twinge of regret for the joys of tranquility. The enjoyment lingered, but our discussions turned profound. We gather around the jade table amidst flowers, raising our cups to intoxicate the moon. Without splendid verses, how can one express noble sentiments? If the poetry fails to impress, let it be punished by the number of cups of wine at the Golden Valley. Having finished reciting the poetic prose of the immortal poet, Chen Feng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Clatter! Zhou Zuan's cup fell to the table in shock. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Even the great literary talents of their Wanchang Academy could not compose such timely and magnificent verses in a short span. Shi Lian wore an awkward smile as she turned to her talented disciple, noting their expression of sheer astonishment, revealing just how thoroughly Chen Feng had struck a blow to their pride. Madame Xiang Nong glanced back at her disciple who had transitioned from the literary arts, who had recently achieved the status of a top scholar but was too peculiar to fit into the political arena. At that moment, his expression mirrored that of a stunned fool. Madame Xiang Nong raised a hand to her forehead in disbelief. Hua Yurong, without needing to discern the quality herself, could tell from the expressions of those around her that Chen Feng had delivered a decisive victory. She cast a strange glance at Chen Feng, realizing that this young man had some true talent. Had Chen Feng been able to hear her thoughts, he would have certainly retorted that he was indeed not a small figure in the live broadcast room. The audience was equally captivated by the reactions of everyone present, a wave of profound pride unique to the Huaxia people washing over them. After finishing his tea and clearing his throat, Chun Feng looked toward the other three families. All right, it's your turn now. Opening with a grand slam, how could you expect us to follow? The expressions of the other three families conveyed an indescribable awkwardness. Ultimately, it was Zhou Zuan who, with great reluctance, recited a poem about peach blossoms to maintain the fade. Following that, the disciples of Tian Xian Pavilion and He Huan sect recited a peach-themed verse and a poem respectively. Shi Lian from He Huan sect, feeling her face hadn't yet burned enough, provocatively turned to Qin Feng, saying, "It's your turn again. Since you're so talented, why not recite one poem and one verse each?" Madame Xiang Nong's lips curled slightly. Indeed, it was the He Huan sect who were the true troublemakers. Hua Yurong's expression darkened once more. This Shi Lian was truly crossing the line. Just as she was about to interject to refuse for Qin Feng, she heard Qin Feng beside her say, "Is that enough?" "What do you mean?" Shi Lian asked, puzzled. Qin Feng rose, grasping the teapot on the table. As he poured tea into the cups, he strolled leisurely through the peach garden. One poem and one verse are hardly sufficient to showcase my talents. If I am to show off, I shall do so to the fullest. Considering the 5-cent effects are awaiting their upgrade. Truly audacious. First, the peach blossoms, shyly meeting their untimely end, grateful for the eastern wind. They scatter their delicate crimson petals, drifting into the idle window to accompany the sorrowful. Who pities the weary and frail of Dongyang, as spring languidly unfolds? Not even the lotus, amidst its quiet charm, can compare to such profound sentiments. Chen Feng, concerned that they might not hear clearly, deliberately employed special subtitle effects. As he recited each line, words adorned in a peach blossom pink with white outlines appeared in the air, only to dissolve into petals moments later. This added a dazzling array of visual effects, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. For the second poem, he recited, "In the peach blossom dock, beneath the peach blossom temple, the peach blossom immortals wine awakens only to sit before the flowers, while drunk, one sleeps beneath them. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, flowers fall and bloom, year after year. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their inability to see through," he continued. "I do not see the tombs of the heroic at Wuling. Devoid of flowers and wine, I toil the fields." The third poem followed. "In the human realm, the fragrance of April fades, while in the mountain temple, the peach blossoms begin to bloom. Longing for spring's return, I know not where it has slipped away." Next, he recited, "In the warmth of spring, the peach blossoms bloom first. Who could resist their brilliance? Alas, when the fierce winds blow them down, the crimson petals to the moss." As for the fifth poem, Shi Lian felt as if with each verse Qin Feng recited, she was being struck with a pang of jealousy, nearly biting her teeth to pieces from the discomfort. Behind her, the talented courtesan Lian Xin had transformed from blushing embarrassment to utter admiration. Lady Xiangnong was relieved she had remained silent. Otherwise, she would have been the one feeling the sting. Meanwhile, behind her, the eager disciple Situ Xiu was nearly beside himself with excitement. Thinking the second poem about the peach blossom immortal was practically written for him. Had the circumstances been different, he would surely have shared a drink with Chen Feng, forging a bond of camaraderie. Zhou Jiwen from Wenchang Academy had shifted from shock to sheer horror. His two disciples were also reacting differently. One gazed at Chen Feng with fervent admiration, feverishly jotting down every poem he recited, while the other appeared utterly defeated. In the realm of pretentiousness, none can rival Brother Feng. This is hilarious, and the subtitle effects are remarkable. Just ask if he is handsome. If so, that's all that matters. Brother Feng, don't finish reciting. Save some brilliance for when the peach blossoms bloom again. Did you not notice? The female disciple from Hawan sect looks as if her mind is blown. That male disciple from Tianjiao Pavilion seems nearly ecstatic. And what of that female disciple from Wenchang Academy who is madly taking notes? Any takers? If not, I shall claim her. No, I too am fond of her style. If only she had a pair of glasses. She would be perfect. After reciting a total of 20 poems related to peach blossoms, Chen Feng strolled back to his seat and slowly sat down. His mouth felt slightly sore. He decided to call it a day. "All right, now it's your turn to shine," he said, shifting the pressure onto the other three. Shi Lian, Lady Xiangnong, and Zhou Jiwen were nearly on the verge of creating a small villa out of their awkwardness at the table. Each of Chen Feng's poems was so breathtaking that any one of them could overshadow the others, with several destined to be immortalized through the ages. Hua Yurong, observing their expressions, could no longer contain her laughter. Although Chen Feng was seated at the back, the live stream system captured her amusement, allowing him to witness the rare smile of this icy beauty. With a single smile, 100 charms arise. "I have come to understand that. I apologize, Master. I apologize, Sect Leader. I apologize, Qing Dai. This time, I choose the blossoms. The upper floors are too sentimental. Unlike me, who loves but one each day, today I am devoted solely to Master Hua. Forgive me, in this moment, I love no one. Let us discuss the true essence of life. How quickly time passes. In Hao Huan's sect, one wouldn't even qualify as a furnace base. I apologize, senior brother. I seem to have strayed." He quipped. "Curse it. I pondered for so long and couldn't muster a single clever remark. Are you all raised on lamb?" Suddenly, Zhou Jiwen felt something was amiss. "Did you write these poems previously? Or are they fresh compositions?" Chen Feng replied, "Of course, they are freshly composed." Zhou Jiwen chuckled. "Good. Then please write them down with your spiritual brush and paper, and let us see if any literary merit descends upon you." "Ha, naturally no problem. Ink, brush, paper, and inkstone," Chen Feng thought. Would he fear this? Not in the slightest, for he possessed the illusionary effects worth a mere 5 cents. By the way, since you all recited poems, let us write together. Who isn't improvising? Self-imposed 3 cups of wine. Zhou Jiwen felt a bit embarrassed, as he had recited an older piece. However, inspired by Chen Feng's verses, he could easily compose another to attract literary merit. After a moment, when no one produced the writing implements, they exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately turning towards the host, Zhu Jinbao. Nearly dozing off, Zhu Jinbao blinked in confusion. Zhou Jiwen nudged him. "Zhu sect leader, may we borrow your ink? Brush, paper, and inkstone?" Zhu Jinbao replied, speechless, "Everyone. We are a martial arts sect. Do you think a group of roughnecks like us possesses spiritual brushes, paper, or ink?" Chen Feng, mid-sip of tea, couldn't he help but spray it out, narrowly avoiding Flower Yurong but drenching the hem of the female disciple from Sanyuan's sect instead. Her delicate face scrunched up in displeasure. Chen Feng, unabashed, pulled out a small pouch of spiritual stones and tossed it to her. "My apologies, I couldn't hold back. Use these spiritual stones to buy yourself a new outfit. Thank you." The female disciple clutched the heavy pouch, feeling as if she were dreaming, for she earned only 5 spiritual stones a month at Sanyuan sect. This small bag contained at least 20, equivalent to her salary for 4 months. Is Brother Feng trying to play the wealthy second generation to woo the ladies? Brother Feng is undoubtedly a first-generation rich. Mind you, over 4 million spiritual stones. Do you know how many billions that converts to? Anyone care to calculate? No need, lest we be overwhelmed. This girl possessed the charm of a refined lady, a campus belle on earth. Yet in the realm of cultivation, she faded into the crowd. Shi Lian couldn't resist teasing. "Master Hua, this disciple from your Bai Lu sect is quite generous." Hua Yurong shot a glance at Shi Lian but chose to ignore her. Feeling snubbed, Shi Lian's ire simmered. In response to Zhu Jinbao's retort, Zhou Jiwen felt a bit awkward, then pulled out his own ink, brush, and inkstone along with a stack of spiritual paper. He waved one set over to Chen Feng's table, instructing his 2 disciples, Zisong, Ziqing, lend your ink, brush, and paper to the friends from Haohuan sect and Tianjin Pavilion. Understood, Master. Chen Feng slowly ground the ink with one hand while discreetly purchasing a calligraphy skill book from the system store with the other. He intentionally slowed his pace, curious to see how others would obtain literary merit. Zhou Jiwen's adept disciple swiftly ground the ink, thus he was the first to begin writing. With a flourish, he penned a poem in the unique style of Wenchang Academy. Upon completion, a thread of azure golden light descended from above, merging into his being. A mere 1 inch and 5/10 of literary merit. Forgive my clumsiness, Zhou Jiwen declared with a grin. Look at him gloating. Brother Feng, Quickly give him something to rattle his confidence. Just 1 inch and 5/10? Brother Feng should buy him a galaxy descending from the heavens. Qin Feng ignored the comments, for while boasting was fine, excessive exaggeration would surely backfire. After observing Zhou Jiwen, he noted that the 5 cent effect had automatically added the literary merit blessing feature to his skill set. This implied he could use it without needing to visualize it. It appeared that these skills had hidden mechanisms to uncover. The literary merit blessing, or literary merit itself, these scholars certainly knew how to embellish their achievements. With a mental scoff, Qin Feng picked up the brush and began composing. He employed the yin style of regular script, channeling his sword intent through the ink to leave a mark upon the paper. This was not a deliberate act but rather a necessity. For having consumed too much spiritual tea, he felt the urge to cultivate rising within him. As he commenced with his opening couplets, the talented courtesan Lianxin and Situ Xiu from Hawan sect both completed their works, drawing forth a hint of literary merit blessing. Zhou Jiwen stroked his beard, chuckling, 1 inch and 3/10, 1 inch and 2/10. Quite remarkable. Lianxin and Situ Xiu smiled faintly, their hearts nagged by unease. How could such a literary giant compare with them? Shuden Tihi let his disciples take the stage. Attention shifted back to Qin Feng, who had just finished writing an eloquent piece by Li Bai and, realizing it did not attract any literary merit, quickly activated his own literary merit blessing effect. A radiant azure golden light, spanning 7 feet and 3 inches, descended like a ribbon from the heavens, flooding into Qian Feng's being. Gasp! 7 feet and 3 inches. Zhou Jiwen exclaimed, supporting himself against the table, unable to contain his surprise. The cultured individuals present were equally astonished. This was simply astounding. A Tendo literary energy master, indeed terrifying. Qin Feng, with an expressionless demeanor, tossed the manuscript aside and continued writing on a fresh sheet. His nonchalant attitude struck a deep chord among the cultured folk in the garden. Zhou Jiwen could no longer restrain himself and felt the urge to grab Qin Feng's collar, demanding to know how he maintained such composure. Did he often display such brilliance? How could he be so exceptional, leaving those who studied the literary path feeling utterly dwarfed? The talented poet, Situ Xiu, gazed at the treasured calligraphy that had been cast aside, which had attracted the admiration of countless scholars, and felt an overwhelming impulse to scoop it up with his hands and then deliver a swift kick to Qin Feng. Lianxin, however, did not share such elaborate thoughts. She simply perceived Qin Feng as a true maverick, one who epitomized genuine elegance and unrestrained charm, in stark contrast to the pretentious and coarse buffoons found in the taverns. His audacity stemmed from his remarkable talent, his frightening genius, and his unique arrogance, rather than mere bluster. Lianxin observed Qin Feng, who effortlessly drew the attention of admirers. Her gaze began to waver slightly. Ha ha ha, I relish witnessing the incredulous expressions of these cultivators. I admit, I've once again elevated Brother Feng's profile. In no more writing. The professionals have been thoroughly stunned. At that moment, Zhou Jiwen had turned into a numb reading machine. Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong were keen to depart, realizing that this time their attempts to suppress had backfired spectacularly. Once news of this peach blossom event spread, it was likely that the Bai Lu sect's taverns and the Chu Garden would experience a surge in business, potentially surpassing their own. Shi Lian felt fortunate that the Bai Lu sect did not engage in tavern business. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. The bitterness within her deepened as she recalled that she was the one who instigated this affair. Surely, the sect leader and elders would punish her upon learning the truth. Those deranged women had a plethora of schemes. Finally, she completed her writing, utterly exhausted. Qin Feng shook his hand, having finished the final spectacular display, and contemplated leaving. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed through the sky. Over by Lu Island, ethereal peach blossoms appeared, followed by branches intertwining to form a magnificent peach tree in the heavens. Zhou Jiwen exclaimed in a trembling voice, "The manifestation of literary phenomena. His poetry has drawn the attention of the literary realm." Initially tense, the crowd soon relaxed, but Qin Feng felt a sense of dread wash over him. Had he encountered a game master, and would this lead to his account being suspended? The celestial phenomenon not only constructed the peach tree but also a vast peach orchard, followed by the emergence of figures. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, for there they were. It seemed the literary realm intended to recreate all that had transpired moments ago. Hua Yurong could not contain her laughter once more, while Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong felt a profound despair. Chapter 40. The bestowal of literary treasures. As the sky displayed the earlier events of the literary gathering within the peach orchard, it gradually dispersed, culminating in a single peach blossom drifting down. Chen Feng, in a daze, reached out to catch the blossom. That moment, an abundance of information about the blossom flooded his mind. Tio expressed it in the System S skill template. It would read as follows: a peach blossom, a gift from the literary realm, a recognition of your appreciation for the peach blossoms. Passive, immune to all evils, double charm, increased luck and romance. Active skills, as if bathed in spring breeze, dispel negative energy in the area. Peach blossom wine blessing, turn wine into exquisite peach blossom wine. Peach blossom heart transmission, for each admirer. An additional peach blossom will bloom, and when a petal is plucked, it flies to convey affection. Transforming brush, transform into a spiritual brush for writing. Originally, the single blossom bore 5 petals, but upon Chen Feng's touch, it instantly sprouted 5 more. Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy. Could it be that 5 young ladies have secretly admired me? Red Xiao, Qing Dai. But who could the last 3 be? Could they be my master, the sect leader, or perhaps a disciple of the elder brother? The blossom longed to inform Chen Feng that he had guessed only one correctly. In the live stream, the audience collectively held their breath. Realizing they had witnessed a clash of titans, I was terrified for Feng Guo's account. Yet the literary realm had rewarded him instead. It seems the literary realm is on the rise. The heavens did not give birth to a fool like Su Shadiao. The literary realm endures through the ages. At this moment, Zhou Jiwen's emotions were in turmoil. The literary realm had bestowed treasures. The last occurrence being 2,000 years ago, when the founder of Wenchang Academy, Kongda, received a guiding ruler for nurturing talent. He believed Qin Feng to be a prodigy of the literary arts, and keeping him in the Bai Lu sect, a place of tranquil cultivation, was a grievous waste of his extraordinary gifts, a loss for the literary world and a shame for them. He felt compelled to guide Qin Feng onto the right path, lest he stray further, and perhaps a remarkable tale might emerge in the future. With this thought, he eagerly approached Hua Yurong and said, "Sect leader Hua, I have a rather urgent request." Hua Yurong scoffed. She instinctively knew what Zhou Jiwen was about to propose, and she promptly dismissed him, stating, "If it's an unwelcome request, then there's no need to speak." Zhou Jiwen was at a loss for words. Why was this person so unpredictable? He firmly declared, "No, I must speak." Hua Yurong remained unfazed. "But we are not interested. Qin Feng, we are leaving. Sect leader Zhu, we take our leave." "Ah, sect leader Hua, please do as you wish." Zhu Jinbao replied with a smile. He felt he had gained newfound insight today, astonished that the literary realm could yield such benefits with mere casual writing, unlike the martial realm, which seemed indifferent to their plight. He pondered whether he could cultivate some descendants to explore the literary arts. Moreover, the most delightful aspect was that he had shared in the newfound fame. Zhou Jiwen was unwilling to let Hua Yurong lead Qin Feng away so easily. Sect leader, the Bai Lu sect cannot misguide its disciples. Such talent as Qin Feng should be devoted solely to the literary path. If the Bai Lu sect were willing to allow him to transfer to Wenchang Academy, when the Xinshan Cave opens next year, they could provide 30 slots for them, along with access to the secret realms of the Shushanxi for cultivating the heart. Truth be told, had Qin Feng not been so exceptional, he would not have been singled out by the sect leader. Hua Yurong would have genuinely considered selling him off. What if I claimed his talents in the path of joy were even greater? Impossible! Zhou Jiwen dismissed the notion entirely. He could not fathom that joy could surpass literature. Yet, the reality was that he had already touched upon the Tao in the path of joy. Hua Yurong understood that unless she completely extinguished Zhou Jiwen's ambitions, they might concoct some troublesome schemes later. Hence, she added a final remark to quash Zhou's attempts at poaching. Our sect leader intends to cultivate him as a successor, so Mr. Zhou should not harbor any further thoughts. I don't believe it. You must be deceiving me. Unless you prove it, I will rally the literary cultivators of the world to boycott your Bai Lu sect. Proof can be provided. but the consequences will be yours to bear. Fine. Consequences? What could possibly happen? He is merely at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Can he even cause my ears to be impregnated? Zhou Juwen scoffed inwardly. Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. Sect leader Hua, we too are eager to learn what it means to touch upon the path of joy. Would you enlighten us? Indeed, as cultivators of joy, it is rather embarrassing not to comprehend its essence. Little did they know what horrors awaited them. The rumors surrounding the previous evaluations were so chaotic and misleading that the real truth had become unrecognizable. Claims that listening to music could lead to pregnancy were absurd and surely false. Ultimately, the version that gained traction in the martial world depicted the Bai Lu sect as having produced a scoundrel who left many women, including Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiyu. With Child.in the live stream, the viewers found the situation utterly amusing. I realize this T and the latter are quintessentially tragic figures, classic joy seekers. Ha ha ha, whether being slapped in the face or on the path to being slapped. One can't help but laugh. Feel free to laugh. I'm at Jinshan Temple, having just donated some incense money. Today's merits are on the Buddha's tab. Buddha. You truly are a dog. Upon hearing that the two wished to experience this firsthand, Hua Yurong nearly lost her composure. Well, this is what you wished for. Soon enough, you shall have your moments of sorrow. Having given them fair warning, she added, listening is permitted, but the consequences are yours alone. Naturally, that's no problem, the duo replied nonchalantly. Hua Yurong turned to Qin Feng and remarked, you have seen and heard. Stay here and perform for them. I am weary and shall take my leave. Qin Feng chuckled, hee, no problem at all. Hua Yurong then turned to Zhu Jinbao, saying, Sect leader Zhu, kindly withdraw all disciples from the vicinity, leaving the space for Qin Feng and these others, lest someone be unable to withstand his performance in the path of joy. By the way, my sect leader has asked me to convey a message. Why not accompany me elsewhere to discuss? Zhu Jinbao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us. Zhu Jinbao led his people away from the peach orchard, leaving the area for Qin Feng and the other three families. The straightforwardness of the sect leader was evident, as she had been led away by the innocent bystanders. Now, please commence your performance. Chun Shadiao, victim of filial piety 7, Zhou Jiwen, seeing Hua Yurong depart, began to persuade Qin Feng. Qin Feng, come to Wanchang Academy. You've already claimed to possess extraordinary talent. Wouldn't it be a waste not to pursue the literary arts? But my talent in the path of joy is 12 measures high. The world owes 4 measures to me. Puffed. The female student Song Ziqing and Lian Xin, who had just witnessed Zhou Zuan's tattoo, couldn't help but chuckle. Yet again, this phrase was uttered, and now it had increased by 2 more counts. It seemed the other practitioners in the realm were deeply in debt. The talented youth Situ Xiu wore an expression of bemusement. To repeat such audacious words not once, but twice, each time more exaggerated than the last, only Qin Feng would dare to say such things. However, this time, they felt no inclination to regard Qin Feng as a fool. Instead, a profound fear gripped them, wondering if he truly possessed such abilities. Chapter 41. The farmer's 3 punches, each stronger than the last. Madame Xiangnong gazed at Qin Feng, who boasted of achieving 12 counts of enlightenment, with a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Well then, please commence your performance. I am eager to witness how you claim to have touched enlightenment. Our old pavilion master is on the verge of transcending, yet dares not assert such a claim, and of course, one cannot touch it. After all, we all owe 4 counts, remarked Shi Lian with a sarcastic tone. Qin Feng produced his guitar and declared, before I sing, I kindly ask everyone to swear an oath that the consequences of your reactions will be borne by you alone, no post factum grievances, and refrain from spreading rumors. Zhou Zuan frowned. Swearing oaths was the gravest taboo among cultivators. Is such a thing truly necessary? Qin Feng resolutely replied, Indeed, without it, I shan't perform. Very well, if a vow must be made, let it be so. Zhou Zuan thought it harmless to swear an oath solely to Qin Feng. I swear to you, the consequences shall be mine to bear. I shall not hold you accountable afterward, nor shall I disseminate rumors. The moment he finished swearing, Zhou Zuan felt a strange sensation, yet he attributed it not to Qin Feng but to Wen Dao's lingering attention on the matter. His spirits soared, believing Wen Dao was indeed observing his efforts to rehabilitate Chen Feng. The others followed suit and swore oaths. Though they too felt something amiss, most dismissed it as mere illusion. Considering the absurdity of heavenly principles taking note of such frivolous vows. Seeing that everyone had sworn, Chen Feng proclaimed, "Very well, since you all are so cooperative, I shall begin. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you all understand the greatness of maternal love?" With that, he began to strum the strings of his guitar. After departing from the peach blossom garden, Hua Yurong turned to Zhu Jinbao and said, "Zhu sect leader, I must confess, I deceived you. Our sect leader did not instruct me to convey a message to you." Zhu Jinbao appeared perplexed. "Then what is your intent?" Hua Yurong replied, "It was merely to prevent you from being inadvertently harmed by Chen Feng. You shall see for yourself in a quarter of an hour when you return to the peach blossom garden." "Oh, this is becoming increasingly intriguing," Zhu Jinbao chuckled. Half an hour swiftly passed. Chen Feng emerged from the peach blossom garden, radiating joy, and encountered Hua Yurong, who was admiring the lotus flowers by the pond. In the realm of cultivation, flora did not adhere to conventional blooming seasons. In areas rich in spiritual energy, flowers could bloom and bear fruit within a month. However, most ornamental plants were cultivated for their beauty, remaining in bloom as long as they were nourished by spiritual energy. All set. Let us depart. Without Hua Yurong to guide him, Chen Feng would need to traverse the mountain for an hour or two to reach the villa below. Upon learning that Chen Feng had left the peach blossom garden alone, Zhu Jinbao's curiosity compelled him to take a look inside. The sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. Whether it was the mid-stage Yuanying practitioner Madame Xiangnong, Shi Lian, or the high-stage Yuanying Zhou Zuan, along with their disciples, they now lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the sky with expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. Their eyes reddened and glistening with tears. It was utterly absurd. A mere perfected Qi practitioner had incapacitated 3 Yuanying cultivators. No wonder Hua Yurong had deceived him into leaving. The thought of being in the same predicament as them made Zhu Jinbao feel somewhat embarrassed. That disciple from Bai Lu's sect is truly formidable. Could it be that he has genuinely grasped the Tao? Zhu Jinbao observed for a moment before quietly exiting the peach blossom garden, advising others to refrain from entering for the time being. He then sought out the 10 Qi practitioners destined to enter the Sanyuan cave, cautioning them to avoid Chen Feng at all costs, no matter how grand the opportunity presented itself. Although the disciples found his warning peculiar, they heeded Zhu Jinbao's words, for the longevity of Sanyuan sect was attributed to the wisdom of its leader. Once the members of Hahuan sect, Tianxin Pavilion, and Wanchang Academy recovered, they departed the peach blossom garden in silence, returning to their accommodations at the villa below. Upon returning, they locked themselves in their rooms, wallowing in their despair for some time. Should Chen Feng become aware of their predicament, he would surely exclaim, how could they be suffering from postpartum depression? Indeed, how could they not feel despondent? As the echoes of the song on filial piety faded, Shi Lian and Madame Xiangnong felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Chen Feng. While the others were not as extreme, they too yearned to unleash their frustrations upon him. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder reverberated through the sky, prompting everyone to realize the gravity of their oaths. This was a debt they could only bear in silence. They must not trouble Chen Feng in the slightest, lest they invoke the wrath of heavenly retribution. How could one not entertain wild thoughts when the heavenly principles showed such favor towards Chen Feng? The notion that the world of literary cultivators owes 2 counts, while the world of musical cultivators owes 4 counts weighed heavily upon them. What did that make them? This was the root of their melancholy. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Chen Feng gleefully opened his skill panel to inspect the experience bar, which displayed a rather unimpressive effect. 5-dime effect LV1. You can generate simple effects around you, such as subtitle effects, dazzling light effects, spotlight effects, heavenly merit effects, kill effects, and blessings from Wen Dao. The effects hold no tangible power but can be upgraded through successful displays. Today, his ostentatious display in the peach blossom garden had garnered him a solid 12 points of experience. Wow, did I really manage to show off that many times? I was mostly just being myself. Without any pretense, wasn't I? Chen Feng mused, only to see his count increase once more. Goodness, did I manage to show off even in front of them? Let us check if the count rose again. This is hilarious. Enough with the humble bragging. Let's see what rewards await from this check-in. Almost forgetting, he hurried to claim his prize. Heh, I suspect it's either a ridiculous skill or something downright bizarre. Why not trust in the system this time? Chen Feng clicked on the check-in reward, revealing 3 cards on the live stream interface. He selected the middle card, for choices mattered little. Whatever the system wished to bestow upon him would be his. As the chosen card flipped over, it radiated a golden light, while the other 2 cards faded away. Farmer's 3 punches, each punch stronger than the last. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of this skill. The audience in the live stream could also see the check-in reward. What a ridiculous skill. Farmer's 3 punches, each punch stronger than the last. How much did Zhongdandan give you? Ebao will double that. Wait, what? That character is pronounced Shan with a 3rd tone. If the term 3 punches is interpreted broadly, then this skill holds significant potential. After all, quantity can indeed lead to qualitative change. The question remains, will opponents grant you the opportunity to stack punches during combat? Wait a minute, it doesn't specify that stacking can only occur in battle. It also doesn't mention the duration for stacking. Goodness. If it can be stacked in daily life, this skill could become invincible later on. With newfound determination, Chen Feng thought, a serious punch could reshape the cultivation world. He promptly began to practice his punches. Initially, the effects were subtle, but after delivering dozens of punches, he began to feel a distinct difference. Brothers, while it may not be overtly apparent, I can genuinely feel myself growing stronger. Shouldn't we get to work on practicing this punch technique? Prioritize attack speed and power. Let us leave the flashy stuff aside. Is Brother Feng truly embarking on the path of martial cultivation, leaving no path for martial cultivators to tread? By the way, can Brother Feng truly manage all of this? Too many skills can be burdensome. Yet this skill is undeniably worth nurturing, for it knows no limits. Chapter 42. The Peach Blossom's heartfelt transmission of longing. When it comes to martial arts, Chen Feng had acquired no less than 8 volumes of boxing techniques from Wushuang City. After all, for those who have completed their cultivation, secret manuals hold little value, and offering them as collateral incurs the least loss. Thus, during his extortion of Wushuang City, he amassed numerous martial arts manuals. However, his primary focus lay in the sword path, with a secondary interest in the path of music. He had no intention of dabbling in martial arts, as he believed in the maxim that one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Yet, having recently obtained the late-stage skill, Farmer's 3 Fists, neglecting its practice would be a waste. After utilizing the system's one-click learning feature to master 8 boxing manuals, Chen Feng did not select the highest quality advanced technique, the Li Wai Ying Fist Classic, for it emphasized the essence of punching as a radiant force that emits light and heat to kill, lacking in terms of power and speed in contrast. The intermediate upper grade PLSH and QN stresses lightning-like speed and thunderous strength, with its later stages culminating in a strikingly impressive thunderous intent. Consequently, Chen Feng's training regimen now included practicing the PLSH and QN alongside the passive enhancement of the Farmer's 3 Fists. Currently, his training schedule also encompassed nurturing his weapon while simultaneously honing his skills with Frosty Sky Cold Moon to maximize his experience in unarmed combat against white blades, while also having Frosty Sky Cold Moon use its icy sword aura to refine his body. These 3 endeavors were essentially conducted concurrently. Additionally, he had musical skills to practice, such as illusory sound technique, demonic echo, and 5 sounds wave refinement technique. As for the remaining time, he naturally devoted it to cultivating White Heron Profound Art and White Heron Visualization Method, both of which could be pursued simultaneously. However, he needed to suppress his cultivation level for the time being and had not practiced White Heron Profound Art for nearly half a month. The following morning, Chen Feng practiced his boxing in the courtyard. His fist struck the air, creating over 10 afterimages, reminiscent of the Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. Each punch landed with explosive sounds echoing through the air. Soon, the commotion disrupted the training of others in the courtyard. Xiaji, visibly upset, approached. "What on earth are you doing this early in the morning?" "Training, of course. Just casually expending some spiritual energy to prevent an uncontrolled breakthrough." Chen Feng replied, continuing his rhythmic punches. Xiaji was on the brink of exasperation. "You, the music cultivator, what boxing technique are you practicing?" just dabbling a bit after discovering my martial arts aptitude last night. Chen Feng continued to strike, for the visible increase in strength was highly addictive. Xia Zhi's expression darkened significantly. She resolved to teach Chen Feng a lesson. With a swift motion, a jade flute materialized in her hand. Raising it to her lips, she began to play, unleashing a wave of sound energy directed at Chen Feng. This force was carefully controlled by Xia Zhi, designed merely to knock him down without causing harm. However, midway through its flight, the sound wave was dispersed by an unseen force of mental energy. Xia Zhi turned in confusion towards the room where Hua Yurong resided. This brat is getting out of hand. How can a music cultivator engage in boxing? Hua Yurong emerged from her room. Let him be. We cannot interfere with his training. After all, he has long surpassed us in the path of music. Xia Zhi wished to retort, but the thought of Chen Feng's ability to mesmerize them with a single song left her momentarily speechless. She tucked away her jade flute and silently retreated to her room, choosing to ignore the situation. Half an hour later, the sound of punches ceased, replaced by the swishing of blades being drawn. Mo Cho and disciples from the other 3 peaks stepped out of their rooms. They found Chen Feng seated on a stone chair, repeatedly drawing and sheathing Frosty Sky Cold Moon. The icy sword aura enveloped him as he released a pinkish sentiment to nourish Frosty Sky Cold Moon. With a storage ring on his finger and a peach blossom tucked into his waist. Given that he was outside the sect, Chen Feng refrained from using treasures like the Han Mountain Boundary Stone and Stone Pagoda. Wary of attracting unwelcome attention, as for Frosty Sky Cold Moon and the peach blossom, they were not objects others would dare to covet. Frosty Sky Cold Moon was a renowned sword bestowed upon Chen Feng by the venerable Yu Ming, making it impossible for disciples of Qingyun's sect to reclaim it. However, if anyone were to seize Chen Feng's Frosty Sky Cold Moon, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly go to great lengths to retrieve it. The peach blossom, a gift from the path of literature, was considered a sacred object for literary cultivators. Anyone who attempted to steal it would face relentless pursuit from the entire literary circle. Not only to protect the path of literature, but also to gain its favor, illustrate. If the heavenly path is the chairman of the cultivation world, then the sword path, music path, literary path, and martial path serve as the CEOs of various subsidiaries. Sword cultivators, music cultivators, literary cultivators, and martial cultivators are akin to employees of these companies, rarely seeing the CEOs. If they could achieve something noteworthy to capture the CEO's attention, their chances of advancement would significantly increase. Hence, Chen Feng felt no apprehension in showcasing these items, as only those lacking common sense would consider targeting them. The consequences would be too severe. The fact that Chen Feng possessed exceptional talent in the sword path was no secret within the White Heron sect and Qingyun sect. Otherwise, the venerable Yu Ming would not have entrusted him with such a precious life-preserving treasure. However, his peculiar behavior of repeatedly drawing and sheathing the sword during training appeared quite odd and, to some extent, somewhat lewd. After training for the morning, Chen Feng decided to seek a diversion. His attention shifted to the peach blossom. The 5 extra petals intrigued him, prompting curiosity about their intended recipients. He resolved to test the peach blossom's ability to transmit heartfelt sentiments. After all, once plucked, the petals would regrow after a month, provided the recipient remained faithful. He plucked a petal and recited, "In this life and this generation, a pair of souls, how they yearn in 2 places, longing for each other yet unable to embrace, for whom does spring arrive?" As he finished reciting, he released the petal, which was carried away by a gentle breeze towards the direction of the White Heron sect. He then plucked another petal and repeated the process, performing this 4 times. To his surprise, only 2 petals flew towards the White Heron sect, while the other 3 drifted to different locations in the live broadcast room. The audience had long been aware of the abilities of the peach blossom, so they understood what Chen Feng was doing. "Wow, you've truly grasped the function of the peach blossom. Is this how you woo women? Brother Feng, you've turned bad. All men are indeed big pigs. If you're not marrying, why flirt? Yes, flirting with 5 at once. Hilarious. In the cultivation world, where do these broken rules come from? Support Brother Feng in building a harem. Be careful not to face the wrath of a chopping knife." Chen Feng shook his head. "I'm merely testing who harbors feelings for me. Yet, it is quite peculiar why 3 petals drifted elsewhere. I assumed they would all go to the disciples of the White Heron sect. Wow, you dare to flirt without knowing. I knew you were a rebellious disciple. Perhaps the sect leader is already pondering this. What if one flies to the senior brother's side? I would cry to death. You all are quite odd. Chun Feng rolled his eyes at the group, bemused by their antics. Chapter 43. Reactions from all sides yesterday. The literary phenomenon sparked by Chun Feng and his companions in the Peach Blossom Garden sent ripples throughout the White Heron sect during its replay. Initially, many cultivators believed the phenomenon was instigated by Zhou Jiwen of the Wenchang Academy. The scholars from Wenchang Academy were elated. When everyone heard Chun Feng proclaim that he was merely 10 measures of talent, and the world owed him 2 measures, they considered him a mere jester. However, the subsequent content truly left them thunderstruck, questioning the very essence of their existence. Each poem Chun Feng recited felt like an unrelenting slap upon the faces of those who had mocked him, leaving them with burning cheeks. His talent astonished everyone, each piece a classic, with more than half deemed literary masterpieces. Over 20 instances of literary blessings culminated in a reenactment of the literary path. Resonating across the continent, that boast of merely 10 measures of talent had, in essence, received validation from the literary realm. For an entire day and night, literary cultivators found themselves unable to focus on their cultivation. Nor could they engage in any activities. Some obsessive individuals even questioned their own capabilities to produce fine works, attributing their inadequacies solely to Chun Feng's overwhelming talent. Meanwhile, some prominent figures from various academies shared Zhou Jiwen's sentiments, insisting that such a prodigious talent should not languish in the White Heron sect. We must recruit him. He must be brought over to delve into the realm of literary cultivation. The extraordinary phenomenon of literary cultivation has indeed compelled numerous reclusive masters to emerge from their seclusion for a closer examination. Many of these esteemed figures, upon witnessing the high-profile manifestation of literary cultivation, realized that the heavenly principles were favoring its flourishing. Those who found themselves ensnared in a bottleneck or devoid of hope for breakthroughs immediately felt the urge to pursue literary cultivation as a supplementary path. When the members of the Bai Lu sect observed the unusual phenomenon, they were utterly perplexed. To most of them, Chun Feng was merely a name they had heard, a New Age oddity they had yet to encounter in person. Although Chun Feng's face was unfamiliar to them, Hua Yurong was intimately acquainted with him. It was indeed absurd that a musician would unleash such remarkable talent in literary cultivation. Sai Hongxiu had not seen Chun Feng for nearly a month, and was taken aback to see him again under such bizarre circumstances. As Chun Feng recited verses related to love, she could not help but wonder if they were written for her. His talents were truly beyond imagination. On the summit of Yufeng, Lin Shengdao and Qing Dai exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether this extraordinarily gifted Chun Feng was truly the same foolish junior they knew. On the peaks of Jiaofeng and Gongfeng, the younger disciples exclaimed, "Junior brother, junior sisters, this fellow is Chun Feng. Remember his face, and if you encounter him at the mountain gate, call for help immediately." On the main peak, Bai Qian Shui could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. This fellow was truly a source of constant worry. The literary cultivators were likely to become restless, and it was imperative to inform their master to emerge from seclusion. Within the Qingyun sect, Yuxian Jinren and Yang Zhan Daoren exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that their investment had yielded tremendous returns. Meanwhile, Yu Shuang, who was guarding the spirit of the old Taoist Yu Ming, was infuriated, viewing Chun Feng as a scoundrel, as a musician. He had garnered the favor of the sword path. And now he was flirting with literary cultivation, which was utterly detestable. One could not help but wonder if Shuang Yu had faced any grievances at his hands. As for the spirit of Shuang Yu's sword, not just grievances. Do you have any idea what I have endured? Do you understand? Simultaneously, when Ran Shi and Zhou Meixian, who were on their way to the Bai Lu sect to repay a debt of 100,000 spirit stones, couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads upon witnessing the phenomenon. If Chun Feng possessed a 10-fold talent in literary cultivation, then his musical talent must be 12-fold. The sound of his musical formations could summon 200 peak ghost cultivators. Had they not witnessed it themselves, no one would have believed it. They also recalled the terrifying oath he imposed on them, reminding them daily to repay their debts. Chun Feng's prowess truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The most astonishing part was that he was roaming about while still in the qi refining stage. 2 days passed amidst all the commotion. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated across the San Yuan mountain. The heavens trembled, and the earth shook. Within a valley guarded by the San Yuan sect, the space rippled like water. Moments later, the space stabilized, revealing a mirage-like entrance to a cave, showcasing the scenery near the exterior of the cave. Zhu Jinbao stroked his beard and chuckled. The cave of San Yuan Mountain has opened. I shan't elaborate on the rules. Please, everyone, step inside. Instantly, the qi refining disciples from various sects rushed into the valley, as some opportunities would vanish if they were a moment too late. Some disciples, equipped with magical treasures, soared in on their artifacts. Chun Feng was among them, although he could not wield a sword. Shuang Tianlong had already birthed a sword spirit, allowing her to fly, thus making it no trouble for her to carry Chun Feng along. Everyone, please take care. I shall take my leave. Chen Feng waved goodbye to Mo Chou and the others before disappearing into the valley. The 5 members of Qing Yun sect watched Chen Feng ascend into the cave atop Shuang Tianlong. Feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, they could not comprehend Yu Ming's decision. Shuang Tianlong could have been passed down as a treasured artifact to other disciples of Qing Yun sect. Yet it was given to an outsider. Outside the cave, the leaders of various sects exchanged glances, their faces twitching. If their juniors encountered Chen Feng within the cave, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. One could not help but voice their concern. Hua Feng Zhu, is it really appropriate for your Bai Lu sect to act in such a manner? Others chimed in, indeed. Allowing a qi refining disciple to wield such a top-tier magical treasure at this grand event is truly inappropriate. Hua Yurong glanced at the speaker, her expression tinged with helplessness. That sword, known as Shuang Tianlong, was gifted to Chen Feng by the venerable Yu Ming before his ascension. It was not granted by our sect. Otherwise, we would not have allowed him to possess it. What if it were lost? Rest assured, he will not use that sword to bully others. Zhou Zaiwen seemed to recall something and remarked with a complex expression. If he truly employs that sword, those who fall victim may find it somewhat bearable. Xiaoyan and Madame Xiangnong nodded in agreement. The others were astonished to hear even those from the He Huan sect and Tian Xian Pavilion, who traditionally had conflicts with Bai Lu sect, express such sentiments. It was hard to fathom, especially when recalling the literary phenomenon Chen Feng had invoked just days prior. They began to suspect that Chen Feng might surpass the prodigious disciples of their respective sects by a considerable margin, wielding truly fearsome abilities. Otherwise, Zhou Zaiwen and the others would not have exhibited such attitudes. They now fervently hoped that their disciples would not face the misfortune of encountering this calamity. Inside the cave of San Yuan Mountain, it resembled a vast primordial forest from the Jurassic era. As Chen Feng soared through the air, he scattered paper figures in all directions. The paper figures did not immediately transform into human forms, but maintained their paper-like appearances as they dispersed. These paper figures possessed varying levels of cultivation, with a few crafted from exceptional materials, matching his own qi refining perfection. Prior to entering the cave, not only Wang Yurou and Lin Shengdao, but also Hua Yurong had advised him to reach the core area of the cave as swiftly as possible. This region housed the densest spiritual energy and the finest spiritual treasures. Among these treasures were the third-tier spiritual herb San Yuan Qilonggua, which could enhance one's foundation and open the 8 extraordinary meridians. The fourth-tier spiritual herb San Yuan Pu Tz, which could elevate one's comprehension, and the fourth-tier spiritual herb San Yuan Jin Gang Chao, which could strengthen one's foundation. As for the demon beasts lurking near these spiritual herbs, their highest cultivation level would only reach the foundation establishment stage. The cave, though not expansive, stretched over 100 miles. After flying 50 miles with his speed measuring device, Chen Feng sensed the concentration of spiritual energy and knew he was nearing the central area. He took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings while addressing the viewers in the live stream. San Yuan Qilonggua absorbs all surrounding vitality, resulting in a barren area devoid of vegetation within a mile radius. Thus, its accompanying terrain typically resembles a small desert or rocky wasteland. Soon enough, he discovered 2 potential terrains where San Yuan Qilonggua might appear amidst the lush greenery of the mountains. One was a yellowing small desert, and the other was a barren, gray-brown rocky ground. Rather than recklessly descending, he deployed 4 paper figure avatars to scout both locations first, employing the teachings of Go Shou Zhanren. Is it truly necessary? I could simply use Shuang Tianlongyu to tackle this directly. After all, the best approach is to engage in combat rather than anything else, especially since the Shuangyu sword spirit is female. There's no need for a sword. I can unleash the grand melody of my musical path skills right away. The 4 paper figure avatars first landed in the desert, transforming into silhouettes. The 2 wielding swords were unmistakably the original skins of Li Bai and Sui Zue Yao from the game. The other 2, holding musical instruments, were the original skins of Gao Jinli and Yang Yuhuan. In the live stream, after a moment of stunned silence, the comments exploded with excitement. Wow! Brother Feng really knows how to play. Old horse, someone's copying your game. Haha, quick, let the penguin lawyer team sue him. The judge is deep in thought as he watches the Immortal Cultivation live stream. It feels just like the jungle where monsters spawn. Brother Feng, if you keep this up, I might have to send you a carnival. With this lineup, all that was missing was a marksman. Brother Feng in the sky is just like a toxic marksman from a certain canyon, right? Lei Xiao, you might as well read my ID card. The 4 paper figure avatars scoured the desert and soon found a plant resembling bamboo, adorned with several large red lanterns. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised at how easily he had found it. The paper figures Bai and Yao swiftly utilized the agility techniques they had learned from Chen Feng's Wushuang City manual to dash towards the San Yuan Qilonggua. Every non-system skill that Chen Feng could employ, the paper figures could also utilize. This was the remarkable prowess of the Li Go Shou version of the paper figures, having surpassed the original Tiangang 30 techniques by a considerable margin. Swish, indeed. It appears that beneath the seemingly tranquil expanse of the desert, peril lurks hidden within the sands. A few formidable scorpions, each at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training, burst forth from the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that envelopes the surroundings. With their stingers glowing a haunting green, they swiftly dart towards the paper figures Bai and Yao, concealed by the swirling dust. The 2 paper figures immediately employ their agility to retreat. Meanwhile, the paper figures Gao and Yang have already begun to pluck the strings of their instruments, unleashing a barrage of soundwave attacks. Yang's soundwaves carry a hypnotic charm, capable of inducing illusions and assaulting the spirit. Momentarily bewildering the 6 giant scorpions, Gao's soundwaves, infused with the essence of the sword heart, manifest as razor-sharp, invisible shockwave blades, radiating outward in a circular fashion. The other 3 paper figures leap to avoid collateral damage. As the circular shockwave blades expand, severing the legs of all 6 giant scorpions. Deprived of their support, the scorpions crash to the desert floor, wailing in despair. Bai and Yao promptly wield their long swords. Advancing to deliver the final blows in their swift movements, the heads of the 6 giant scorpions are severed in the live stream. Viewers capture the seamless coordination of their efforts through various snapshots. Wow, what a perfectly orchestrated collaboration. They must be from the same manufacturer. How could they not be in sync? With Yao at the helm, Gao slowing them down, and Li Bai and Yao harvesting the rewards. What a sight. This will certainly make for a promotional video for the king. It's a pity we can't record it, haha. Once again, 2 paper figures are on the lookout while the other 2 gather the spoils. The giant scorpions have been dealt with, and they successfully pluck the fruits. However, Chen Feng refrains from overindulging, selecting only 5 ripe Qilong fruits while leaving the 5 immature ones untouched. Afterward, he tosses a handful of spirit stones onto the ground, instructing the paper figures to bury them beneath the roots of the Qilong fruit. For plucking 5 fruits, I offer you 50 spirit stones. This is a fair exchange, a matter of reciprocity. The viewers in the livestream are amused by Chen Feng's antics. What a guy! Truly a representative of our great Huaxia. Adept in the ways of human interaction. Still don't get it? This is what we call not owing karma. Everything possesses a spirit. People act, and heaven observes. Brother Feng is indeed fostering goodwill with nature and the heavens. I believe Brother Feng simply dislikes taking advantage of others. Ha ha ha, ever since that windfall in Wushuang City, even passing dogs want to offer him spirit stones. The truth is out. 233333. Say what you will. ILL check the other side. There might be Qilong fruits there as well. Chen Feng stows away the 4 paper figures into his storage ring for recharging and strides toward the rocky terrain. Upon his arrival, the 4 paper figures remain vigilant, observing the surroundings without rushing to engage. Within the rocky expanse lies a single qi-long fruit tree bearing only unripe fruits, while another area features a cluster of grass that stands tall and gleams like metal. This cluster of grass forms a pyramid shape, growing thicker towards the center. The surrounding grass is a dull green, while the core, the tallest of them all, is a deep, dark green, resembling a great sword. What a surprise! It's actually diamond grass. It seems there is spirit gold beneath this rocky terrain. Such a rare find is not easily encountered. Today is indeed fortunate, as the qi-long fruits have cleared the area, revealing the diamond grass. Chen Feng is poised to take action when a soaring vessel suddenly darts towards him, closely pursued by a large bird at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Chen Feng quickly ascends into a large tree to conceal himself. Wow, brothers, this is going to be interesting. It seems there's a beauty aboard the vessel. Should Brother Feng swoop in for a heroic rescue? There are so many beauties in the cultivation world. Can he save them all? To save or not to save? Chen Feng shakes his head and remarks, I choose to forego the rescue. I respect the fate of others. As the flying vessel passes overhead, it is overtaken by the flying beast, which swiftly kicks it from the sky, causing it to crash into the forest. The 5 cultivators clad in red jump from the vessel as it plummets. One unfortunate soul, caught mid-air, is snatched away by the flying beast in a swift maneuver. Help, senior brothers and sisters. The others can't help but cry out in alarm. No, junior brother Feng. A torrent of blood rains down from above, and the unfortunate one falls silent, presumably meeting his end. Oh my goodness, someone has died. How tragic. The impact turned him into a boxed lunch. The beast circles in the sky, perhaps unsatisfied with just one meal, pondering whether to pack a second one for its offspring. Chen Feng humorously speculates. The remaining 4 have dashed into the woods to hide. At that moment, the flying beast seems to have spotted the diamond grass. Circling low over the rocky terrain, grass, it's got its sights set on me. Chen Feng tosses his potato chips to the ground, ready to engage the flying beast. Suddenly, from the rocky ground, a large tongue strikes towards the flying beast. The beast deftly avoids it with a flip. Chen Feng then notices a chameleon beast hidden in the rocky terrain, lying in wait beside the qi-long fruit tree. It likely thought the flying beast was after the young qi-long fruits. The flying beast lets out a roar, readies itself, and dives towards the chameleon beast. However, the boulder where the chameleon was perched is now empty. It has seemingly vanished as if cloaked. The flying beast misses its target and is ambushed by the chameleon, which ensnares one of its wings with its tongue, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. What an opportunity! Chen Feng exclaims, immediately commanding the 4 paper figures lurking nearby to attack the chameleon first. He then releases the recharged 4 paper figures to besiege the flying beast while he rushes to harvest the diamond grass. The 4 figures surrounding the chameleon flash with light, transforming into 4 distinct silhouettes, characters from the game. One wields a massive hammer, another plays an electronic piano, a third holds a violin, and the last dons iron fists. With 4 against 1, they possess both crowd control and damage output. Even the 1st-level chameleon beast and the 3rd-level flying beast find themselves screaming under the onslaught of the paper figures. After cutting the diamond grass with frosty sky cold moon, Chen Feng excavates a piece of spirit gold beneath it, burying 100 spirit stones. Once he secures the items, he swiftly rushes to assist. After all, the paper figures are fighting above their level, resulting in somewhat diminished effectiveness. Chen Feng uses frosty sky cold moon to behead the 2 beasts, instructing the paper figures to extract their demon cores and gather valuable attributes such as eyes, horns, hearts, tails, skins, rare feathers, and reverse scales. The demon cores and attributes of the beasts are excellent for alchemy, weapon forging, array formation, and nurturing beasts. Wang Yiru once mentioned that if one cannot find spiritual herbs, hunting beasts yields plenty of benefits. As for why he doesn't take the entire carcass, it is because the other parts are of little use. Consuming them can lead to demonization, poisoning for cultivators, or causing spirit beasts to become wild and develop reverse bones. It is better to leave them as fertilizer for nature. After the paper figures finish processing the two beasts, they store the useful attributes in the storage bag and revert to their paper form. Returning to Chen Feng's hands, glancing towards the woods, he mounts Frosty Sky Cold Moon and departs. After he leaves, the four disciples in red emerge from the woods and arrive at the rocky area. Heavens! There's a chi long fruit and diamond grass here. Damn it. He picked all the ripe fruits, and the best parts of the diamond grass have been taken as well. The spirit gold beneath has been excavated. Had they noticed the disturbed earth beneath the diamond grass, they might have unearthed a hidden treasure. Bastard. The leading youth swings his sword, severing the unripe Qilong fruit tree. Junior Sister Zhao, why did you destroy the Qilong fruit? The nearby female disciple exclaims in shock. Zhao Kong snorts disdainfully, what we have lost, no future generations shall possess. The others glance at each other, unsure of how to respond. After all, their expedition had already claimed one life. And feeling downcast is only natural. Another disciple groans, Senior brother, let us hurry to find some spiritual items. Otherwise, with the vessel destroyed, we'll have a hard time explaining ourselves. Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. He was so powerful yet chose not to save us. Zhao Kong expresses his resentment once more. The others are at a loss for words, exemplifying the typical blame-shifting behavior. Meanwhile, Chun Feng is experiencing extraordinary fortune. He initially sought a picturesque spot for a picnic, but instead discovered a vast wilderness dominated by a towering ancient tree. Moreover, there are no formidable beasts nearby, only some grazing cattle and sheep. He flies down to the tree, intending to prepare a meal when a fruit suddenly drops from the tree and strikes him on the head. Picking it up, he realizes that viewers in the live stream have recognized it. Brother Feng, this appears to be a Bodhi seed. Did the Bodhi seed fall upon you, signifying the Buddha's favor? Could it be that this is the third treasure from the Sanyuan cave? The Sanyuan Bodhi seed? Chun Feng quickly connects the dots. What a find, the Sanyuan Bodhi seed. Chun Feng tucked away the Bodhi seeds and circled the tree, although he no longer saw the seeds. He stumbled upon a small stone tablet hidden beneath the roots at the back of the tree. The inscription read, Sanyuan Bodhi tree, bowing may grant you a child. The divine tree possesses spirit, and one must not be overly demanding. Chun Feng wore a perplexed expression. After all, he hadn't bowed at all. Good heavens, Brother Feng is truly the destined one. Should I bow again to see what happens? This thing can also be utilized by my master and the others. Why not? For my master, for my senior brother, for Qingdai, and for the sect leader, Brother Feng, here goes. Chun Feng rolled his eyes, thinking it foolish to bow. It might just be a prank, considering the kind of person he is. Since the divine tree possesses spirit, let us make a trade. Here are 100,000 spirit stones, 2 monster cores, and 100 books to alleviate boredom. I shall lay them beneath the roots. I'll even dig a pond beside it. So there's no fear of drought. If you agree, then show your sincerity, my friend. As soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, a gust of wind swept across the wilderness, causing the Bodhi tree to rustle. Immediately, a radiant light illuminated the tree, and countless hidden Bodhi seeds fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. What the? Chun Feng clasped his hands over his head as the Bodhi seeds piled up to his waist. It felt as though the tree had bestowed upon him a bounty accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years. After all, over the years, there were hardly any humans as discerning as Chun Feng. Most simply came to take advantage. In the live broadcast room, the audience was left dumbfounded, in a way. Is this even possible? Good heavens, if one were to bow, they might as well smash their heads and still not receive this quantity. Brother Feng has standards, and so does the Bodhi tree. After 10,000 years, I have finally encountered a person. The rest are all dogs. Compared to Brother Feng, even Gosho can be considered discerning. While a certain someone takes things and causes havoc that I see, blue, silver, and twine. See God. Show me your ID. Chun Feng immediately tossed out a paper figure to get to work, even specially acquiring 2 excavators and a drilling machine from the system store. Chapter 46. Who is so bored? Chun Feng buried the 100,000 spirit stones, 2 monster cores, and those books in a 50-meter deep well he had dug, then refilled the earth. He then excavated a large pond nearby. laying down several layers of waterproof cloth at the bottom, covering it with soil, and tossing in some water plant seeds before exchanging for over 100 tons of spring water to fill the pond. He then added some fish and turtles, planting some Earth-S Bodhi trees around the area. Once the paper figure construction team finished their work, Chen Feng enjoyed a picnic and filled his belly. Those little Bodhi trees were a complimentary gift, so you wouldn't feel lonely. Farewell, until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the Sanyuan Bodhi tree, Chen Feng exchanged for an armed helicopter and flew away. I am dying, Brother Feng is truly too gentle. Although he occasionally behaves absurdly, like is it really appropriate for a cultivator to pilot an armed helicopter? It somehow feels fitting. It's not odd for the silly Feng to do whatever he pleases. I plan to search for items while recording and mapping out the Sanyuan cave heaven. This way, when other disciples arrive, they can accurately locate the red cage fruit and other spiritual items. After piloting for a while, Chen Feng let the paper figure clone take over the controls. He then began to cultivate in the cabin. If any flying demon beasts of the Foundation establishment stage appeared, he would let Shuang Tianlongyu deal with them. As for the Qi refinement stage demon beasts, they would not withstand the assault of a Gatling gun and RPG.in the helicopter cabin. Apart from Chen Feng, who was cultivating, there were also 3 fully armed Gatling Bodhisattva paper figures ready to physically subdue any Qi refinement stage demon beasts. The next day, many disciples from various sects arrived at the central area of the cave heaven. Some possessed maps, but the hastily drawn hand-drawn maps were challenging to decipher correctly. They could only rely on some vaguely similar landmarks to slowly navigate their way. The 5 members of Shenqing Palace, clutching their ambiguous maps, finally found themselves near the wilderness. The Bodhi tree should be around here. The master uncle said the Bodhi tree is in the wilderness, easily recognizable, with nothing else around but a large tree. Could it be that one? The map didn't depict a pond, and there were plenty of trees around, so it must not be. Then let us check other places. After circling around, they saw no other wilderness or solitary trees and returned to this spot. Upon landing beneath the Bodhi tree, they searched around and soon discovered the stone tablet. Indeed, this is the place. This pond appears to have been recently excavated. The tree is also newly planted. After saying this, the 5 fell silent in unison. Are they out of their minds? Who on earth would come here to dig a pond and plant trees? The leading senior brother rubbed his brow, exasperated by the peculiarities of this year. Adding annotations to the map, the leading brother said, "All right, everyone." The disciple holding the map nodded. The leading brother then instructed the others, "Let us start seeking Bodhi seeds." The others nodded in agreement. One of them knelt down and bowed 3 times, pleading, "May the divine tree grant me a Bodhi seed." After waiting for a long time with no response, the disciple stood up in disappointment. "It seems I lack this affinity." The others also tried, but the results were the same, leading to the last leading brother even causing his forehead to bleed from bowing. Yet the Bodhi tree did not yield a single seed. Bodhi tree, a bunch of freeloaders. Sigh, what is gained is my fortune, what is lost is my fate. Let us search for other opportunities, and the group left in disappointment. After they departed, half an hour later, more people arrived. Who on earth is so bored as to dig a pond and plant trees here? Beasts, making us search for so long. Enough of this. Let us quickly bow and plead for Bodhi seeds. 10 minutes later, yet another group arrived, cursing as they left in disappointment. Even the refined and polite members of Wenchang Academy couldn't help but curse before leaving empty-handed. As a helicopter playing some cheesy DJ music flew overhead, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in confusion. Which sect does this flying vessel belong to? It looks quite unique. Why does this music sound so energetic? It's horrendously off-key. Strange. I actually find it rather pleasant. I can't help but move my body after listening. Mo Cho and the other 3 disciples of Bai Lu's sect stood guard, watching the peculiar flying vessel hovering above them. On the helicopter. "Hello, DJ, don't stop that beat. My head is throwing a party. I can't help but sway." Mo Cho, holding her Eru artifact, stood ready for battle. With such terrible music, it must be from Tianjin Pavilion or Hawan sect. I think so too. It feels like the style of those wicked Hawan sect folks. Hovering above us like this, they must be looking for trouble. Or perhaps trying to show off. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Then, to their surprise, members of Hahuan sect emerged from the nearby woods, led by Lien Xian, who wore a speechless expression, saying, "Your Bai Lu sect really harbors a significant bias against us." Mo Cho and her companions were taken aback. They were not members of Hahuan sect. They then felt embarrassed, realizing they had cursed the wrong people and that the real party was right before them. "Oh, you're here too, that Hahuan sect girl." At the helicopter door appeared an unexpected figure. Leaning against the door with a smile, Chen Feng removed his sunglasses and said, "Everyone, how have your harvests been? The sun is setting. Shall we have a barbecue party tonight?" "Young Master Chen," Lien Xian exclaimed in delight. The other members of Hahuan sect turned to look at the Bai Lu sect disciples. "Is this the so-called wicked heretic you spoke of?" Mo Cho and her companions covered their faces and turned away. They truly had no face to remain there, having cursed for so long only to realize it was their own people. Moreover, why didn't this rascal come out sooner to greet us? Was he waiting for us to embarrass ourselves? Mo Cho and the others silently raged in their hearts. In truth, they had wronged Chen Feng. He had been cultivating, and it was the paper figure that discovered Mo Cho and the others and notified him. "All right, if young Master Chen doesn't mind, let us set up camp together tonight." Lien Xian replied with a smile. The beautiful girl in green behind her tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, didn't the hall master tell us to keep our distance from this guy?" Lien Xian quietly responded, "That was during the competition for opportunities. There's no conflict now. He won't bully us. Besides, his talent is exceptional. Interacting with him will only bring benefits, not harm." "All right," the young woman clad in green nodded, showing no reluctance towards matters beneficial for cultivation. The others felt similarly, and they were quite curious about Chen Feng. After all, he was the one who had evoked a remarkable phenomenon in the realm of literature and had left Shi Lian in a state of melancholy for an entire day. Chapter 47. While others train, I vacation. Neither the disciples of He Huan sect nor those from Bai Lu sect could have anticipated that Chen Feng had set up a house within the cave paradise. Indeed, a house. Since he would be staying there for 7 days, Chen Feng directly exchanged for a quick assembly house through the system and assembled it atop a picturesque mountain peak. The original flying beast residing there refused to leave even after being offered spirit stones. It not only wished to remain but also harbored intentions to devour Chen Feng. Consequently, he simply disposed of it. The hastily constructed abode was somewhat rudimentary, so please do not hold it against us. Good heavens, do you know how we spent last night? Everyone else braved the elements, yet here you are, constructing a house. Not only did you build a house, but the adjacent pool appears to be intended for bathing. There are even sunshades and lounge chairs beside it. Are you truly here to train? It's a grand spectacle of Versailles. Alas, look, this person has returned. Brother Feng, perhaps you should see where others slept last night before making such remarks. Brother Feng, living such a lavish and indulgent life is a responsibility we all share. Gifts may not be necessary, but surely you must purchase the Qi invoking technique and the sword nourishing technique? With 150,000 fans now, if each were to buy just once, that would be an immense fortune. Were it not for some upper echelons and capitalists suppressing the news, Brother Feng's livestream would likely have surpassed 100 million fans by now. Lien Xian observed the paper figures around her beginning to set up a barbecue and pitch tents, curious about how Chen Feng had managed to gather so many subordinates in the cave paradise. The robust male disciple from Bai Lu sect, Xiang Dong, could not help but inquire, "What are these people to you, junior brother Chen?" "Oh, they are all admirers of my talent, captivated by my character, wishing to follow me." Chen Feng shamelessly fabricated. He had no intention of revealing the secret of his paper-cutting technique to too many people. The brothers and sisters from Yu Feng would not speak out of turn, but he would not disclose it to outsiders unless they swore an oath. After all, this technique was highly operational, and in the future, should he commit misdeeds, cough, cough, he could perform good deeds in the martial world anonymously. Relying on this skill, shameless old rogue, you speak lies with such ease. Admiring your talent and character? That is laughable. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, are you watching? Everyone, continue to berate him. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at the livestream chat and typed a retort with one hand. Host Chen Feng, I put in the effort to befriend the ladies of He Huan sect, yet you speak of me this way. How disheartening. Do you not want the dual cultivation technique? Holy moly. Adoptive father. I want it. Who just insulted Brother Feng? Step forward and apologize, lest I summon 100 shamans to curse you with paper figures. Brother Feng. I am your long-lost brother. I don't care about others, but I absolutely must have a copy of the dual cultivation technique, offering you 10 festivals in return. Brother Feng, I've heard you have no son yet. Why not let me be your son? I'll honor your grandparents, so please ensure I receive a copy. Whether they can hold their great-grandson rests upon you. 66666. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at the shameless crowd. The paper figures of Yang Yuhuan and Xiao Qiao brought sodas and various snacks to the table. Chen Feng then beckoned everyone, saying, "Come, let us have some soda and snacks." Thank you. Lian Xian and the others nodded and picked up a glass bottle of cola to inspect it before mimicking Chen Feng and sipping through straws. Upon tasting it, some frowned. The female disciple Su Man from Bai Lu's sect even spat it out immediately. The cola splattered on the ground, bubbling like sulfuric acid, producing a hissing sound. Everyone's expressions shifted. It looked unmistakably like poison. The others hastily expelled the cola from their mouths. Except for Lian Xian, everyone stood up in alarm. You gave me poison. Indeed, the people of Bai Lu's sect are truly before the disciples of He Huan's sect could finish. Those from Bai Lu's sect shouted even louder, some even brandishing weapons. Chen Feng, what exactly do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? You dare to harm your fellow disciples? The disciples of He Huan's sect exclaimed. Good heavens, this is quite the spectacle. It's laughable. The effect of the cola on the ground truly resembles a toxic effect from a drama. How amusing. If it were real poison, anyone would have vomited immediately. Next time, serve coconut juice instead. It could also help identify spies. Chen Feng felt exasperated and equally displeased with the attitude of Mo Cho and the others. It was one thing for the He Huan sect to suspect him, but they were all fellow disciples. What's wrong with you? This is soda. The carbonation causes it to bubble. That's meant to enhance the flavor. A bunch of bumpkins. Saying this, he poured his own bottle onto the ground, and the bubbling effect was identical. See? Mine does the same. And do you think I need to poison you to kill you? I'm not bragging. I could make you wish for death using just my mouth. The female disciples of Bai Lu's sect and He Huan's sect blushed deeply. You are shameless. Despicable. Several of the men fell silent, wondering if Chen Feng's words included them as well. Had he known their thoughts, he would have likely thrown them off the mountain. Chen Feng was not one to indulge them. What a shameless! Those with dirty thoughts see everything as filthy. I was talking about singing, not anything else. You all quite perverse. Very well said. Do not coddle the little fairies. Brother Feng possesses the qualities of a true master. Speaking of which, they certainly are quite perceptive. I can still understand the He Huan sect. But these two sisters from Bai Lu's sect are no simpletons either. Did you notice they don't keep their nails long? So what if they don't? Woohoo, I feel like I've discovered something. The female disciples of both sects turned beet red, especially the He Huan sect members, who felt Chen Feng was even more enigmatic than they were. Lian Xian found it both amusing and vexing, never expecting Chen Feng to be so wild and unrestrained in his usual demeanor. If someone else were here, they would likely have been scolded for their vulgarity. She comforted the members of He Huan's sect, saying, "All right, let us sit down. This drink is not poisonous, and indeed, young Master Chen possesses such abilities that he could cause immense suffering to all with merely his words." As she spoke, she recalled that day's experience and couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Chen Feng. The others misinterpreted this glance, thinking it resembled a pitying woman gazing at a heartless man. Once the disciples of He Huan's sect resumed their seats, Mo Cho and her companions awkwardly returned to their spots. Realizing they had overreacted, after all, Chen Feng had no reason to harm them. All right, let us discuss cultivation matters. The Bai Lu sect's primary focus was on the 5 musical tones corresponding to the 5 elements and 5 organs. Chen Feng initiated the discussion, and everyone listened in silence. Naturally, his intention was to lead the conversation towards the topic of yin and yang, making it less conspicuous when he later borrowed the dual cultivation technique from He Huan's sect. Chapter 48. With great integrity, an exchange meeting for novice music cultivators continued into the evening. Aside from Chen Feng, Everyone else had gained some insights, as they were merely in the qi refining stage. After becoming disciples, they had learned some musical attack techniques, but their proficiency was not remarkable. Receiving a single manual might take them 3 to 5 months to grasp. In contrast, Chunfeng could learn it with a mere flip of a page. Did anyone understand anything? Fortunately, I studied the Guqin, so I can grasp the gist. I'll ponder it later and see if I can develop the ability to use the 5 tones for healing the 5 organs. Fortunately, I'm into music, so I have some foundational knowledge and gained a bit. I'm in traditional Chinese medicine. Our dormitory is considering referencing the Guqin or Guzheng. Music therapy is imminent. I'm from the Chinese medicine hospital, and I believe 5-tone therapy has excellent healing effects for organ ailments. Interested friends can come to me. Perhaps we can form a team to research it, and who knows, we might leave our names in history. Wow, I was just casually asking. Did you all really understand? Why not just buy the 5-tone therapy directly from Brother Feng? This thing benefits the nation and the people. He should be willing to showcase it. Oh yes, Brother Feng. Chunfeng glanced at the livestream chat and secretly gave an OK gesture. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished chatting, he clapped his hands and said, "We've been talking for almost an hour, and the sun has set. Let us eat something together." He stood up and clapped his hands. The barbecue party now begins. Lights, music, activate. Not far away, the paper figures immediately switched on the decorative lights set up around them. The surroundings, shrouded in darkness, were illuminated by twinkling LED stars. Soon, a lively melody began to play. The paper figure band commenced their performance. The members of He Huan's sect and Bai Lu's sect fell silent once more. Why is it that he can enjoy such luxuries in the cave paradise? Is the disparity between people truly that vast? Chunfeng, holding 2 plates of well-balanced skewers, handed one to Lien Xian. "Come, let us sit over there." Lien Xin followed his gaze and beheld a small round table adorned with 2 chairs, atop which rested a bouquet of flowers and a solitary candle. The arrangement exuded a unique elegance and romance. With a gentle smile, Lien Xin accepted the platter and nodded appreciatively. Just as Chunfeng settled into his seat, he sensed that something was amiss. "Xiao Qiao, please fetch me a bottle of red wine and some Sprite from the fridge. And don't forget the goblets," he instructed. "Understood, my lord," replied Xiao Qiao, donning a maid's outfit as she skipped away towards the house. Chunfeng glanced at the others from Huan's sect and Bai Lu's sect. "Do not just stand there idly. If you wish for a bite, feel free to head to the grill and ask Wu Yin and Sui Zuiyo for some. Do not hold back. The sofas are open for seating. In life, one must learn to seize joy in the moment. Otherwise, one might find themselves reflecting on their existence at the end, only to realize it was devoid of pleasure, which would be a most unfortunate fate." A chuckle arose from the group, although they had to concede that despite the bluntness of his words, they were undeniably wise. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed disciples from various sects ambushed or met their demise at the hands of demonic beasts. If Bai Chinchua were to learn of Chun Feng's influence on others, she would likely mete out punishment upon him. After all, most sects frowned upon their disciples indulging in pleasure and failing to restrain their desires. Yet, Chunfeng seemed to encourage them to embrace their desires. Observing others gradually immerse themselves in the atmosphere, Chunfeng couldn't help but smile. Now this feels right. There should be no rigid constraints in cultivating immortality. Live freely, for that is what makes cultivation truly enjoyable. Lien Xin gazed at Chunfeng with admiration. She believed that individuals like him embodied the essence of a truly enlightened and joyous life, a notion she found deeply enviable. Chunfeng snapped his fingers and said, "Dig in. This is a delicacy unlike anything in the realm of cultivation." "Mm," Lien Xin exclaimed as she sampled the grilled rice noodles, her eyes lighting up. The bold flavors of savory, spicy, and aromatic spices opened a gateway to a new culinary realm for her palate. "Is it to your liking? The flavors are indeed intense, but they are incredibly appetizing. I plan to promote this delicacy throughout the cultivation world, and I appreciate your valuable insight." Chunfeng raised his goblet in a toast. Lien Xin's cheeks flushed as she mimicked his gesture, clinking her goblet against his. "By the way, beyond the 5 sounds and 5 elements lies yin and yang. What is your perspective on yin and yang?" Lien Xin paused, momentarily taken aback. "You wish to discuss this rather than the frivolities of romance? I must admit, I have not yet studied this topic and know very little." although he had anticipated her response. Chen Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. I apologize. Hahuan sect is one of the few sects with notable research on the path of yin and yang. I had assumed you had some familiarity with it. Lian Xin's face flushed as she inquired, are you particularly interested in the dual cultivation techniques related to yin and yang, young Master Chen? Chen Feng shook his head, adopting a righteous demeanor. I am intrigued by the dualities of life and death within the realm of yin and yang. It merely happens that your sect's focus on yin and yang is primarily within the context of dual cultivation techniques. We must approach issues with an academic perspective. Even dual cultivation techniques, being tied to the path of yin and yang, will yield insights. In the livestream chat, fans expressed their skepticism. Come on, Fenggu, stop pretending. You just want the dual cultivation techniques. If I hadn't been watching closely, I'd have been fooled by your righteous facade. You really don't know what's good for you. Fenggu is doing this for us. If only there was an anti-fraud campaign in the cultivation world. They'd have to recruit Fenggu as a model citizen. Shaolin Gu, you're such a rascal. This goofball must have deceived many innocent girls back on Earth. Huh? I'm Fenggu SX. VME 50, and I'll share our untold story. One day, when Fenggu returns as an immortal, I'll have you in pieces. Unbeknownst to Lian Xin, she was thoroughly taken in by Chen Feng's noble guise. Since you are interested, upon my return, I shall thoroughly study such techniques so that one day I can engage in discourse with you, she remarked, lowering her gaze as if wishing to hide her face within the depths of her attire. Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, this barbecue was well worth the invitation. Sister Lian Xin, you truly are my kindred spirit, he exclaimed, calling out to the grill, Suizuio, please prepare 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken wings, and an additional serving of grilled eggplant for my beloved sister Lian Xin. The chicken legs and wings should be glazed with honey and mildly spicy. Responding to the rhythm of the music, the paper figure Suizuio raised a hand and replied, no problem, 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken wings, honey glazed with mild spice, and 1 grilled eggplant coming right up. Let's get this party started. By the way, do any other esteemed guests wish to add something? A girl in green from Haihuan sect raised her hand. ID like the same. Me too. The others chimed in. Though they had never tasted barbecue before, they knew that whatever Chen Feng ordered would undoubtedly be the finest. Sure thing. Suizuio transformed into a seasoned barbecue master, expertly handling the ingredients. Meanwhile, Lian Xin's face was flushed, feeling shy at the intimate address of beloved sister. Such a close term of endearment was indeed quite embarrassing. Chapter 49. Awakening. After the barbecue party, everyone retreated into the tent arranged by Chen Feng for rest. The following morning, Lian Xin bid farewell to Chen Feng and the members of Hahuan sect, as they were on a mission. Regardless of whether it was the sect leader, elders, or hall masters, they all sought a Bodhi seed to aid their cultivation. They had traversed the wilderness, hunting demonic beasts and gathering various medicinal herbs. As they surveyed their surroundings, the girl in green furrowed her brow. Sister Lian Xin, didn't the hall master mention that there's only one solitary ancient Bodhi tree in the wilderness? Yet, I don't see it anywhere. That large tree over there resembles it somewhat, but there are other trees and a pond, which contradicts the description. Lian Xin felt a headache coming on with the passage of time. The wilderness may have transformed into a forest, and the former forest may have become a wilderness. The others couldn't help but lament. Does that mean we'll be grasping at straws? Lian Xin pointed towards the direction of the Bodhi tree. Let us head over there and take a look. Something about those trees seems too orderly, as if they were planted around the pond. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Who would be so bored as to plant trees here? The girl in green shook her head. 10 minutes later, she gazed at the stone tablet beneath the Bodhi tree and the freshly picked trees by the pond, falling into silence. After a long pause, she could not help but roar towards the heavens. Who on earth is so bored? Lian Xin, however, appeared contemplative. No one would engage in such trivial pursuits without deeper significance. The crowd was puzzled. What significance could there be? Could it be an intentional attempt to mislead others? That would be too detrimental to oneself. Suddenly, Lian Xin recalled something. While conversing with Chen Feng last night, he had uttered a thought-provoking remark. Heaven creates all things to nourish humanity. Yet, humanity possesses nothing to repay heaven. If we take from the myriad beings without giving in return, Are we not incurring karmic debt to the universe? In that moment, she comprehended everything. All actions were meant to repay the ancient Bodhi tree. The pond's reservoir ensured that the Bodhi tree would have water during droughts. The crowd gasped, realizing the truth upon closer reflection. Lian Xin then examined the newly planted Bodhi trees. This row consists entirely of Bodhi trees. Perhaps the planter did so out of concern for the ancient Bodhi tree's solitude, considering it is the only one in this wilderness. The group fell silent. If that were the case, the individual responsible for all this must possess a gentle heart. They recalled their previous disdain for those who sought Bodhi seeds without offering anything in return, and now, the person they had just criticized had transformed into a figure of admiration and respect. Lian Xin smiled faintly, for she had already deduced the identity of the person behind all this. Aside from him, who else would have such kindness? The girl in green felt a tinge of embarrassment, as she had been the one leading the charge in their earlier scorn, only to realize how shallow her perspective had been. Upon reflection, it seemed that everyone was akin, except for the one who dug the pond and planted the trees. Who was truly unique? Lian Xin approached the ancient Bodhi tree and noticed a patch of soil that appeared recently disturbed. That moment, she understood and smiled. The others, however, remained oblivious to her insights. Lian Xin, lacking a shovel or sword, resorted to using her hands to carefully dig a small hole near the tree's roots. She then placed 10 demonic cores into the hole. The girl in green could not help but exclaim, "Sister Lian Xin?" Lian Xin raised her hand to signal for silence, then filled the hole back in, doing her best to obscure any traces. "O mighty spirit tree, 10 demonic cores may be a humble offering. Yet I beseech you to grant me a Bodhi seed," Lian Xin intoned. Bowing her head in reverence, a gust of wind swept through the wilderness, causing the canopy of the ancient Bodhi tree to sway. A faint green light flickered, and an immature Bodhi seed fell, landing atop Lian Xin's head. She picked up the Bodhi seed from the ground. She smiled and expressed her gratitude once more. Rising, she addressed the others. "We cannot simply take. We must also learn to give. I have demonstrated this for you. Whether we receive something in return now depends on our sincerity." The maiden clad in green pondered for a moment before producing 5 demon cores and 100 spirit stones. Mimicking Lian Xin, she buried her offerings beneath the roots of the ancient tree. "Great Lord of the divine tree, this is all I possess," she declared, "and I humbly request a single Bodhi seed in return. When the next cave of wonders opens, I shall have my junior disciples bring you more valuable gifts." After bowing her head in reverence, the maiden observed the treetops sway gently in the breeze. And a similarly underdeveloped Bodhi seed fell to the ground. It was roughly half the size of the ones held by Chun Feng. The others exchanged glances, for they were reluctant to part with either the demon cores or the spirit stones. Merely echoing the maiden's promise, inevitably, they received nothing in return. Lian Xin shook her head in disapproval, inwardly lamenting their narrow perspective. The worth of a Bodhi seed far surpassed that of several demon cores or spirit stones. Furthermore, to offer nothing now and expect future gifts, she doubted even the Bodhi tree would believe such folly. "Very well, let us depart. It is already the 3rd day, and we have but 2 days left in the core area. We must set out to return the day after tomorrow." The maiden in green, observing her 3 companions' futile attempts to outsmart the tree, nearly succumbed to laughter. Time swiftly passed. On the 7th day, Chun Feng summoned all the paper figures back. Approximately half returned, each bearing commendable rewards. Chun Feng took one last look at the ancient Bodhi tree, burying several boxes of wine as offerings before departing under the cold moonlight of the frost-kissed night. As a gust of wind swept across the wilderness, a shadow beneath the tree waved farewell. Chun Feng, sensing something, turned to look but saw nothing. Nevertheless, he waved back in a final gesture of goodbye to the Bodhi tree. Behind the tree, a long-haired specter held a book in one hand and took a sip of wine with the other, a slight smile gracing her lips. Outside the valley, the assembled crowd gradually returned to their respective sections. Upon their reunion, many elders inquired, "Did anyone obtain a Bodhi seed?" The disciples with glum expressions simply shook their heads. "Alas, if not, then so be it," sighed the elders in disappointment. Soon, they began to gather information. discovering that it seemed no one had acquired a Bodhi seed this year. Could it be that the Bodhi seeds were in short supply? Surely not. Was it merely a coincidence that the Bodhi tree was in a foul mood? Just then, an inopportune voice rang out. Shi Lian, having observed that no other sects had obtained Bodhi seeds, had braced herself for the same lack of fortune. To her surprise, Lian Xin and the maiden in green revealed a Bodhi seed each. Unable to contain her delight, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lian Xin, green maiden, you actually managed to obtain Bodhi seeds. How remarkable you are. Once we return to our sect, I shall ensure the sect leader rewards you handsomely. Perhaps the elders will even take you on as disciples. The other 3 disciples regretted their decisions, wishing they had not been so stingy with their demon cores and spirit stones. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in conversation. What? The disciples of the Haohuan sect have secured 2 seeds. How could they accomplish such a feat while our disciples could not? Did the Bodhi tree favor beauty? Impossible! Our disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley are far more beautiful. Indeed, our disciples from the 7 Rhyme Palace are no less. Others chimed in, their voices thick with envy and humiliation. The presence of the Haohuan sect had always been a duality of virtue and vice. While they had not harmed others, they did operate establishments of ill repute. Conversely, their business was conducted openly and without coercion. Many cultivators, lacking a livelihood, sought refuge in the Haohuan sect as alchemical vessels for profit. Of course, there were occasional Na'vi youths who fell prey to the unscrupulous individuals within the sect, but such occurrences were not uncommon across various sections. Many overly righteous sects labeled the Haohuan sect as unorthodox, dubbing their disciples as enchantresses and seducers. Today, Shi Lian reveled in her triumph, relishing the opportunity to flaunt the fortune they had acquired. After boasting to the others, she strode toward the Tianjiao pavilion and the Bailu sect. Cradling her 2 Bodhi seeds, Madame Xiangnong, how were your gains? She inquired with a faint smile, though her heart was already calculating her next move. Not bad, but the fates were not in my favor. I did not procure a Bodhi seed, Madame Xiangnong replied. Is that so? What a shame. The 3 great treasures of the Sanyuan cave, the crimson lantern fruit, the diamond grass, and the Bodhi seed, with the latter being the most elusive. Shi Lian remarked, covering her mouth with a giggle. If only I could obtain a Bodhi seed. I would gladly forsake the others. Madame Xiangnong's frustration simmered just beneath the surface, her desire to lash out palpable. The disciples of the Tianjiao pavilion, including the talented Sudong Xiu, hung their heads in shamed that moment. Chen Feng ambled back, stepping softly across the frost-kissed ground. Shi Lian's eyes narrowed. Several days prior, she had received a painful blow from Chen Feng, leaving her seething with anger. Let us go to the Bailu sect and see how that gentleman Chen fared, Shi Lian suggested. Her curiosity piqued. It may be wise to refrain from such a visit. Lian Xin advised, her expression a mix of amusement and concern. Shi Lian shot her a glance, irritated. What, are you afraid that gentleman Chen will embarrass himself? Lian Xin struggled to articulate her thoughts, unsure how to convey the notion that Shi Lian seemed eager to face humiliation once more. Enough with the hesitations. Let us proceed, Shi Lian declared, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she made her way toward the Bailu sect, one hand cradling the Bodhi seeds as if to ensure their visibility. Lian Xin sighed, foreseeing the inevitable slap to Shi Lian's pride. Madame Xiangnong followed closely behind, eager to witness the spectacle of the Haohuan sect's mocking of the Bailu sect, as well as the impending moment of Shi Lian's potential embarrassment. Due to the time lost bidding farewell to the Bodhi tree, Chen Feng was among the last to emerge. Huai Weirong and Xia Zhiyu had already inquired about the gains of Imo Cho and her group, which amounted to only a few ordinary spirit herbs and over 20 demon cores from the Qi refining stage beasts. While other sects might have faced reprimand for such meager returns, the Bailu sect regarded it as a commendable performance, as they were not a sect focused on bloodshed. For disciples at the Qi refining stage, achieving the elimination of over 20 beasts of the same rank in 7 days was no small feat. As for the Bodhi seed, they had never expected to acquire one. In fact, few in their sect had even ventured into the core area to witness the Bodhi tree, and merely surviving in the outer regions was already considered a success. Not everyone possessed a powerful magic treasure like Qin Feng's formidable flying sword during their Qi refining stage. Nor did all major sects afford their disciples a flying vessel, given the considerable risk of encountering airborne demon beasts, which often resulted in disastrous crashes. Most relied solely on their own 2 feet to traverse the cave's depth. As Qin Feng landed, Shi Lian was already nearby. "Gentleman Chun, with such a treasure in hand, your gains must be substantial, yes?" she taunted, laughter lacing her words. Chun Feng chuckled as he stored away the frost-kissed moonlight. Inwardly, he mused, this little darling seems to be inviting a slap to her face once more. Does she possess some inclination for masochism? Not only he, but the viewers in the live stream could not help but tease her. The big sister is back for another round of humiliation. Has her face healed yet? Hilarious. Could she be a masochist? Sand sculpture Feng. Flaunt your prowess and show her what true strength looks like. It's either a slap to the face or a slap on the way to the face. Shi Lian spoke with a tone dripping with sarcasm. You had a good harvest? Surely that means you procured a Bodhi seed. She continued, waving the 2 seeds in her hand playfully, yet Chun Feng's gaze lingered more on her chest. Shi Lian, you truly understand me. I was fortunate enough to acquire a few. He spoke nonchalantly, first retrieving an empty basin, then shaking out a storage pouch, causing a cascade of Bodhi seeds to tumble into the basin. Around them, eyes widened in disbelief. Those who had not obtained Bodhi seeds could not contain their astonishment. These are all Bodhi seeds. How is that possible? It must be a trick, undoubtedly a ruse. A forlorn voice from a spirit transformation stage expert lamented. They appear to be genuine. I once acquired one, and the Tao rhythm is identical. Did he deplete the Bodhi tree's bounty? I simply want to know how he managed it. Shi Lian stood in stunned silence, watching as the sizable, mature Bodhi seeds plopped into the basin, each sound echoing like a slap across her face. I believe distributing one to each of the sect elders and peak masters should suffice. Qin Feng remarked casually, then turned his astonished gaze toward the Bodhi seeds in Shi Lian's possession. Oh? Why are those 2 in your hands so small? How unfortunate. They seem to have been forced into service before reaching maturity. A number of individuals in the vicinity could not help but burst into laughter, including the usually stoic CEO, Huai Weirong. What a calculated blow, Feng Gu. Hee. It's delightful to see Hua Feng smile once more. The big sister hasn't coughed up blood, which is already a testament to her composure. Please, no more tormenting her. If you continue, she might just become addicted to it. Suddenly, she realized that the Bodhi seeds in her hand had lost their allure. Shi Lian gritted her teeth and put away the seeds, feeling that Qin Feng was her nemesis, the kind that fate had conspired against her. If she were of the Hahuan lineage, she might have captured Qin Feng and ground him into medicinal dregs to alleviate her resentment. Chapter 51. Cursing at a dog. After Qin Feng finished boasting, others began to voice their discontent. Envious and jealous individuals shouted, "How infuriating! I wondered why I didn't receive any Bodhi seeds." It turns out this scoundrel took them all. Disciples from various sects chimed in, demanding, indeed, the opportunities of the Sanyuan cave are meant for all sects to share. Why should he alone seize all the Bodhi seeds? It was nothing but a display of prowess, snatching everything before anyone else could. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. With so many Bodhi seeds, they must be distributed fairly among the various sects. That makes sense. I agree. The elders of those sects merely observed in silence, curious to see how the Bailu sect would handle the situation. Qin Feng, bewildered, thought to himself how shameless these people were. Huai Weirong and Xia Jiyu immediately wore solemn expressions. Huai Weirong warned the raucous disciples, the opportunities of the Bodhi ancient tree are bestowed by the tree spirit. You would do well not to cause a ruckus. Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. If I truly did gather all the seeds, where would the Bodhi seeds of the Hahuan sect come from? Your inability to obtain them is a reflection of your own incompetence. You are all worthless little pests. He raised his pinky finger in a mocking gesture. Well done, Feng Gu. A bunch of little chickens unworthy of obtaining Bodhi seeds. Hee, this feels good. 66666. Although the crowd had never seen such a gesture before, they understood its derogatory implication. It bore no physical harm but was laden with insult. This was without the added impact of a well-timed strike. Otherwise, these people would undoubtedly be left reeling. How dare you say that? You have some nerve. If you have the guts, don't use your treasures. Let's see who the real waste is. A disciple from a martial sect stepped forward boldly. Qin Feng, unfazed, tossed the frosty sky cold moon to Xia Zhiyu and rolled up his sleeves. Everyone step back, lest you get splattered with blood. Chen Feng's farmer's 3 fists had already reached a level capable of shattering the skull of a foundational stage demon beast with a single blow. Taking on a group that hadn't even reached foundation establishment was akin to Tyson facing off against kindergarten children. 1 punch for each of them. Other disciples from various sects exchanged glances and immediately jumped forward, shouting, "Wait, I want to challenge you too. If you lose, you must give me a Bodhi seed." Qin Feng retorted, "And what if you lose?" The challenger was immediately at a loss for words. He had nothing of equal value to offer. A bunch of freeloaders. It's no wonder you can't get any Bodhi seeds." Qin Feng scoffed again. "Do you think you're fools who can just bow to the Bodhi tree and expect it to gift you seeds?" The disciples who sought Bodhi seeds but failed were infuriated. "How dare you speak to us like that? What else should I say? You didn't bow, did you? Are you even a cultivator of the Bailu sect? Your speech is more vulgar than a brute s. As someone who has attracted literary phenomena, can't you speak a bit more elegantly?" Qin Feng, hands on his hips, laughed. Hee. I have one trait that is both a strength and a flaw. I speak plainly to people. And I speak plainly to ghosts, and I curse like a dog. The raucous disciples from various sects sadly realized they could not match Qin Feng in insults. After facing off against him, they found themselves utterly at a loss for words. Moreover, they could not bring themselves to lower their pride and exchange barbs with him. The members of the Bailu sect were somewhat dumbfounded. Typically, they would have looked down upon such a scene of insults. However, in this moment of role reversal, as the oppressed party, they found the experience of retaliating against Qin Feng to be exhilarating. Someone, with a spark of righteousness, stood up. "We won't waste words with you. You just claimed that you acquired Bodhi seeds without bowing. So what method did you use?" Others perked up, realizing that if they could learn how Qin Feng had amassed so many Bodhi seeds, their own sects could benefit from the same. "Yes, tell us, otherwise how can you prove it?" Qin Feng, however, wore a mocking expression. "Laughable. Why should I prove anything to you? Who do you think you are?" The hot-headed martial cultivator roared again. Infuriating. "I can't hold back any longer. I challenge you to a duel." Qin Feng cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. "Come on, let us see what you've got, buddy." Suddenly, an elder from the martial sect interjected. "A simple match might be a bit dull. How about this? If you lose, you give me a Bodhi seed, and if we lose, we'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. How does that sound?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Can you even buy a Bodhi seed with 10,000 spirit stones?" He raised a finger towards the crowd. 100,000 spirit stones, or 1,000 spirit crystals. "Those of the same tier who wish to challenge me, line up, one at a time." He then produced a set of tables and chairs, placing them on the ground, before pulling Imocho over and seating her there. Slapping a registration book onto the table, he then took out a loudspeaker and proclaimed, "I promise, no use of any magical artifacts or weapons. Register now for a chance to win a Bodhi seed at the special price of just 999 spirit crystals." 999 spirit crystals. You can't buy a single Bodhi seed, but you can have a chance to obtain one. A little gamble for a bit of fun. Trust in your disciples. Let them take a shot. There are limited Bodhi seeds, only 30 slots available. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. It felt as if Qin Feng's antics were worlds apart from their expectations. "This is hilarious." He is completely unfazed. "Fenggu, you always have the quirkiest money-making schemes." The onlookers were bewildered. They had never witnessed such a scene. "Ha ha ha, no one can figure out how it turned out this way." Mocho, sitting behind the registration desk, was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to rise, Qin Feng pressed her back down. "You'll receive 10 spirit crystals for your efforts." Mocho remained silent, quietly opening the registration book and picking up a pen, her gaze resolute. She was determined to secure those 10 spirit crystals. Huaiwei Rong had covered her face, fearing that others might see the uncontrollable smirk creeping onto her lips. Xia Zhiyu, however, was furious, stepping forward to bang the table. "I see this madness. Who gave you the right to gamble with the Bodhi seeds? Moreover, your cultivation has only reached this level in a month. Most of your power was obtained by chance when Ming Zhenren perished. Without the frosty sky cold moon, how can you even fight? How dare you? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Wait, this guy is so weak. It turned out that most of his strength was derived from the death of Ming Zhenren. Wasn't he this realm as insubstantial as a castle in the air? An elder leading a sect rushed to the registration table, producing a storage pouch and declaring, "We of the Qishao sect wish to sign up, and us. We of the Zhenwu Hall wish to register too. Our Shen Hudong also wants a spot." Chen Feng was delighted, inwardly cheering, "Thank you, Senior Sister Xia, for the assist. Everyone, please don't rush. Form an orderly line." Xia Zhiyu was fuming. "Damn it, Chen Feng. If you lose all the Bodhi seeds. I am curious how you'll explain this to the sect master." Chapter 52. Heartbreak and double strikes. Xia Zhiyu watched as Chen Feng ignored her and continued to collect spirit crystals, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. "You give me the Bodhi seeds right now. You're not allowed to use them as stakes." Chen Feng helplessly pulled out a Bodhi seed and stuffed it into her hand. "All right, here's one for you. Now step aside and don't interfere with my business." Xia Zhiyu, clutching the Bodhi seed, felt a profound sense of disdain and indifference. Just as she was about to lash out, Huai Rong pulled her back. "Forget it. He acquired those Bodhi seeds through his own merit. Let him be. If he loses, it will serve as a lesson he won't forget." The individuals who had signed up felt relieved that Xia Zhiyu had not caused any disruption. Witnessing Huai Rong allow Chen Feng to act freely put smiles on their faces. "Ha ha ha, the head of Huafeng is so generous, unlike some people who are so petty. Indeed, this shows true magnanimity." Unfortunately, each sect could only register one person. Members from the Hahuan sect, Tianjin Pavilion, Wanchang Academy, and Sanyuan sect quietly watched the spectacle. While others might not grasp Chen Feng's depths, they were all too aware. Challenging Chen Feng at the Qi refinement stage? Wasn't he that just throwing away spirit crystals? With only one registration per sect, it was to prevent you from losing too much and then trying to backtrack. Shilian could not help but comment. "This kid is truly cunning. With just a few words, he has lured those looking to take advantage into a trap." Indeed, it seems they would end up losing more than they bargained for. Speaking of which, why didn't you step up to advise them? Madame Xiangnong cast a puzzled glance towards Shilian. Shilian's lips twitched slightly. "I have no interest in meddling," she thought. She truly wished to avoid confrontation with Chen Feng. For fear of being humiliated once more, frustration gnawed at her. A pain that resonated within. Madame Xiangnong's lips quivered. After so many years as rivals, she could readily discern Shilian's reluctance for exposing Chen Feng. She had no desire to offend this prodigious figure. From their brief encounters, it was abundantly clear how formidable Chen Feng's fortunes were, akin to a chosen one. Who knows, in a few years, he might become a colossal force in his own right. Meanwhile, on the side of Wanchang Academy, Zhou Zuan was equally unlikely to expose Chen Feng, as he sought to win him over to the path of literature. Even if that was not possible, he aimed to ensure that Chen Feng would at least dabble in it, for it was imperative not to let his talents languish unnoticed. Chen Feng noted that 30 spots had already been filled, and thus took up a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "All right, everyone, the 30 spots are now full. For those sects that did not manage to sign up, do not fret. If I secure a victory and preserve a Bodhi seed, an additional spot will be opened up. Sects that sign up for challenges but lose may continue to register. However, those who win cannot re-register. Sects that fail 3 challenges will receive a Bodhi seed as compensation." The crowd listened quietly to the rules set by Chen Feng, finding no fault with them, and nodded in agreement. Chen Feng's intentions were rather simple. Essentially, he was allowing each sect that challenged him 3 times to spend over 2,900 spirit crystals to purchase a Bodhi seed from him, effectively tripling the price without causing them to incur total losses. "Very well, let us designate this valley as the battlefield. Mo. Please assist me by announcing the names. As he spoke, Chen Feng jogged into the valley, his figure reminiscent of a carefree schoolboy after class, embodying a blend of innocence and audacity. Huai Rong could not help but raise a hand to her forehead, feeling that the elegant and noble image of the Bai Lu sect was rapidly deteriorating in Chen Feng's presence. Mo Cho, holding the list, began. The first challenger, Lu Yinjia from the Wushan sword sect, a young swordsman clad in gray, adept in lightness skills, leaped into the valley. Moreover, the long sword he wielded was unmistakably a magical artifact. Xia Zhiyu fumed. How can he use a magical artifact? It appears Chen Shizhi never stated that opponents could not use any weapons, chuckled a middle-aged man from the Wushan sword sect. Sporting a goatee. Others chimed in, indeed, he only mentioned that he would not use a weapon himself, not that we were prohibited from doing so. Xia Zhiyu clenched his fists, wanting to argue but at a loss for words. For Chen Feng had indeed set no conditions for his adversaries' eye in the valley. Lu Yinjia launched an attack on Chen Feng. As both a martial artist and a swordsman, he was among the strongest in the Qi refinement stage. Further aided by a magical artifact, Xia Zhiyu could already envision Chen Feng's impending defeat beneath Lu Yinjia's blade. With all his might, Lu Yinjia thrust his sword towards Chen Feng, the blade glowing ominously. Even a foundation-building martial artist would be wounded by such a strike. Chen Feng shook his head and simply raised 2 fingers to intercept. Outside the valley, someone gasped, "No way! Is he actually going to use just his fingers?" Just as the sword's radiance approached Chen Feng's fingers, it dissipated entirely. In an instant, the sword, like a bamboo stalk, was halted between Chen Feng's fingers, and Lu Yinjia found himself immobilized as well. How is this possible? Before Lu Yinjia could recover from his shock, Chen Feng delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed throughout the valley. Wow, a one-hit knockout. This is hilarious. Daring to wield a sword in front of Brother Feng? Even deities would have to stand in line for punishment. Dio, you know how cruel that finger clamp followed by a slap is for a swordsman? A double blow to the sword heart. Ha ha ha! Chen Feng released his grip on the sword, and Lu Yinjia collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Carry him away. Next, a profound silence enveloped the onlookers outside the valley. The weaker spectators could not comprehend the events, while those in the golden core and nascent soul stages were equally bewildered by how Chen Feng had achieved such a feat. It was a seemingly ordinary finger clamp, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual or mental energy, an utterly natural yet bizarre maneuver. The goateed man from Wushan sword sect, once confident, was now in shock, tugging at his beard in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Yinjia could at least hold his ground against a foundation builder. How could he be defeated so easily? No, something is amiss. This fellow must be cheating. How infuriating. You all conspired against us. As the goateed man spoke, the crowd turned their gazes towards the Bailu sect. They found Xia Zhiyu and the others equally dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting even greater shock, leaving them speechless. At that moment, a member of the Qingyun sect stepped forward. Everyone, if you merely consider why Shuang Tianlongyu is in his hands rather than in our sure shoes, you will grasp just how terrifying Chen Feng's talent in the sword path truly is. Once again, silence fell over the crowd. They had been wholly ensnared in Chen Feng's promotional rhythm, failing to think deeply about the implications. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't let him intimidate you. He's just a junior who hasn't even reached the foundation building stage. How many times can he use what appears to be a supreme technique? The crowd awakened to the realization. Indeed, perhaps after one round, he will be utterly exhausted. The goateed man's eyes lit up, rushing to Mo Cho, exclaiming, "Register me. We, the Wushan sword sect, wish to sign up." I refuse to believe this. Very well, Mo Cho nodded, noting it down. Xia Zhiyu couldn't restrain herself from intervening again, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable." The goateed man glared fiercely at Xia Zhiyu, retorting, "Do not disrupt. The rules were set by him. If he breaks them, he should return the spirit crystals he collected from you." As he spoke, the goateed man hurriedly stuffed spirit crystals and stones onto the table, fearful that the Bailu sect would prevent him from registering. Xia Zhiyu, furiously, retreated to the side. From a distance, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. The more Xia Shiji acted this way, the more eager those sects would be to register and pay. It resembled a live-stream sales tactic. One might think she was an actress he had specially invited. Perhaps he should reward her later. Chapter 53. This is what we call a leisurely cultivation. After Lu Yinjia was carried out of the valley by the Wushan sword sect members, The second challenger rushed into the valley, utilizing a sprinting acceleration to unleash a strike imbued with an overwhelming force, sending forth a 3-meter-long blade aura. Look at that blade. Unfortunately, he wielded a saber. The moment the blade aura approached Chen Feng's outstretched finger, it dispersed. Subsequently, it was as if he had willingly delivered his saber into Chen Feng's grasp, leaving him immobilized. The man was utterly bewildered. A resounding slap followed, and Chen Feng released the saber. Thud. The challenger fell flat on the ground. Chen Feng waved his hand. Carry him away. Next. Outside the valley, the crowd fell silent once more. The previous swordsman's full-force attack was already comparable to a mid-stage foundation builder. Yet it had been effortlessly subdued by Chen Feng. Had it not been for the elder's sponsorship with spirit crystals, others might have suspected foul play. Don't worry, keep challenging. Wear him down. Yes, yes, if we can win just once in the second round, we can obtain a Bodhi seed, which isn't a total loss. Soon came the third and fourth challengers. Most cultivators wielded swords, sabers, or spears as weapons, leading to a series of grim outcomes one by one. They approached, only to receive the resounding slap packaged in the live stream. The audience was thoroughly entertained. This group of people is like a line of customers waiting to get slapped after paying. In the world of cultivation, flying swords were the mainstream weapon. Even the Bailu sect had many who wielded swords, let alone other sections who would dare to fight barehanded. If one could use a weapon, who would approach empty-handed? Here comes someone without a weapon. Isn't this the hot-headed fellow who previously boasted about going solo against Brother Feng? From the Jinwu Temple, it's Hao Chang'an Cho announced the name. Momentarily stunned. What a ridiculous name! A 2-meter-tall muscular man strode into the valley, grinning menacingly at Chen Feng. At last, it's my turn. It was supposed to be me dueling you from the beginning, but look how it turned out. Unlike those who rely on weapons, I am a true martial artist. Let's see who understands why the flowers are so red. With that, Hao Chang stomped his foot and launched himself toward Chen Feng like a cannonball. His body was enveloped in a layer of iron-gray aura, with a ring of earthy yellow light enveloping his fist. Prepare to be knocked down. Bang. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves and met Hao Chang's punch head-on. The ground beneath them sank as their fists collided, sending a shockwave rippling outward. After a brief moment of stillness, Hao Chang was sent flying back like a boomerang. Thud. Hao Chang collapsed onto the ground, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? The hand that had clashed with Chen Feng was grotesquely deformed, blood gushing forth, with muscles and skin torn apart, and bones protruding ominously. Fortunately, this was the realm of cultivation, where such injuries were not insurmountable. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as the unfolding events grew increasingly ludicrous. A martial cultivator specializing in physical training had actually lost to a musician. How could this be? Wasn't he a practitioner of musical arts, or perhaps a scholar or swordsman? Indeed. Why then did he triumph in a fistfight against a pure martial artist? Infuriating. It was evident that he must have secretly trained in martial arts. And with remarkable talent, his punch nearly reached the high tiers of foundation establishment. Wait, wasn't he renowned for his exceptional gifts in the literary arts? Nonsense. The Qingyun sect had declared his swordsmanship talent to be extraordinarily high, which was precisely why Master Yu Ming had bestowed upon him the Frosty Moon. But his primary focus is music. I suspect he possesses a secret weapon in that realm as well. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That would be utterly monstrous. I would rather believe he has chosen the wrong path, and his musical prowess is rather lacking. Hao Chang, dragging his severely injured right hand, staggered out of the valley. Chen Feng lowered his sleeves and said, "All right, next I'm Mo Cho." Recovering from her shock, dully called out, "Xuanfu sect." Yi San, a boy clad in a yellow robe with a distressed expression, stepped into the valley. He bore no weapon in hand, which immediately put Chen Feng on alert. I am Yi San. I hope senior brother Chun will show mercy. Make your move. Yes. Yi San produced 3 yellow talismans with his right hand, launching them like flying daggers towards Chen Feng. With his left hand, he pinched a jade talisman and began to form seals. The 3 talismans, upon soaring through the air, ignited into a flash of lightning, a massive fireball, and a large stone. Except for the lightning, which approached Chen Feng at an alarming speed. The other two projectiles were easily evaded by him. As Chen Feng regained his footing, the jade talisman in Yi San's hand glowed, transforming into a radiating circle. Ice ceiling for 3 feet. Instantly, the entire valley was encased in frost, and both Chen Feng and Yi San were no exceptions. Onlookers outside the valley gasped in astonishment. And why word? Such power. Even a golden core beginner's spells pale in comparison. Hua Yurong's anger flared, her gaze seething towards the Xuanfu sect. Xuanfu sect, you are courting death. The scholars from Wenchang Academy and the Qingyun sect were incensed as well. How could you stoop so low? Employing such jade talismans to ambush during a martial competition for qi practitioners is utterly excessive. The elder leading the Xuanfu sect wore a face of indignation and urgency. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of defense, exclaiming, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. This jade talisman was not provided by us to Yi San. It is his own creation, a life-preserving artifact he spent 3 years crafting. Why Yi San's aptitude is quite poor. In order to enhance his comprehension, he has suppressed his cultivation for 3 years while nurturing this jade talisman. The registration was also a favor he asked me to assist him with, and it is by no means as you imagine. I swear to the heavens, I speak the truth." Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. The elder from the Xuanfu sect jumped in surprise, but thankfully, it was merely thunder. As the crowd looked to the heavens for divine witness, and seeing he was not struck down, they began to believe his words. However, Hua Yurong's expression remained grim. "We should descend to offer assistance," Zhou Zaiwen remarked, preparing to head down, but he quickly halted. For from the valley came a series of unusual sounds. The cultivators from the Qingyun sect and other sword-fighting sects brightened, their eyes fixated on the massive block of ice imprisoning Chen Feng. This child possesses formidable sword intent. Crash! The 3 feet of ice encasing Chen Feng suddenly shattered into icy shards. Chen Feng brushed off the remnants as if nothing had happened, though he appeared unscathed. The toll on him was significant. After all, he had utilized the sword chi body refinement technique to withstand the frigid temperatures, and with the myriad transformations of the sword heart, he had dismantled the ice that had encased him. These were tangible costs. Chen Feng cracked his neck and cast a fierce glare at Yi San. "You little rascal, do you dare? How did this guy freeze himself too? Damn it, now I feel guilty about hitting him." Outside the valley, the elder from the Xuanfu sect was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could he withstand it? That was the ice-sealing talisman nurtured for 3 years by Xiao Yi. That was the sword chi body refinement technique of our Qingyun sect. The elder leading the Qingyun sect gazed at Chen Feng in awe, saying, "Junior brother Chen Feng's talent in swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. If he were to join our Qingyun sect, he would undoubtedly become a towering figure in the sword arts." At that moment, he finally understood why Master Yu Ming had gifted the Frosty Moon to Chen Feng. Other sword-fighting sects shared the same fervent gaze, coveting such a talented disciple. Hua Yurong finally comprehended why Bai Qian Shui had repeatedly cautioned her before departing, urging her not to let anyone abduct Chen Feng. Chapter 54. The heavens agree with your words and send you a brick. The members of the Xuanfu sect took some time to excavate the frozen and unconscious Yi San from the ice. The time they consumed allowed Chen Feng to regain some of his spiritual energy. Outside the valley, the various sects quickly reacted, urging, "Shall we begin now?" "Yes, continue, do not waste time." Chen Feng smiled. "All right, next Mo Cho called out. Qi Shao sect, Hua Ying. A girl with black and red hair, clad in light armor, stepped into the valley. "I have discerned your weakness." "Oh?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Speed and ranged magical attacks can counter you." With flames of spiritual energy igniting from her hands and feet, Hua Ying crouched low, resembling a fiery cat. Chen Feng nodded. Speed was indeed his Achilles heel, as most of his skills relied on stationary output. "Very well, in that case, I shall reveal my true abilities." After all, those who exhibited peculiar changes in their physical training were not to be trifled with. Hua Ying's hair had turned from black to red, her eyes now resembling ruby orbs. "Are you serious?" Hua Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, her figure flickered, leaving only a flash of fire in her wake. Following that, A barrage of fiery attacks hurtled toward Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng's eyes struggled to keep pace with Hu Ying's movements, he could still perceive the fiery assaults and evade them as he dodged. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find the flames dancing around him, obscuring Hu Ying's location. However, his greatest skill lay in his wit. Even if his eyes faltered, his tongue could keep up. Flat-chested girl. Critical hit, activated. Damage assessment, heart-wrenching. Soul attack, unleashed. Hu Ying felt a sharp pain in her head, darkness enveloping her vision, and she toppled backward onto the ground. As she had charged toward Chen Feng's side, she slid across the icy surface, landing at his feet. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. She had been defeated in an instant. It was evident how deeply the phrase flat-chested girl had pierced her heart. One had to wonder if she would hold a grudge when she awoke. As the effects of a critical hit lacked a time limit. Outside the valley, silence reigned once more. Previously, they could observe the movements of bare-handed encounters, but this time, Chen Feng had made no movement whatsoever. Which was absurd. It seemed he had merely insulted his opponent. Could verbal taunts count as an attack? In the live broadcast, the audience erupted in laughter. My goodness, Brother Feng. Your words are too harsh. That was a soul-crushing insult. Do you realize how devastating your words can be to an undeveloped young girl? The effect is like a soul-shattering blow. You are truly incorrigible. Those 3 words will haunt Miss Hu Ying for a lifetime. Be wary of using critical hits indiscriminately. Your enemies will multiply. The members of the Qishao sect rushed into the valley, and the leading muscular man with a red beard glared menacingly at Chen Feng, placing a hand on Hu Ying's head. How dare you employ a soul attack? If anything happens to Our Lady, we will not spare you. Chen Feng could only shrug, bewildered by her fragile psyche. The Qishao sect's members shot Chen Feng a fiery glare before departing the valley with Hu Ying. Chen Feng helplessly raised his hands. Next contestant, Bailu Academy, Song Yushu. Cho immediately grabbed the registration book and the loudspeaker, declaring, of course, this Bailu Academy has no connection whatsoever to the Bailu sect. The prefix Bailu is used by many sects in Bailu Prefecture. However, only 3 are particularly renowned: the singing and dancing dual talents of Bailu sect, the literary and sword dual practitioners of Bailu Academy, and the spell-casting specialists of Bailu Palace. Song Yushu, clad in a light gray scholar's robe with a white cloak embroidered with a heron, stepped forward. I humbly wish to engage in a literary contest with Brother Chen. Chen Feng chuckled. Was this not an invitation for a beating? Very well, how shall we compete? Song Yushu, wearing a confident expression, proposed, let us each compose a line on the spot. Whoever garners more literary merit shall be the victor. How about that? Though it may appear as a spontaneous display of talent, he had long ago conceived a phrase destined to resonate through the ages, intended merely for the upcoming literary gathering to showcase his brilliance. Little did he anticipate its premature usage in this context. Chen Feng corrected him, stating that is known as the blessing of the literary way. Not merit. Merit is granted only to those who have made significant contributions to the heavens and all beings. Song Yushu found himself at a loss for words, as he had no means to counter Chen Feng's argument, especially since the latter had made quite an impression just 8 days prior. Very well, let the competition commence. Time is of the essence, Chen Feng declared, producing a table and laying down a sheet of spiritual paper meant for crafting paper figures. He took a peach blossom pen and began to write. While Song Yushu was still grinding ink, Chen Feng had already completed his writing. This time, he refrained from using any special effects to avoid being caught by the literary way again. 1 or 2 incidents could be overlooked, but a pattern would not bode well. Curiously, he wondered why the anticipated arrival was delayed. Was it possible that his writing was inadequate? Just as he contemplated rewriting a line, the sheet of spiritual paper spontaneously ignited with 7 colored flames. What on earth? Chen Feng recoiled in shock as the vibrant flames appeared rather perilous. Outside the valley, the onlookers were perplexed by the sudden conflagration. Why has it burst into flames? This fire seems rather extraordinary. Could it be another phenomenon of the literary way? They cast glances toward the scholars of Wenchang Academy and Bailu Academy, noting that Zhou Zhouan and the scholars of Bailu Academy had already knelt in advance. In the following moment, a radiant multicolored light appeared in the sky, unfurling a line of golden characters. This phenomenon was not confined to Bailu Island. It manifested simultaneously across the 9 provinces and beyond. As the golden characters aligned, a voice of immense authority, causing all beings to tremble in their souls, resonated. All things are born to nurture humanity, yet humanity possesses nothing to repay the heavens. At this moment, both humans and even the ants beneath their feet recognized the source of the voice, which felt like a profound imprint etched into their very souls. Except for Chen Feng. Everyone around had trembled and knelt to the ground. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This was a serious matter. His boastful words had been recorded by the way of heaven. Judging by the attitude displayed, it seemed the heavenly order had significant discontent towards humanity. What a predicament! I have unwittingly become a paragon of filial piety for humanity. Why must my hand be so reckless? Oh, and that Songfellow bears at least half the responsibility. Had he not engaged me in this literary duel, none of this would have transpired. However, fortune smiled upon him, as he had just contemplated whether to write. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Had he done so, he might have faced permanent repercussions. The 14 golden characters in the sky transformed into golden light and descended before Chen Feng. Coalescing into an elongated object, he raised his hand to receive it, and as the light gradually faded, its true form was revealed. It was a golden brick, resembling a brick in both shape and texture. One narrow side bore the inscription, "All things are born to nurture humanity," while the opposite side read, "Humanity possesses nothing to repay the heavens." The front was emblazoned with the 4 characters, acting on behalf of the heavens. It appeared to be a simple seal, capable of delivering the inscription acting on behalf of the heavens directly to someone's face when used as a weapon. Well, the method of attack is rather akin to that of a brick. He mused a hymn. I extend my gratitude to the heavenly order for this bestowed treasure, Chen Feng said, cradling the brick in thanks. In the next moment, the colorful clouds in the sky dissipated, and a delayed stream of azure light cascaded into Chen Feng's body, causing him to stagger. That's why the blessing of the literary way was delayed. They were awaiting the heavenly chairman to arrive and bestow his appreciation first. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He wasn't a scholar, so what use did he have for the blessing of the literary way? Brother Song from Bailu Academy. No need to kneel any longer. Both the heavenly and literary orders have departed. It is your turn now, and I am not adept at writing. I take my leave. Song Yushu rose to gather his belongings and swiftly exited the valley. It was merely a minor literary contest. Yet the heavenly order was summoned. Is it truly necessary? I ask you, is it truly necessary? Chapter 55. A dishonor in martial ethics. The onlookers in the valley gradually rose from the ground, still shaken by the overwhelming presence of the heavenly order. Many found their legs weak and trembling. Numerous gazes filled with resentment were directed at those from Bailu Academy. Damn it, it was just a literary duel. Do you think you're something special? Do you not realize this fellow possesses the talent of 10 duels? And yet, you still flaunt before him. As for blaming Chen Feng, that was out of the question. He had just received a treasure from the heavenly order. To criticize him now would be akin to seeking a death wished, as for the words that had summoned the heavenly order. The crowd did not perceive anything amiss, nor did they suspect Chen Feng of leading humanity to injustice before the heavenly order. After all, how could the heavenly order harbor disdain for a particular group based solely on a single utterance? The heavenly order was not a tyrant. Rather, it seemed the heavenly order was utilizing Chen Feng's words to admonish humanity, reminding them of this truth. It served as a wake-up call for all cultivators. Do not recklessly demand from the heavens and all things. All things do not seek repayment from humanity, yet humanity must at least comprehend gratitude towards the heavens and all beings. Zhou Zhuan gazed at Chen Feng in the valley with fervent admiration, perceiving him as a born sage, destined to revive the literary path. Otherwise, why would he involve Bailu Academy and, upon conclusion, stealthily ambush Bailu's sect to abduct their members? Zhou Zhuan glanced towards Bailu's sect, only to meet the wary and cautionary gaze of Hua Yurong. Goodness, even scholars are on guard. This woman is utterly outrageous. How could she predict my intentions? On the side of Hahuan's sect. Shi Lian touched her face, vowing that in future encounters with Chen Feng, she would be like a mere dog. Behind her, Lian Xin's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Feng's figure, already enraptured. Meanwhile, the flower boy, Situ Xiao, standing behind Madame Xiang Nong, felt admiration, not infatuation. Having read the information inscribed upon the golden brick, Chen Feng transformed it into a small pendant, which he hung at his waist. Brother Feng, write a couple more lines, such as, when the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, let my demonic blood stain the heavens. Just try. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. What a risky endeavor that would be. Well, should I attempt such a thing, I might very well meet my end. Chen Feng mused. If figures like Hong Mao Dong and Urjin were to exist in the realm of cultivation, they would likely face a heavenly tribulation every single day. Not to that extent. At worst, they might encounter misfortune in their later years. With the heavenly order bestowing a brick, does Brother Feng intend to adopt a path of winning hearts through virtue? Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Feng signaled for the next participant. Dao Cho hesitated briefly before picking up the registration book and large megaphone to call out again. Yuan Bauer from the Divine Monkey Sect. A slender girl clad in red martial attire stepped into the valley, her hair styled into two adorable buns. Chen Feng surveyed her fist, thinking, such a cute little sister. If I were to strike her, I fear she would cry for quite some time. Please, enlighten me. Very well, let us engage. Yuan Bauer appeared delicate, yet her strength was considerable. In a flash, she darted towards Chen Feng like a lightning bolt, unleashing a petite fist accompanied by a sound of explosive force. Chen Feng immediately adopted a serious demeanor, retaliating with a punch of his own. However, Yuan Bauer evaded the blow with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly pivoting to dodge Chen Feng's fist before delivering a kick to his abdomen. Whack! Chen Feng was struck squarely, stumbling back 3 steps. Had it not been for the protective aura of his sword energy, he might have sustained severe injuries. In this single exchange, Chen Feng had revealed his lackluster battle awareness. It was akin to the character Luna, possessing the same skills. Some players could execute endless combos, while others struggled to even utilize her invisibility properly. Chen Feng brushed off the imprint of her kick on his abdomen, his expression unchanging as he faced Yuan Bauer, who was once again approaching for an attack. With a fierce roar, he opened his mouth. Roar. The haunting sound reverberated, releasing a terrifying sonic wave that expanded outward from Chen Feng's position. This area of effect attack was a nightmare for any assassin. Boom! Yuan Bauer's fist was barely half a foot away from Chen Feng's face when it was sent flying away. She felt a piercing pain in her ears, her mind swirling, and her spirit aching. The world around her faded into a buzzing sound that resonated directly in her brain. Thud! Yuan Bauer collapsed to the ground, rolling over before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the live broadcast room, the audience was left dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Feng's voice is something else. How can he be so rough with such a lovely girl? Can't he be a bit gentler? Gentler? You're not the one taking the hits. You have no idea how painful it is. An attack that carries explosive force? If you were to take a hit, you'd likely explode, and the coroner would be busy for a year. Losing meant a loss of 100,000 spirit stones. Do you know how many small targets that equates to? Those from the Divine Monkey Sect rushed into the valley to check on Yuan Bauer. Upon realizing she was merely lightly injured and in no life-threatening danger, they glared at Chen Feng before taking their leave. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng called out to those outside the valley. Next. Outside the valley, many who had witnessed Chen Feng receiving a kick felt a glimmer of hope, believing they had discovered his weakness. However, the very next moment, Chen Feng's roar sent them crashing back into despair. The disciples of various sects were now utterly hopeless. This fellow seems to possess an overwhelming array of skills. Whether wielding a blade or sword, he dominates hand-to-hand combat. Bare-handed brawling proves futile, and ranged spells are easily dodged. If he gets riled up, he retaliates with a soul attack, if one dares to engage him up close. They are met with an all-encompassing sonic assault. Can someone please tell me how to confront him? Don't even think about it. Facing him head-on is utterly futile. It is hard to fathom. especially considering the absence of weaponry. Had he not been prohibited from wielding arms, one could only surmise that he would dispatch opponents with a single stroke of his sword. His primary role is that of a musician. The 30 participants in the first round swiftly passed through. The sects that suffered defeat have essentially re-enrolled for another chance. They all await the moment when Qin Feng exhausts his strength. In such a case, even purchasing a 3-1 Bodhi seed capable of permanently enhancing one's comprehension for 200,000 spirit stones would not feel like a total loss. As the second round commenced. After bewildering several opponents once more, Qin Feng began to exhibit signs of fatigue, startling the members of various sections. Yet the undeniable truth remains. Regardless of circumstances, one must still face the consequences of their actions. Of course, there were those who managed to tear Qin Feng's attire. A Taoist from Xinqing Palace, having preemptively formed his incantation, entered without hesitation and unleashed a sudden strike of the lightning technique, catching Qin Feng off guard with astonishing speed. Crack! A bolt of electricity descended from the heavens, striking Qin Feng's shoulder and scorching a portion of his garment. Qin Feng patted his singed shoulder, his expression darkening. This time, the assault could be classified as a sneak attack. However, given that the opponent entered openly, it is difficult to contest. Had he not taken the precaution of employing multiple defenses upon seeing an unarmed foe, he would likely have sustained injury beyond mere fabric burns. Sun Thief, you possess quite the audacity. Do you have any idea how precious this garment is? The little Taoist from Xinqing Palace suddenly found himself at a loss. Having prepared a set of excuses to justify his ambush, instead of accusing him of a sneak attack, Qin Feng lamented the damage to his clothing, which was rather unexpected. This was crafted by the finest tailor in Qingyun City. I spent 20 spirit stones on it. I am thoroughly incensed, and the repercussions will be dire. Those outside the valley were left speechless, angry over a 20 spirit stone garment. Perhaps he ought to consider how much he had gained from this challenge. Hua Yurong once again raised her hand to cover her face. If one wishes to strike hard, then strike hard. Why the need for all this chatter? Chapter 56. A flourish of words to insult. Begin with the mother. To strike, aim for the legs. Your mother has exploded. Sun Thief. A critical hit, National Essence version, is unleashed. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, 2 spirit arrows soared through the air. The little Taoist from Xinqing Palace immediately activated his movement technique to evade. However, the arrows seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, homing in on his knee. Thud, thud. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Wow! In the live stream, the sight of an arrow lodged in the knee appeared excruciating. Wasn't Brother Feng making a mountain out of a molehill over a piece of clothing? Was this truly about the attire? If your eyes are of no use, you might as well donate them, some commented. The opponent had brought this upon themselves, after all. Who told him to employ underhanded tactics by entering with a pre-formed incantation and striking without warning? To put it nicely, it was an unexpected victory. To speak plainly, it was a sneak attack. It was undeniably a sneak attack. Who prepares skills from outside the ring and then immediately assaults upon entry? Those who had previously utilized spells had all formed their incantations only after entering. I can only commend those who lack martial ethics for their marksmanship. The members of Xinqing Palace, aware of their dubious position, quietly departed the valley with their wounded disciple. Those who had initially contemplated emulating Xinqing Palace's approach of preparing skills for a surprise attack quickly abandoned the thought, as the pain from those 2 arrows was evidently daunting. Outside the valley, many could not help but lament once more. How infuriating! What kind of devilish technique is this? Wasn't he merely at the Qi refinement stage? How can a spell possess tracking capabilities? Only a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could manipulate such spell control, right? To share a chilling tale, he did not utilize spiritual power to manipulate it. The spell locked onto the opponent's knee the moment it was released. Huh? At that moment, Zhou Zuan exclaimed excitedly to the crowd. I know what this is. This is the supreme divine ability of literary cultivators, word communication, word spirit. However, he has merely scratched the surface and has yet to fully comprehend it. It appears he can only trigger it through insults. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In a way, This fellow has grasped the supreme divine ability of literary cultivation. Word communication and word spirit are abilities only achievable by those beyond the spirit separation stage. Right? He may only be 10 measures tall, but perhaps the literary path has granted him leniency. They were envious and filled with jealousy. However, their expressions soon turned strange. The notion that it could only be triggered through insults felt rather peculiar. Other literary masters articulate their thoughts eloquently, while he unleashes profanity with equal fervor. To insult, begin with the mother. To strike, aim for the legs, yet it somehow feels somewhat justifiable, albeit excessively harsh. The crowd cast glances toward the Bailu sect, where Hua Yurong had shut her eyes, embodying the essence of I know nothing. Do not inquire further. I wish not to engage with you. The subsequent challengers felt dismayed. According to Zhou Zuan, underhanded tactics were now off the table, as provoking Chen Feng would only result in suffering from his foul-mouthed literary divine ability. However, some remained skeptical. Shenwu Hall, Hao Shan, the one who has defeated you. A robust red-haired man charged toward Chen Feng like a raging bull, throwing a punch aimed at his chest. Chen Feng retaliated with a punch of his own. This time, the combined force of the farmer's 3 punches failed to send his opponent flying. Instead, a formidable recoil emanated from the opponent, forcing Chen Feng back 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself. Rubbing his aching wrist, Chen Feng scanned his opponent and noticed the tiger head belt around the man's waist was, in fact, a protective treasure. Hao Shan rotated his fist, grinning menacingly as he advanced toward Chen Feng. What's the matter? Is your family heirloom off limits? Chen Feng evaded his strike and coolly replied. Not at all. I can unleash my full strength without issue, right? Ha, come at me. Hao Shan was utterly unconvinced that Chen Feng could breach his defenses. Chen Feng, no longer holding back, began to taunt. You are truly hideous. Resembling a bald ape. How dare you? What did you say? Hao Shan roared in fury, only to feel a sudden surge of pressure in his head, his consciousness throbbing painfully, causing him to stagger. Nonetheless, he pressed on, raising his fist unsteadily toward Chen Feng. I will kill you. Seeing that he could still move, Chen Feng continued to deliver verbal blows. You horse-faced, urine-pot-mouthed fool, with an odor so foul that even in a brothel, you would need to pay tenfold for attention? You? Hao Shan, filled with rage and despair, pointed at Chen Feng, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back, calling out to those outside the valley, carry him away. Next, the onlookers outside the valley were left speechless. Now I understand why he can trigger word communication through insults. His tongue is truly vicious. Just listening was unbearable. The poor souls from Zhanwu Hall were indeed pitiable. Pitiable. They were the ones who criticized others for relying on treasures during the challenge, yet here they are, adorned with protective treasures themselves. It was undeniably a breach of martial ethics. That golden tiger-swallowing ring belt could withstand attacks from nascent soul stage cultivators, even in the grasp of someone at the Qi refinement stage. The members of Zhanwu Hall displayed remarkable audacity. Feigning ignorance to the judgmental glances from other sections, they promptly re-enrolled for the 3rd round of challenges, having already invested 20 spirit stones. To leave without obtaining a Bodhi seed would be a staggering loss. Fortunately, in the 3rd round, regardless of the outcome, Chen Feng would ensure at least 1 Bodhi seed was awarded, or else many would likely become restless and incite trouble. As for other sects that initially chose not to participate, none dared to meddle in this affair, for Chen Feng's stamina remained a mystery. Under normal circumstances, any average practitioner would have depleted their energy in the 1st round. Yet here he was, nearing the completion of the 2nd round, appearing merely a touch fatigued. Fatigue does not equate to significant depletion, for even cultivation can be exhausting. As Chen Feng produced a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Those waiting outside the valley grew frantic. Oh no, we miscalculated. We never limited him from consuming pills to restore his strength. It seems all that exertion was in vain. No wonder he established a guarantee of at least 1 Bodhi seed after 3 rounds. Everyone had been led by the nose by this fellow. Damn it, had I known, I would have surrendered in the 1st round. Now I've lost so much, and I cannot forego the 3rd round. Xia Ji was left dumbfounded, recalling how Qin Feng had earlier instructed her not to disrupt his serious business, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. 30 challengers in a single round equated to approximately 300,000 spirit stones. 3 rounds amounted to 900,000. The spiritual crystals and stones amassed over these 3 rounds are astonishingly more lucrative than mining. A high-quality spiritual vein would take an entire year to yield such riches. Hua Yurong has started to feel a headache. 9 million spirit stones is an immense fortune, making it nearly impossible for them to return to the Bai Lu sect unscathed. Sanyuan sect would likely not allow them to linger. Little does she know, Bai Qian Shui has already gathered a group of elders to enjoy tea within Sanyuan sect. Opposite them sit the deans and esteemed scholars from various academies. Eager to poach talent. Chapter 57. The ambush during the integration stage within the Sanyuan sect's council hall. The sect leader, Zhu Jinbao, occupies the main seat, flanked by the former sect leader, Zhu Chuiqing. The left of the grand hall are 12 members from the Bai Lu sect, the weakest at the spirit separation stage, and the strongest at the peak of the integration stage. To the right sit the deans and distinguished scholars from various academies, comprising 21 individuals, the weakest at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the strongest at the middle integration stage. With 3 individuals of that caliber present, the father and son duo sip their tea with concern, their eyes darting about, prepared to flee at the slightest sign of unrest. There is no room for mediation. If the sect is dismantled, so be it, as long as they survive. After all, the highest cultivation level in their entire sect is merely that of the former sect leader, who is at the spirit separation stage. In the center of the hall, several water screens project different angles of the situation unfolding in the valley. Of course, when Qin Feng summoned the heavenly Tao, they had all taken a break and knelt for a moment. So this could be considered the second half. The old sect leader of Bai Lu, Bai Dongshu, beams with satisfaction as he strokes his beard, increasingly pleased with his disciple. The nearby elders engage in jovial praise of Qin Feng. It seems Bai Lu's sect is on the verge of great prosperity. Indeed, summoning the heavenly Tao to bestow treasures, this young man undoubtedly possesses extraordinary fortune, likely capable of achieving immortality with ease. Ha ha ha, that's an exaggeration. He still needs to cultivate. They jest. I heard that when we took him in, he nearly fell into the clutches of Qingyun sect's Yuxian, but thankfully, our little Qian Shui was more skilled. Don't say that. The scholars opposite are visibly green with envy. The scholars grumble, how infuriating. Should we not invite a tribulation stage expert to deal with this? Let us go for something big. The old dean of Wenchang Academy remarks. Old sect leader Bai Qian Feng's literary talent is truly remarkable. If wasted, the entire literary community would not stand for it. How about this? Let him be an honorary disciple at our 3 major academies, occasionally coming to learn the necessary skills of a literary cultivator. ASA concession. When the book Mountain and Sea opens, your Bai Lu sect can send disciples for training. The members of Bai Lu sect are greatly tempted. This is undoubtedly the best resolution. It can be said that Bai Lu sect's literary cultivators have made a significant concession. If they refuse, the literary cultivators of Bai Lu Zhou might unite to boycott Bai Lu sect, causing considerable damage to their many enterprises in the secular world. Bai Dongshu nods in agreement. That is feasible, but you must swear not to employ other means to seduce him into abandoning the path of joy. The old dean of Wenchang Academy chuckles. Hee hee. Historically, the paths of literature and music are closely intertwined. Most literary cultivators choose an instrument to cultivate their hearts or enjoy songs and dances to refine their spirits. Sect leader Bai, you worry too much. The dean of Bai Lu Academy solemnly states, what we must guard against are the sword and martial cultivators. From the 2 rounds of battles, it is evident that Qin Feng possesses formidable talents in both sword and martial arts. Everyone nods in agreement, particularly regarding Qingyun sect's act of gifting a sword to Qin Feng, which carries a clear intent to poach. Literature and music can indeed complement each other, allowing for cross-disciplinary understanding, as both belong to the mage category. However, if sword and martial cultivators are involved, it would undoubtedly siphon off a significant portion of their cultivation focus. After all, the cultivation methods of the warrior class vastly differ from those of the mage class. The dynamic of motion and stillness presents a challenge, unlike the harmony found between the paths of literature and music. Unbeknownst to them, the third round of challenges in the valley has also concluded. The sun is setting. Chun Feng distributes 30 Bodhi seeds to the 30 sects that secured the minimum guarantee. However, the gazes of those individuals are filled with resentment, grievance, and indifference. After all, they essentially purchased a Bodhi seed at 3 times the price. Fortunately, Qin Feng's Bodhi seeds are larger than usual, providing them with a modicum of consolation. As the matters conclude, many sects depart San Yuan Mountain. After distributing the Bodhi seeds, Hua Yurong immediately reminds Chen Feng, "We must leave at once. Otherwise, once the news of our immense fortune spreads, the journey back will surely be fraught with peril. With 9 million spirit stones at stake, even tribulation stage cultivators might be tempted to act." Xia Zhiyu expresses her frustration. "Indeed, we should hurry." Zhou Zhewan and the leader of Bailu Academy exchange a few words before instructing their students to return independently. Then the two approach the members of Bailu sect. "Huafeng Master, we may encounter trouble on the road. Let us accompany you to Bailu sect. If anyone seeks to cause mischief, representing our respective academies will exert some pressure on our adversaries." "That sounds excellent. Thank you both," Hua Yurong replies after a moment's hesitation. After all, overcoming the immediate crisis is paramount. Hua Yurong summons the air vessel and everyone boards, departing San Yuan Mountain at full speed towards the Qingyun Mountain, where Bailu sect resides. After flying over 200 miles, they indeed encounter an ambush. An attack from an integration stage cultivator hurtles toward the air vessel with alarming intent. Kill first, then loot. Hua Yurong and Zhou Zhewan's expressions drastically shift. Damn it! An integration stage cultivator. How did they arrive so swiftly? They must be powerful individuals from other sects nearby. As the enormous hand from the sky descends, Chun Feng feels a genuine threat of death for the first time. Though he possesses hidden cards and fears neither death nor dying, the thought of watching so many perish because of him would haunt him with guilt for the rest of his life. Since the incident at Han Mountain, he has become somewhat arrogant, perhaps overly so. His previously invincible skills, in this moment, offer no salvation. No, wait. Qin Feng resolves to employ a forbidden technique obtained from Sun Ming to sacrifice a skill and unleash a burst of power. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates through the air. Several attacks converge to obliterate the giant hand. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy ripple outward, yet the air vessel remains steadfast under multiple layers of protection. "You dare to attack the disciples of Bailu sect, die!" A furious roar echoes in the air as 7 or 8 figures, like meteors, assault the ambushing integration stage martial cultivator on the air vessel. Qin Feng and the others are utterly bewildered, until Bai Qian Shui and the esteemed leaders of Bailu sect, along with the great literary cultivators, appear before the air vessel. They cannot contain their excitement. It's the sect leader and the elders. It seems the old sect leader and the supreme elders are engaging the enemy. Ardeen has also arrived. The esteemed literary masters and great scholars have come as well. Qin Feng smiles. Indeed, navigating through this world requires a solid background and strength. The feeling of having a cadre of powerful figures backing him is immensely reassuring. The battle in the sky nears its conclusion. The ambushing integration stage martial cultivator is left in tatters, with only their primordial spirit attempting to flee. However, the leaders of Bailu sect and the literary cultivators show no mercy toward the escaping spirit. "Don't let this rat's spirit escape. I will refine it into the soul-shocking drum, ensuring it cannot live or die." "Well, we are a righteous sect. Let's grant him a swift demise instead," another suggests. "First, let S soul search to uncover which sect this scoundrel belongs to. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Chapter 58. Alleviating the awkward atmosphere as the encirclement concludes, the old dean of Wenchang Academy, Sun Shouran, utilizes a particular ink pool artifact to imprison the fleeing primordial spirit of the integration stage martial cultivator. The gathering of leaders flies to the side of the air vessel, and Hua Yurong promptly leads everyone in greetings. Greetings to the old sect leader and esteemed elders. Baidong Shu nods and states, "Next, Elder Piao Rou, Elder Fei Yang, and Mr. Danqiu will escort you back. You should depart now." "Understood, Master." Bai Qian Shui takes control of the air vessel and leads everyone away. After all, the longer they delay, the greater the risk of attracting tribulation stage bandits. Generally, tribulation stage cultivators refrain from causing trouble, as they must avoid the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. However, the allure of 9 million spirit stones is enough to tempt some exceedingly ruthless individuals. After watching the air vessel depart, Bai Dongshu and others turned their attention to the half-destroyed primordial spirit imprisoned within Xin Shou Ren's ink pool. An elder speaks, the sect leader is nearing tribulation. Soul-searching would offend the heavens. It would be better if I take care of this matter. Bai Dongshu nods. He is on the verge of tribulation and indeed cannot engage in such actions. Others have ample time to accumulate virtue and rectify their deeds, but his time is limited. The elder raises his hand and inserts a finger into the ink pool, penetrating the half-destroyed primordial spirit. After a considerable duration, the half-destroyed spirit disintegrates into nothingness. The elder withdraws his finger and declares, he is a supreme elder from the Han Yuan sect. Han Yuan sect lies 300 miles west of San Yuan Mountain. He received news as the 3rd round of challenges commenced, which is why he ambushed us here. An inferior sect. The last tribulation stage cultivator perished in a failed tribulation a century ago. Are they doomed to extinction? Bai Dongshu turned to Xin Shoren and inquired, what are your thoughts, Master Xin? Since we have already made enemies, we might as well eradicate them directly. Xin Shoren replied nonchalantly. After all, he has come to regard Chen Feng as one of the Wanchong Academy. Haha, then let's proceed, Bai Dongshu chuckled, soaring ahead, with the others promptly following suit. This group comprised 10 at the integration stage and over a dozen at the spirit-severing stage, making the annihilation of a second-tier sect without a transcendent stage member a task of remarkable ease. However, they did not seek complete extermination. They merely slaughtered the senior members and inner disciples of the sect, dispersing the outer disciples. After all, the outer disciples had not formally pledged allegiance and lacked any profound ties or affections toward the sect. This illustrates the harshness of the realm of cultivation. Once enmity is established, one must strive to eliminate the root, unless one is uncertain of their ability to eradicate the foe. Of course, the obliteration of a sect is no trivial matter. Xin Shoren preserved the soul of the deacon who had participated in the information relay at San Yuan Mountain, enabling him to provide an account to the inspector of the Haoqi Alliance later. The Haoqi Alliance is a coalition formed by the major sects and dynasties of the 9 provinces, established 500 years ago. Originally a temporary measure to combat the demon sect, it was retained after a significant victory following discussions among the leaders of several sacred lands, to govern and mediate the interactions among the major sections. Its purpose is to prevent the resurgence of conflicts among the sects, which could lead to a proliferation of hatred and the emergence of new avengers turned demons. Ostensibly, the Haoqi Alliance maintains peace among the sects. Yet behind the scenes, it is controlled by several sacred lands and the royal family. First-rate and special-tier sects generally only pay lip service and do not place much significance on the Haoqi Alliance. Akin to a certain coalition on Earth, on the empty vessel, the accompanying protective elders and Mr. Dancio observed Chen Feng with amused expressions, leaving him feeling rather awkward. If you have something to say, please do so. Staring at someone like this is rather strange, you know? In the live stream, the audience could no longer contain their teasing. It's like visiting relatives during the new year, only to be surrounded by a crowd of elders. The most inconvenient aspect of ancient attire is the lack of pockets, leaving one's hands searching for a place to rest. Even through the screen, one could sense Brother Feng's embarrassment, prompting laughter. Brother Feng, why not pull out some huazi or beetle nuts to show off? Chen Feng momentarily froze, recognizing the validity of that fan's suggestion, though huazi and beetle nuts seemed too trivial. Suddenly, he turned and retrieved an iron basin, pouring out a handful of Bodhi seeds from his storage bag. The others on the empty vessel widened their eyes in disbelief. How does this fellow have so many? Didn't he allocate them to the major sects? Upon realizing this, everyone understood that no one would be foolish enough to sell all their Bodhi seeds. Some speculated that Chen Feng must have kept a reserve, but they never fathomed he would retain an entire basin. As the others gazed at him with peculiar expressions, Chen Feng filled the iron basin with spring water from Yufeng and rinsed the Bodhi seeds, pouring the water outside the vessel before bringing the basin over. Sect Master, please try some fresh Bodhi seeds. Bai Chinchua couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Such precious Bodhi seeds had been presented by Chen Feng in a manner reminiscent of cheap bulk fruit. Nevertheless, since he had brought them over, she lifted one. Chen Feng, smiling, offered them to the others. Fellow elders, Mr. Danqiao, Senior Zhou, do give it a try. Haha, wonderful. What a good child. The elders were visibly delighted. Mr. Danqiao also chuckled as he took one. I never expected to encounter such an opportunity today. Thank you, no need for such politeness, Chen Feng replied, bringing the iron basin before Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiyu. Leader Hua, Sister Xia, do give it a try as well. The two exchanged glances, bemused, before picking up the Bodhi seeds, which were as large as oranges. Strictly speaking, it would be more accurate to refer to them as Bodhi fruits. Once the fruit flesh is peeled away and the shell cracked, the kernel inside is what is known as the Bodhi seed. Chen Feng then approached Mo Cho and her three companions. Fellow seniors, please have one as well. The four of them were momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook their heads, hesitant to accept. That wouldn't be appropriate. Let us leave it for the elders of the sect. Indeed, it's too precious. After all, the major sects had spent 300,000 spirit stones to acquire just one from Chen Feng. Naturally, they felt undeserving of such a fortune. However, Chen Feng insisted, pressing one into each of their hands. It's no trouble. I have plenty more. By Qianxue, knowing Chen Feng's character, recalled the last time he had suddenly become generous was when he extorted several million spirit stones from Wushuang City. Thus, his current generosity led her to suspect that this basin of Bodhi fruits was merely the tip of the iceberg. You should keep them. This is also your opportunity. Yes, Sect Master. Thank you, Junior Brother Chen. The four responded, immediately accepting the Bodhi fruits and expressing their gratitude. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Chen Feng took one for himself and began to showcase it. The next moment, a mask of pain crossed his face. Why does this taste so terrible? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Who told you to showcase it directly? This is a medicinal ingredient, not a fruit. Chapter 59. The Wisdom of Netizens by Qianxue sighed, covering her forehead, and explained to Chen Feng, Bodhi fruits are used for alchemy. A single Bodhi fruit combined with various medicinal ingredients can yield a batch of Bodhi pills. The elder with flowing hair chuckled. With fruits this large, it should yield several Bodhi pills. Indeed, with so many Bodhi fruits, most disciples of the sect should be able to obtain a Bodhi pill. It would be hard not to thrive. Elder Fei Yang added with a laugh. Chen Feng glanced at the Bodhi fruit he had just bitten into, silently marking it with a production yield of -2 using a 50-cent effect. The suddenness of the effect caught him off guard. Brother Feng, are you trying to make me laugh to death while inheriting my gold bars, huabei, and credit card debts? This foolishness, is that how the 50-cent effect is meant to be used? The onlookers exchanged glances, struggling to contain their laughter. In fact, someone had already burst out laughing. Xia Zhiyu turned away, covering her face, utterly embarrassed. Hua Yurong was also exerting her utmost effort to suppress her smile. The icy demeanor she maintained seemed utterly untenable in Chen Feng's company. Bai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Having grown accustomed to Chen Feng's amusing antics and nonsensical behavior during their surveillance, her sense of humor had unknowingly elevated significantly. The elders and Mr. Danqiao could not help but be amused as well. Little Chen Feng is truly a delightful character. Zhou Zuan smiled and curiously inquired, Mr. Danqiao, how is it that you and the dean are with the elders of the Bailu sect? Mr. Danqiao awkwardly chuckled, stroking his beard. Well, that is naturally because we came for Chen Feng. After all, it sounds rather inappropriate to say we came to snatch him away, and we were promptly caught by the Bailu sect's elders upon our arrival at the Sanyuan Gate. Caught red-handed while attempting to steal someone away. Although there was no conflict, their reputation was nearly tarnished. Zhou Zuan's eyes brightened. He had anticipated that the major academies would not allow Chen Feng to slip under the radar. Mr. Danqiao continued, after discussions with the friends from the Bailu sect. Although Chen Feng remains a disciple of the Bailu sect, he will also be a student of our 3 major academies. He can study literary cultivation techniques at any of our academies at any time, and he may also access all the training locations held by our 3 academies. Zhou Zuan was exhilarated. To cultivate both literary and martial skills, complementing one another, how splendid! This outcome was nothing short of a perfect resolution for him. Chen Feng, however, was taken aback. being made a student of the 3 major academies and participating in their literary trials? Wasn't he this akin to inviting a fraud onto the stage? He possessed no literary talent whatsoever. All he had done was transport knowledge. If things went awry, he might one day expose his true nature. I can already sense Brother Feng's anxiety. Ha ha ha, if it were me, I would be anxious too, Brother Feng. I'm just a fool. I'm certainly not a great talent. The saying that one line necessitates numerous others to support it is indeed a profound truth. No worries, Brother Feng. If you struggle, we will help you cheat. If intelligence is lacking, we can always rely on our 200,000+ supporters as your literary crutch. With the identity of a student from the 3 major academies, wouldn't it be a perfect opportunity to clock in time? Perhaps you might even acquire literary skills. Chen Feng blinked, realizing, right, if intelligence is lacking, we can rely on external help. Biffed, disregard that. My intelligence is high. It's just that my specialization doesn't align. Hua Yurong and the others wore perplexed expressions. The notion of shared disciples was something that would have been unimaginable in the past. Yet, it was occurring now. And they suspected this precedent could have significant implications for the realm of cultivation. Chen Feng, when do you plan to visit Wenchang Academy with me? Zhou Zuan eagerly wished to take Chen Feng to Wenchang Academy for further studies. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps after I complete my foundation building. Then I can visit the 3 major academies and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Zhou Zuan smiled, very well. Then I shall not return for now. I will wait for you to complete your foundation building before we head to Wenchang Academy together. Chen Feng could not help but recognize the intention behind the proposition of acting as a temporary bodyguard for himself. He expressed his gratitude, saying, then I shall trouble Mr. Zhou. Ha ha ha, no trouble at all, Zhou Zuan replied with evident delight. Bai Qianxue suggested, let us all retreat into the airship to rest, especially you. After battling in 90 matches today, aren't you exhausted? Of course I am, Chen Feng replied, his demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon as he hunched his shoulders. Then I shall take my leave, he said, waving his hand as he stepped into the cabin. The airship resembled a boat, and the larger model was akin to a floating palace. With the existence of wind-shielding techniques, the world of cultivation disregarded aerodynamics, focusing instead on practicality and aesthetics in its designs. There was also a solitary flying artifact known as the Kong Suo, which prioritized speed, crafted with a design that adhered closely to aerodynamic principles. Rumor had it that there were races involving the Kong Suo on a certain continent, requiring participants to navigate through a forbidden zone with an exceedingly high mortality rate, more thrilling than racing on Earth. Once in the cabin, Chen Feng removed his outer garments, donning only a pair of square beach shorts and a tank top as he reclined on the small bed. Ah, my friends, I finally have the chance to chat with you, he exclaimed at so. Won't you bring out the golden brick and share its capabilities? Indeed. What powers does that thing possess? This is clearly a farcical light-hearted tale. Don T, keep us in suspense. Chen Feng sat up abruptly, correcting them earnestly. What farcical tale? This is undeniably an inspirational and passionate narrative. Don't you want to know the abilities of the golden brick? Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Yes, indeed. It's an inspirational and passionate narrative, surpassing even Bo Ran. Is that satisfactory? Little Feng, you're so obedient, they teased, laughter echoing. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, feeling that these individuals were dismissively trivializing him. Wait, that's not a golden brick, it's a seal. All right, now let me explain the uses of that golden brick. I will present it in a skill introduction format. As he spoke, Chen Feng conjured a flashy effect above the golden brick, creating a pop-up akin to skill descriptions. Skywalker seal. The heavenly path favors you for your understanding, rewarding you with a simple seal. Passive. Unaffected by karma, repelling malevolent spirits, dispelling all evils, attracting fortune while averting misfortune. Active. Unyieldingly powerful, striking with immense force, yet unable to kill. There is a certain probability of imprinting the words upholding heaven's will upon the target, causing a significant reduction in their fortune and regression in their cultivation. Upon reading the latter, the audience in the live stream could not help but gasp in astonishment. What? A significant reduction in fortune and regression in cultivation? For a cultivator, this is more torturous than death. I find the passive effect quite impressive too. If I were to venture into that forbidden realm to gather herbs for senior sister C, wouldn't I be free from the fear of ghosts? The issue of getting lost is paramount. Isn't there a peach blossom branch to guide the way? At this point, Chun Feng froze in realization. Wait a minute, is the equipment all set? Chapter 60. The ways of the world, as the saying goes. 3 cobblers can match a zhuge liang. Not to mention, Chun Feng had 200,000 cobblers in his live stream. With 2 treasures in hand, he had not even realized that together they could allow him to safely delve into the Huangquan Forbidden Zone to seek medicine for senior sister C. You guys are truly clever, he exclaimed. However, entering the Huangquan Forbidden Zone becomes increasingly difficult with lower cultivation levels, so if one can enter during the Qi refinement stage, they should refrain from entering during the Foundation establishment stage. The Foundation establishment must be postponed. After all, senior sister C does not have much time left, and finding the main herb and then seeking someone to refine it is merely a waste of time. Wait, is Brother Feng really going to go? Rest assured, given Brother Feng's fearless demeanor, he likely has a hidden card. What hidden card does Brother Feng possess? A newbie gift package. Chun Feng chuckled. My hidden card is simply the guarantee that I cannot die. The specifics will have to wait until I die once to explain. Isn't it inappropriate to say that light-hearted tales shouldn't be riddles? You really believe the words of a fool? That makes sense. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. All rights to explanation belong to me. All right, the stream is over. I need to rest now. I am utterly exhausted today. With that, Chun Feng collapsed into slumber. When he awoke, the airship had already returned to the Bailu sect, and everyone else had disembarked and dispersed. Ruffling his disheveled hair, he stepped out of the cabin to find the airship suspended in the docking area of the main peak. It was yet another clear day, and his spirits were high. Hey, where is everyone? Have we arrived? Why didn't anyone wake me? The sect master instructed you to rest well. Once you reach the Bailu sect, it is like being at home. Leaving you alone on the airship to sleep will not result in your abduction. A voice floated up from below the airship. Chun Feng leaned over the side and saw it was Emo Cho. Ha ha ha, Emo Cho. Did you wait here specifically for me? Emo Cho replied expressionlessly. You owe me 10 spirit crystals, which you have yet to repay. Chun Feng rolled his eyes, realizing she was here to collect a debt. All right. He jumped down from the airship and handed her 10 spirit crystals. Emo Cho accepted the crystals and cupped her hands in thanks before turning to leave. Chun Feng opened the live stream, using it as a mirror to tidy his hair and retie it while engaging in conversation with the sparse audience. After all, it was sudden to start streaming, and it was unrealistic for many viewers to join immediately. Brothers, we've returned to the Bailu sect. This is the docking area on the main peak, where airships are anchored. Since no one can fly me a ride, I now have to walk down the mountain from the main peak to the Feather Peak. A distance of about 4 to 5 kilometers, which is quite the trek. Why not just buy a personal flying device? Don't you have a helicopter? Shuang Tian Lung Yu, do you think I'm dead? So why isn't Brother Feng flying? Ha ha ha, isn't it nice to enjoy the view of the beautiful sisters along the way? Wait, why is this fool complaining while walking yet laughing like a simpleton? Ha ha ha, there are still those who understand me. Chun Feng's smile widened. Moreover, this is what I call a sunshine smile that feels like a gentle spring breeze. Don't misinterpret it. At 1 o'clock, someone is practicing dance. Hurry over to take a look. Goodness, are you snipers? Your eyes are so sharp. Wherever there are beauties, there is me. Fusu, I am the renowned figure from the Yu province. Have you all heard of my name? What a bunch of bizarre netizens. Chun Feng followed the direction pointed out by the viewers and, sure enough, found a group of girls practicing dance, their movements a visual delight. Brothers, I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Let us have breakfast here. Chun Feng spread out a picnic cloth and found a spot to sit down, pulling out his breakfast to eat while watching. Although it was merely ordinary buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk, at that moment, even if invited to feast on delicacies, he would decline. Lin Shangdao stood behind Chun Feng with a bemused expression. He had intended to come over to fetch Chun Feng, but saw him laying out a cloth on the grass and heard him muttering to himself. Chun Feng sensed a shadow blocking the sunlight, turned around, and upon seeing Lin Shangdao, greeted him with a smile. Senior brother, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the dance practice too? Lin Shangdao could not help but roll his eyes. The master is looking for you. I came to escort you. All right, then let us go. Chen Feng quickly tidied up his things, then took out Shuang Tianlong Yu's sword, following Lin Shengdao as they departed. Though it was called riding the sword, it was actually Shuang Tianlong Yu who controlled it, carrying Chen Feng along. The consumption of spiritual energy for self-propelled artifacts is significantly greater than for those that are ridden. Additionally, most cultivators begin learning to control objects during the foundation establishment stage, but cannot sustain long flights. Only upon reaching the golden core stage, when one's spiritual energy is abundant, can one freely fly with a sword. However, for long distances, airships remain the preferred choice, as flying with a sword consumes far too much spiritual energy, leaving one without strength to face robbers along the way. The two arrived at the small building atop Feather Peak. Wang Yurua remained as languid as ever, but since the small building had been renovated, she had taken a liking to lounging on the large sofa covered with a white plush blanket. Her delicate feet, bare and smooth, gently played with the white plush spirit beast at the end of the sofa. Brothers, what is the meaning of life? What? So soon? I am still typing with one hand. And you have already finished? Boo-hoo, I truly adore the master. Promise me, Brother Feng, if anyone tries to pursue the master in the future, help us deal with them. Brother Feng, should I deal with myself? Oh my goodness, please do not make such ethical jokes. Yang Gua, it's not entirely off-limits to make such jokes. Chen Feng shot the live stream a look of exasperation, then raised his hand in salutation, saying, Master, congratulations on your advancement to the divine transformation stage. Wang Yurua responded with a gentle hum, looking at Chen Feng with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. I heard you made quite a fortune at the Sanyuan sect? Ha ha ha, just a small profit, a small profit. Chen Feng laughed humbly. Lin Shengdao's lips twitched. The entire Bailu sect was aware that he had made 9 million spirit stones using 30 Bodhi seeds. And he dared to call it a small profit. When you made a large profit, didn't you bring back a top-quality spiritual vein? Chen Feng pulled out 2 storage bags from his robe. This bag is for you, and this bag is to be submitted to the sect. After all, without the sect's support, even if I managed to acquire so many spirit stones, it would be impossible to leave unscathed. Wang Yurua smiled with satisfaction, such understanding. Lin Shengdao had already raised his hand to his forehead. He had never anticipated such a scene resembling the distribution of spoils. Indeed, upon the return of his junior disciple, the atmosphere at Yufeng had dramatically shifted. After Wang Yuru tucked away her storage bag, she felt around her side and ultimately retrieved 2 ancient tomes bound in animal hide from behind her. These 2 manuals contain the sect's secret techniques. I will let you peruse them here, but once you are finished, they must be returned to the elder sect master. Chen Feng immediately sensed that something extraordinary awaited him. Hee, thank you, master. Chapter 61. The Shift in Atmosphere, Soundwave Escape Technique. A top-tier escape art, utilizing sound waves for transit. Illusory Melody Formation. An advanced mid-tier spell, combining the essence of music with soundwave constructs to form a defensive and offensive array. After Chen Feng finished perusing the sect's profound teachings, he could only exclaim, how utterly remarkable, master. How many people have successfully mastered these techniques? Wang Yuru, with her eyes closed, replied, thus far, no one has mastered the sound wave escape technique. However, over the past 1,000 years, 2 or 3 individuals have achieved minor success with the illusory melody formation. Did you comprehend it? Chen Feng responded with a hint of resignation. I grasp the concepts. But mastering them is another matter altogether. The starting point is simply too high. Perhaps I could attempt it once I reach the golden core stage. Wang Yuru's eyes snapped open, staring intently at Chen Feng for a moment before uttering 2 words, prodigy. Hee, I shall take that as a compliment, Chen Feng said as he returned the manuals to Wang Yuru. She tucked the tomes away once more and closed her eyes again. Very well, if there is nothing else. Go and prepare for your breakthrough. Of course there is something. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Wang Yuru lazily inquired, oh? Chen Feng stepped back a few paces and began laying out spirit herbs on the floor. This is the qi-long fruit, this is the diamond grass, and this, well, I'm not quite sure what this herb is. He proceeded to display everything he had gathered on the ground. And there are these as well. Before long, the entire hall floor was filled with his treasures. Lin Shengdao, staring at the collection that extended to the doorway, was left speechless for a moment before exclaiming, Junior brother, did you clear out the secret realm? Did you forget I have paper puppets to assist? With dozens of them working together, the efficiency is remarkable, Chun Feng chuckled. Lin Shangdao wanted to express how impressive that was but deemed it too crude. Managing only to utter, "Sixth, by the way, I also have these Bodhi seeds." Chun Feng shook his storage bag, and dozens of citrus-sized green Bodhi fruits piled up at the entrance. Come, come, witness Feng Ji's daily display of opulence. Are you here to flaunt and boost your experience bar again? That experience bar must be over 80 by now, right? Ha ha ha, our silly Feng is at it again. The eldest senior brother appeared utterly stunned. Wang Yuru, too, seemed invigorated by the spectacle. As Wang Yuru slowly sat up, her gaze towards Chen Feng had shifted. Chun Feng smiled, knowing there was much more in his storage bag. After all, the Bodhi tree had shed an overwhelming amount of fruit, burying him halfway. But a few will suffice. Too many would diminish their value. I kindly ask for you, master, to find someone to refine all these into elixirs. If any other auxiliary herbs or commissions are needed, we can settle that with these Bodhi seeds. I leave everything in your capable hands. With a swift motion, Wang Yuru appeared beside Chen Feng, her delicate hands resting firmly on his shoulder as she replied earnestly, "Very well, leave it to me and rest assured. The realm of alchemy is fraught with complexities. If you cannot navigate it, others cannot be trusted, and they will surely covet your belongings. Should such troublesome matters arise again, feel free to entrust them to me. I have the connections." Chun Feng was left speechless, pondering if she had already mastered the sound wave escape technique with such speed. Moreover, during their encounter with the cold mountain spirit, she had not seemed so spirited. He awkwardly nodded. Sure. Good disciple," Wang Yuru replied, a satisfied smile crossing her face as she ruffled Chen Feng's hair. "I never expected you to be such a master. I believe others may be somewhat greedy, but your words, tut, tut. Ha ha ha. Whether you become the wealthiest matriarch of the Bai Lu sect depends on how hard you work, disciple." The eldest senior brother wore a look of unrecognition towards the two. At that moment, Lin Shangdao raised a hand to cover his face, feeling unable to watch. Master must still be affected by that near possession by the cold mountain spirit. Or perhaps it is the influence of the junior disciple. Indeed, the atmosphere at Yufeng had grown increasingly peculiar. After delegating the alchemy matters, Chun Feng proceeded to express his final intention. "Master, I do not plan to break through to Foundation establishment just yet. I wish to venture into the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land during the Qi refining stage to gather the main herb for fourth senior sister." Wang Yuru's expression immediately turned serious as she firmly rejected. "No, absolutely not. Even if I agree, the sect master, elder sect master, and the elders will never consent." Lin Shangdao earnestly cautioned, "Junior brother, the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land is exceedingly perilous. Out of 100 cultivators who enter, perhaps only 2 or 3 will return. Please do not take such reckless risks. Master, senior brother, if I dare to go, I certainly have my reasons," Chen Feng declared, producing what seemed to be an additional 2 or 3 blossoms of a peach blossom branch and a gold ingot. "What do you think these are? Peach blossoms? Gold ingots?" Lin Shangdao inquired, puzzled. Chen Feng beamed. "This is the literary treasure, a branch of peach blossoms, and the heavenly treasure, the traveler's seal." Lin Shangdao was once again left dumbfounded. "What?" Wang Yuru, having heard about it from Bai Qinxue during the late hours, was not as surprised. Chun Feng confidently asserted, "With these 2 treasures in hand, I could enter and exit the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land effortlessly. Is that truly possible?" Wang Yuru's expression was filled with skepticism. Chun Feng held up a branch of peach blossoms, stating, "This branch can render me impervious to all evils, and the petals will guide me through the labyrinthine dangers of the Forbidden Land." He then lifted the gold ingot, declaring, "The traveler's seal, repelling malevolent spirits and driving away all evils. It carries the power of heavenly law, and those with even a semblance of sanity will avoid provoking me." At that moment, Lin Shangdao felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and cling to Chen Feng's legs, questioning him, "Aren't you the illegitimate child of the heavenly law?" Wang Yuru remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I will allow you to go, but just to be cautious, I will accompany you and wait for you outside the Forbidden Land." Lin Shangdao contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let Hongxiu join us as well." If the peach blossoms fail to guide you, she might help you navigate the Forbidden Land's obstacles. Oh, do we really have to? That feels so awkward, Qin Feng replied, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. As he and Si Hongxiu were not in any romantic relationship, such a scenario would be terribly embarrassing. However, Wang Yuru shot him a disapproving glance. Awkward? With your face, you still talk about awkwardness? Qin Feng was left speechless. I see you both hold a deep bias against me. I shall take my leave now. Fourth senior sister's time is limited, so I implore you, master, to prepare swiftly. You needn't mention it. I am already aware. Wang Yuru retorted, casting Qin Feng a sidelong glance. Bai Qianxue was relatively easy to persuade, but convincing the others would be more challenging. Currently, Qin Feng was the apple of the elder's eyes. If she were to take him away directly, upon returning, she would likely be met with a barrage of criticism. Wang Yuru rubbed her temples in exasperation. Chapter 62. The Xian Copper Golden Bell. Wang Yuru spent an entire day persuading Bai Qianxue to gain the approval of the Bai Lu sex members. However, to be on the safe side, Elder Feiyang produced his treasured artifact to lend to Qin Feng. Little Qin Feng, this is the Xian Copper Golden Bell, a treasured artifact passed down through our lineage for a millennium. If you wear it, even if you encounter a surprise attack from someone at the tribulation stage, it can save your life. As he shook the small bell, a shadowy figure emerged from it. Old man, don't boast. If a tribulation stage cultivator strikes me, I would shatter. The little figure protested. And is this brat your biological grandson? No, wait. You're a 600-year-old bachelor. Where would you find a grandson? Both Qin Feng and Wang Yuru glanced at Elder Feiyang. The elder awkwardly pressed the little figure back into the bell, realizing that the more intelligent the spirit of a defensive artifact, the more timid it became. He was not exaggerating. It would take at least 10 strikes from an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator to shatter the Xian Copper Golden Bell. Of course, those at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, nearing ascension, were a different matter altogether. In the live stream, viewers could not help but burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, I'm dying. Exposed right on the spot. Absolutely no face left. This little Belle's spirit is quite the character. Elder Feiyang had likely already arranged a luxurious cave dwelling for himself. Qin Feng chuckled as he secured the small bell with a strap and hung it around his neck. After all, having a defense was better than having none. Elder Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, precisely. Though you possess treasures that render you unafraid of the Forbidden Land's anomalies, caution is paramount. Human nature can often be more dangerous than anything else. At that moment, the little figure peeked out halfway, resembling a lamp spirit. And why heavens? Anomalies in the Forbidden Land. This brat is planning to go to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Is he? Old man? We have no grievances. Please don't involve me. Elder Feiyang raised his hand to his forehead. Realizing that pampering the artifact spirit too much could lead to trouble, it was akin to how few would use a border collie as a police dog. As those dogs were simply too intelligent. Officer. There's a criminal. Attack him, border collie. No way. He has a knife. Yo, you think I'm foolish? If you're going to go, you should go first. Qin Feng noticed that Elder Feiyang looked a bit troubled, so he took out a gold brick and rubbed it against the small bell. Winky face. The chubby little one immediately perked up, his face filled with fear as he turned to look at the gold brick in Qin Feng's hand. Brother, what do you have in your hand? A treasure from the heavenly Tao, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Does it not move you to be touched by the aura of the heavenly Tao? I dare not move. I dare not move. Yes, very touched. The chubby one was completely cowed, realizing he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. When the gold brick was rubbed, he felt as though a dragon were licking him, a sensation both tantalizing and intense. Brother, from now on, you are my real brother. Wherever you go, I will follow without a word of protest. Could you please put that big shot away? I wouldn't want to get hurt by accident. All right, I like obedient children. Qin Feng put away the gold brick. The chubby one cast a resentful glance at Elder Feiyang before returning to the small bell. Speaking of which, isn't the sword spirit of Frost and Cold Moon a girl? If she could come out like this, wouldn't it be? Don't speak half-heartedly. Say it boldly, right? Elaborate. Frost and Cold Moon. Don't you want to be touched by the heavenly Tao gold brick as well? TSK. You all are truly a bunch of beasts, but thankfully, I am too. Seeing the chubby one submit, Elder Feiyong couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed there was no need to worry about this little rascal's disobedience anymore. Elder Feiyong, we shall take our leave now. Go ahead. Wang Yuru took Shenfeng back to Yufeng. Lin Shangdao was already there, waiting with Si Hongxiu. Half an hour earlier, Lin Shangdao found Si Hongxiu, who was practicing the pipa. Hongxiu, Shenfeng needs your help. It concerns life and death. Si Hongxiu immediately set down her pipa and asked anxiously, "What happened to junior uncle Shenfeng, master?" Lin Shangdao sighed, placing his hands behind his back. "The situation is that your fourth uncle's soul has suffered a severe blow. His life hangs by a thread. Shenfeng plans to venture into the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land to obtain a crucial medicinal herb for her." Si Hongxiu was both excited and furious. What? The Yellow Springs Forbidden Land? Has he lost his mind? With his cultivation level, isn't he just walking to his death? Seeing her so upset, Lin Shangdao felt reassured. If she cared, it indicated a deep connection. Don't worry, he has treasures to protect him. He will be fine. But you know about the illusions in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. I know. Si Hongxiu's face flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Shangdao smiled and said, "Only those who truly love one another can find the correct path if one calls out from outside while the other listens within. Thus, you need to call out to him from outside the Forbidden Land, lest he becomes lost within and cannot find his way out." But if he, Si Hongxiu hesitated, for it had been nearly 2 months since Qian Feng last sought her out. "If it doesn't work, it's not your fault. It merely adds an extra layer of assurance," Lin Shangdao said calmly. Si Hongxiu nodded. "When do we depart?" Lin Shangdao replied, "In a moment. If you need to prepare, do so now. No need. Just take me there directly." Si Hongxiu had all her personal items in her storage bag, ready to flee should the royal family or the northern prince's heir come searching for her. If they truly traced her to the White Egret sect, the chances of escaping would be slim. When Qian Feng saw Si Hongxiu again, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, the last time had turned a song sale into a confession. A misunderstanding far too absurd, and of course, there was no need to elaborate. Si Hongxiu had already turned him down. "Long time no see. Are you still getting by down the mountain?" "Yes, quite well," Si Hongxiu replied with a faint smile. Wang Yuru glanced at Lin Shangdao, her eyes questioning, "Are you sure these two are not involved?" They seemed rather unfamiliar with each other. Lin Shangdao chuckled awkwardly. It seemed the two had only met 3 times at most. Had he misjudged? Nevertheless, it was a case of desperate measures, as Si Hongxiu was merely a precaution that would likely not be needed. Wang Yuru said, "Let us take your flying mechanism. It will be faster." The Yellow Springs Forbidden Land is in Lanyu Prefecture, approximately 70,000 miles away. Is it that far? Qian Feng calculated that they would need to refuel 4 times during the journey. Moreover, it would take them 2 or 3 days to reach their destination. One must admit, the land of Jiuzhou was vast, even larger than Earth. Beyond Jiuzhou lay numerous countries, wild territories, and endless seas. It was Si Hongxiu's first time on a plane, and she found everything in the cabin quite novel. Qian Feng summoned 2 paper figures to pilot the plane while he introduced Si Hongxiu to the various facilities in the cabin. Of course, to avoid awkwardness, after his introduction, he returned to the cockpit to practice his visualization technique. Wang Yuru, though resting her chin on her hand with closed eyes, directed her spiritual awareness to envelop the plane's exterior, ensuring they would not collide with any flying beasts. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at Lanyu Prefecture. Chapter 63. The extreme tug-of-war with the shady merchant Qian Feng was surprised to find that outside the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land, it was not desolate but rather bustling. Though there were few tourists, many stalls lined the area, resembling a remote and obscure tourist attraction. A large town could be seen several miles away. The plane hovered in the outskirts before the 3 exited and were stored in Qian Feng's spatial storage. Wang Yuru led Qian Feng and Si Hongxiu to the town gates, where they paid with spirit stones to enter. Although the anti-flying formation in the town had little effect on those in the spirit seeker stage, it was best not to carelessly break the rules when out and about, as every town had a few reclusive ancestors. The cultivation world had its share of arrogant individuals, but most became compliant after receiving a slap in the face. If you encounter an arrogant cultivator, don't worry. They are not far from receiving their due punishment, as the law of causality spares no one. For instance, a certain deputy city lord of Wushuang City, even at the integration stage, had been reduced to tears by a mere chi refinement cultivator. Master, what are we doing in the city? Buying a few items for you to use in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Oh. The three arrived at a shop named Lingbao Xian. Wang Yuru placed a piece of paper on the counter, stating, I want these items. The shopkeeper glanced at the items on the paper, then looked at Chen Feng and Si Hongxiu behind Wang Yuru, and immediately understood. With a faint smile, he said, Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I will have my assistant prepare. Before long, someone brought out many items. The shopkeeper placed a roll of red thread on the table. This is the finest thread of destiny. Light one end, and the other will ignite spontaneously. He then presented a heavy bag, the sound suggesting it contained crystal stones. This is premium blood crystal, made from the blood of mortal warriors. Very effective for distracting wandering souls or corpse demons. This is a death chi pill, an obstacle avoidance pill, a phantasm-breaking pill, 100 herbs detox pill, and corpse poison devouring worms. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded as he watched the shopkeeper display item after item. Not expecting so much preparation was necessary. The total is 30,000 spirit stones, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Yuru and noticed her brows furrowed slightly, indicating the price was indeed excessive. This was clearly a tourist trap. Wang Yuru questioned, Isn't this a bit expensive? The shopkeeper, aware he had overcharged, replied, I assure you, my prices are lower than other shops. Do you find these items in other parts of Jiuzhou? You would have to spend a year or more gathering materials and finding someone to refine them. If spirit stones are insufficient, we can exchange for information or other items. Wang Yuru was too lazy to haggle and was about to pay when Chen Feng pressed his hand against hers. Leaning closer to the shopkeeper, he said mysteriously, I happen to have a piece of information, but I fear you may not be able to bear it. The shopkeeper's interest was piqued. Oh, what sort of range are we talking about? Chen Feng looked around before whispering about the origins of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. What? The shopkeeper's expression changed in shock, and he immediately gestured for them to follow him upstairs, saying, Please, to the private room. We must discuss this in detail. Wang Yuru raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Chen Feng's intentions. He had previously been unaware of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Where could he have obtained such information? The three followed the shopkeeper to a private room upstairs. After the shopkeeper set a soundproofing array, he poured tea for them. Please share your information. Our Lingbao Xian has always valued integrity in business. Of course, to prevent any false information, you must swear to heaven that what you say is true. Naturally, we will also swear to heaven that the price we offer is absolutely fair and that we will not disclose any information about the informant. In the live broadcast, the audience immediately perked up at this moment. Wow, trying to play this swearing game in front of Wind Brother? Isn't that just asking for trouble? There was entertainment to be had. Once they swore, it wouldn't be as simple as saying whatever they wanted. Haha. Wind Brother is a good person. At most, he would just bring the shady merchant to ruin. As the shopkeeper spoke, Chen Feng smiled. All right, no problem. Dio, you want to go first, or shall I? The shopkeeper gestured for silence. Chen Feng raised his hand and solemnly declared, By the heavens above, I hereby swear that the information I am about to reveal is indisputably true, with no trace of falsehood. All of it is derived from the only ancient mythological tome in existence, containing secrets that I have gleaned from its hallowed pages. Should I be found fabricating any of this, may the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning. Brother Feng's oath was rather impressive, eliciting laughter. It seemed the ancient mythological tome was merely the Huaxia ancient mythology text he had perused on a plane yesterday. The only one, indeed, he chuckled, published by the People's Publishing House, and Brother Feng is certainly not concocting tales. The heavenly decree echoed, no flaws here. All is indeed true. 23333. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Evidently, this piece of information was exceedingly valuable. Chen Feng smiled. Now it's your turn, dear shopkeeper. The information is precious, and I hope you will offer me a satisfactory price. Very well, I swear to the heavens that the price for this information will be utterly fair. And I will not disclose the identity of the information provider to anyone, lest I incur heavenly wrath, the shopkeeper vowed in turn. However, he chuckled inwardly, knowing that as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, The heavenly will would hardly take notice of him. After all, how many who swore oaths truly face divine retribution? Moreover, who decides what is fair or not, if not he himself, just as he completed his vow? Ominous thunder rumbled in the sky. Surely, it must be about to rain, the shopkeeper thought, clinging to a shred of hope, before turning to Chen Feng. All right, young sir, please share your information. With an air of mystery, Chen Feng asked, are you familiar with the underworld? The shopkeeper shook his head. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, there are no myths or legends. For them, immortality is merely a transcendent state beyond the mortal realm. The immortal realm is perceived as a world where immortals thrive and live in peace, with ascension to the higher realms being the only path to true longevity. Without myths or legends, information regarding the underworld becomes a mere enigma. Yet, worlds invariably influence one another. The emergence of the yellow springs and the other shore flowers in this realm renders the existence of the underworld uncertain. Of course, these yellow springs and other shore flowers may simply share names with mythological creations of Earth, or perhaps remnants from a bygone era, fragments of the celestial realms. However, these speculations remain merely conjectures from Chen Feng and his fans in the live stream. A subtle smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he continued. According to that ancient mythological tome, the Yellow Springs Road is a segment of the underworld. When a person's lifespan reaches its end, they will die, which is a natural death. Those who die naturally must first traverse the Ghost Gate. Upon crossing, their souls transform into spirits. Next lies the Yellow Springs Road, a path of guidance. Along the Yellow Springs Road wander many lonely souls and wayward spirits, those whose lives have not yet concluded but who have died unnaturally. They cannot ascend to the heavens, reincarnate, or enter the netherworld, and thus they can only roam the Yellow Springs Road. On this road bloom the fiery other shore flowers, which grow along the banks of the river of three pathways and serve as guiding flowers. In vast numbers, they blanket the ground, appearing from a distance like a carpet woven from blood, hence their designation as the fiery path. This is the only scenery and color along the lengthy Yellow Springs Road. Spirits tread upon these flowers, guided towards the netherworld. Moreover, the fragrance of the other shore flowers can evoke the memories of the deceased from their former lives. Chapter 64. Woohoo! The heavenly tribulation approaches upon hearing Chen Feng's account of the Yellow Springs Road. The shopkeeper seized upon three critical points: the underworld, the river of three pathways, and what lies at the end of the Yellow Springs Road. A slight smirk appeared on Chen Feng's lips. Curious, are we? That indicates you've taken the bait. To uncover the subsequent details, you must access the Super VIP paid content. That pertains to other intelligence. What I initially intended to convey is the origin of the Forbidden Grounds, which is none other than the underworld. I've shared my information. Now it is your turn to make an offer. The shopkeeper had not anticipated Chen Feng's cunning. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, this information is rather vague. It should be worth about 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Feng's expression conveyed his agreement, for even without understanding the intricacies, he knew that crucial intelligence regarding the Forbidden Grounds could not possibly be valued at merely 1,000 spirit stones. Shopkeeper, think carefully. You have sworn an oath. The information I provided could easily fetch 1,000 spirit stones per piece if sold to others, yet you cannot attempt to deceive me with a price of just 1,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper stood up, agitated, as if wronged. How could I deceive you? If I were to do so, why wouldn't the heavens strike me? Boom. The sky rumbled with thunder. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. Could it be that fortuitous? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation has arrived. We must leave at once, and you can enjoy it at your leisure. Chen Feng immediately rose, pulling Wang Yuru and Si Hongxiu along as they turned to leave. Aware that this phenomenon was an AoE attack. Previously, when Sun Ming triggered the heavenly tribulation alone, it nearly dragged the stone giant, transformed from the spirit of Cold Mountain, to his demise. Heavenly tribulation? How could this possibly be? Surely you are responsible for this, the shopkeeper exclaimed, disbelieving, for he had evaded oaths countless times before. Why was he facing consequences today? Wang Yuru shot him an exasperated glance and advised, your cultivation is low. You may not sense it. You should urgently consult the offerings in the shop. Ignoring him, they prepared for the feast. With that, Chun Feng led the two of them out of Lingbao Pavilion and onto the rooftops. Ready to watch the showdown in the live stream, viewers were already reveling in the unfolding drama. Woohoo, someone is about to meet their doom. Even now, they remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It's hilarious. The heavenly tribulation has been triggered, and Brother Feng is making a hasty retreat. I could forego the payment for information, but if you dare deceive me, then it would be unacceptable. May the Thunder God aid me. At this rate, he will undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. As soon as Chen Feng made his escape, the Yuanian cultivator from Lingbao Pavilion rushed in. It's bad. Shopkeeper. I don't know which scoundrel is hiding in our Lingbao Pavilion to undergo tribulation. A storm of calamity is enveloping us. We must flee. What? The shopkeeper looked on in astonishment. If he were not mistaken, that scoundrel could very well be him. There's no time to explain. We must go. Without waiting for him to react, the Yuanian cultivator seized him and sprinted from Lingbao Pavilion. At that moment, everyone on the street was fleeing. The higher their cultivation, the faster they ran. Who would be so cruel as to undergo tribulation in the city? Indeed, may he fail to survive the heavenly tribulation and perish. Suddenly, a powerful figure exclaimed, "Wait, something's amiss. This doesn't appear to be the cloud of tribulation, but rather, by heavens, it seems to be divine punishment. No way. Is there really such a thing as divine punishment? Why don't you try cursing the heavens to see what happens? Do you take me for a fool?" As the Yuanian cultivator carried the shopkeeper out of Lingbao Pavilion, they naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers. Look, the shopkeeper of Lingbao Pavilion is fleeing. What could have prompted such a reaction? Surely they haven't procured some ill-fated item. As the Yuanian cultivator continued to distance himself from Lingbao Pavilion, spectators observed that the ominous storm cloud overhead began to shift. Wait, is that storm cloud following them? It seems so. Oh no. Good heavens, it's coming straight for us. With a thunderous boom, everyone in that direction turned to flee, as if in a temple escape, not daring to look back. The Yuanian cultivator noticed the panic-stricken crowd and finally realized something was off. Looking up, he saw the storm cloud had indeed departed from Lingbao Pavilion, but now loomed ominously above them. The entire Yellow Springs ancient city erupted into chaos as they fled. Chen Feng and his two companions perched atop a rooftop, laughing at the unfolding spectacle. Ah, crafty merchants, let this be a lesson not to swear frivolously in my presence. The Yuanian cultivator finally connected the dots, setting the shopkeeper down on an open patch of ground before bolting away. Glancing up, he was relieved to see the storm cloud had not followed him, but rather hovered ominously above the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what have you done? Why have you drawn the heavenly tribulation? You nearly cost me my life. The shopkeeper, in a state of panic, replied, I merely swore an oath while gathering information. The cultivator, eyeing the ominous storm cloud, instinctively took a few steps back and urged, What sort of oath did you swear? Hurry and fulfill it, or when the heavenly tribulation descends, no one will be able to save you. The shopkeeper, grasping at a lifeline, shouted, Where are you all? I am willing to offer 10,000 spirit stones. Please return. The storm cloud is dissipating somewhat. You should raise your offer, the cultivator exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, the shopkeeper replied, 20,000. The cultivator was left speechless. Tenfold increase. How much do you value your life? The shopkeeper clutched his heart, tears welling up as he raised his bid, 200,000. At this, the storm cloud dissipated by half. Elated, the cultivator urged, It's dissipating. Keep going. The shopkeeper, tears streaming down his face, called out again, 400,000. You're still short. That amount could easily seal your fate. 500,000. The shopkeeper, tears streaming down his face, extended 5 fingers. The attendant shouted with enthusiasm, Disperse, disperse. The shopkeeper, covering his mouth, sobbed uncontrollably, lamenting, Oh dear, my little treasury has been scattered. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Chen Feng's words, realizing that the intelligence was beyond his financial grasp. The onlookers around him gleaned quite a bit of information from their conversation. Goodness, what kind of intelligence is worth 500,000 spirit stones? This won't do. I must purchase it later. Alongside him, they mused. Indeed, the shopkeeper of Lingbao Pavilion is quite the man of his word. He swore an oath and immediately came to face the storm clouds. It seems one should refrain from making rash vows in the future. It's quite terrifying. The intriguing part is that this thundercloud can heed the bidding. How novel. Have they forgotten the events of the past few days? People are acting, while the heavens are watching. Let us all be cautious, as the attendant escorted him back to Lingbao Pavilion. A staff member promptly approached and reported, "Shopkeeper, those 3 individuals have returned and are waiting for you in the private room." The shopkeeper, still wiping his tears, entered the room only to find Chen Feng and his 2 disciples indulging in food and drink, resembling patrons who had just finished a performance. This was quite infuriating. Chapter 65. Goodness, are you setting a trap here? Here are 36,500 spirit stones and 1,000 spirit crystals. Just as you requested, the shopkeeper said tearfully as he handed a storage bag to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, however, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why is there still a deficit of 5,000 spirit stones?" The shopkeeper replied, "The storage bag costs 5,000 spirit stones." All right, I shall allow you a small profit," Chen Feng remarked, feigning a look of great loss, which made the shopkeeper want to strike him. The nearby Yuanying stage attendant was also speechless, having never witnessed the shopkeeper suffer such a significant loss in a transaction before. Wang Yuru, however, smiled with her eyes squinting into crescent moons, for her little disciple always had a unique knack for making money. Yet, this marked the 3rd occasion someone had sworn an oath before him only to be caught by the heavens. It appeared that one should never make hasty vows in his presence, lest they incur divine wrath. Cai Hongxiu's lovely eyes sparkled with intrigue. Within less than half an hour, Chen Feng had amassed 500,000 spirit stones, an endeavor that, even in robbery, would likely not yield such rapid results, and it came with no risk at all. Chen Feng playfully patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, "Enough of your lamenting. Come on, smile a little. I'll throw in a piece of intelligence for you free of charge." Goodness, this is akin to striking at the heart. Wang Yuru and Cai Hongxiu expected the shopkeeper to explode in fury, yet he immediately broke into a smile, beaming with a sycophantic expression. "Really? Your mood shifts faster than turning a page." Indeed, the world of commerce was beyond their comprehension. Chen Feng elaborated, according to ancient mythological texts. Under normal circumstances, if one follows the banks of the river of 3 paths, where the other shore flowers bloom, they shall encounter the Naiha Bridge. Crossing the Naiha Bridge leads to the true underworld, a realm for the deceased. Should anyone desire further specific intelligence, they may find me at Qingyun Mountain on Bailu Isle. Prices are negotiable, conducted with integrity, and fair to all. In the live stream, the audience was in stitches. Goodness, are you fishing here? Free intelligence? Think again. That S-bait. Oh, there are indeed individuals in the cultivation world who fish for compliments. What model rod does Feng Ge usually use? 23333. It seems like a comedic act. But the real humor lies in watching Feng Ge cultivate. Wang Yuru placed a delicate hand on her forehead, knowing it couldn't be so simple. Cai Hongxiu stifled a giggle. Free intelligence? I'd be a fool to believe that. The shopkeeper was utterly speechless. Young man, you possess a remarkable flair for business. Should your cultivation journey falter, consider coming to manage our Lingbao Pavilion. With 3,000 years of history, we boast over 500 branches across the 9 provinces. Plenty of profit to be made. Well noted. The green hills shall endure, and the flowing waters shall persist, until we meet again. After Chen Feng departed, the shopkeeper shook his head in bemusement. Initially, he harbored animosity towards Chen Feng, yet he now found himself harboring a degree of admiration. Chen Feng was indeed well suited for their line of work. The Yuanying stage attendant inquired curiously, "Shall we teach them a lesson?" The shopkeeper shook his head, smiling faintly. "Let it be, if he can earn money from me. That is his skill. Besides, if these 2 pieces of intelligence are handled well, with some time invested, the profits will surely return." The Yuanying stage attendant exclaimed in astonishment, "When did you become so generous?" The shopkeeper's expression twitched, and his temper flared once more. "Watch the shop for me. I'm heading to the Hahuan Tower to unwind. I disdain you for not bringing me along," lamented the Yuanying stage attendant in disappointment. Due to the impending demise of their fourth senior sister, Chen Yuyan, with only about 2 months left to live, time was of the essence, and they could not afford to delay. Thus, after procuring specialized items for the next dungeon, the three of them headed straight to the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone. Outside the Forbidden Zone, numerous stalls were selling various items. Upon inspection, Chun Feng noted that the prices were significantly cheaper than those at Lingbao Pavilion. Although the quality was likely questionable, some stalls were even selling couples of mortal slaves. Chen Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, are they actually selling people?" Wang Yuru explained while clasping her hands behind her back. Some stalls specialize in capturing male and female slaves, keeping them together to endure various trials. Once their feelings deepen, they are sold as pairs, commonly used in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone to seek heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Such practices are quite normal here, Sai Hongxiu interjected. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Indeed. Isn't this akin to the practices of the demonic path? Chen Feng responded, somewhat taken aback, as this was indeed difficult for a modern individual to accept. In the live stream, the viewers echoed similar sentiments, witnessing the brutal side of the cultivation world laid bare. Wang Yuru glanced back at the two, chuckling softly. These slaves are sourced legally, and with the imperial court's allowance. Who would bother to intervene? Moreover, the profit chain behind this is not something everyone can touch. Ultimately, for most cultivators, as long as it doesn't impede their path to immortality, it suffices. Chen Feng, half amused and half astonished, raised his thumb in approval. What a succinct summary in the live stream. The audience also found themselves in a mix of laughter and disbelief, as long as it doesn't hinder the Taoist cultivation. That's the true mindset of a cultivator. The inclusivity within this cultivation realm is extraordinary. When I saw the Haohuan sect coexist peacefully with other sects, I sensed that things were not as simple as they appeared. Each person possesses their own perspectives on right and wrong. It's commendable that they are not hypocritical or morally coercive. Who among them wishes to accumulate merit? Ultimately, they are merely slaves of legal origin, purchased with genuine currency. Outsiders have no say in the matter. During the feudal period on Earth, slaves were similarly subject to life and death at the whims of others. Think of the imperial courts and the Roman Colosseum. Chun Feng glanced at the live stream, convinced that his fans were indeed correct. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone lay across a vast and desolate plain, cradled by two arc-shaped mountain ranges, with only a single gap leading to Huangquan Town. The cliffs on either side of this gap rose steeply, resembling two doors opening inward. Upon observing the entrance, Chun Feng was reminded of the term Ghost Gate. Though it appeared narrow, it spanned 40 to 50 meters in width, extending into a deep abyss shrouded in yellowish-white mist. The fog grew yellower as it approached the ground and whiter closer to the mountain peaks. From atop the mountains, one could only see the swirling mist. The closer one drew to the entrance, the chillier the air became, with the winds carrying a scent of decay and earth. Wang Yuru escorted him to the mouth of the canyon and halted. The boundary at the canyon's entrance was stark, marked by a thick red rope strung between the cliffs, resembling a cautionary line. The red rope was adorned with numerous bells. It was said that when all the bells chimed, it indicated that a formidable and eerie presence was about to emerge. Those outside the Forbidden Zone would need to prepare for battle or flee. Be cautious. If you wish to leave, ignite the red rope immediately. I will bring Hongxiu over to call for you. Rest assured, with my divine gear, the dungeon will be a breeze. With that, Chun Feng stepped into the area beyond the red rope. Chapter 66. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone not far from Chun Feng and his companions. For cultivators brought a pair of young men and women to the red rope. The leader, a middle-aged man in splendid robes adorned with a green crown, handed a bundle and a pictorial guide to the young man. As long as you can help us find one of the heavenly materials or earthly treasures recorded in this guide and bring it back, we will grant you both your freedom and lift your slave status, in addition to providing you with 100 taels of silver for your new life. Though the young man wore tattered clothing akin to a peasant, he was remarkably sturdy, resembling a mortal warrior. Clutching the items from the man in splendid robes, he nodded resolutely. If I do not return, you must still pay her and grant her freedom. The man in splendid robes chuckled. Haha, very well. We swear to the heavens that regardless of whether you return, we shall grant her freedom. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had witnessed someone in his vicinity making an oath. He couldn't help but glance up at the sky. Wang Yuru's lips twitched. Could this truly be permissible? Meanwhile, the young slave cast a gentle smile at the other enslaved woman. Sanyong, wait for me. The enslaved woman embraced the enslaved youth and began to weep. Ali, the monk, observed for a moment before separating the two. All right, if you don't want him to perish, remember to call out louder when you turn back. Now, go inside. The enslaved Ali cast one last glance at Sanyong before resolutely turning and stepping into the area marked by red ropes. Not daring to look back as he ventured into the depths of the canyon, I followed suit. After Qin Feng raised his hand to bid farewell to Wang Yuru and Si Hongxiu, he too turned and walked deeper into the canyon. Si Hongxiu gazed at his retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, and could not help but call out loudly, "Qin Feng, you must come back, do you understand?" "I know, don't worry." Qin Feng replied without looking back, raising his hand to make an okay gesture before continuing into the canyon. Unlike the tragic enslaved Ali, he began to hum a little tune as he walked. A peach blossom tucked in his embrace, with his left hand, he fiddled with the frosty sky cold moon, while his right hand produced the heavenly Dao golden brick to twirl. It felt as if he were a wealthy landowner strolling through the streets. Wang Yuru felt somewhat speechless. This young disciple often seemed out of place, as if two different styles of artwork had been forcibly stitched together, resulting in a peculiar sight. The whimsical antics had begun anew. "Come on, you are the protagonist. Can't you pay a bit more attention to your image? This is a comedic farce." "Oh, then it's nothing." Once away from the crowd, Qin Feng began to let loose, directly venting his frustrations to the live stream. "Damn, what problem do I have? I think I look pretty cool like this." Clad in divine garments, he ambled along while practicing his cultivation, effortlessly blending showmanship with training. "It really feels like you are the version of a swaggering cultivator in the realm of immortality, akin to someone draped in gold chains and flaunting a fancy watch. Haha, I thought I had seen you somewhere before." Qin Feng was left speechless. He wanted to ask if they had any taste, for the items he possessed were, without a doubt, rare treasures in the entire realm of immortality. How could they be compared to gaudy chains and watches? The enslaved Ali looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. Since earlier, he had been talking to himself, appearing as if possessed. He felt it best to keep his distance from Qin Feng. Thus, he quickened his pace, disappearing into the mist of the canyon. Seeing him hasten, Qin Feng assumed there was some hidden mystery and also sped up to follow. As he plunged into the mist, his visibility dwindled to merely a few meters around him. Everything was a hazy white. After turning around twice, he could hardly discern east from west. No wonder it's so hard to navigate once you delve deeper. Not to mention the strange barriers in the Forbidden Land. Even without them, ordinary people would be utterly lost. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about? The visuals we see are quite clear." "Indeed. How is there no fog in this mist?" Qin Feng was somewhat bewildered. "Clear? No fog. Are you sure you want to check what you're saying? Is Brother Feng under some illusion again? Damn. It must be the wicked deeds of the Uchiha. I just noticed the minimap. There are so many bright spots on it." "Really? How did we not notice that before?" "Minimap?" Qin Feng glanced at the minimap and was taken aback. 3 check-in markers had appeared. He excitedly addressed the live stream. "Whoa, brothers, we've hit the jackpot. There are actually 3 check-in locations here. This means there are 3 comedic or bizarre skills to acquire. Woohoo, let's take off." Typically, check-in locations wouldn't be in random places, so it was bound to lead to a spot with the other shore flower. "Oh right, that's a great idea. Let's just go check in." "Makes sense, let's go." Qin Feng immediately headed towards the nearest check-in point. Although the surroundings were shrouded in mist, the light spots on the minimap served as excellent navigational aids. "Brother Feng, there's a small path of blue stones to your left. Why are you heading into the pit?" "Right, we can't get through ahead. Adjust your direction quickly." Qin Feng halted, finally realizing that the viewers in the live stream were not hindered by the mist. Since the camera had been focused solely on him, he had not noticed. After walking over 30 meters to the left, he indeed spotted a path of blue stones. "So that's how it is, brothers. I see the mist here, and my visibility is only about 10 meters. Meanwhile, you're seeing the version without fog through the system's livestream, so could you help me keep an eye on the distance? Once I'm out, I'll bring back a few 100 pounds of spirit tea as a treat for everyone. Hee hee, no problem. Brother Feng is all about the social niceties. The path ahead stretched infinitely, revealing some wandering figures, but beyond that, visibility was lost. Continue along the blue stone path. There are some forks ahead. Remember to take the middle one. You turn around. We'll help you watch the surroundings. Now, mark the nearest check-in point as 12 o'clock and make sure to remember that. Understood. Chun Feng slowly turned in place to ensure the viewers in the livestream could see better. How is it? The enslaved lad you passed earlier is currently wandering in the small grove at 9 o'clock, and there are two bizarre creatures lurking menacingly around the trees. Whoa, Brother Feng, beware. At 6 o'clock, there's some foul creature about 30 meters away following you. At 3 o'clock, someone has been devoured. Can the system put up a mosaic? Damn, that's disgusting. Chun Feng felt a wave of shock. There's actually a foul creature lurking just outside of sight. Watching me. Something was amiss. The path back had vanished, and the surrounding area bore no resemblance to the canyon he had entered. Damn, you're right. Brother Feng just came in. Behind him should be the entrance to the canyon. Why is it all barren wilderness around me? Cold mountains from another realm, perhaps? The 3 Yuan cave heaven, maybe? Chun Feng quickly realized that the forbidden land was indeed a different space. Even if he turned back now, he would not be able to escape. This is more troublesome than I imagined. However, for now, he needed to deal with the foul creatures following him and then rescue Ali. Yes, I must save him. He could be useful for diversion or summoning lightning tribulations. Fortunately, it was a whimsical farce in the realm of immortality. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly be a formidable figure of the demonic path, truly the living embodiment of the King of Hell. Chapter 67. The sword heart of Sunluo and the perfect match of heating weapons. Suddenly, Chun Feng turned and sprinted, startling the few foul creatures that had been trailing him from a distance. Before they could turn and evade his line of sight, he quickly closed the gap with a few strides. Grasping the frosty sky cold moon in his right hand, Chun Feng unleashed 2 arcs of sword energy. The 5 foul creatures were weak, and upon receiving the 2 strikes, they disintegrated into nothingness. In a wonder it's said that even mortal warriors can deal with such foes. They are truly feeble. Chun Feng then made his way towards the desiccated forest where Ali was said to be wandering. According to the live stream viewers, that fellow seemed to have been endlessly pacing there, likely to the point of exhaustion, ultimately succumbing to the foul creatures guarding the desiccated woods. Without the aid of the live stream, Chun Feng felt he would also be at a loss in this fog. After all, visibility was so limited that he could hardly see far, and there were no compasses or other means to reference direction. Encountering a tree or stone and making even the slightest turn could inadvertently lead one astray. As Chun Feng entered Ali's line of sight, he startled Ali, who immediately assumed a defensive stance with a knife in hand. Chun Feng, feeling exasperated, scratched his nose and said, "Big brother, stop wandering aimlessly. If you can't manage, just follow me." Afterward, he wiped his finger on a nearby tree. "Brother Feng, could you please be mindful of your image? Over 2 million people are watching." The tree, meanwhile, seemed to have received a strange fertilizer. Chun Feng remained attentive to the live stream, for in the event of an emergency, he would rely on the viewers with a clear line of sight. He rolled his eyes. Was he supposed to hide his nose from the viewers? "I treat you all like family, and yet you act so distant. Those without the burden of an idol are truly terrifying. Is this another form of charm?" Ali looked on in doubt. After all, Chun Feng resembled a deranged fool, constantly talking to himself. One hand was perpetually drawing his sword, and his gestures appeared rather unceremonious. Noting that Ali was on guard, Chun Feng didn't push the matter further. "Whether you choose to follow me or not, those foul creatures have been eyeing you for a while now. If you grow tired, it's best not to sleep." After saying this, Chun Feng turned and walked away. Ali, feeling a chill as he glanced back, had sensed someone watching him since earlier, and now that Chun Feng had pointed it out, his scalp prickled in alarm. He hurried to catch up with Chun Feng, who was swiftly disappearing into the mist. "Wait, sir, let me accompany you." He thought that although Chun Feng was strange, at least one of them could keep watch while the other rested. Otherwise, one person could not endure sleeplessness for long, even if they were a warrior. Chun Feng nodded. Finally, this person did not seem utterly foolish, Don't call me sir. My name is Chen Feng. Those on the path call me Brother Feng. So you should too. Very well, Fenggu, Ali said with a smile. Chen Feng nodded, and with each segment they traversed, he would take a moment to scan their surroundings, seeking assistance from the viewers in the live stream to assess the map conditions beyond his immediate sight. Ali had grown accustomed to Chen Feng's peculiar behavior, as if he were conversing with some unseen entity. After all, being a cultivator, it was entirely plausible that he carried something unusual. What delighted him was that the presence communicating with Chen Feng seemed capable of piercing through the fog, guiding them in their journey. The two had traveled for the better part of a day, crossing desolate plains before arriving at a vast and twisted grove of dead trees. The gnarled bark of these trees resembled human faces, evoking the image of lamenting spirits. Ali swallowed hard and inquired, Fenggu, must we enter? This place appears quite perilous. Is there any part of this accursed place that isn't dangerous? Chen Feng replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Moreover, given the desolation outside, do you truly believe we would stumble upon any rare treasures? Have you forgotten the purpose of our expedition? Ah, you make a valid point, Ali admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Throughout their journey, Chen Feng had predominantly taken the lead, deftly handling any unwelcome encounters. Those solitary, malevolent spirits he might have had to engage in fierce battles with were often dispatched by Chen Feng with the mere flick of his fingers, unleashing sword energy that obliterated them instantly. Such prowess evoked Ali's envy. He too longed to cultivate and become a revered practitioner. Alas, his humble origins had relegated him to a state of servitude, serving as a mere tool for treasure hunting among the cultivators. As they stepped into the twisted grove, the light dimmed further, yet the fog within was significantly less dense than outside. Their visibility expanded from approximately 15 or 16 meters to around 24 or 25. The interior was markedly more animated than the exterior. While Chen Feng could not perceive the hidden entities beyond his sight, he gleaned insights from the conversations in the live stream chat. Goodness, that must be a corpse demon, akin to the colossal corpses in a Chinese ghost story. And there are some desiccated corpses reminiscent of ghouls from World of Warcraft, he noted. Fenggu, take heed. There's a nest of 3-meter-tall humanoid spiders straight ahead. Chen Feng immediately halted, preparing to draw his sword and engage in combat. Ali, ever vigilant of Chen Feng's demeanor, also adopted a cautious stance. Yet in the next moment, Chen Feng relaxed, exclaiming, They fled. It seems your external aid is proving effective. The specters along our path are steering clear. Wait, no, some ghouls are closing in, he added. Those retreating appeared formidable, while the lesser beings seemed oblivious to the intimidation radiating from the golden bricks and peach blossoms. Chen Feng deduced that just as lower-tier cultivators could not perceive the effects of oaths or tribulations, these mindless minions were similarly impervious. With this revelation, Chen Feng chuckled, realizing that he merely needed to eliminate the unseeing lesser foes. He turned, producing an AK-47, infusing the entire magazine with sword energy, and unleashed a barrage behind him. Bang, bang. The muzzle flash illuminated the mist, followed by the wails of the ghouls. After laboring for so long, Master Chen had opted for the AK to bring salvation to the masses. Fenggu, indeed. The sensation of utilizing firearms is unparalleled. Do these weapons truly affect malevolent entities? Chen Feng replied with a grin. I surmise that the power of sword energy diminishes with distance, but if it can be applied to a ranged weapon, not only will the range increase, but the potency may also amplify significantly. As the viewers in the live stream absorbed this, their imaginations ignited. Wait, with the sword intent of Sunluo, anything can become a sword, effectively enchanting all objects. High attack speed and power firearms are a match made in heaven. Why not experiment with an atomic bomb instead of just sword techniques? While others ride their swords, Fenggu commandeers the East Wind Express. Chen Feng stroked his chin, pondering, as his philosophy revolved around inclusivity. Obtaining a few nuclear warheads would not consume much effort. He browsed the marketplace and was astounded to find options available, with prices starting at 5 million and no upper limit. If his finances permitted, he could potentially detonate an overwhelmingly powerful nuclear bomb to obliterate the entire realm of cultivation. However, purchasing a nuclear bomb would be impractical at the moment, so he resolved to procure a few rocket launchers for the time being. Thus, within the forbidden grounds, a dashing figure emerged, bearing a rocket launcher and a belt of small rockets. Chapter 68. Stamping the soul currency in the netherworld's distorted forest, the scene unfolded thusly. That's right. The AK has considerable recoil. Do not brace it. Hold it firmly and fire away, of course. While your skills may be lacking, you are still a martial artist, so the recoil should not pose much of a challenge for you. Hold it however you find comfortable. After instructing Ali on the use of firearms, Chun Feng affixed several magazines infused with sword energy to him. Pondering, he observed that something was amiss. Yes, tie this red cloth around your forehead. It will enhance your attack power. Ali, perplexed, questioned, a strip of red cloth will boost my attack power? Is this cloth some sort of magical artifact? Chun Feng chuckled. Ah, this must be the brother of Sylvester Stallone. The famed Staley, truly, absurdity has become contagious. Binding a red cloth to one's head to augment attack power? I'll believe your nonsense. Glancing at the mini-map, Chun Feng noted they still had half the distance to cover to reach their first checkpoint. We must quicken our pace. How is your stamina holding up? All is well, Ali assured him. Let us proceed. The two hastened onward for about 2 miles, only to encounter 3 vengeful spirits perched upon a pale tree ahead. Ah, a stroke of fortune, Ali exclaimed, eager to voice his thoughts, though he recognized the potential for trouble as well. Observing Chen Feng's relaxed demeanor, he felt reassured. The pale tree's sparse branches bore sporadic yellow fruits. Ali retrieved his guidebook, swiftly locating the entry. The Huangquan fruit is a high-grade spiritual fruit, capable of enhancing one's soul power while simultaneously refining the body. The tree's trunk also serves as an exceptional material for crafting spiritual paper. Chen Feng possessed a similar book but chose not to consult it. He merely sought to claim a portion of any valuable finds. Upon spotting the duo, the 3 spirits emitted a series of menacing howls. Clad in red, blue, and black garments, the black-clad spirit, the most formidable, loomed atop the tree's highest branch, while the blue spirit crouched on the left, and the red spirit, the weakest, nestled on the right, tasked with guarding the pale tree. They did not retreat like other specters, sensing Chun Feng's unique essence, a classic case of humans die for wealth, birds perish for food. The black-clad spirit rasped, living being, depart from this place. We wish not to engage in conflict with you. Chen Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Their ability to communicate made matters much simpler. Rest assured, I, Chen Feng, am a person of integrity, never resorting to coercive tactics. Observe, this is the tangible evidence bestowed upon me by the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, this is a gift from the literary Tao. The 3 spirits were momentarily taken aback. Is this a threat? He must be threatening us. At that moment, they resembled supermarket cashiers guarding a pile of cash when a robber abruptly laid an AK and shotgun on the counter, declaring he was not there to rob them. Who would believe such nonsense? Chen Feng produced a crimson crystal, stating, "This is a premium blood crystal. I hear you have a penchant for such delicacies. 30 blood crystals, plus 5,000 spirit stones, and I shall grant you half of the fruits." The spirits were rendered speechless. Goodness, he could have simply taken it by force, yet he offers us gifts instead. Believing they were unsatisfied, Chun Feng continued, "If that is insufficient, I shall add 5,000 spirit stones and a batch of candles, gold ingots, incense, and soul currency for you. Surely, this will suffice." The 3 spirits exchanged bewildered glances. Having never encountered such a scenario, they were momentarily at a loss, as it was indeed their first experience with such an offer. After a brief exchange of looks, they remained confused. After all, Chun Feng could have simply taken what he desired. Seeing their hesitation, Chun Feng's expression darkened. "Come now, do not be greedy in death. Perhaps it is better to eliminate you and negotiate directly with this grand white tree. At least it will not refuse me." "Will it truly not refuse you?" The white tree mused. "If I had a mouth, I would certainly have something to say. I believe they are not refusing because they are simply bewildered." The black-clad spirit, sensing Chun Feng's readiness for combat, quickly interjected, "Wait, we agree. We accept your terms. Very well, you may gather half of the fruits. I shall leave my offerings here for you." Chun Feng placed 30 blood crystals and 10,000 spirit crystals 10 meters away from the tree. Before retreating to his original position, the black-clad ghost commanded the other two ghosts to pluck over a dozen fruits. Afterward, they approached the spot where Chun Feng had laid the blood crystals and spirit stones, depositing the fruits before taking away the blood crystals and spirit stones, retreating back to the tree. The blue-clad ghost and the red-clad ghost hurriedly gathered around, gleefully picking up the blood crystals and spirit stones that the black-clad ghost had gathered in its clothing. The black-clad ghost raised a hand and lightly struck them, prompting them to remember that others were present. Chun Feng walked over and collected 16 fruits, then returned to his original position. The transaction was pleasant. He promised to burn the items for them, even though he was unsure of their efficacy. Nevertheless, whether on Earth or in this realm, candles and incense are invariably used in rituals, suggesting that they must hold some significance. He purchased a white candle and incense from the system space, planted them into the ground, and ignited them all with a windproof lighter. The smoke rising from the burning candle and incense seemed to entice the three ghosts, who widened their nostrils and mouths to inhale deeply. The smoke divided into 3 wisps, which they eagerly absorbed. Seeing this effect, Chun Feng retrieved an iron bucket and burned a pile of ghost money. However, once the burning was complete, no unusual phenomena occurred. Chun Feng scratched his head and inquired, "Xiao He, Xiao Lan, Xiao Hong, did you receive the payment?" The 3 ghosts paused, confirming that Chun Feng was addressing them before checking their clothing for any signs of the payment. Nothing. Could it be that the ghost money was ineffective here? Although this realm lacked the legends of the underworld, ghost money is still scattered during funerals. Such customs must have their reasoning. As he spoke, he glanced towards the livestream.my friends. Do you have any thoughts on this? Could it be that the currency differs? You're using Earth's ghost money, akin to employing a sword from a fallen dynasty to strike officials of the current era. Ha ha ha, that's a vivid description, but let's refrain from such comparisons. Currency only needs to be officially recognized, correct? How on earth do you obtain official recognition? Isn't there a certain fool who possesses it? The heavenly Tao gold ingot? Indeed, perhaps we could use the gold ingot to stamp it with some cinnabar. Chun Feng felt somewhat speechless. Was this chaotic stamping really advisable? Would such arbitrary stamping be effective? Could one use a police stamp at a bank? Executing the will of heaven encompasses a vast range. Issuing ghost money is also an act of executing the will of heaven, right? This isn't just a police stamp, it's the State Council seal. I must say, the understanding here is exemplary. Well then, Feng Gu, give it a try. In Chapter 69, Merit Money, Chun Feng extracted some cinnabar and mixed it with the spiritual spring to create a slurry. He then took the heavenly Tao seal, dipped it in the fresh cinnabar, and stamped it onto a piece of ghost money. The 4 characters executing the will of heaven gleamed briefly, causing the ghost money to ignite spontaneously in yellow-green flames. No way, it's burning again? Chun Feng looked up at the sky, relieved to find no unusual phenomena occurring. However, the burned ghost paper underwent a remarkable transformation. The original ghost money from the heavenly and earthly bank morphed into merit money. Chun Feng was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "My friends, it appears that printing this item deducts merit. And no need to doubt, it's undoubtedly deducting yours. Ha ha ha, otherwise, where do you think merit comes from? It has no denomination. So each piece represents a portion of merit. Truly, merit-1. This wooden fish chant is of no use anymore. Indeed, there is a concept of merit money in the realm of ghost money. Those who have died unjustly cannot cross the Naiha Bridge. But it seems that merit money can be used to pay the ferryman to cross the Naiha River." Chun Feng stored the merit money away, deciding not to share it with the 3 ghosts. As merit cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones. However, the 3 ghosts instinctively yearned for the merit money in Chun Feng's possession. They sensed its immense importance. The black-clad ghost remarked, "We will give you all the fruits in exchange for that piece of paper." Chun Feng firmly declined, stating, "No, that is merit money. The value of your fruits does not equate." The black-clad ghost paused before saying, "I know of several locations within this ghostly forest where heavenly materials and treasures can be found, as well as other vital information from the forbidden areas." Chun Feng was particularly in need of more information regarding the Huangquan Forbidden Zone. After all, it was rumored that the higher one's cultivation, the more perilous their situation became. Either there was a great terror lurking here, or some bizarre rules were at play. All right, share the information first, then lead us to find the treasures, and I shall give you this merit money. The black-clad ghost nodded and instructed the other two ghosts to begin harvesting all the Huangquan fruits. Then positioned itself 3 meters in front of Qinfeng, sitting down directly. Let us begin with the layout. The entire Huangquan forbidden area is bisected by a terrifying river, its origin and destination unknown. At the center of the river lies a nameless broken bridge, where many ancient ghosts and spirits yearn to cross. As soon as we glimpse the opposite shore, we can feel something calling us from there. It may be a paradise belonging to us or a path to escape. The black-clad ghost's raspy voice grew increasingly somber, revealing its deep desire to reach the other side. Both riverbanks were adorned with numerous red flowers, and upon seeing them, their names would materialize in one's mind. The other shore flower. These flowers bloom alternately every 1,000 years, making the area the most densely populated by myriad spirits and phantoms. The eternally dim Huangquan forbidden area resembles a cage. We rely on the other shore flower to reminisce about the past, becoming enraptured in dreams. Once we awaken and are distanced from the fragrance of the flowers, we gradually forget our past. The black-clad ghost produced a wooden plaque from its garment, inscribed with a line of blood-red characters. The past is best left unspoken. I have forgotten everything beyond the forbidden zone. Once, desiring to inhale the fragrance of the flowers to reminisce, I discovered a plaque I had written for myself. After verifying this, the black-clad ghost stowed the plaque and continued. The flowering season is currently on the opposite shore, but the fragrance wafts over from there. Qinfeng was taken aback. How unfortunate that the flowering season lay across the river, with the Naiha Bridge broken and the Nai River impassable. It seemed impossible to gather the other shore flowers. The black-clad ghost added, beyond the ghostly forest lies the Triple Pass. Past the Triple Pass is the Ghost Wilderness, which connects seamlessly to the riverbank. The most formidable entity in this ghostly forest is an old corpse in the spirit severing stage, while the strongest beings in the Triple Pass include a fox-faced corpse demon, 6 ancient ghosts, and a headless swordsman. In the Ghost Wilderness and along the riverbank, various spirits and phantoms roam freely. One can never predict what encounters may arise. In any case, if danger strikes, throw the blood crystals in another direction and run with all your might. Even we cannot truly pierce through the fog. We merely have a slightly broader range of perception than you living beings. Our divine consciousness cannot penetrate the fog either, relying solely on the scent of blood to track. Qinfeng nodded. Wang Yuru had mentioned something similar upon his entry. Well, it seems the ghosts here are teaching you how to escape online. The black-clad ghost continued. The other shore flowers bloom on both banks, perfectly befitting their name. However, with the Naiha Bridge broken and the flowering season on the opposite shore, it poses quite a challenge. Only the soul-nourishing grass remains, if there's none of that either. Wouldn't that mean this trip was in vain? Qinfeng then asked, do you know where the soul-nourishing grass is? The black-clad ghost inquired. What does it look like? This Li, who had been listening quietly, immediately pulled out a pictorial reference to show the black-clad ghost. After examining it, the black-clad ghost responded, so it's this. It used to grow here, but it has been completely consumed. You might need to check the Triple Pass. As for the Ghost Wilderness and riverbank, aside from the other shore flowers, all other edibles have been devoured by the spirits and phantoms lurking there. Qinfeng felt somewhat exasperated, yet it was quite reasonable. This was not a resource-rich paradise, but rather a cage where the weak were devoured by the plentiful. What do you need the merit money for? I don't know. I just instinctively feel it's important for us, replied the black-clad ghost. Acknowledging the valuable information provided by the black-clad ghost, Qinfeng also shared what he knew. The river running through the Huangquan forbidden area is likely called the Nai River or the Huangchuan River, and the broken bridge is known as the Naiha Bridge. To reach the other shore, besides crossing the Naiha Bridge, there's another method: using ghost money or merit money to board the ferryman's boat. The black-clad ghost expressed astonishment. Is it truly so? Regarding doubts, the black-clad ghost did not consider Qinfeng had any reason to deceive it. It had little to offer besides its own existence. Qinfeng invited, I may be heading to the riverbank. Our collaboration has been quite agreeable, and we have shared intriguing conversations. Would you care to join me? After pondering briefly, the black-clad ghost nodded in agreement. Very well. Not to mention, the exchange with Chen Feng had indeed been very enjoyable. Just the fact that Chen Feng possessed treasures bestowed by the heavenly Tao and the cultural Tao was enough to convince it that he could bring tremendous opportunities. Al Li, however, wore a face of despair. Feng Gu, that place is exceedingly perilous. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to avoid it. Fear not. I shall not perish, thus I am unafraid, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Al Li was left speechless. No wonder Chen Feng had shown no fear along the journey. It turned out he had a life-saving trump card. Then I suppose I cannot accompany you any longer. Chen Feng nodded. Indeed, it was time for Ali to depart. He retrieved a Huangquan fruit and handed it to Ali. This is for you. Ignite the red string and return, if fate allows. Consider yourself fortunate. Ali felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, thinking of those waiting for him outside, he steeled himself to accept it. Brother Feng, I am truly grateful to you. Ali, owe you 2 lives. Chen Feng chuckled and chided. Just a novice, even if you owe me 10 lives, it's unnecessary. Hurry and make your exit. All right, Ali responded, deeply moved. By the way, swear an oath that once you are outside, you can say I helped you. But you must not disclose any details about my abilities or plans. Yes, I swear, I will never reveal anything that could harm Brother Feng. After Ali made his vow, he pulled out the red string and a fire starter from his package. As he ignited the red string, it transformed into shimmering starlight, akin to a sparkler, before vanishing. Chapter 70. Ali's successful escape from the Huangquan Forbidden Zone. Chen Feng was also curious about the method of leaving the Huangquan Forbidden Zone, wondering if it truly aligned with the legends. After igniting the red string, they waited for a long time without any response, causing Ali to feel somewhat awkward. According to the lore of the Huangquan Forbidden Zone, if no sound was heard, it indicated that the two were not genuinely in love. 10 minutes passed with silence, leading Ali to doubt their chances. Women can indeed be unreliable, Ali lamented, regretting his earlier assertion that he could not leave while ensuring the freedom of the other cultivators' wives. Don't fret, it might just be a network delay. Perhaps the distance is too great. Chen Feng noticed Ali's discomfort but refrained from the pessimism expected by the onlookers. He reassured Ali, igniting the red string to convey messages surely requires time. Even if it spontaneously combusts on the other end, she needs time to travel from the inn in the city to the Huangquan Forbidden Zone. At times like this, do not waver. If you falter, you truly won't be able to exit. Trust in your feelings. Ali paused briefly, gratefully nodding at Chen Feng. Brother Feng, you are right, I have been too anxious. As Chen Feng munched on some food, he continued, reflect on the sweet memories you share with your beloved. Perhaps it may help. Yes, Ali replied earnestly. Time trickled by, and after another 10 minutes, Ali was engrossed in reminiscing about the moments he shared with his wife. His resolve grew stronger, and he held unwavering faith in his beloved. Suddenly, he thought he heard a faint voice. He sprang to his feet. Sanyang, I can hear you. Sanyang, Ali exclaimed excitedly, scanning the surroundings to determine the direction of the voice. In his ears, the calling grew clearer. Did you hear? Sanyang is calling me. Chen Feng and the 3 fierce ghosts exchanged glances, yet heard nothing. Soon, Ali's figure began to blur, unbeknownst to him. He pursued the sound's direction, and upon turning back, he discovered that Chen Feng and the 3 fierce ghosts had vanished. Enveloped in mist, only one bright direction remained, and the calling voice emanated from that very place. He dashed towards it. Sanyang. With a burst of energy, he broke through the mist and arrived at the gorge marked by the red string. The cultivators at the gorge's entrance perked up upon hearing the sound. He's out. Someone has successfully emerged. Quickly, ask him how he managed to escape. Don't crowd. What do you want? This is one of our divine Spring Mountain people. Behave yourselves. 6 cultivators in green robes blocked the crowd. Ali squeezed through the red string, tossed his package to the group of green-robed cultivators, and joyfully embraced his wife. Eligu woo-woo. Sanyang. I'm back. I've returned alive. I heard your voice and came back. The green-robed cultivators rummaged through the package and excitedly exclaimed upon discovering the Huangquan fruit. Ha ha ha, it's the Huangquan fruit. This trip was worth it. A nearby disciple's eyes sparkled as he suggested. Master, this lad is impressive. Why not let him try again? Upon hearing this, Ali and Sanyang were taken aback and furious. What? Was it not agreed that after bringing back an item, we would be set free? Indeed, you even swore an oath. The green-robed cultivator tucked away the huangquan fruit, sneering. Heh, did we ever say that? Who can vouch for it? No sooner had he spoken than thunder rumbled from the heavens. Boom! The expression of the green-robed cultivator froze instantly. Being a golden core cultivator, he could hardly ignore the ominous clouds of tribulation encircling him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What the? Tribulation clouds. Thus, it was permissible to speak carelessly. But oaths must not be taken lightly. Let us get out of here. The originally gathered crowd dispersed rapidly, retreating 300 meters away. The green-robed cultivator hastily changed his tune, shouting, I was just joking. It was all a jest. Quickly bring the silver and the contracts. Yes, master. Those nearby immediately presented a bag of silver and 2 contracts of servitude to Ali. Gradually, the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated. Ali looked up at the sky with joy, thanking the heavens. Li Gu, let us hurry. Sanyang tugged at Ali. Ali surveyed the surroundings. Those cultivators were still eyeing the couple covetously. If they were to leave like this, they would likely be captured again, continuing to serve as treasure-seeking tools. Everyone, the reason I could emerge this time was due to a benefactor. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by the ghosts within. Should I be forced back inside without a benefactor as assistance, with my limited abilities, I wouldn't even be able to pick spiritual fruits under the watch of those fierce spirits, let alone avoid being consumed by the lurking specters. This is my experience, so I kindly ask you all to spare us. After speaking, Ali knelt and bowed thrice to the 3 sides of onlookers, his forehead bleeding from the impact. Sanyang followed suit, bowing 3 times as well. Once they rose, they lowered their heads and began to exit. The crowd parted, allowing them to leave. The green-robed cultivator looked grimly at their departing figures. Within the crowd, many exchanged furtive glances eyeing the huangquan forbidden zone. After Ali's figure faded, Chen Feng and the 3 fierce ghosts understood he had safely departed. Sigh, I hope he remains unharmed. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had already begun to express their pessimism. I fear those cultivators will not easily let him go. Indeed, having succeeded once, they will likely compel him to try again. He is but a mortal, with no chance to resist against cultivators, even if he succeeds a second time. What lies ahead? Countless trials await him until he meets his demise here. Brother Feng essentially granted him a power of mutual destruction. Should anyone threaten him, he could directly violate his oath and drag everyone down with him. What? It can work that way? Chen Feng did not intend to waste too much emotion on Ali's predicament. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances. He peeled some bark from the huangquan white tree, intending to use it for crafting spiritual paper, and buried 10,000 spiritual stones and a Bodhi fruit beneath the tree. Let us go. Lead me to see the other heavenly materials and treasures within the ghost forest. All right. Under the guidance of the black-clad fierce ghost, Chen Feng soon arrived near a black water pool. By the water's edge stood a figure in a straw cloak, beside which bloomed a cluster of black-leaved orchids, their petals a pale yellowed white. Only 2 flowers remained on the orchid, with 4 or 5 empty spots on the branches. The figure in the straw cloak turned around, revealing a skull with glowing green eyes. Chen Feng took out his illustrated guide and flipped through it, finding no information on the orchid. It seemed to be an untouched variety. The straw-cloaked skeleton glanced at Chen Feng before shifting its gaze to the 3 fierce ghosts. It opened its mouth, and an ancient voice emanated from the skull. Why are you with a living person? Chen Feng raised his hand, intending to negotiate with the creature, but the black-clad fierce ghost spoke first. Old skeleton, hand over a flower, and we will depart. This esteemed one is the chosen one. I hope you do not fail to recognize good intentions. The green light in the skeleton's eye sockets gradually turned red, indicating its growing anger. Chapter 71. The might of the golden brick. Chen Feng looked at the black-clad fierce ghost in disbelief, then smiled at the straw-cloaked skeleton. Don't heed its nonsense. I am a genuinely good person. As he spoke, He waved the heavenly Tao golden brick and a peach blossom. Look, this is the seal granted to me by the heavenly Tao Lord, inscribed with the words acting on behalf of heaven, and this is a gift from the literary Tao. Isn't it precious? Don't leave just yet. Before Chen Feng could finish, he noticed the straw-cloaked skeleton turning to flee. He glanced curiously at the black-clad fierce ghost. Why did it leave? Did you frighten it? The three black-clad fierce ghosts were left speechless. Who exactly is scaring whom here? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Dio, you want to see what you're holding? The straw-cloaked skeleton retorted. If someone brandished a chainsaw and revolver at you, you'd probably run faster than I did. Intimidation doesn't work in negotiations. It belongs to the underworld. If only it had a bit of patience, it would have recognized my good intentions. Chen Feng shook his head, tucking the items into his embrace before walking over to pluck the orchid. He only gathered a single blossom. Once he finished, he extracted a huangquan fruit and squeezed its juice directly onto the roots of the orchid. I take one flower and offer you one fruit. We are thus even. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, causing the orchid to sway slightly, and another flower atop it fell directly at Chen Feng's feet. He paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. All right, let us embrace the social niceties of reciprocity. Here, have another one. He pulled out another huangquan fruit, extracted its juice, and poured it at the orchid's roots again. When Chen Feng was not being foolish, he truly exuded charm. His gentleness was captivating, his charisma boundless. Alas, at his core, he remained a fool. Xiao Feng, upstairs, why does your writing look so stretched? 2333. The three nearby malicious spirits were utterly entranced. They had never encountered such a person before. Perhaps the heavens had bestowed treasures upon him for good reason. After nurturing the orchid, Chen Feng rose. Let us move on and explore the next location. As you wish, my lord. The spirits were genuinely impressed this time. The second sight revealed two malevolent spirits guarding a small fruit plant. They were rather decisive, sensing the threat emanating from Chen Feng. They swiftly plucked most of the fruits and fled. Chen Feng collected the remaining 4 small fruits and buried 4 blood crystals alongside 100 spirit stones beneath the plant. The third sight was an ancient corpse of a cultivator in the divine transformation stage, safeguarding a small patch of treasures resembling sweet potato vines. The black-clad spirit remarked, "The fruits lie beneath the roots of the vines. This is the finest treasure of the ghost forest." The divine transformation corpse, seemingly lacking in rationality, took a few steps back in trepidation upon seeing Chen Feng. Without further ado, it lunged at him like a beast driven mad by instinct. "My lord, be careful." The black-clad spirit cried out beside him. The 5 sharp fingers of the corpse aimed directly at Chen Feng's crown. As Chen Feng raised his hand to seize its sword-like fingers, 2 golden rays of light illuminated his form. One formed a bell-shaped barrier around him, a defense conjured by the mysterious bronze bell upon his chest. The other emanated from the heavenly Tao gold brick in his hand. The divine transformation corpse melted away under the radiant light, dissolving into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng gazed at the gold brick in his hand, astonished. Goodness, is it truly this formidable? If it is, I may walk with impunity. The golden bell's phantom retracted into the small bell on his chest. And then a chubby figure peeked out. Wow, incredible, simply incredible, truly, a treasure of the heavenly Tao. Such extraordinary power is a model for our kind. After showering it with a few compliments, the chubby figure retreated back into the mysterious bronze bell. Chen Feng chimed in, "Ah yes, yes indeed. You are magnificent, I adore you, moi." He kissed the gold brick, momentarily at a loss for how to express his astonishment. Excessive urea. Speaking of which, it's not that one cannot be killed. One can slay anything other than a human. For an object described in a passive introduction as capable of scaring off ghosts and vanquishing evil, the actions of that old corpse were akin to attempting to defecate atop it. Well described. Let us refrain from further elaboration. Ha ha ha, another jester has joined the ranks. Suddenly, it struck him that the chubby figure would make an excellent companion for Chen Feng, a sly grin forming. Wherever there is a sleeping dragon, there shall also be a phoenix chick. The 3 malevolent spirits nearby were trembling in fear. having felt they were on the brink of annihilation from the light emitted by the gold brick. Moreover, aside from the gold brick, Chun Feng possessed yet another protective spiritual treasure. With such equipment, one could confidently stroll by the riverside or even relieve oneself atop the broken bridge without fear of mishap. Chen Feng chuckled as he stowed away the gold brick. Retrieving a small gardening rake instead, he crouched before that patch of sweet potato vines, searching for the roots to excavate. This plant bore an uncanny resemblance to sweet potatoes. However, upon unearthing one, he was nearly startled into dropping it, for its reverse side bore a twisted visage resembling a human face. Damn, that gave me quite the fright. Truly, a plant from the underworld. Ha ha ha, Chun Feng was nearly ready to toss it away in terror. Can this thing actually be consumed? Who cares how it looks if I toss it into the furnace to concoct elixirs? Chen Feng unearthed several Huangquan sweet potatoes and snipped off a vine. After burying some items back in the earth, he departed. Upon arriving at the fourth site, they discovered that the spiritual entity had yet to bloom or bear fruit, nor were any spirits present to guard it. My lord, these are all there are in the ghost forest. The treasures in the Triple Pass will be more abundant. Very well, let us proceed. The black-clad spirit led the way toward the direction of the glowing point on the minimap. The Triple Pass consists of 3 mountains. If one does not traverse the Triple Pass, one must detour through the desolate left or the swampy right. These areas are the most haunted places, where even the black-clad spirit would lose its way. It had once wandered there for years before managing to escape. Furthermore, according to the black-clad spirit, the more powerful the cultivator entering, the more susceptible they become to the corruption of Huangquan's forces. Instances of one's soul and body being unwittingly separated are also commonplace. Thus, encountering spirits and corpse monsters resembling each other within the Huangquan Forbidden Land is quite normal, as they may have once been the primordial spirit and body of a powerful cultivator. Their formidable physical forms also attract the covetous gazes of those millennia-old spirits and demons. The Triple Pass is neither large nor small. Chun Feng tossed out 8 paper figures. The palm-sized figures fluttered to the ground, transforming into 8 masked cultivators clad in azure robes. Chen Feng distributed some heated weaponry infused with the chi of the Forest of Death to the paper figures. You all, scout the area. The 8 paper figures nodded and dispersed in different directions. The black-clad spirit looked on in amazement. Why, Lord, this technique is impressive. These paper figures lack the aura of living beings, making them perfectly suited to traverse the Huangquan Forbidden Land. Chen Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. The issue was that the paper figures lacked protective treasures and could not consume elixirs. As they departed, he sensed the corrosive miasma of Huangquan was lethal to them. Were it not for the peach blossom's protective charm against all evils and the dispelling effect of the heavenly Dao gold brick, he shuddered to think how many elixirs he would need to consume from Wang Yuru's collection. Moreover, those elixirs might not even withstand the erosion of Huangquan's power on the body. Chapter 72. The joining of the fox-faced corpse demon in the first layer of the Triple Pass. Within the yellow flower forest. When Chen Feng encountered the fox-faced corpse demon, he was momentarily stunned. Initially, he thought it was a monster with a fox's head and a human body, only to find it was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Wow, this one I can deal with, I can too. Form an orderly queue, please. My apologies, Master. My apologies, Sect Leader. My apologies, Qingdai. Goodness, is the intention to offend all the female characters in this book? Fenggo, don't kill her. She may prove useful. What truly is the meaning of life? Chen Feng glanced helplessly at the live stream, then turned to the black-clad spirit. Why on earth did you name her the fox-faced corpse demon? She should be called Princess Jade Face. It is exceedingly impolite. The black-clad spirit fell silent for a long while before resolutely stating, if my lord desires, we can assist in restraining her. The fox-faced corpse demon. Qian Feng's expression instantly transformed into one of delight. What the? Goodness, I'm utterly taken aback. Old He is quite the straightforward individual in life. He must have been an excellent sycophant. Ha ha ha, Fenggu, what are you waiting for? Tissue at the ready. The pay-per-view show is about to commence. Whoa, do not speak carelessly. I am a well-mannered young man, not a village thug. Chen Feng turned to the fox-faced corpse demon, his expression peculiar, and explained, My lady, Do not heed his nonsense. He is slandering me. The black-clad spirit looked exasperated. What is the point in explaining so much? Living beings are such a hassle. The fox-faced corpse demon could no longer restrain her laughter. Jade face. I quite like that name. The moment she spoke, Chun Feng was entranced. Her voice was simply melodious. Damn it, even her voice is enchanting. She is trying to seduce me. Actually, it's nothing much. Why does everything turn, and where should I go? In the live stream, a group of Western cowboys appeared, all quick-draw gunslingers. 23333. Clearing his throat, Chun Feng said, Lady Jadeface, I am Chen Tianqing, a truly good person. He instinctively drew forth the heavenly Dao gold brick and a peach blossom. Look, this is the good person certificate granted to me by the heavenly Dao, and this is the treasure bestowed by the literary Dao. The fox-faced corpse demon stepped back abruptly, retreating over 10 paces. Had it not been for the lack of mist in the yellow flower forest, she might have vanished entirely. Chun Feng quickly clarified, Hey, don't back away so far. I'm here to negotiate. Not to rob. The fox-faced corpse demon wore an expression of disbelief. You're pulling out your gadgets and claiming you're not here to rob. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You enjoy flaunting your divine gear. When did Feng Gu start calling himself Chen Tianqing? Didn't he your elders tell you not to reveal your true name before unclean entities or in desolate wilderness? Feng, Tianqing as well. This fool possesses some literary culture. Are you certain you are not referring to the Tianqing seal or the Tianqing Dao? Goodness, regardless of the circumstance, Brother Feng, with the courtesy name of Tianqing, is indeed a perfect match, I must say. The subtle expressions of the jade-faced maiden are rather diverse. 2333 Chun Feng seemed to grasp her thoughts and lamented. I merely wish to prove that I am a good person by presenting these items. Very well, may I inquire if there are any soul-nurturing herbs in this first trial? If so, I can exchange them for other rare materials, spiritual stones, and blood crystals. The fox-faced corpse demon shook her head. No, they were all consumed long ago. Chun Feng's expression turned pained, as the opportunity to acquire the soul-nurturing herb had diminished yet further. The fox-faced corpse demon found Chun Feng rather agreeable, especially considering he bore treasures of significant value and had an extraordinary background. She ventured, however, I do possess some yellow spring plums. While their effects are not as potent as the soul-nurturing herb, they serve a somewhat similar purpose. Very well, I will take half. I am willing to offer 20 blood crystals and 20,000 spiritual stones. Chun Feng attempted to negotiate. He assumed the fox-faced corpse demon would haggle, but to his surprise, she readily acquiesced. Agreed. But I require you to answer 3 questions. Chun Feng nodded. 3 questions posed no great challenge. Proceed, then. The fox-faced corpse demon's beautiful eyes shifted toward the 3 vengeful spirits. Why are they willing to follow you? Chun Feng replied. I am heading to the riverbank, and they wish to accompany me. The fox-faced corpse demon pondered for a moment before her eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, and she hurriedly asked, Do you know how to reach the opposite bank of the river? Chun Feng nodded affirmatively. The fox-faced corpse demon's expression brightened with excitement as she inquired, Do you have a way to cross to the other side? Indeed, Chun Feng confirmed once more. The fox-faced corpse demon, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, You may have all the fruits. I desire nothing else. Just transport me there. Chun Feng shook his head. That is not feasible. I cannot guarantee it. The fox-faced corpse demon, her enchanting eyes glinting with mischief, replied, I know where to find soul-nurturing herbs. Chun Feng immediately changed his stance. I shall do my utmost to attempt it. Agreed. It is settled. The fox-faced corpse demon clapped her hands in affirmation. If it were anyone else, she would undoubtedly be skeptical. Yet Chun Feng was worthy of her trust, for he could have seized the opportunity by force yet chose to adhere to the rules, demonstrating his integrity and reliability. Moreover, upon deciding to collaborate with Chun Feng, she felt the threat posed by his 2 treasures had significantly diminished. Just moments ago, it felt as if a knife was pressed against her throat, but now, the blade had been sheathed out of course, that knife could still be drawn at any moment to sever her head. The fox-faced corpse demon soon led Chun Feng to the heart of the yellow flower forest, where the yellow spring plums stood. The scene was rather grim, surrounded by bones, with only the exposed parts above the soil visible. The number beneath was unknown. Some lost souls were partially buried, with only their heads protruding from the earth. Chen Feng cast a sidelong glance at the fox-faced corpse demon, realizing that she was not as agreeable as she appeared. Were it not for his protective gear, he might have become fertilizer for this plum tree. Suddenly, he realized that beauty can be as deceptive as a wolf in sheep's clothing. He must be cautious not to judge by appearances in the future. Good heavens, the scene I have encountered along the way is truly horrifying. I believe I shall leave the jade-faced maiden to you. Farewell. After all, she was one of the overlords of the third trial, and possessing such power was to be expected. Her beauty was indeed beguiling. It was evident that she must be fierce in her usual demeanor, yet when faced with Brother Feng, she hesitated. Even the American school bully would apologize to a classmate wielding a submachine gun. Your descriptions are quite vivid. You must have aced your elementary school language exams, he remarked. The fox-faced corpse demon, lifting her skirts, trod barefoot upon the exposed heads of the lost souls as if they were stepping stones. Traversing the field of bones, her hair elongated, transforming into agile tendrils, plucking the fruits from the yellow spring plum tree. Young Master Chun, this is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it after receiving all the plums. Chen Feng inquired, Now, might you tell me where to find the soul-nurturing herbs? Chapter 73. Swordsman, step aside. I am about to show off. The soul-nurturing herb, as the most effective spirit-replenishing entity within the Yellow Spring Forbidden Land, has nearly been consumed down to its roots due to the incessant increase of spirits and monsters over the centuries. One may either guard a single root and wait for it to grow or venture to the other shore. A realm untouched by spirits and monsters, undoubtedly abundant in soul-nurturing herbs. The fox-faced corpse demon chuckled, but Chen Feng was left speechless. Is this not mere nonsense? If I could reach the other shore, why would I need the soul-nurturing herbs? I could simply pluck the flowers from there instead. The black-clad vengeful spirit hesitated and remarked, My lord, it seems she is toying with you, and no need for your reminders. Thank you. Chen Feng shot him a glare, thinking such embarrassing matters should remain unspoken. However, he was not angered. He too could play tricks on the fox-faced corpse demon. The fox-faced corpse demon feigned innocence. Young master, I would never toy with you. Yes, I understand, Chen Feng replied, summoning back the 8 paper figures. Yet, only 3 returned, and they had already begun to fade from the encroaching white mist, nearly reverting to mere paper. Reflecting on the 98 figures that could contend with divine beings, he could only shake his head and sigh, I am truly too weak. The disparity in power and attributes was indeed vast. Under the guidance of the black-clad vengeful spirit, they proceeded toward the second trial, accompanied by 4 spirits. In the second trial, beside a pond adorned with blooming yellow lotuses, a ghastly creature with 7 heads was feasting upon a rather stale corpse. Upon their arrival, the 7-headed specter dragged the body to the opposite bank of the pond, eyeing them with suspicion. Chen Feng raised his hand and counted, puzzled. Was it not 6 heads? Why does it seem to have 7? Brother Feng's focus was indeed peculiar. Another grotesque scene unfolded before them. This creature does not repel holy light, but rather, the benefits do, he lamented. The black-clad vengeful spirit, taken aback, raised his hand to count as well. Confirming that indeed there were 7 heads, it seems a new head has sprouted. Do these spirits even grow heads? The fox-faced corpse demon explained, This old specter is exceedingly gluttonous. It consumes without digesting, resulting in additional heads. With more heads, its thought processes become increasingly fragmented, rendering communication nearly impossible. It has devoured all that can be consumed in this second trial. It would be best if you simply exterminated it. The black-clad vengeful spirit nodded in agreement, recalling how it had nearly been attacked while merely passing through the foot of the hill. The 7-headed specter howled and screamed from the opposite bank, resembling a wild beast warding off intruders. Observing its inability to communicate, Chen Feng instructed the black-clad vengeful spirit and the fox-faced corpse demon, Very well, you assist me in plucking the lotuses while I confront it. Understood, my lord. Chen Feng unfastened the rocket launcher from his back and loaded a rocket. Brothers, let us see how effective this is. Chun Feng aimed at the seven-headed specter across the pond and fired a rocket. Whoosh boom! The shot went awry, and the rocket detonated in the distant black forest. Due to the slow trajectory, the specter easily evaded it. Chun Feng, exasperated, stored the rocket launcher, realizing that times had not changed. Ha ha ha, even Ali could probably dodge that. He chuckled. Excited yet disappointed, he resorted to wielding a brick. Damn. Chun Feng dashed around the pond with the golden brick in hand. Though the seven-headed specter was in chaos, it was not entirely foolish. All seven heads sensed the threat from Chun Feng and instinctively ran on all fours. Chun Feng pursued with the golden brick in hand. Hold on, don't run, he shouted. Roar, awah. The seven-headed specter barked in protest, as if cursing him. Thus, a rather absurd scene unfolded in the forest of the second trial, where a man wielding a brick chased after a creature resembling a dog. After a brief chase, the voices of the black-clad vengeful spirit and the fox-faced corpse demon echoed behind him. My lord, we have gathered the lotuses. Young master, let us cease the chase and proceed to the next trial. Chun Feng set down the golden brick and returned to the pond's edge. He had nearly forgotten to scold the beast. Had he not, it surely would not have escaped. The fox-faced corpse demon stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Thus, the group of 1 human and 4 spirits traversed the second trial and ventured toward the third. The boss of the third trial was a headless swordsman, guarding a grove of gray bamboo. Chun Feng perused his compendium and discovered that both the bamboo shoots and the bamboo itself were rare materials. The shoots could be cooked and consumed or used in alchemy, while the bamboo could be fashioned into spiritual paper or artifacts, such as the soul-capturing flute. Chun Feng pointed toward the depths of the bamboo forest. Is the headless swordsman within? The fox-faced corpse demon, hiding behind Chun Feng, peered cautiously. The headless swordsman is quite formidable. Young master should exercise caution. The 3 vengeful spirits clustered closely, clearly apprehensive as well. The black-clad vengeful spirit remarked, in life, he was likely a formidable being at the integration stage or even the tribulation stage, one of the most powerful entities within this forbidden domain. Had there not been any formidable living cultivators entering the forbidden land, he would not have left this bamboo grove, which has become one of the few forbidden places within the forbidden land. Chun Feng chuckled, feeling unusually relaxed. Of a swordsman, he is precisely what I fear the least. In a heavenly conflict, he could win even with his eyes shut. This is not a monkey challenging Liu Bei. This is a monkey confronting Pango. Even the most mundane of beings cannot hope to emerge unscathed from this encounter. A vivid scene unfolds, yet here I am, a penitent monkey standing in the corner, my face buried in my hands as I weep in anguish. Ha ha, I feel the same way. Damn it. Everyone, stand down. The foolish wind seeks to flaunt its prowess. Deep within the bamboo grove, a headless swordsman perches upon a large stone. Despite his lack of a head, one can sense that he gazes upward at the heavens. Upon noticing the black long sword at his waist, adorned with a circular relief, an irresistible urge to claim it for myself surged within Chun Feng. The heart of the sword of myriad realms whispered to him that this weapon was a spiritual treasure of no lesser value than that of the rotund little fatty. Resolutely, Chun Feng stowed away the heavenly Tao golden brick, leaving only a peach blossom tucked in his pocket. He glanced back at the black-clad specters and the fox-masked corpse demon, who had halted in their tracks, too fearful to approach. Could they communicate? Indeed. Both nodded in unison. Chun Feng patted the little golden bell that hung from his chest. Little fatty, refrained from intervening. I can handle this one. Understood, Brother Feng. The little golden bell shimmered as it conveyed little fatty's voice. Chun Feng took 3 deliberate steps forward. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single strike brings frost to 19 provinces. Heaven did not give birth to me, Qian Tianqing. The sword path remains eternal, like the long night. Upon uttering these lines, the headless swordsman rose, gripping his sword. How ostentatious! Even a swordsman cannot tolerate the utterance of such words. Headless swordsman, do you believe that I can dismantle all your sword techniques with my bare hands? Though devoid of a head, an irate voice emanated from the swordsman. You seek death. Sensing his fury, Chun Feng proposed, if you lose, your sword shall belong to me. What say you?" In the next instant, the headless swordsman lunged forth. "Die!" He drew forth a long sword, entirely black and imbued with the essence of the yellow springs, unleashing a strike as swift as lightning. Yet, Qian Feng's hand was swifter still. The icy blade was seized mid-motion. Rendered immobile, the headless swordsman froze in place in the following second. The path of the sword's arc felled an expanse of bamboo and the surrounding trees and rocks. The fox-masked corpse demon and the three specters exchanged glances at the toppled bamboo grove. Shifting to the side in unison, a mere step away. Had Qin Feng not caught the sword, they too would have been bisected like the bamboo and trees. "Make your move, and I shall take it as your consent." Qin Feng regarded the headless swordsman with a smirk that was almost a smile, though alas, it had no face to reflect his expression of despair. "Thus, the sword is mine. Hand it over." Chapter 74. I am an aesthetic enthusiast. Qin Feng, clutching the headless swordsman's sword, prepared to strike it with the heavenly Dao golden brick. To his astonishment, the headless swordsman collapsed, akin to a malfunctioning automaton. Qin Feng stood momentarily stunned, glancing from the golden brick in his hand to the live stream. Lo and behold, everyone saw that. I hadn't even struck him yet he lies down. This fellow is quite the seasoned performer. "Brother Feng, fear not. You are in the realm of cultivation," came the response, echoing the instinctual reaction of a modern individual. The contributions of a certain Judge Wang cannot be overlooked. 2333 The fox-masked corpse demon and the three specters looked on with astonishment. Setting aside the fact that Qin Feng, an early-stage cultivator, managed to apprehend a tribulation-stage swordsman's corpse with his bare hands, the immediate collapse of the opponent after a single strike was bewildering. A headless corpse indeed presents a perplexing conundrum. As Qin Feng flipped the sword around in his grip, preparing to poke the headless swordsman's body, he felt a surge of power emanating from the sword, tugging at his consciousness. In an instant, his awareness was transported beneath a pitch-black starry sky. The sword's spirit space? Qin Feng quickly deduced, having frequently entered the frosty sky and cold moon sword spirit space for training, educating her. Suddenly, a ghostly figure descended. Lunging at Qin Feng, with a swift motion, he backhanded it away. The heart of myriad swords awakened. The intent of myriad swords was darker than the starry space of the black sword, a chaos of colors blending into an inky black. As the ghostly figure rose, it was ensnared by the unnameable chaos. Qin Feng beheld its appearance, ugly, exceedingly so. Despite the black sword's aesthetically pleasing exterior, the sword's spirit was grotesquely unappealing. Perhaps it was the corruption of the yellow springs power that rendered it so hideous. "My apologies, but I am an aesthetic enthusiast. My sword cannot possess such an unsightly spirit. A sword spirit should embody beauty, whether in the form of a lovely elder sister or a charming little sister. Thus, I implore you to be remade." With that, Qin Feng used the intent of myriad swords to utterly disassemble it. The sword scripture of myriad realms, deemed a taboo by the heavenly Tao, along with the heart of myriad swords, is a forbidden divine ability of the sword path, fearfully potent in its nature. A powerful sword spirit that takes centuries to manifest was annihilated by Qin Feng in mere seconds. The sword was under his dominion, a form of unreasonable suppression. Exiting the sword spirit space, Qin Feng promptly retrieved the scabbard from the headless swordsman's body, having discerned the truth of the matter. The headless swordsman was merely a sword slave to this black sword. When the sword fell under Qin Feng's control, the headless swordsman reverted to a rather stale corpse. When a person is governed by the sword, they become a sword slave.